But when she listened for a minute, poof, couldn't help but squirt with laughter. Pity the poor fallen flower buttoned up in a daze? Ha ha ha, Yuma is so miserable. This can even hurt me by mistake? However, that's not all. The bun is ing expensive, chicken caramelized and crispy? This is too much of a spoof, isn't it? Wine and color me much society. Hard lines full of tears. Knowing that the heart of a gentleman is not charmed. He sleeps with someone day and night. The lyrics, hey, does this really pass muster? Finally, the High Dynasty. A theater accent. Fondue barbecue in the toilet for one. Zhang Yixing, a bully in the sky. Less. Puhahaha. Hearing this, Ding Xiu finally couldn't hold back, laughing and spraying out a mouthful of water. This is a talent, too absolute. Goddess lyrics, can they still be changed like that? She opened the group directly and would have shared it. I didn't realize the group had blown up. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yixing is a bully in the sky. You baffled lying down. Oh no, sisters. Zhang Yixing tweeted. No way? What's the big deal? I'll see you on Twitter. Chapter 88. Album release. Pre-sale begins. Zhang Yixing v. I was filming today and suddenly received a bunch of S. I realized that I was on the hot search. Cover my face. Then I listened to a segment of Sumu Ji. It was a crying shame. Never thought I would be on the hot search in this way. Thank you, Goddess. Thank you, Goddess's fans, for giving me such an opportunity. I'm a little sheep, not a bully in the sky. Don't be afraid. And finally, a Qinfei. Please make the Goddess's album faster, thank you. I'm already horny. Countless comments at the bottom. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yixing is also a fan of our Goddess. Laughing my ass off. Fancy hyping up the album. Zhang Yixing can. Tease. Ruthless. Chun Yu is a fan of Zhang Yixing. Just get up. Just saw the fan base blow up.
你们快去微博上看看吧。秦飞粉丝做了一首曲子，让咱们的艺兴上了热搜。
Holy, really? No. Seeing this, Chun Yu frowned. Honestly, she had always disliked Qin Fei, not for any other reason. Because Qin Fei had stolen her idol's endorsement. It was upsetting to her. This Qin Fei, what is he up to again? Chun Yu grumbled, clicked on Weibo, and saw Zhang Yixing's post. Chun Yu was dumbfounded. In her eyes, Yixing, shouldn't you hate Qin Fei? What's with all the hyping? Read the comments below again. Qin Fei and Zhang Yixing are good friends. I even saw the two of them walk into a restaurant together last time. During the concert, Qin Fei even invited Zhang Yixing. Wow. Two talented people who are friends. That's a touching sentiment. Isn't it? You don't think so? Chun Yu froze. Could it be that all along, it was all his own self-interest? The two are actually very close. Just overthinking it. And then, Chun Yu opened the B station and watched the Sumuchi Empty Ears version all over again. Especially that line, Zhang Yixing is a bully in the sky. It made her hold back again and again. And finally she couldn't help but sputter with laughter. The pop-ups were all, thank you Qin Fei. Thank you Goddess for putting Yixing on the hot seat. Only this time it's a good hot search. Chun Yu's heart warmed. Suddenly, Qin Fei didn't seem so annoying anymore. Then I searched for Qin Fei on the B site, watched the video of the concert. 2 hours later, she had completely changed her opinion. And it turned out that Qin Fei was completely different from what she had imagined. In terms of talent, in terms of character, in terms of face value are all top class. Only, before that it was my own mindless awkward hacking. Wow. Qin Fei turned out to be so outstanding. I was wrong about him before. Chun Yu posted a comment and instantly gained several likes from his fans. It's fine, it's fine. Our Goddess is generous and won't get angry over such a trivial matter. I'm new here too. We'll powder goddesses together in the future. What a great atmosphere. Chun Yu's heart warmed and he nodded. Yeah. Just then, all fans received a message. At 8 p.m., Qin Fei's new song E-album will be fully online on NetEun. For a time, all the major fan groups, microblogs, and posting bars all exploded. Weiwa. Finally, an electronic album. It's not easy. The Goddess has finally released an album. These 2 days can wait for me to die. Brush the concert video 800 times. Now finally have a song to listen to. No, I want to buy it a 100 first. Me too, 100 sheets for the bottom. At that moment, Tinsley spoke in the fanbase. Sisters, I just took a look at the Goddess album, and there will be a pre-sale for an hour at 4 p.m. Within an hour, if the pre-sale score exceeds 1 million copies, you'll get 7 days of banner recommendations, 2 days of splash screen recommendations. Moreover, I also saw the popularity list. The ranking of the Goddess from the previous 3rd place fell to the current 18th place. Let's work hard to rank the Goddesses and try to make it to the 3rd place for the 2nd place. The words just fell. Immediately, it got a huge fan response. Keep 3 for 2. Keep 3 for 2. Keep 3 for 2. Countless fans were abuzz. It was the first time since the concert that they had come together so well, and all of them were eyeing each other intently, just waiting for 4 p.m. Buy it as soon as the pre-sale opens. The moment, Qin Fei doesn't know what the fans are planning yet. He was so tired that his throat was a little smoky. Get home and fall asleep. Didn't quite understand before why singers lose their voices. Now he finally understood. Time passes by. Qin Fei and his lapdogs. Song E. It's almost time for the pre-sale. I'm so nervous. Yang Mi. Already ready for the money. Say, when is the physical album coming out? At Qin Fei, nowadays people rarely buy physical albums. Everyone listens to electronic albums. Still, sell it because some people buy physical albums just to commemorate it. Tianjing. DD is asleep. These days have exhausted him. Ask me anything. Well, the physical album will be out in 2 days. Huang Xiaoming. The Goddess is working hard. In order to treat the Goddess, I'm going to buy 1,000 electronic albums. Chan He. Owe the Goddess a concert ticket. Buy it a 1,000. Hashtag Qin Fei. Electronic album. Hashtag. Hashtag early pre-sale. Hashtag. Hashtag all parties predict the pre-sale results. The national style of beauty. Hashtag. The hot search has come up several times. The moment. FM 101.7, The Sound of Music. The 2 hosts inside are chatting. Welcome back, everyone. This is FM 101.7. Here's what's on time for you. Today's music news. The hostess's voice rang out. With 30 seconds left, our national style beautiful boy is about to pre-sell his first album. This album, featuring Chilling, New Drunken Princess, and Su Muchi, 20 songs in all gold. The singer, who has been on the scene for less than a month, has surprised us time and time again. I hope that this time, the album will live up to the expectations and achieve a perfect result. Let's count down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the pre-sale has begun. Chapter 89. Electronic album sales break 100 million. Sales reached 1 billion. Tian Haoyu, also a fan of Qin Fei. Last time, he was very chagrined that he didn't snag tickets to the concert. This time, there's no way he can't snatch up a $5 million pre-sale album when he can't. Dude broke his fast today just to try his hand at grabbing tickets. Tian Haoyu hemmed and hawed. Staring at the computer screen, his hand rested on the mouse. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. Tian Haoyu's eyes lit up. Here it comes. Big baby. The old man's album has arrived. Page jump. The corners of Tian Haoyu's mouth raised in a smile. This wave played well, and his hand speed was absolutely fine. However, next, his smile then froze. I'm sorry, but the pre-sale album is already taken. Rob done. Tian Haoyu was dumbfounded. ABA, how is this possible? I can't believe I've never grabbed one with my godlike hand speed. Stunned. Shock. Anger. Play Nima. Tian Haoyu was irritated. A smash of the mouse, simply to be exasperated. That's when the group message came. Damn, are you guys human beings? Usually you're all family, but when it comes down to it, are you not human beings? I'm really impressed. I'm staring at the big screen with dead eyes and red blood coming out, and it's turning out to be slow. It can't be. How many people are robbing again? Seeing these messages, Tian Haoyu's heart was comforted. Thankfully, I'm not the only one who didn't grab it. He messaged. Did everyone not grab it? Tian didn't grab it either? Deduct 1 for not grabbing it. 1. A large group of 1,000 people, almost all of whom didn't grab it, and some of whom weren't online. How is this possible? It must be a system error. Yeah, I think so. It's hunger marketing. Everyone go to Twitter. So many people have grabbed it. A message came through and the group went silent. Nima, someone really grabbed it? Tian, how you immediately opened Weibo. Qin Fei's microblog has exploded, and the comments underneath are so many that it's scary. Wow! Goddess, I love you. I grabbed it. Thief happy. Already started to listen? Resignation 9-door memories? Or lossless quality? And concert listening? Completely different. Awa, why? I didn't grab it again, you're all dogs. Pissed off. Wait a minute. How many people are robbing us? 1 second. 5 million sold out? That's outrageous. Tian, how you watched as someone took a picture. This was successfully snagged. Tears are coming out of my eyes. Damn. Too envious. Qin Fei and his lapdogs. Chun He, for crying out loud, did you guys grab it? Guru Nazar. Shooting a movie, what about you guys? Li Fowl. Yay! Grab it. It's so nice to listen to and energizes the day. Diligent. Sage, what's the big deal? It's just a pre-sale. The real sale is at 8. That said, she's already envious by first, enjoy first, why is her hand so slow, why? The internet is full of curses. NetEun has been called out on the hot seat. Fans were furious. Why are you giving 5 million albums for pre-sales? Who are you looking down on? Hashtag 1 second. 5 million electronic albums sold out. Hashtag. Hashtag breaking the record for the highest pre-sale in years. Hashtag. Hashtag national style beautiful boy. Well deserved. Hashtag. The hot search blew up. The last time an album was sold, it was still broken by Lu Tianwang. 3 seconds, 3 million electronic albums sold out. It's okay now. Qin Fei, 1 second, 5 million. After today, he has another nickname, Fast Man. In the midst of the wailing, fans finally waited until 8 p.m. Charge. What are you waiting for? Sisters. Bye bye bye. Can't wait. Gotta get a 100 to support the goddess. Give it to me. Fans came from all directions. Can't wait. As if locusts headlong into the net also Ru platform. Only to see that the original figure of 5 million had skyrocketed like a rocket in just a few seconds. 8 million, 15 million, 30 million, 50 million. It was so scary. This group of fans fought and watched the other singer's jaws drop. A third-tier singer. My mama. Crazy, right? Qin Fei has 50 million fans on his microblog. Now that's a handful? Is there not a single dead person? This is the age of traffic. Everyone values traffic, so there will be people faking data. However, every single one of Qin Fei's followers is a natural growth. They are all alive and not faked at all. Holy, 60 million now. 10 minutes. Another singer wails. Then it was seen on the popularity wind list. 1. Chilling Qin Fei. 2. Words of the Nine Gates Memories Qin Fei. 3. Su Muji Qin Fei. 4. Big Fish Qin Fei. 5. The Lanting Preface Qin Fei. 6. Love Gothic Qin Fei. 7. Love in the Mountains Qin Fei. On the charts, 20 songs were airborne, all of which were Qin Fei. Bullying. One of the most amazing domination lists in history. An album that's all over the place. The moment. Net Iru Company, the lights are on. Holy. 30 minutes and $90 million. A man with glasses gaped. That's just crazy. Isn't it? An album, priced at $15 with 90 million sales, totals 1.35 billion. Follow the platform's 280 split. In other words, Qin Fei took 30 minutes and raked in $1.08 billion. It's still going up. It's killing me. How can it be so crazy? Another boy exclaimed. That's when he realized that the girl next to him had silently bought 3 albums. What's going on? Can't you just buy the album? Why did you buy 3? I'd love to. I just want to buy 3 albums for my goddess. You got a problem with that? Hearing this, the crowd was dumbfounded. Well, they had really underestimated Qin Fei. It's been an hour. It's broken $1 billion. Geez, $1 billion in e-sales in 1 hour. The editor-in-chief was also shocked. What a concept. Divas can't compare. Chapter 90, 150 million? 1.9 billion in sales? How is this possible? Hashtag album breaking records. Hashtag. Hashtag the first national style album in history. Hashtag. The hot search blew up. The major media, various journalists, self-published media, and marketing numbers are all scrambling to cover this story as well. They also froze the moment they saw the data, an unprecedented achievement. Even if 10 traffic stars were added together, they wouldn't be able to beat one Qin Fei. What a horrible call this is. A reporter reporting and marveling at the same time. Just as he was writing his manuscript. Sales are up another 5 million. Hiss goddess bull beep national wind bull beep. Day 2. 8 in the morning, right in the middle of the morning rush hour. Kyoto inner ring. It has long been blocked by cars, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. It's jammed up like this. When is it going to end? One man couldn't help but complain. At that moment, only a voice came over the radio. Welcome to FM 101.7. I'm here for you in this congested morning rush hour. Next, Kobayashi is going to order a song that's been very hot lately, sung by Qin Fei Qiling. Then, a piece of kunku came, a soft voice that made the man's goosebumps explode when he heard it. Holy, what is this song? The man froze, stopped smoking his cigarette, and continued to listen. Play one fold, water sleeves rise and fall. Singing of sorrow and joy, singing of separation, has nothing to do with me. The man was listening with immense attention. What kind of song is this? Never heard of it before. However, the next second, High Dynasty is coming. People walk by off stage, not seeing the old colors. The people on the stage sang heartbreaking parting songs. I had thought kunku was the pinnacle. I didn't realize that the next theater accent, which was the main course, was like a thunderbolt. The man was jolted out of his sleep. Wide-eyed. What's this song? Akira? That's too good to be true, isn't it? The man pulled over and Googled it, and found that it was sung by a singer named Qin Fei. The single is going for $2? A bite. Bought. What's $2? Buy it and play it straight away. A familiar melody was heard. A comfortable. The same scene played out in a different place. As of 3 p.m., the album sold 150 million copies. The further back you go, the slower the rate of increase, but even so, it has already broken the all-time national record. And then there's the guy who bought 5 million albums straight out of the gate. This person is Dinsyu. Bend. Golden Melody Awards Conference Room. A few top brass, meeting here. Regarding the Golden Melody Awards in October, the higher-ups want us to put together the shortlist faster. A bald man said, there are a lot of singers releasing albums this year. It can be said that it's a fight of the gods. Kai Yilin, Chan Yi-sun, Deng Ziki and others. All of them have released albums. By the way, last night, there was a singer named Qin Fei over on the mainland, who released an electronic album, and in less than a day, sales were at more than $130 million. A woman finished. Immediately a hawk-nosed man laughed. $130 million in sales? Not bad. Which traffic star again? At that, the woman immediately corrected herself. No, it's 130 million albums with sales at 1.95 billion. This statement was made. The whole room froze. Everyone looked at the woman, eyes wide as if they had seen a ghost. 130 million copies? A singer from the mainland? Qin Fei? Which heavenly king is this Qin Fei again? How come they've never heard of him? Qin Fei. The bald man froze. Who was this man? No impression at all. It was no wonder that Qin Fei was on fire in the mainland, but it hadn't yet affected Ben's side. The woman explained, it's a new singer who's been out for less than 30 days. At that, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It was the same hawk-nosed man who laughed disdainfully. I guess it's the new favorite of some company again? Just swipe it like that and you're not afraid of losing money. Don't say you've been out for 30 days. Even if you've been out for 3 years, 30 years, it's hard to achieve this kind of horror. Isn't King Lao hot enough for you? A day's worth of sales wouldn't accomplish that. Boss, this Qin Fei. Let's wait and see and watch his physical album sales. The bald man said in a cold voice. You can fake the numbers on an electronic album, but you can't fake a physical album, so you can just look at the numbers when the time comes. Brother, you broke the record. That's awesome. Tanjing was thrilled, feeling happier than if she had broken the record herself. So, I'm a billionaire now too. Qin Fei was dumbfounded. From yesterday until now, he was sleeping, and when he woke up, his album exploded and several groups were $9.99 plus. Yeah, that's awesome. Worthy of being my brother. Tanjing was very proud. This achievement was so proud that all the singers in the singing world were now all discussing Qin Fei. National style. It is going to set a new trend. Hehe. Qin Fei scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed that he had accidentally stood on the shoulders of a giant. Jinxiu Datong over there, because of your endorsement, sales have tripled in the past few days. Ancient clothes, costumes were bought the most. Tan Jing said, DD, I can feel it. Guofeng is on the rise, thanks to you. Not a dare, not a dare. Qin Fei hurriedly waved his hand. This was too much to say. They're going to sign you to a deal for next season. So if you're up for it, I'll respond to them for you with a 20% price increase. 20% is already a lot. Okay, no problem. Qin Fei hung up the phone, and shortly after, the phone rang again. Sis, what else? There was a slight silence on the other end, and a clear voice rang out. Mr. Qin Fei, I can't afford it if you call me sister. Mr. Dong Qing? LOL. Dong Qing let out a silver bell laughter. First of all, congratulations the album broke the national record. The singers around me are talking about you. This is amazing. Thank you, thank you. By the way, Mr. Qin Fei, I've been waiting for you the last said poetry conference. I'm available anytime. Just waiting for your words. So let's set it for 5 days from now. Is that okay with you? Yes. Okay. I'll send you the address in a minute, thank you. Hang up. Qin Fei was still in a bit of a trance. Dong Qing called himself teacher and was so polite. This feeling, it's so unreal. But the nearly $2 billion in his bank card is a constant reminder that this is not a dream. This is real. Congratulations to the host, who has been rewarded with 40 million popularity values. Congratulations to the host, who has been rewarded with 80 million popularity values. Chapter 91. National Art. Overwatch. Selling albums for 10,000 people. 40 million popularity reward. Master national art technique. Qin Fei was stunned. National art? And then, a flood of unfamiliar memories came flooding back. Wing Chun, Bajiquan, Taijiquan, and more. All types of punches are memorized. Open your eyes again. Qin Fei's aura was completely different. It felt like a different person. A punch was thrown, the wind whistled, and remnants of shadows flashed by. Whoosh, 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 hiss. Qin Fei sucked in cool air. That's too strong. The art of statecraft can even change one's physical qualities? Qin Fei could feel the hot blood rushing through his body, as if he had inexhaustible power. The punches were all thrown several times faster than normal. And learn it yourself, not just boxing. Knives, guns, sticks, rods, axes, battle axes, hooks, and forks. As long as they are dipped, they can immediately be juggled. Is this the national art? Qin Fei took a long spear and played it casually on the stage of the Pear Garden. This is the Yang family gun technique from the opera. 10 minutes later, his body was dripping with sweat, but he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, he was getting more and more energized. It was amazing. Qin Fei was shocked. According to his own physical quality, not to mention 1 on 3, to fight 10 is not a problem. 80 million popularity reward. Quick thinking. Before he could react, just felt a clearing of the brain. The logic, the thinking is also faster and more thoughtful than before. Some of the problems that I couldn't figure out before can be solved quickly at this moment, and I can also learn by example. Not only that, he felt like his memory had increased several times. Qin Fei brought a book. Tang Dynasty Poetry. It was like flipping through a book, a glance, a clatter, a random flip through the pages. Then closed the books. When will the bright moon come? Asked the sky with a glass of wine. I don't know the palace in the sky. Xuanyang River head knights and guests. Maple leaves and oji flowers in the fall. The master dismounted from his horse and the guest was in the boat, and raised his wine to drink without pipes and strings. Born with beauty is hard to give up. Once chosen on the side of the king. Looking back a smile 100 winks. 6 palaces have no color. You only need to read it once to memorize it completely. Truly unforgettable. The rewards this time are a bit scary. Even Qin Fei was shocked. 40 million, 80 million is like this. Isn't the next one more exaggerated? He was beginning to look forward to it. 2 days later, in a cab. Master, would you please hurry up? We're in a hurry. Lin Yu looked at her watch and urged. Sister Yaya, do you think we can catch up? It's only 8 o'clock. It should be early. The doors aren't even open yet. Listening to the conversation between the two women. The driver's big brother turned around and smiled. Are you two fans of Chin Fei? Huh? How did the driver's brother know? Haha. This morning, I also received a few fans of Chin Fei's, all going over to Huainan Road. Supposedly, it looks like some kind of album release, right? At this statement, the girl next to him was anxious. Sister Yaya, tell you it's a little earlier. Look, it's all been taken first. Lin Yu pursed her lips. Don't worry, it's fine. They're always faster than us, but we're already fast. The physical album goes on sale at 9. It's only 8. There's still an hour to go. Anymore. Catch up. However, when they arrived at Huainan Road, Lin Yu was dumbfounded. It's 8 in the morning. 8 o'clock. Huainan Road. Crowded with thousands of people. My goodness. How can there be so many people? Lin Yu was all confused. Huainan Road is over 1,000 meters long in total, from west to east, and the fans have formed a long line. It's. The girl next to me was also confused. Wow, did you guys have to do that? Hello? Are you a fan of the goddess too? Yeah. Lin Yu found a girl and asked, so, how long have you been in line? Me? I was here last night. Yesterday. Lin Yu once again collapsed. Too hard. Right, last night? Nope. You came last night and are already in the middle of the line, so those in front of you. Haha, see, that first big brother who came to the line was here on the day the E-albums first went on sale. He brought a sleeping bag. The girl just finished. Lin Yu was already messed up. Look at the line that you can't see the end of at a glance. She hates it. This is too much. You guys have an electronic album. What do you need a physical album for? The same scene in a different location. The fanbase long ago blew up. Holy, I thought I was early. I didn't realize I was so late. For crying out loud, can I still buy the physical album? This side of Jiahe Road has been lined up to traffic congestion, and now people are hired to specifically clear it. Crazy. I say, are you guys as far as it goes? All the major media outlets, journalists, and some of the morning newspapers also covered the spectacle. It's crazy. Even in order to attract crowds, some shopping malls, which originally opened at 10 o'clock, have exceptionally opened earlier. After all, these fans in line who have been in line for so long always need to eat, right? If you buy the album, happy. Spend it by the way. 9 o'clock in the morning. All major albums are sold and open for business. Fans are like wolves and tigers, swarming in and buying like crazy. Boss? Get me 2 physical albums and 1 platinum album. Boss? 3 for platinum and 10 for regular. Big brother. Don't buy so much. Save some for us too. Yeah. It's almost enough for one person to buy one. 9:30 in the morning. All major album marketing outlets. All sold out. This has left fans who didn't get in line and didn't buy the album grieving. The website staff who had been working on the statistics also froze. The physical album, Chin Fei prepared not much. The national outlets only distributed 10 million copies only. I was expecting no one to buy the physical album, so I was less prepared. However, half an hour, all the physical albums, and they're all sold out? At this point, Chin Fei, who was still filming on the set of The Legend of the Demon Cat, got a call out of the blue. What? Sold out again? What? Fans still want to yell at me? Chapter 92 underestimated the purchasing power of fans. Another mad rush. Hearing Chin Fei's voice. Zhang Yuqi, Chin Hao are also happy. This guy caused public anger. What's happening these days? They all know. Nearly $200 million in electronic album sales is outrageous. From this matter, they can also see that the national style is recovering. Okay. I'll have someone add some albums right away. Chin Fei hung up helplessly. The next second, Twitter was opened. Fruity. Got myself scolded. I say, goddess, can you be a little confident in your charms? $10 million for an album. How is that enough? Who are you looking down on? Hurry up and give us gaga. 50 million. 500 million is enough. Well, I was underestimating the fanbase's fight. 10 minutes later. Once again, Chin Fei let the curtain go up, this time adding 30 million copies to the regular album. Platinum physical albums added 5 million copies. Well, that should be enough for now. Mr. Chin Fei. Chun Kaiga laughed. Congratulations. The album is a hit. Better than the King of Heaven. No, it's all just the fans. Qin Fei said humbly. Well, Chun Kaiga smiled and nodded his head, without arrogance or impatience. This young man is very good. By the way, about the next act of the play. This time it's you acting alone, a one-woman show, that is, standing on a swing with an expression as innocent as possible, rosy a bit, but beauty is still beauty. I want to show the audience a different Yang Guifei. In the movie, this is also the famous scene. Yang Guifei stood on a swing, swinging, and the people underneath were all mesmerized. That majestic, dignified, noble consort, surprisingly, would also reveal a childlike scene. Understood. Qin Fei nodded. Chun Kaiga returned to his seat and laughed. Come on. Get ready in all departments. 3, 2, 1, action. The moment. Qin Fei was wearing a fan-glazed dress, graceful and elegant, standing on the swing, her dress swinging with the wind. It looks very aesthetically pleasing. It's actually a very difficult scene to play. You tend to have a hard time making expressions as you're swinging because of the external forces. Takes a lot of expression control. However, that was well acted. Chun Kaiga was surprised to find that Qin Fei's mouth was hooked up at the corners and his eyes were bright, completely like a youthful, noble princess. This is so surprising. He had thought that Qin Fei was used to playing that kind of majestic, dignified, noble consort and couldn't play this kind of youthful look well. But it's just the opposite. This scene was exactly what he had in mind. Beautiful. Zhang Yuqi was lamenting that even if she had acted herself, it would have been impossible for her to do so. Qin Hao, Lu Haoran all looked dumbfounded. Only in the peace and prosperity of the great Tang dynasty you can see such a beautiful smile. The moment, the whole room was silent. Everyone was immersed in Qin Fei's acting skills. Ka! As one of the director's voices rang out. Wow! The room erupted in applause. Wow! Mr. Qin Fei, you acted so well. This is the Yang Yuhuan of my heart. Mr. Qin Fei, you're thirsty, aren't you? Here, have some water. Director, how's it going? Qin Fei was the first to ask the director. He was afraid that he would not act well. Mr. Qin Fei, impeccable. Don't believe me? See for yourself. Director Chen smiled and stepped aside. Qin Fei reviewed the situation and it was indeed not bad. So he nodded his head in relaxation. I say, Qin Fei, how did you manage to seamlessly connect the two demeanors? Qin Hao asked. Green and demure. Two personalities that are inherently contradictory. It's like being used to playing a killer and going to play an honest man. There's inevitably going to be a watering hole. But on Qin Fei, and yet it didn't feel like it at all. Stupid. Qin Fei is a genius. Can you compare to him? Zhang Yuqi mercilessly made up for it and then said, Qin Fei, which brand of skincare products do you usually use? Can you recommend them? Qin Fei was helpless. I'm a big man and you're asking me about skincare products? Time flies. The time on the set flew by. It was 3 days later. During these 3 days, Qin Fei's album, once again, was resold. Noteworthy. When the album came out this time, it didn't go as crazy as the electronic album. After all, there were still fewer people buying physical copies. However, it was still sold out for 3 days. As of today, Qin Fei's physical album sales, which reached 45 million copies, can also be ranked in the top 10 in China. Unbelievable. This is surprisingly a singer who has just been on the scene for 30 days. Over at the Golden Melody Awards, they were stunned as well. After inquiring about authenticity, one by one they were dumbfounded. Where is this brush data? This is a big brother. They reported it overnight. Qin Fei's album was taken directly to the auditing team for review. If shortlisted, it will be on August 15th, when the final list will be given. Hangzhou Province, West Lake. The flabby son-in-law players. This crew, which had a launch party the day before yesterday, and a kick-off ceremony yesterday, officially started filming today. Starring Song Yi Guidalin. The moment, outside the cast, a man wearing a mask and sunglasses had just walked up to the door when he was stopped. Hello. There's a movie being filmed here. No tourists allowed. I'm Qin Fei. Qin Fei took off his sunglasses and mask, revealing a face that was bursting at the seams. The staff was dumbfounded on the spot. The current Qin Fei, who could be described as the middle of the day, was really too hot. It's been 2 days, and his album is on fire everywhere, comparable to a heavenly king. One man, driving the national style economy and leading the way. It is regarded as a young singer's bearer. Mr. Qin Fei? What brings you here? I've come to visit. Is Oyashiro in there? Guadalin. The staff nodded. Yes, yes, I'll take you in. The heart, on the other hand, was thrilled. Holy, Mr. Qin Fei is actually here. Chapter 93. Women are horrible. Gu Guanyu just got into the crew. The two new couples are worshipping each other as husband and wife. This part of the play. It's one of the more classic scenes in Flabby Son-in-Law. Only, tisk. The director frowned and seemed to be thinking about something. It always felt like something was missing, but I couldn't tell. It's missing the fan, isn't it? Qin Fei's voice startled the director. What kind of a rash young man dares to speak up while filming? Don't you want to live? Turn your head and look. He saw Qin Fei staring at him with interest. The director froze. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Rubbing my eyes. No way. Am I reading this right? Female goddess? There was a scream that startled all the staff. As it turns out, director Deng Ku is also a fan of Qin Fei, and his cell phone screensaver is all Qin Fei. Right now, seeing his idol standing in front of him, Deng Ku was directly confused. I'll be damned, Mr. Qin Fei? He actually came to the theater? It's to visit Guadalin, right? I envy the friendship between the two. Whoa. Mr. Qin Fei is too handsome when he's in men's clothing. Isn't he? Chattering around, a few sisters were sizing up Qin Fei. Brother? What are you doing here? Guadalin ran over smiling in his wedding clothes. I heard from my teacher that you were filming here, and I just happened to have an announcement here, so I came by to see you. Qin Fei laughed. How's that not bad? Hey, hey, hey. Guadalin spread his hands and turned around, and the first scene was the marriage, still with Mr. Song. Delighted. Deja vu. Ahem. Song Yi came over with a smile. Her phoenix cape was beautiful. It's just a play, oh, it's not real. No, no. Guadalin hemmed and hawed. Then, Song Yi looked towards Qin Fei. She knew about all the rumors these days. It was hard to imagine that the most outstanding ceiling of inner entertainment was standing right in front of her, heartbeats getting a little faster. Hello, goddess. Her pretty face was red. Not sure if it was the red makeup or just from being so nervous. Hello. Qin Fei had just finished speaking when Deng Ku hurried over. Mr. Qin Fei, what did you mean by fan just now? That's right. Qin Fei answered with a smile. I see this drama of yours, it's called Flabby Son-in-Law, and only in the Song dynasty was Flabby Son-in-Law prevalent. And the women of the Song dynasty, when they got married, they had to cover their faces with fans, similar to the red head we have today, to play the role of praying for blessings and covering their shame. There was silence around the room at this statement. Rumor has it that this Qin Fei, who is well versed in the 4 books and 5 classics and understands the ancient winds and rhythms, is really living up to his name when he sees it today. Props team a fan. Deng Ku shouted, then hurriedly said to Guadalin, Song Yi, 2 teachers. Let's do it again. All departments stand by. Action. 5 minutes later, this marriage scene, the effect of the whole changed, Song Yi shy expression more natural. It's too rare. Deng Ku was very excited. This is the effect he wanted. Well played. This one came straight to life. The photographer was also in awe. Just adding a fan does that? Ka! Deng Ku was very happy. Qin Fei's one sentence had solved one of his big worries. Mr. Qin Fei, thank you, you're really too good. Where? Qin Fei waved his hand. Dalin is my younger brother, and I, as an older brother, have to take care of him. Then you guys talk. Danko was a fanboy, but still had his measure. Who? Song Yi took a long breath, tired nah. By the way, goddess, what announcement are you going to attend later? Poetry conference. Song Yi was shocked. The CCTV one? Right. Gosh, Song Yi's small face was shocked. He was still struggling to shoot a movie, and people were already on CCTV programs. Although the show is not very hot, but the gold content is extremely high, she would like to be on it, but others cannot see it. Here, big man, have some tea. Miss Song Yi attentively handed over a cup of tea. You're too kind. Qin Fei cried and laughed. Mr. Song, where's mine? Guadalin's mouth went dry for a moment. There's one over at the field house, pour your own. What's going on? Guadalin felt deep malice. Is this a woman? You guys are too double standard. Mr. Qin Fei, can we take a picture? Qin Fei looked at Song Yi. Her coquettish smile and expectant look was very heartwarming. In particular, she was now wearing a cape. Song Yi herself carried a hint of classical temperament. and wearing this outfit made her even more attractive. Okay. Qin Fei nodded. You have long hands, you hold the phone. Good. Geez. Why are you so far away from me? Come over here. It's not very nice, man and woman. TCH, I don't even mind, what do you mind? And besides, you're the one overthinking it when I think of you as a female. Then, well, click, click, 2 shots in a row, one normal. The other one showed Qin Fei straddling her small waist. Yeah, she started it. Song Yi was satisfied now, her beautiful eyes flushed with joy. Thank you, Mr. Qin Fei. I like it a lot. It's fine, it's fine. Guidalin, who witnessed everything, had small, ghostly eyes. You 2 adulterers, just about to open my mouth. His phone vibrated and he opened the group chat to find that Song Yi had uploaded the photo to the group. Of course, the one with the arm around the waist didn't make the cut. For a while, the group was in a frenzy. Yang Mi. At Song Yi, young people don't talk about martial arts. Diligent. At Song Yi, sneak attack. How could you? We haven't even shot it yet. You have 3 seconds to retract it, and I'll pretend you didn't post it. Li Fowl. At Qin Fei. I want it too, I want it too. Goranaza. Wow. I haven't had my picture taken with a goddess yet. Guidalin deeply felt that the terror of women. Oya Shiroko. At that moment, Qin Fei laughed. How many more plays do you have left? Today's shot is done. Guidalin said honestly. Okay. Then come with me to the poetry convention and open your eyes. Okay. Chapter 94 Fairview article. CCTV debut. 3 p.m. Second floor of the CCTV hall. The staff of Poetry Conference led Qin Fei in the direction of the studio. Sidewalk. Mr. Qin Fei, the program starts in half an hour, and your task today is to sing a song and then say an opening phrase, said the staff member, handing him a piece of paper. It's densely packed. It's all about the opening words, which are relatively simple. Qin Fei slightly scanned the lines, this line, rather general na. It's not the tinsel article you thought it would be. Mr. Dong Qing informed you to sing before? Are you ready? Aha. Okay, you can take a moment here, on the television set directly in front of you. You can see the progress of the program, and when Mr. Dong Qing calls out to you, you can go out. The staff member finished and left straight away. The pace of the CCTV is so fast and furious, without a single delay, that it takes your breath away. Who? Guidalin took a deep breath, making him nervous. Time flies. Half an hour later, only Dong Qing's voice rang out. For today's poetry conference, we've invited an uncomplicated singer whose beautiful lyrics have been on the hot search several times. And he is, Dong Qing duly took the microphone and handed it down. Qin Fei. The audience below yelled in a very cooperative manner. Many of the 1,000 people who came today were Qin Fei's fans, and they had gotten the news in advance and rushed over specially just to see Qin Fei. Dong Qing said, "Applause, please." The words just fell. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The applause was thunderous and some fans clapped their hands red with excitement. Wait until Qin Fei is on stage. Wow, so handsome. Goddess. We love you. Finally met the goddess, although the album was not grabbed. But I can see the goddess. There is comfort in my heart. Several fans yelled in excitement. The moment, both Dong Qing, who was on stage, and the 4 major judges all brightened up. I'm sure it's a sight to behold. It is said that Qin Fei's lyrics, which have been studied by experts in ancient literature, are of a very high literary quality. They also wanted to see with their own eyes if this young man was as rumored or not. Hello, audience. Hello, Mr. Dong Qing. Hello, judges and teachers. I'm Qin Fei. Qin Fei stood in front of the stage and bowed slightly. Humility, confidence, sprinkles. That was everyone's first impression of him. The average person standing on the stage of the CCTV was more or less nervous. But in Qin Fei's case, he didn't notice it at all. It's rare. However, what comes next is the key. Will he be able to deliver an opening statement with confidence and calm? The moment. Guidalin, backstage, is also getting nervous. This is a CCTV debut. Don't mess it up. However, an unintended glance. He found the paper sitting on the chair. Opener. Crap. My brother didn't bring the script up. Guidalin rubbed, a moment to stand up. How can we do? Cannot let himself descend the manuscript, right? Just as he was getting nervous. On the TV, came Qin Fei's voice. 5,000 years of culture. 3,000 years of poetry. Words. Dong Qing's expression changed. This doesn't seem to be the opening line he wrote for Qin Fei, does it? Under the golden light. Qin Fei wore a smile on his face and was confidently sanguine. Life, such as a practice, when pleased. One day to see all the flowers of Chang'an. When it's tough, scribble new stop turbid wine cup. But the trek of life can't turn back. At this very moment, Dong Qing could be sure that this was definitely not his own opening statement. He's actually improvising. The backstage staff was stunned. Their teleprompter, completely unable to match what Qin Fei said. What the hell is going on here? Did you guys notice? The teleprompter is malfunctioning. Is it possible that originally the show gave the goddess an introductory paragraph, but the goddess thought it was so poorly written that she improvised it herself? Whoa. Really? The goddess is too strong, isn't she? This is a CCTV stage. If you don't speak well, it's the same as asking for death. Qin Fei's voice sounded again. Even if the wind and the rock are unclimbable, we will reach the top. Even if the rock is too high to climb, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, the fierce will is always there. His voice gradually grew louder. From the classics, draw the strength of 90,000 miles of wind and rock are lifting up, and experience the openness of there is no wind and rain and no sunshine. And when it comes to the day of the rebirth of the sun, we will still come to chrysanthemums. This is CCTV Comprehensive Channel, presenting a large-scale cultural and musical program, Poetry Conference. A chime ended and Qin Fei bowed again. The moment, there was a deafening silence in the room. The four judges stared in disbelief. Is that the opening line? They had never heard such a poetic opening. Even the talented girl, Dong Qing, was frozen in place at the moment, her mind blank. Jesus. In one sentence, there are 10 poems and the poems complement each other in meaning. How did this happen? What shook her up the most was, it's a CCTV stage. You're improvising for me? The key is a 40-second intro that froze without a single mistake. Dong Qing, what's going on? Hurry up to the stage. The director's voice came from the headphones, and Dong Qing woke up like a dream and hurried to the stage. However, next, when everyone saw this hostess one, their feet went limp and they almost fell on the ground. It was good that Qin Fei was quick on his feet. A hand held Dong Qing, which did not cause a bigger broadcast accident. Thank you. Thank you, Qin Fei, for the wonderful opening. Honestly, I'm so surprised. It's the first time I've heard such a fun and entertaining opening. Dong Qing was worthy of being a professional, and the topic was brought up at once. Qin Fei, can you tell me if you improvised this intro? Improvise? Both the backstage staff and the audience at the scene also looked at Qin Fei unexpectedly. Sort of. On hearing a confirmed answer, the whole room was in an uproar. Who would have thought that the brilliant opening sequence just now was improvised? Jesus, what a huge accumulation of poems does that require? This young man, so surprising. CCTV's Kangjin couldn't help but marvel. Nowadays, the stars, one by one, are very fickle and have no ink in their stomachs at all. The lyrics that came out of that writing were as if they hadn't been read. And Qin Fei was different. People are full of ink. Qin Fei, I want to ask you a question. At this moment, Kangjin spoke up. Chapter 95. 10,000 music stopped blowing. Supporting the EE to listen to the autumn water and ask for mayflies. You said it, Mr. Kong. Qin Fei put his posture very low. After all, this is a CCTV program. In front of him, in conjunction. That's also a CCTV celebrity, on the same level as Dong Qing, Sai Beining, and Kang Hui. He's not on the establishment and doesn't count as a moderator. You're so talented. Why don't you come to CCTV and forget about it? Don't be a singer. Be a host. Don't bury your talent. Constantine choked out a sigh. This? Qin Fei froze. No, inviting me into CCTV? Ha 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 ha. The audience all roared with laughter. Is the goddess so good that even CCTV is up for recruiting? The threshold of CCTV is very high, and to be in CCTV is not only to get a good job but also a recognition of his ability. Thank you, Mr. Kong Jin. I'll think about it. When Qin Fei finished speaking, Dong Qing revealed a smile. Qin Fei, that's what you said. But she also knows that Qin Fei can't be a host. He is now a good singer. Why come to the hosting world to get a foot in the door? Well, without further ado, let's hand the stage over to Qin Fei and have him sing one of his latest singles for you all. Dong Qing finished. The bottom immediately stirred. Holy, the latest single? Really? The goddess has released another single? That's awesome. How many days has it been since the concert? It's really prolific. Fans are excited. Then, the lights of the stage dimmed violently. Qin Fei stood on the stage, brewing up emotions. All the judges, including Dong Qing, were staring at Qin Fei at the moment with great anticipation. I wonder what this talented man would sing? I hope it's a song like Celadon, Kanchan said. He loved Celadon because of the beautiful lyrics and how well it fit the stage. I would prefer Chiliang, and don't forget that Qin Fei is still a Dan actor, someone said, just as the crowd was arguing. A beautiful melody that came out. Next, a female fan was surprised to find that 5 big hot gold letters appeared on the big screen blowing dreams to the Western continent. What's this song? Not waiting for her to react. When nothing is transformed into something, the senses know spring and fall. Autumn moistening wants to silk, take hold and stay. 2 lines of lyrics came out, and all the judges froze and frowned. It's worthy of Qin Fei. Those 2 lines alone are a beautiful mess of lyrics. Good to hear. Open your mouth and kneel. Leave the bones to save the peaks and the face to reflect the water show. Stay and watch the 4 times you've encountered the beautiful West Island. The rain doesn't fall outside the cloudy leisure party, and the childish sun takes the bull. The downtown is silent, and 100 shades are vividly comparable. Another 4 sentences came. Dong Qing had become infatuated, staring at the teenager in front of the stage, chewing on the lyrics, and couldn't help but let out an inward sigh. What a bountiful accumulation in the end. To be able to write such beautiful lyrics? Lyrics by Qin Fei. It has long since transcended the lyrics. To say it's a verse is an understatement. I have encountered it in 4 different times, and the rain does not fall outside of the cloud. So beautiful. Good word. Poetry into words. Promote the national style. Perhaps this is the real meaning of the poetry conference. The moment, Qin Fei on the stage closed his eyes. First time on the CCTV stage. He wanted to impress the crowd. Just hear him sing. 10,000 stop blowing. The branch E listens to the autumn water and asks for mayflies. Both basilisks cannot measure the Big Dipper. But why believe that acacia is the gentlest? Gu gu hanafa hongmeng. Thumping and dreaming. You look back with all 28. The lyrics came through, rendering a beautiful layer of meaning. The crowd closed their eyes. Immerse yourself in it, you can't get out of it. Kanchan was greatly impressed and thrilled. Instead of listening to him sing, I'd say, I'm listening to a canonical passage. Dong Qing asked, Mr. Kong, what does this mean? The other judges turned back to him. Only Kong Zhen exclaimed, in the lyric sung by Qin Fei Wu He Hua Yu, alluding to Easy Travel, Silk Mu, referring to the Silk Mu bundle of salaries, alluding to the Book of Songs, and Lifelike, referring to the lifelike who butterfly as well, alluding to Zhuangzi the theory of Qi matters. The words fell. Everyone's smiles froze as they looked at Qin Fei, their eyes all changing. Ben thought, it was just a beautiful poem, full of meaning, but they still wanted less. A few lyrics, several classics. How did this happen? So it's not by chance that he burst into flames, but by thick and thin. This young man is terrifying. One of the judges laughed bitterly. Compared to Qin Fei, how could he dare to fiddle with the little ink in his stomach? At his age, I didn't understand the illusions, and yet he was able to use them and put them in the lyrics, and it wasn't jarring at all. Another judge exclaiming, young people nowadays they are too impatient. They would rather watch a variety show and listen to a song than read a canon left by our forefathers. Kanjin sighed, but Qin Fei is different. It's so rare for him to be a star, deep in the dike of showbiz, and yet not be the least bit fickle and to keep building up. That's so rare. Seriously, just now Dong Qing said that his opening was improvised. Kanjin still doesn't believe it. But now, he believed that with Qin Fei's ability, that kind of opening was no pressure for him. Matsuka grounded away, waving emaciated dragons and embroidered tigers out of their sleeves. Rising microstones falling from the sea even fluctuates, tracing a number of Kong-ho thread coaxial. The song ends with a curtain call. Qin Fei stood in front of the stage and bowed deeply. The whole room was silent. Everyone's eyes were vacant and they were mesmerized by the aesthetic mood. That in a nutshell, is the beauty of poetry. Thanks. As his voice fell, a girl in the front row, wearing glasses, exclaimed in excitement, "Wow! Goddess, I love you, oi." Like dominoes, one by one, fans woke up like a dream, screaming with excitement. "Goddess, I love you. This song is so beautiful. It's great. Am I listening to a song? I'm listening to poetry, right?" Suddenly I realize what the point of learning poetry is. Nowadays, if you ask a star to write a line of poetry, I'm afraid it's still the same as junior high school students, unlike Qin Fei, who opens his mouth and writes a line from 1,000 years ago. That's the kind of idol I like. Chapter 96, Breaking the Ratings Record. Old Gua is seriously ill. This is too strong. Guodalin was shocked. I knew that Qin Fei was powerful, but I didn't know it was this powerful. Such complicated lyrics, chapter and verse?
Donking, donking.
Hurry up and get on stage. What are you doing? The director's voice came over the headset again. The director is also helpless. Dong Qing's professionalism was well known, but he didn't expect this goddess who had saved countless scenes to be out of her mind twice today. Coming. Dong Qing woke up as if from a dream and rushed to the stage. Thank you. Thank you, Qin Fei, for your wonderful performance. The lyrics of this song are so beautifully written. Don't you think so? Oh, geez. I'm an idiot compared to a goddess. Qin Fei. Conjure was thrilled and couldn't hold back any longer. You're the best young man I've ever seen, bar none. Are you really not going to come to CCTV? Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed again, and that's 2 invitations. Look out. Kongjin really likes Qin Fei. Mr. Kong. I'll think about it. When Qin Fei finished speaking, Kongjin smiled and nodded his head. Dong Qing asked, "Qin Fei, what kind of an opportunity was it that made you read this kind of poetry?" Actually, whether it's poetry, I will study anything about the national style, such as opera, national music, calligraphy, etc. Qin Fei had just finished speaking. There was another round of applause at the bottom. Goddess is awesome. Dong Qing laughed. Not to mention them. Even I've become your fan after hearing this song. As a benchmark for young people, you're really great. Thank you, Mr. Dong Qing. Oh yeah, Qin Fei, you know? Dong Qing laughed again. The national style doesn't just have that. It also has embroidery, won't you consider it? Mr. Dong Qing, you're skinny again. Ha 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 ha. The stage roared with laughter, and only then did Dong Qing pick up. Okay. Once again, give a round of applause to Qin Fei. Wow. Applause. Back to the lounge. Qin Fei took a deep breath. CCTV deserves to be CCTV. The tension is really not blown. Bull, my brother. Guodalin thumbs up. This is CCTV. My brother is too much face. How did I just play? Guodalin said. One word, absolute. That's good. Inside the fan base. Zhang Lingling. Sisters, the goddess is here for the CCTV program. It's so good. Even Mr. Dong Qing is full of praise. The group exploded at this statement. Holy, really? The goddess is too low-key. We don't even know about it. Ling Ling, is there a picture? Zhang Lingling immediately uploaded a few pictures. Wow! Going to a CCTV program and still so low-key. The lyrics to this song are amazing. When does the show start? I'm so excited to see it. The poetry conference, it seems to be in 6 days. Come soon? I can't wait. Time flew by and 6 days passed. Poetry Conference V. Today's program features your favorite goddess Qin Fei. Please stay in front of the TV and don't miss it. Countless people commented at the bottom. Hurry up and get started. Can't wait. In the scene, the goddess played so perfectly that even Sister Dong Qing was dumbfounded. The clown is actually myself? I can't believe I'm the last to know. 8 o'clock in the evening. Countless fans, standing guard in front of their TV sets. The same is true for Siki Su. In her room, wallpaper of Qin Fei was plastered all over. It's on. Hey, hey, hey. Poetry slam. Su Siki crossed her fingers. Where's the goddess? Why hasn't the goddess shown up yet? At that moment, Mother Su's voice came. Siki, you're a sophomore in high school, and there's pressure to get promoted soon. Why are you still watching TV? Mom, I'll just watch for a minute right now. No, turn it off. Can chasing stars every day be a meal? Can it make your grades better? Su Siqi was on the verge of tears. Mom, goddess, he's different, please. Mother Su frowned and walked over, picking up the remote control, about to turn off the TV. Just then, only a voice came from the TV. Next please, Qin Fei. Dong Qing's voice rang out. A suave teenager walked in, imperious. Mother Su froze. He's Qin Fei. Yeah. Handsome. Huh. It's true that it's different from the usual fresh meat. But what's the point of being handsome? Those literary greats are the stars you need to chase. Not. Before Mother Su's words fell, Qin Fei's confident voice came. Even if the wind and the rock are unclimbable, we will reach the top. Even if the rock is too high to climb, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, even if no one is there to climb it, the fierce will is always there. Mother Su froze. This doesn't seem to be the same as the star you thought it would be. Does it? Male stars nowadays. All of them sing and dance with makeup. What do they know about poetry? Wow. Susiki excitedly jumped up. The goddess is also too powerful. What is this embroidery brocade article? I'm going. Did you guys hear that? Here. The goddess is amazing. Mr. Dong Qing was dumbfounded that it was improvised. This is a CCTV stage. The group exploded. Mother Su said, "This Qin Fei, what does he do?" Susiki froze and looked back. Her mom actually sat down and watched with herself. You don't think so? She knows her mom's temperament best. Don't love chasing stars. Hate myself even more for chasing stars. Now actually patiently looking down. Mom. The goddess knows a lot. Opera. Chinese music, calligraphy and poetry. How old is he? 20. Only 20? Mother Su marveled even more. Such a young man could be extraordinary. Then, a song, Blowing Dreams to the Western Continent, with comments from the judges, elevated the whole show. Well, that's great. The lyrics are so beautifully written. Mother Su said, look at that, people's 20s, and look at you, learn from them. Susiki was dumbfounded. Oh my God, did I hear that right? Mom's telling me to learn? Then, Mom, can I chase Qin Fei? Stargazing is fine, courting is even. Yay? Susiki was happy, and kissed her mom several times on her face. Not ashamed to be a goddess. Even her mom can take it. Noteworthy. The day. Poetry conference broke 3 in the ratings, breaking all records from the previous 3 seasons. At the time of Qin Fei's appearance, the ratings were the highest at 4.1. The staff couldn't help but be impressed. Talented people really do get attention everywhere they go. However, the jubilation didn't last long. At 11 p.m. that night, a hot search made everyone's heart hang in the air. Hashtag the master of the Dewan class, Guo Digang, is seriously ill and hospitalized. Hashtag. Chapter 97 is a good boy. Country faces phone call. No way, what's wrong with Lao Guo? Class master. Don't let anything happen to you. Is there any big brother? Notify what happened? Over the years, the Diwango has exploded in popularity and the audience has grown. As the leader of the class, Guo Digang is getting more and more famous every day and can be said to be highly respected. So when he had an accident, the internet immediately blew up. Just downstairs in my home hospital. Really something happened, Yu Qian? Shall you escort ambulance? Now the media news reporters are in front of the hospital squatting it. A good man lives a safe life. Old Guo has had a rough life and has only just begun to enjoy his blessings. Don't let anything happen to him. Pray. I just want to know how Qin Fei is doing now. The goddess has just found her family. Don't take another layer of blow. Kyoto, Pearland. Qin Fei, who had always gone to bed early, couldn't sleep today. The right eyelid keeps jumping. It's very disturbing and feels like something big is happening. Fruity. A phone call from Wang Hui woke up his entire body from the bed. I'll be right there. Qin Fei couldn't think of anything else. Called a car and rushed to the city hospital at a rapid pace. The moment, in front of the city hospital. What happened to Guo Digang? A reporter asked. I don't know, I just sent it in, so I guess we'll find out in a little while. The other reporter smoked a cigarette. They're squatting here. It's all about getting the first word from Kwok Tak Kong and then placating the fans. After all, Guo Digang was too famous, and the news of his serious illness tugged at many people's heartstrings. I just looked and almost all of the Derwent Pavilion showed up, crowded the entrance, and then they were all blown out. Someone said, Can't be helped, and I don't blame the hospital for being impersonal. Mainly, there are too many people in Derwent Court, and crowding them all into the hospital will put a great burden on the hospital. After all, there are other patients. Wow. At that moment, a cab pulled up at the door. The car door opens. Qin Fei didn't even wear a mask and ran directly toward the gate. I'll go. It's Qin Fei. Qin Fei is here? I remember, Old Gua said in front of more than 3,000 people at first that he was an elder brother. Mr. Qin Fei, you? Seeing Qin Fei, this group of reporters immediately surged up. Right now, Qin Fei's popularity wasn't lower than Lao Gua's. Qin Fei frowned. Normally, it's fine. But who has the time to bother with them at this time of the day? Not even waiting for the reporters to gather around. Qin Fei was quick on his feet and stepped on the stone pier with amazing explosive power. A backflip left the crowd behind. Where are the people? The reporter froze and looked back. Qin Fei had already run inside the hospital. This? Everyone looked at each other, a little dumbfounded. A soft-looking boy who knows kung fu? City Hospital, 11 floors in all. Lao Gua is on the 7th floor. Qin Fei looked at the elevators. One on the 8th floor and one on the 9th floor. Instead of having to wait, take the stairs yourself. Fit as a fiddle. With his current physique, which had been modified by the system, he wouldn't gasp for air even if he went up 7 floors in one breath. Uncle Sherfu is here. A voice startled the crowd. The cloud crane 9 heavens all turned around and realized that Qin Fei had arrived, and hurriedly ran over. Feier, Dame Yu. Seeing Bai Huiming, Qin Fei was finally relieved, but his expression remained tense. How is the teacher now? Where is my teacher's wife? Don't you worry first, your teacher's mother went to pay the bill. Your teacher is not much of a problem, to be frank, it's just drinking hard and spitting out some blood. The good thing is that the bleeding symptoms are relatively light, but the doctor recommended hospitalization for observation these days. Who? Qin Fei's feet went limp and his entire body paralyzed against the wall. Mental overstrain just now. Now it was finally a relief to hear that the teacher was okay. And the scene. Bai Huiming also looked in his eyes. His eyes were all tender. A good child, understanding and filial. Fei, it's fine. Don't worry too much, haha. In a while when Master wakes up, you accompany him to say a few words and then leave. Don't delay tomorrow's shooting. Luan Yunping knew that Qin Fei had been shooting a movie recently. Legend of the Demon Cat. Looking at the youth in front of him, he really loved and hated him. Love. At a young age, he is proficient in opera, Chinese music and calligraphy, and today he is on the stage of CCTV, giving Deng Hak all a face. Hated. He was so good that he looked like a loser in comparison. It's okay. I took a vacation with Director Chen. Bai Huiming said, Silly child, you are busy with your go. Here there is the eldest mother. There is your master guarding on the line. Qin Fei didn't pick up on it, but asked, Where's Delin? And crying. Luan Yunping shook her head and lost her smile, noisily wanting to go home. If it wasn't for the teacher's wife's kind words to let him shoot the movie properly, he would probably be on the road by now. Daylin and I, one of us has to be here. Qin Fei had just finished speaking. The crowd froze, and Bai Huiming knew that he couldn't be persuaded. However, the corners of his mouth were full of smiles. That's nice, this kid. Yunhe Juxiao and the others, the way they looked at Qin Fei was also different. To put it bluntly, their relationship with Qin Fei was just average. After all, they had only met once and exchanged a few pleasantries. How good could their relationship be? But it's different now. Just because of this attitude of Qin Fei towards his master, they also sincerely regarded Qin Fei as their own family at this moment. Xiao Yu laughed cheaply to liven up the atmosphere. Fei, are you hungry? Why don't we go eat something? Brother Yu, there's really no need. Qin Fei shook his head. I'm telling you, we may have to keep watch tonight. If you don't eat now, you won't be able to eat when Master wakes up. Now leave them here. There are so many people, what are you worried about? You finished and glared at Vice President Luan. Yeah, Fei, you eat first, let's keep an eye on this side. Yeah. Qin, go get something to eat. The cloud crane 9 heavens were persuaded. Qin Fei was a bit embarrassed, but he couldn't refuse. Okay. He had just nodded when 2 figures suddenly appeared at the stairway. Wu Jing and Xianan. Wu Jing asked, sister-in-law, how is the situation? Baek Hai Min said, That's it. You're here too, Daizeko? Xianan, on the other hand, spotted Qin Fei and was pleasantly surprised. I heard it's a great honor for your teacher. It's a CCTV stage. It's awesome. Qin Fei said. Thank you, Sister Nan. Wu Jing punched Qin Fei's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry too much. How many times have I thrown up from drinking? Men just get stronger the more they throw up. Hiss, it hurts. Before she could finish, Xianan pinched his waist. Don't teach the children. Wu Jing was deflated and had to change the topic. By the way, sister-in-law, where's Brother Qian? I've got him on his knees. Bai Huiming clutched the fierce, his expression exasperated. For good reason, drinking so much wine. Even if you drink by yourself, you still bring old Gua to drink. Wu Jing shook her head and lost her smile. By the way, I found a few friends to ask about that thing you told me. We'll have to make do for tonight. The hospital can't get the manpower transferred. We'll be given a separate ward tomorrow. Bai Huiming nodded. That's okay. Separate wards, not too many people on watch, 2 at the most. Bai Huiming made arrangements. Tonight it's just me. Xiaoye, why don't you come back tomorrow night, Fei? Qin Fei just wanted to speak. Ding 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 ding. A phone call came in. He frowned and was about to pinch it off. But then he saw the memo and suddenly hesitated. Gramps, it's the old man who loves to brag. Chapter 98. A word. Use all your connections. The phone went through. Qin Fei had not yet spoken. The other party sounded worried. Little one, your senior brother is not seriously hurt, is he? It's okay. Qin Fei nodded his head, thinking that this old man is quite concerned about my teacher. Alas, that's good. I am worried about you, This master has just left, afraid that you... The old man paused and added. You're doing pretty well over there, aren't you? Need any help from the old man? No need, no need. Master, I still have some things on my side, so that's all for now. You brat. The other end was displeased, combined with the fact that it was hard for me to make a phone call to you. How dare you hang up on me? Do you know how many people want to talk to me, but don't get the chance? I hear you sounding like you're in trouble? A little bit. Tell me about it. The moment, the crowd looked at Qin Fei curiously, wondering who he was talking to on the phone. Here's the deal. Qin Fei talked about it roughly, mainly about Lao Gua not having an independent hospital bed. He's on fire now though. But most of the connections are concentrated in the entertainment industry, and there aren't really many doctor friends that I know. That's it. Qin Fei froze. Old man, you sound a bit crazy. Wu Jing couldn't even handle it. You still got it? So what do you say, old man? I do you this favor and you have dinner with me next week? Qin Fei shook his head and lost his smile. This old man was still addicted to blowing. Sure. If you can help, it would be appreciated. As far as he was concerned, the master was an opera singer. In ancient times, the pear orchard belonged to the lower 9 streams, and some of the people who knew it had a very low status. That's why he thought that this old man was bragging. 5 minutes later, Shannon said, It's 10 minutes to 12, and the hospital is almost ready to kick people out. Ma'am, I want to stay here. Qin Shao County said. Good girl. Baby, you all go back today and come back tomorrow when you're scheduled for a separate room. Luan Yunping said. All right, all dispersed. Know that your heart is difficult, but we do not give the hospital to add to the chaos. After all, there are other patients here. All said and done, they had no choice but to obey. But everyone was in a low mood. They all wanted to stay with the master. Just then, a couple of white coats, breezing over. Excuse me, which one is named Qin? Everyone all looked at Qin Fei as he walked out blankly. It's me, what's wrong? The one in the white coat at the head of the group flashed a smile. Mr. Qin, hello, is this way? Your claim we have understood. The top has arranged Guadigang patients into the 8th floor of the VIP room, but you need to sign. The room exploded at this statement. Everyone looked at Qin Fei in shock and confusion. Bai Huiming was even more wide-eyed. This is the city hospital. The best AAA hospital in the city. It's no longer unusual to be able to ask for a separate ward here. VIP ward? That's all for the people at the top. What makes Qin Fei so capable of getting this kind of ward? At this moment, Qin Fei was also confused. What was going on? Is it because of the old man? He knows the head of this hospital? No. Recognition may not be enough. Hanging up the phone himself. Less than 5 minutes before and after. The other person came on the line. Can be this efficient? I'm afraid even the leaders have to listen to him. Mr. Qin Fei. This way, please? Yes, yes. Qin Fei was dragged to sign autographs. The remaining cloud craned 9 heavens. You looked at me. I looked at you, each dry-eyed. It was Wu Jing who urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and move your master to the 8th floor." The crowd woke up as if from a dream. "Oh, yes, yes. That? You. Give me a hand. Mr. Luan, you also come in. 5 more people. Right, burnt cake? Contact the master's wife. Say that the master has moved to the 8th floor. Don't go the wrong way in a while." Messed up. It's a complete mess. Shannon was stunned. Old Wu worked for more than an hour and made hundreds of phone calls before the other party gave an independent ward. And it's still tomorrow for the handover procedures. When Qin Fei opens his mouth in 5 minutes, a whole bunch of people come to his ass, and they're still VIP. Sister-in-law, do you know what the concept of VIP wards is? She knows, of course she does. Prepared for the higher-ups and not lent out easily. Xianan said, "You've never probed Qin Fei's bottom?" Bai Huiming shook his head. "Well, Mr. Qin, thank you for your cooperation." The white coat at the head of the group laughed. "That?" Qin Fei walked to the door and hesitated. "The VIP ward on the 8th floor. Who was it originally for?" The white coat froze. "He didn't tell you?" "No." "Then I'm sorry, Mr. Qin Fei. It's not good for us to disclose." "Okay." Qin Fei was just about to get on the elevator when he received a message. "Next Sunday, 6 p.m., Peaceful Tea House. From the old man. Looks like I'll have to meet the old man next Sunday if I want to find out who he is. 8th floor, VIP ward. Kwok Tak Kong is asleep. Yu Qian accompanied him. Cloud crane 9 sky, standing, sitting. Tonight is finally cannot go back. This is too awesome, isn't it? Brother Wu Jing isn't even as good as Qin Fei. Shut up. Qin Fei is what you call him? No, I'm really confused. It's only been 30 days since the debut, and the connections are too good, right? Chattering in all directions. Luan Yunping chided. Almost got it to really idle. One by one all give me to go home. Mr. Luan, aren't you curious? With a word from my brother Fei. A few people farted around and opened a VIP for Master. Is it CCTV? It's possible. It just so happens that Fei was on an episode of the poetry conference. I have to say, people's 20s with us, there's no comparison. Just for this attitude that Brother Fei has towards Master today, I, Meng Tang, will be an ox. For a while, Qin Fei had already won the hearts of the people. Dash? Seriously. Wang Hui was also surprised to hear the ins and outs. What do you care? Or Wu Jing greatly said. Who doesn't have secrets? As long as he's good to Lao Gua, then we'll take it. According to you, you're keeping secrets from me? Wu Jing is having a hard time. Honey, I just said that off the top of my head. Chapter 99, The War Wolf Who Was Beaten Down by Qin Fei. I'm going. Suddenly, Meng Hatong's voice startled the crowd. You see. My brother Fei also knows Kung Fu. Kung Fu? The crowd came over curiously. It was unlikely. Qin Fei looked soft and weak. How could he know Kung Fu? However, when they saw a hot search on hashtag Qin Fei, backflip, one was completely shocked. It's a video. The location is in front of the hospital. You can see in the footage that Qin Fei did a beautiful backflip to avoid the reporters, leaving the crowd behind. The action is fluid and fluid. That's too handsome, isn't it? Burrito was stunned. Yu Yunpeng squeezed in, his small eyes wide. Is it really Qin Fei? So there's a fake? The voices on the side of Meng Tang grew louder and louder. It also alarmed Wu Jing. When he heard the word Kung Fu, he became interested. He joined the Kyoto Wushu team in '89 and won the National Wushu Sparring Championship in '94. For Kung Fu, this ironic tough guy has the most to say. When he finished watching the video, the expression showed surprise. That's really something. A backflip is not hard to say, but going over a wall of people in that situation is more or less the same thing. What are you doing? At this moment, Qin Fei appeared out of nowhere, instantly startling the crowd. Uncle Shifu. Fei! Voice after voice rang out. The moment, the eyes of everyone looking at Qin Fei had all changed, and that was truly treating Qin Fei as a member of their own family. Talking about you. Wu Jing laughed. Qin Fei, where did you learn this Kung Fu? He pointed to his cell phone and hit pause, the image stopping at what he looked like as he did a backflip. Can't hide it anymore? Qin Fei was dumbfounded. Master taught me. Come on. Cut it out. Wu Jing was also a militant now, mainly because he was now curious about Qin Fei. This guy, how come he knows everything? Opera, calligraphy, that kind of thing, he doesn't know it, so he can't comment on it. But when it comes to Kung Fu, it's a different story. No good, Brother Wu Jing. This is still a hospital. What are you afraid of? We're all on our own here, and we're point blank. It's not like we're really fighting. Wu Jing is a rough man, with a quick temper, explosive temper, and lazy nonsense. If you don't attack, then I will ha. Before Qin Fei could react, Wu Jing took a healthy step forward and probed with a fist as if a dragon had come out of a hole. Qin Fei's eyebrows jumped and he hastily dodged sideways. His fist pierced through the area less than 3 centimeters away from his face. Oh! The crowd of Diyun Pavilion was startled and hastily backed away in all directions. Brother Wu Jing's temper is really explosive. This is a fight? Watch this punch. Xiao Yu Yu's heart jumped. This is to take a hit. Must leave a bruise block. Whoosh! A breaking wind rang out. Wu Jing came up with a whip kick that was stiff and fierce. Qin Fei made another sidestep, but this time he didn't just dodge, but grabbed him with both hands and threw him out with a 4-2 punch. Next, the crowd then saw that Wu Jing's entire center of gravity was unsteady. It hit the ground hard. The funniest part of the fall was that he fell so hard that his ass puckered out. Xiao Yu really couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Poo ha 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 ha. The people of Diyun Pavilion were holding back their laughter, but they were also shocked in their hearts. This is Brother Wu Jing. This is a war wolf. Just thrown out? Burnt Biscuit had a moment of hindsight. Looks like I can't make Brother Qin Fei angry in the future, or the one lying on the ground will be myself. What's going on? Xianen heard the commotion and frowned as he walked out. Don't you know this is a hospital? You're all still voices. Old Gua needs to recuperate now. No, Nan. Look at your husband. Meng Hatong held his face red and pointed at Wu Jing, who was lying on the ground. Oh! Xianen froze for a moment. Old Wu, what's the situation? Cough, cough. Wu Jing coughed and got up from the ground, casually patting the ash on his clothes, pretending to be calm. It's okay. The ground was too slippery and I fell. Luan Yunping also laughed and sprayed with it. Ground too slippery? Xianan was obviously not convinced and swept his eyes around, landing his gaze on Qin Fei's body. Fei. Nan knows you won't lie. Tell Nan what's going on? The words just fell, only to see Wu Jing frantically making eyes at Qin Fei. Qin Fei cried and laughed. The ground was too slippery. Brother Wu Jing didn't stand still and fell. The crowd nearly doubled over in laughter again. Forget it. Ignore you guys. Xianen rolled his eyes and walked into the hospital room once again, which caused Wu Jing to breathe a sigh of relief. Good boy. Rubbing his sore thighs, he was surprised. You know Tai Chi? That routine just now, that posture, what is it if not Tai Chi? There's a saying in martial arts. Taiji doesn't go out for 10 years, and Baji kills someone in a year. If you want to be proficient in Tai Chi, it will take at least 10 years. Where did Qin Fei get the time? Qin Fei said, billions of dots. As if he was looking at a demon, Wu Jing didn't care that he had lost face, but said, I'm not in good shape today, so I'll cut another time another day. Okay. Wu Jing hooked Qin Fei's neck and her attitude changed. Good boy. Okay you, throwing out the battle wolf, you're still the first. People with explosive tempers generally have great personalities. Like Wu Jing. Cutting a deal brought them closer together. Late night, a post appeared on Weibo detailing Lao Gua's condition. In the meantime, all of the Dewonkers have also spoken out and calmed the fans. The crowd was relieved. 3 in the morning. Lao Gua woke up once, his mouth was thirsty and wanted to drink water, but the doctor's rule was that he couldn't drink rush water on the first day. Drink slowly. Lao Gua turned pale and swept his eyes at the crowd waiting outside. The heart warmed slightly. Only it seemed that Qin Fei was not seen. His eyes dimmed again. Wang Hui laughed. Okay. Xiao Fei heard your news the first time to come. Guarded you for more than 3 hours. Now a little wash your face, spirit. You are now living in the VIP ward, or the child to help. Lao Gua is happy. His face was flushed a few times. Chapter 104 Golden Flowers of the Entertainment Industry. Shura? Day 2. Qin Fei finished washing up and returned to the ward. Because he had been physically upgraded by the system, he wouldn't be tired even if he hadn't slept all night. Instead, it was the rest of the Tokoyami Pavilion. Early in the morning, I was kicked out by my teacher's wife, who said she was going back to get some sleep, and that she had a performance in the next couple of days. The moment, inside the hospital, only Qin Fei, Wang Hui, and Guo Digang, who was hanging water, remained. Little Fei, are you tired? Why don't you go back and rest? There's Master Maiden here. Wang Hui had a pang of heartache. The kid worked all night last night and was obviously filming during the day. But Qin Fei was still uneasy and added, I'll wait for the teacher to finish hanging this bottle of water and then go back. At those words, Guo Digang was touched. He and Qin Fei, who was not related by blood and was not considered a master and disciple, had not helped Qin Fei much. But the boy didn't close his eyes all night for himself.
嘟嘟嘟。这时，门外传来了一阵敲门声。
Wang Hui went to open the door. At that moment, two girls, like Flowers and Jade, walked in from outside, one carrying a fruit basket and the other carrying healthcare products. Excuse me, is Mr. Guo here? Wang Hui recognized it immediately. Diligence, young honey. Yo, it's you guys, come on in. Wang Hui is also quite curious. Lao Guo does not know many stars, Wu Jing, Xian and counts one. Other than that, it's just a little bit older. What's the deal with these two girls? Mr. Guo, we came to see you. We heard you were hospitalized yesterday. Are you okay? Delilah fretted. At this time, Yang Mi also saw Qin Fei and was heartbroken. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Wang Hui then understood. Oh, so it is not to see Lao Guo, but to borrow Lao Guo to see Qin Fei. Wang Hui smiled. The child really got ahead. You know, these two golden flowers in the entertainment industry. How many people pursue them? I didn't expect to end up planted in Qin Fei's hands. Hey, hey, hey. My flyer is just awesome. Thank you both. I'm in good shape, yo, and bringing gifts, you guys are too polite for that. Guo Digang said smilingly. He also saw that he was a tool man, and that the two women had come to see Qin Fei. Mr. Guo, my dad also drinks a lot and has been in poor health, so don't drink, it's too much of a delay. Yang Mi said in a thin voice. But when it fell on Lao Guo's ears, it was a different story. This girl thinks I'm drinking and holding up their Qin Fei's movie? Nice guy. So you're taking Qin Fei's side now? After Yang Mi finished speaking, she turned to look at Qin Fei and tenderly said, Haven't eaten yet, have you? Nope. You too. It's 9 o'clock and you're such a big man. You don't know how to take care of yourself. Yang Mi helped Qin Fei straighten his collar, then opened the thermos box. Congee, steamed buns, meat buns, soy milk, coffee, bread. Anyway, there's everything. It's like a treasure box. Wang Hui is all blurry-eyed. That much? Qin Fei was shocked, and Yang Mi laughed. I just didn't know what you like to eat, so I packed it all for you, and eat as much as you need to have energy. Guo Digang looked greedy and said, Yang Mi, can I? The words were not yet spoken. Yang Mi smiled awkwardly. Mr. Guo, you are still recuperating from your illness and avoid fishy meat. Guo Digang laughed bitterly. Girl, which of the things you brought is fishy meat? You're being overly biased, aren't you? Wang Hui covered her mouth with a smile and whispered, You, just don't compete with fair for favor. The words just fell. Another person came, only to see the door pushed open and a silhouette walk in. It's Li Fowl. Mr. Guo, I've come to see you. Today's Li Yun, wearing a white tee hot pants, two slender white legs, very eye-catching. She had come to see Qin Fei specifically, and to see Mr. Guo in the meantime. But it seems that someone had come earlier than her. Wang Hui's eyes narrowed into a slit. She was not this enthusiastic about diligent Yang Mi, because Li Fowl is different. This girl is from a serious opera family, Kunku Boudoir Dan, and Lao Guo is related. Yo, Qiner is here. Guo Digang smiled and said, Look at you, just come, and bring what good food. How do you know that your Uncle Guo is hungry? He saw the lunchbox in Li Fowl's hand. That. Li Fenghuang was a bit embarrassed, sneaking a glance at Qin Fei and whispering, This is for Qin Fei, he hasn't had breakfast yet. Has he? The words fell. The whole room fell into an eerie atmosphere. Guo Digang's face, on the spot, turned green. But, Uncle Guo, I've bought you fruits. Eat some fruits, you can recover faster. Li Fowl said with a smile. Guo Digang was helpless and squeezed out a smile. Good boy. Wang Hui covered her mouth and laughed softly. Good guy. Another one came to see Qin Fei? The kids got a lot of charisma. Is anyone there? Before the crowd could get back to their senses, Gulanazer walked through the doorway. Mr. Gua, are you okay? Yesterday I heard that you were hospitalized. I came over to take a look. Yangmi? Li Fowl? Crowd. Awkward. Now, both Diligent and Yangmi's faces were a bit ugly. The two of them were supposed to be arch-rivals. Now that there was a Li Fowl, they put aside their preconceptions and targeted Li Fowl. That's good again. Here comes a Guru Nazar. What the hell? The dog leg group is here? Sister Bai, don't sleep. Hurry and come to the hospital. You don't know. Yangmi, Dilly Hotba, Gulanazer, and Li Fulgence are all here. All came to see Fair. The scene is too wonderful. I can't hold it anymore. Wang Hui was quite excited about eating melon. What a thing to call it. These four women, definitely counted as the four golden flowers of the entertainment circle, fame, face value, heat, that are all barred. They showed up at the hospital at the same time. If it gets out, it's definitely going to cause a stir. The worst part is, these four women were all here to see Qin Fei. Now that's interesting. Chapter 101. Signing up for Battle Wolf 2. Traveling to the Peace Tea House. The moment. Downstairs at the hospital. Old Gua has a bad stomach, so we'll just drink some kanji later. Wu Jing and Xianen chatted and walked to the elevator. Last night, they left the latter part of the night. Wu Jing has recently been preparing for the shooting of Wolf 2, so the time is rather urgent, because Lao Gua is a good friend, which is why he came over. You said Qin Fei is so good-looking and talented. How come he hasn't found a girlfriend? Xianen laughed. No need to look for it. Wu Jing said. He looks so good in women's clothing. Who could be good enough for him? The two chatted. Some of the hospital nurses, they all looked toward them. Too late last night. Many of the nurses were off duty, and now that they saw Wu Jing appear in the hospital, they were all excited. Whoa, that's Wu Jing, right? Definitely. Next to him is his wife, Shannon, and I can't believe I'm seeing a living star. I'm so excited. What's wrong with that? The goddess is still upstairs. Only it's on the 8th floor and we don't have permission to go in. A female nurse cried bitterly. Her name was Deng Jia, an avid fan of the goddess, and she had watched the news last night. I thought that when I came to the hospital I could see the goddess, but it turned out that the goddess was on the 8th floor. Jia, how's it going? Didn't you say you'd take pictures of the goddess for us? Yeah, how's it going? Deng Jia looked at the group chat and was very helpless. Sisters, sorry. I'm going to Pigeonhole. Oh. Deng Jia continued. The goddess is on the 8th floor. Only the head nurse of the hospital, and the main doctor can go in. I don't have permission. The words just fell. The group exploded. Not bad for a goddess to be in the VIP ward. Anyone going to the hospital together? Let's send a gift or something together. After all, Mr. Gui takes such good care of the goddess. When Deng Jia heard that, it was a good idea. Sisters, let's not come to the hospital in large numbers. If you trust me, give me the money. I'll buy it for you and ask the head nurse to deliver it to the door. Okok. Jia. We believe you and have turned 50. I turned too. Seeing this, Dunja's heart warmed and set about preparing. Other side, Wu Jing, Xianen also arrived at the door. Just go in. The two just froze in place. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. Why are Gulanazer, Dilagaba, Yangmi, and Liyun all here? Goddess, who are you eating? Eat mine. The ones I buy are healthier. No grease, good for the gut. The goddess was tired all day last night. Of course she needs to eat some meat to make up for it. Eat mine. A few women chattered and made a lot of noise that made Qin Fei's head spin. It's what's going on? Xianen froze, having just said that Qin Fei should find a girlfriend. There you go. For more big, blossoming girls at once. Wu Jing said, looks like I came at a bad time. At this time, Qin Fei also heard Wu Jing's voice and was overjoyed. Busy saying, Brother Wu Jing, you're finally here. Didn't you have something to discuss with me last night? Huh? Yes. Oh yes. There is one thing that, it's crowded here, let's talk outside. Yes. Qin Fei was able to escape, and the two of them went to the rooftop. Wu Jing said with a smile, can you? All four of these golden flowers like you? Qin Fei didn't know and didn't want to talk about it. By the way, your brother Wu Jing really has something to find you. You say, you know I've been filming Wolf Warrior 2 recently, right? I want you to try Zhui Yifan. Zhui Yifan, a rich second generation. Qin Fei knew he just didn't really like the role. Brother Wu Jing. Forget it. I'm in the middle of shooting a movie recently. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep myself busy. With these words, Wu Jing had no choice but to dismiss the idea. I'm kinda interested in this play of yours. Though I heard from Nan that you've been getting money together lately? Wu Jing scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Why does she tell you everything? Ha ha. Qin Fei laughed. How much is the difference, you tell me? I'll help if I can. Wolf Warrior 2. Qin Fei knew how horrible the movie was, focusing on patriotic sentiments and raking in 5.6 billion at the box office. So far, the box office is holding steady at #1 in the country. A movie like this is so lucrative that Qin Fei is bound to invest in it. It's still over $40 million short, I think. Wu Jing was a little embarrassed. An opening is 40 million, really a bit of a lion's mouth feeling. This is if the average person probably would have been scared away. On the contrary, Qin Fei. He smiled and said, okay, 40 million is 40 million. Now Wu Jing was dumbfounded. This is too generous, right? 40 million so out? You know, the special forces genre, which is supposed to be relatively cold, hasn't been a big seller over the years. Just in case if it's a flop, $40 million is going down the drain. I said fair. Wu Jingdu changed his address and said cordially, are you that confident? I've seen Werewolf 1. It's not bad. It's fine, Brother Wu Jing. Just shoot with confidence. If it flops, I don't want this $40 million. Qin Fei smiled generously. But he also knew that not only would the movie not pounce, it would make a fortune. Fair. Just for your words. If you have any difficulties in the future, just mention it. Your brother. I'll go up the mountain of daggers and down the sea of fire. Wu Jing was really touched. Words are not enough. Wu Jing gave him a hug and was close to worshipping him. All right then. I'll leave first, Brother Wu Jing. We'll be in touch afterward. Eh? Wu Jing stopped him. You just left the 4 golden flowers behind? Qin Fei rolled his eyes and walked away. Ha 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 ha. Wu Jing was very painfully happy, feeling that all the gloom of these days had lifted. Fei is still my savior. 3 days later, Wu Jing brought the contract for him to sign. Watched the $40 million arrive. Wu Jing was so moved that she almost burst into tears and was close to calling Qin Fei a brother. For 3 days, Qin Fei visits Guodigang every day, then go to the Legend of the Demon Cat Theater. This movie, probably in the middle of August, will be finished these days, but there are a lot of crews trust people to find Qin Fei, value his fame, but they were all crappy or very generic roles that he put off. Another 4 days passed. Qin Fei took a taxi and arrived at the Peace Tea House. It is said that this tea house, which was opened by Mr. Mei Lanfang back in the day, attracted powerful people from all walks of life to listen to the opera here. It was later converted into a tea house. The old man is about here. What's this about? Chapter 102. Must be a mesmerizing female ghost. Peaceful tea house. The reception was all middle-aged or grandfatherly. Just get off. Qin Fei then headed for the second floor box. Hello? I'm looking for Mr. Mei. Qin Fei finished. The receptionist girl, who was still writing with her head down, froze for a moment. That's a familiar voice. Look up. Though the man wore a black mask that covered half of his face. But those nice peach eyes. There's absolutely no mistaking it. The girl was instantly dumbfounded. You're not a goddess, are you? It's me. Qin Fei didn't hide it either. Anyone who can call him a goddess is basically a fan. Whoa zee! The girl got excited. Oh my god. How can I see the goddess here? Have to say, Qin Fei is so hot right now that his songs are still on the Hot 100 and haven't gone down. I'm a singer. Concert videos that get swiped all the time. Goddess. I'm a big fan of yours. Can I get an autograph? Could be. Qin Fei smiled and signed, not expecting to meet fans here. Yay. I'm so happy, goddess. I'll take you upstairs. Led by the girl, Qin Fei came to the second floor box. Pushed the door open. Inside, tea was fragrant, and there were a total of 4 people sitting at the table. One of them is unrecognizable. Then there was the old man, directed by Zuek. He was even there. Qin Fei hadn't really expected it. There's also one at Uncle Mei. How come it's you? Qin Fei immediately exclaimed out in shock when he saw the middle-aged man with a straight back. He's familiar with this guy. Uncle Mei, stage name Mei Lin. After the master's death, a group of strangers once came claiming to be the master's former disciples. The funeral was all their help. Most sold. Of course it's this Uncle May. Fei! Uncle May stood up, imperious. At that time, Qin Fei thought it was strange that such a person, who did things with a straight face, looked like he came out of the army. How could it be the master's disciple? But he didn't think much of it. Hey! We haven't seen each other for a long time. Yes, once we parted. It's been almost 2 months. You've really gotten ahead, giving your master a facelift. Uncle May was also relieved. He has another identity, a soldier led by Lin Jingnan. When Lin Jingnan was discharged from the army, this one just happened to take his place. Mr. Qin Fei, goodbye, Zuek said with a smile. This young man, he was impressed. Remember, when Master Star couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights after the concert, he wasn't as dramatic, but it was close. Director Suko, you're here too. Qin Fei finished. A woman with a slightly chubby figure next to her laughed. Hello, Mr. Qin Fei. My name is Li Lanxin. Qin Fei froze, not having heard of this person. Suko smiled and introduced, Qin Fei, this teacher, Ms. Li, is the main auditor of the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. She's the one who audited you when you participated in the preliminary audition in October. CCTV Spring Festival Gala? Turns out it's a bigot too. Qin Fei smiled. Hello, Mr. Li. A few people exchanged pleasantries. The old man knocked on the table and laughed. All right, all sit down. Don't let the child stand for too long. A few people then sat down. And Qin Fei realized a hint of something wrong. It seems that Uncle Mei, Suku, and this Li Lanxin are all a bit afraid of the old man. Only the old man laughed and cursed. Brat, it's so hard to make an appointment with you. I told you to give the old man a call when you weren't busy, and you didn't. It feels like an elder nagging. Li Lanxin's mind was shocked. It could be seen that the old master and Qin Fei had an extraordinary relationship. Lucky boy, to be appreciated by such a highly respected person. Hey! Next time for sure. Qin Fei smiled sarcastically, then said, Master, I'll ask my teacher to thank you for what happened last time. It's no fun to talk about it. The old man smiled amiably. Here's the menu for you. Feel free to order whatever you want. This meal is on the old man. That's not good, you did me a favor. It's my turn to treat you. By the way, you guys look at the menu first, I'll order last. Qin Fei handed out the menu. Li Lanxin reached out her hand and just wanted to take the menu. The old man, however, laughed. None of them are hungry, so you order just what you like. Li Lanxin awkwardly withdrew her hand and laughed. Yes, Qin Fei, you order first. Uncle Mei takes a sip of tea to suppress the shock. Suku also counted on seeing that this old man was really biased in favor of Qin Fei. It seemed that if he wanted to curry favor with this old man, he had to start with Qin Fei first. Okay then. Qin Fei nodded. 15 minutes later. The food is coming up. The old master gave Qin Fei some food and said as he spoke, Son, eat more. Look at how thin you are. Thanks old man. Qin Fei nodded. At this time, Suku couldn't help but laugh. Qin Fei, I heard that you've been filming recently. There's a movie on my side. It's called Sinister Soul. Are you interested? Sinister? The one my brother made? Qin Fei suddenly remembered that there was no such movie in this world. The movie, which was so hot in its previous life that even the songs in it were classics, suppressed an era. Can we read the script first? Qin Fei deliberately said this. In fact, he had known the script for a long time, but if he immediately agreed, it would definitely make others suspicious. Of course. Suku smiled and nodded, then asked his assistant to send Qin Fei a copy of the script. Sent it over. Check it out. Yes. Qin Fei took a glance at it, and it was just as he thought. This movie tells the story of a human ghost romance that occurs between a scholar, Ning Kaichen, and a female ghost, Nia Xiaoqian. The script is fine. And while Qin Fei was reading the script, Suku was also looking at Qin Fei. Letting him play the part was a little bit of sucking up to the old man, but it was more. Suhak saw Qin Fei's stunning women's clothing. Wanted to cast him as Nia Xiaoqian. I'm looking forward to it. Director Suku, I have no problem. After Qin Fei finished speaking, Suku said excitedly, That's great, in fact, we'd like you to sing a theme song about the sinister spirit with a royalty of $5 million. Okay? He knew that Qin Fei was a singer. Especially his state-of-the-art theater accent is so strong. Could be. Qin Fei nodded his head, and there happened to be a song that was perfect for this movie. That's great. Suko was overjoyed, not expecting it to go so well. Qin Fei, this movie of ours, it should start shooting in September. But at the end of June, we can shoot a trailer first to warm up. No problem. Uncle Mei laughed. What is Fei playing? Female ghost. Nya Xiaoqian. Just as Suko finished speaking, Uncle Mei let out a wow and then laughed. That must be a mesmerizing female ghost. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed, and so did Qin Fei. Chapter 103 Pearland. The last show, a meal that was pretty much eaten. Li Lanqin laughed. Then, Mr. Qin Fei, what do you plan to perform at this year's Spring Festival Gala? At this statement, the crowd was interested. The Spring Festival Gala is a program beloved by people all over the country, only that the ratings of the Spring Festival Gala have gradually declined in recent years. The show does seem a bit tasteless. Even the usual favorite skits. Nowadays, it is also tarnished and full of preaching. This has led to a lot of pressure on the judges and directors of the Spring Festival Gala, wanting to elevate the fun while at the same time not wanting to throw away the rules. In a word, difficult. However, not this year. Qin Fei's appearance brings a glimmer of hope to the Spring Festival. Perhaps, this is the guy that could break last year's ratings slump. Qin Fei said, I've thought of 2 programs. One for opera and one for folk music. Whoa, this is great. Li Lanqin's eyes lit up. There were too few young stars who knew opera and folk music. Even if they could, they were not as proficient as Qin Fei. The old man smiled. Is it an opera or a theater? Theater accent. Qin Fei explained, opera programs, all the Spring Festival Gala, there is no lack of me, but the opera is only this year. I want to use this way to promote the culture of opera. Rest assured, I am confident that this time the program it will be wonderful and will not let you disappointed. Confidence. Generous. That's what everyone thinks of him. The old man moved, smiling and nodding. You have much more ideas than your master. Come on, good luck. Cheers. Cheers. After a meal, Qin Fei went home. As for the identity of the senior, he asked, but the other party intentionally or unintentionally didn't say anything, so he couldn't afford to keep asking. It's okay. It's a long time coming. We'll know one day. Leader, Fei He. Looking at Qin Fei's departing back, Uncle Mei wanted to speak. When you see him, you see the old forest like. The old man stood with his arms folded, gazing into the distance. You should go to the opera sometime, it's great. Uncle Mei smiled bitterly. I've wanted to go for a long time, but I haven't been able to get a ticket. Xiaofei's pear garden is too hot. The old man was first stunned, then laughed out loud. The next day, 3 p.m. Ace Film TV Festival. It's a small film festival that gathers a lot of first and second tier stars. Backstage, a dozen actresses gathered and chattered. Oh my gosh, this is too beautiful. Goddess once again beauty out of a new height. This Yang Guifei costume. Even I a girl are heartbroken. I'm looking forward to the release of Legend of the Demon Cat. I'll be there to see it when it happens. The one who spoke was Gulanazer, Jan Violet. This afternoon, a media reporter released stills from the cast of The Legend of the Demon Cat. Men are handsome. The female is beautiful. However, when the crowd saw Qin Fei, all blown away by his stunning women's clothing, although it's the second time I've seen the noble princess costume, this time it's completely different. It's true that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold. Even Mr. Jin Xing, who has always been toxic, was full of praise. At this time, Zhao Liang suddenly said, Do you guys think that the goddess will be on this year's Golden Eagle Goddess? This statement was made. The hall was quiet for a moment, and everyone wore shocked expressions. Then, they turned their attention to Delilah, who was stealing food. Why? Because she's a strong contender this year. PFFT. Gulinaza laughs and sputters. My heart goes out to you, that you are competing with a goddess. If Qin Fei is really the Golden Eagle Goddess, that would be interesting. The whole internet will blow up then, right? Ha 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 ha. A guy winning the Golden Eagle Goddess. No way, too funny. Hotba, mind-blowing. Time flies. August 10th, the heat was unbearable. A tour group, passing by Kyoto Film City. The lead guide, smilingly introduced. Look everyone, in the distance is the Demon Cat biography crew. It is said that in order to build this palace, director Chen Kaigwa spent 6 years and spent $500 to $600 million, which was completed. The words fell. The whole room was in an uproar. Holy $600 million? That's too much money, isn't it? This crew. Isn't it the crew where the goddess filmed Yang Guifei? This team, quite a few of them were fans of Qin Fei. The guide nodded. Yes. Wow. Doesn't that mean we all get to meet the goddess? The speaker was a little brother with glasses. Tour guide, can you take us in for a look? It's not a problem for us to pay any amount of money. We mainly want to see the goddess. Who is the goddess, lad? A middle-aged older man asked. Soon, someone answered. The goddess is called Qin Fei, the one who opened Pearland, participated in I Am a Singer and had a concert. Now the crowd reacted. There were quite a few middle-aged people present. They don't understand the term goddess. But if you say opera, the pear orchard, they get it. I'm going to see it. Me too. The tour guide sadly said. The crew killed off the production the day before yesterday, and now it's empty inside, with only an empty shell and some cleaning ants left. Everyone, if you still want to see it, I can take you there. Words. There was a pang of gloom in the crowd. Too bad we can't meet the goddess. Guide, you'd better show us around. A visit would be nice. The tour guide nodded. Okay. Everyone follow. Let's go visit the landscape of the Shangtang period. The moment. Inside the pear garden, Qin Fei was watching the last performance. Uncle Gong wiped his sweat. Singing in the summer and wearing heavy costumes is really tiring. Uncle Gong, good work. No hard work. No hard work. Uncle Gong is tired but happy in his heart. They have been singing almost every day for the past 2 months. And they were all sold out. Even when Elder Lin was alive, he hadn't been this hot. This last match tomorrow. Leave it to me, Uncle Gong, Master Lei. You all take a break. It's been a hard 2 months. I'll give each of you a big red packet. It ends tomorrow, and we'll rest for 2 months. Singing is not the same as doing comedy. Singing is especially taxing on the voice. It's a good thing that Pearland is now expanding, and there are a few more master opera singers, so this can hold up. How's this? Uncle Gong sternly refused. Class master, you have paid us enough, no extra. Uncle Gong, if you don't take it, I'll get angry. Qin Fei feigned anger and took out the majesty of the class master. Uncle Gong was at his wit's end. At that moment, Qin Fei's phone rang, and when he answered it, it was Chun Kaiga calling. Mr. Qin Fei, our movie on the 15th, that's 4 days from now, will be on Joy Camp to tell you about it. Okay. Qin Fei nodded and smiled. By the way, Director Chun, tomorrow is the last show of the Pearly Gates. I'll come in person, so I can promote a wave of publicity then as well. That's a good idea. Chun Kaiga was very excited. Mr. Qin Fei, does that Pearland still have tickets? I also want to come to listen. Tickets are gone, so if you want to hear it, you'll have to settle for being backstage. Harm. Backstage is backstage, so what's the point of saying you're aggrieved? It's a great honor to listen to Mr. Qin Fei's singing. How can you feel aggrieved? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Qin Fei also couldn't help but laugh. Director Chun was really humorous. Hanging up, Qin Fei sent a direct message on Weibo. Tomorrow is the last performance of Pearland, performed by myself. After the show, Pearland will be repaired for 2 months. No more ticket sales. I'm really sorry. The whole internet was abuzz with the news. Chapter 104. Parties in action. Fans grabbing tickets. Holy, really? No way. It's over already. Don't. The Pearly Gates has been open for 2 months and I didn't even get a ticket. Strongly urge the goddess to open another Pearly Gates. You're so hot right now, it doesn't matter if you open a branch, right? Upstairs. Do you know what it takes to open a branch? Pear Garden is not like the others. It's hard to find a teacher. And if you open another one, if you don't sing well, the reputation will come down. The last game is a goddess? Then I must go. I have to go even if I don't have a ticket. The internet exploded. Countless netizens flocked to this news, hard, topping the hot search. The moment, Ding Xiu, who was swiping her cell phone at home, also saw the message. All at once, he jumped up and down with excitement. No way, last game? She opened the group in a hurry. Sure enough, the group exploded. Don't, Sister Ding. Can you discuss this with the goddess? We, the fans, haven't even grabbed our tickets yet. Someone is getting anxious. Yeah. My parents love opera, but it's so hard to get tickets for Pearland. I've been trying to get one for 2 months straight. Now the hottest pear orchard in Kyoto is the goddess one, and several of my classmates, They didn't get tickets either. This? Ding Xiu was a bit helpless when she saw the message. Tickets for the pearly gates are really hard to come by. Not to mention them, even a lot of stars can't grab it. Mr. Wang Han even tweeted about it. Said it was the pearly gates tickets that were too hard to get, which made it difficult for them. Don't worry guys. Let me go ask the goddess and see if he has any ideas. Ding Xiu turned to Qin Fei. At this point, Qin Fei is babbling and dangling his voice as he prepares for tomorrow's performance. Peking Opera, The Drunken Princess, Kunku, Peony Pavilion, Sichuan Opera, The Legend of the White Snake, Yueju Opera, Dream of the Red Chamber, Yu Opera, Hua Mulan, Cantonese Opera, Cutting My Own Throat in the Wujiang River. This time, it was definitely an event, with Qin Fei alone, performing famous plays from all over the world. Whether it's the Chung School or the Mei School, the crowd had enough to listen to. Siu, what's wrong? Goddess, sorry so late still bother you. That, many of our fans said the ticket did not grab, has been very want to come to listen to the theater, this. Qin Fei understood, only there was really nothing he could do. The Pear Orchard is that big. There's a limited number of people who can be seated, like a comic theater that holds 10,000 people at a time. If you open one, it's enough for Pearland to open 20. I can't help it. Qin Fei was really crying and laughing. But see you, if you like to listen to the opera, you can bring your own small bench or something. Tomorrow, the door of our pear garden is open, so you can sit outside. Dinesh was overjoyed. This was great. She could understand the goddess's plight. There's no way around it. What can a goddess do? We can't have everyone standing and listening, can we? Right now, this is the best way to go. Thank you, goddess. Hee. Goddess. I will also come to the theater tomorrow. Oh. After saying that, Ding Xiu hung up the phone, then opened the group chat. For crying out loud, the more I look at the tickets online, the angrier I get. Yeah, we're still fans, and we haven't gotten tickets yet. What kind of fans am I? Now that Pearland is closed, you'll have to wait until 2 months from now to hear it again. The girls in the group are still complaining. At this time, Ding Xiu laughingly said, Gatherers, there's good news. The goddess just said that tomorrow is sure to be a great event. So if you don't mind, you can bring your own small stools, and the goddess will leave the doors of the pear garden wide open at that time. The words just fell. Wow. Excited. Crying. Not bad for my goddess. Goddess is wonderful. Love of a lifetime. I'll be there tomorrow for sure. I'm going too. The last message was from Lin Yu. That's right. It's the one that didn't get the concert tickets. Lin Yu, who didn't even grab the physical album. But she's learned her lesson this time. The pear garden opens tomorrow at 8 o'clock, and there's sure to be a lot of people with little benches to listen. I'm afraid that if I'm late, I'll have to queue up a few hundred meters away. Can't even hear a sound. Schwang schwang. Don't sleep. Get up and get high. Let's go to the pear garden now. Her best friend has Lin Yu crazy. Sick. Now only a few o'clock. Pearland most of the night and did not open. However, upon hearing Lin Yu's explanation, Schwang Schwang's spirit was revitalized. Go, go, go. Go now, Yu. Let's hurry. Late night, 10 o'clock. When the two women arrived at the pear orchard, the area was brightly lit. Not far, they saw several figures. Lin Yu was shocked. Schwang Schwang. Do you think that looks like Sister Ding? The double carried a small bench and froze. It seems to be true. Goodness, Sister Ding is here so early too? The two girls walked up. Sister Siu. Sister Siu. Ding Siu was chatting with one of the bosses and turned around when she heard the two women's voices. Oops, yeah. Schwang Schwang. Ding Siu was the head fan and the two women were active fans, so everyone knew each other and had dinner in private. Sister Siu, what are you doing here? Lin Yu asked. A fan next to me laughed. Sister Siu is going to contract all the stores in this area, so we'll sit inside and listen to them without having to squeeze in with others. Wow. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Worthy of being Sister Siu. She was rich and generous. There's a lot of money for the whole package, isn't it? Sister Hong, $100,000 for a day's package. Okay? 100,000? Oh boy. Sister Hong was all intimidated by this little fan. You're all here to see Dash? Yeah. Sister Hong blossomed into a smile. Since they're all watching Xiaofei, they're their own people. No need for money. Wow, Sister Hong, you're so nice. Ding Siyu hugged Sister Hong, who often brought her fans and came over to patronize Sister Hong's business. That's why Red is very familiar with these little fans. We're all family, what's the point of talking about it? Sister Hong pouted. Just yet it was a bit of a dream. Faye, you're really too hot right now. Chapter 105. The curtain rises and the show begins. Soon after, a message appeared online. Hoyak fan packs up the neighboring stores just to hear Chin Fei sing. As soon as it was sent out, it immediately hit the hot seat. Holy, isn't that Sister Ding? In the photo, Tinsley was chatting with a couple of young fans before being snapped. Sister Ding is magnificent. Ha ha ha. Too strong. It's the last one after all. And if you still want to hear it, you'll have to wait 2 months. I just want to say, Sister Ding is awesome. Can you make a place for me? Oh, living in Magic City, I can't afford to herd ah. When can we open a pear orchard in Magic City too? Seeing these messages, Hee Jeong in the dressing room couldn't help himself. Friends, this is the last time. Any later and you'll have to wait another 2 months. Just finished. Sheena, Wu Xin and the others understood in seconds. They knew that Hee Jeong was talking about the pear garden. Mr. Hee, get me a ticket. Mr. Hee, I want to go too. The happy family is going. At that moment, a foreigner heard the sound and walked in as well. Mr. Ho, what are you talking about? This man is Adam. Yes, Discworld's Adam. He brought his crew to Xia to promote this time. 4 days later, Happy Camp invited not only the legend of the Demon Cat crew, but also the Dishonored crew. Wu Xen suddenly laughed. Why don't we bring Brother Adam to the pear garden as well? Foreigners listening to theater? It's kind of interesting, like it's never been done before. It's time to show them the national culture of our summer country. Duhai didn't think so much about it. If Adam saw Chin Fei in women's clothing. Hey, hey, hey. It must have been fun. Adam, take you to meet the legend of our summer country. Levi Jia laughed. He was very emotional when Chin Fei, who was considered a newcomer, how long has it been? And it grew to this point. Oh, then I'm going. Adam nodded. Next to Karo, the female director, a multiple Oscar nominee and Ken Palm Award winner, also laughed. Can I come along? She is full of novelty about Xia, and a recent blockbuster in the pipeline is similarly related to Xia. That's great. Hee Jeong was very excited and even felt a sense of pride. Foreigners, wanting to see the national art of their summer country. The next day, early in the morning, a shopkeeper opened the roll-up door. However, the scene in front of him made him completely dumbfounded. Well, it's all people. One by one, they sat on a small bench and hemmed and hawed at the owner. Whoa! The boss was scared and took a step back. What are you guys doing? At that moment, a little girl smiled and giggled. Hello, boss. Is your store for rent? Just this one day. Don't worry. We will double your store rent. It's a grocery store that closed early last night, so it's not clear what happened. You want to wrap up my store? What a joke. No, resolutely no. All of you get out of the way, don't block my business. The owner frowned. 20,000 a day. The little girl finished. The boss froze. 20,000 a day? Once upon a time his sales were only 2,300 a day. Since the pear garden has been on fire, it has also been able to reach 2,000 all thanks to Chin Fei. But 20,000 a day? Little girl, you're not kidding me. Are you? Is there such a thing as a good thing? A Jussie, are you too little? The little girl laughed, holding up 3 fingers. 30,000. The owner was a little taken aback. Little girl, this is not 40,000. It's not the money. 50,000. When the little girl finished, the owner took a few deep breaths. Holy, 50 grand. Just to rent me a store of less than 20 square feet? And only for 1 day? Are you guys crazy? That's fine. But what are you doing? Don't worry, boss. We won't touch your stuff because you're close to the pear garden. And we're just here to listen to the opera. A theater? The boss is a bit puzzled. Wouldn't you go to the pear orchard to listen to the opera? However, when he came out to take a look and found that the neighbors were all surrounded, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of people. This is all here for the theater. Yes, the owner was dumbfounded. Just then, the gate of the pear orchard suddenly opened. Oh, all the people stood up, a grand piece, as if the fan meeting. If you can open a pear orchard like this, I guess it's only Chin Fei, right? Has it started? Not yet. It's too early. It's just opening the door. The pearly gates aren't here yet. Wow, Mr. Ho is here too? Huh? Next to him is Adam? Oh my gosh. It's really Adam. That's director Carlo, right? I've seen her movies. And she even came to see the opera. Adam's appearance. It caught everyone's eye at once. So proud. Proud. Foreigners are actually watching the national art of our summer country. I hope the goddess can withstand the pressure. I'm looking forward to it. These words were spoken by Ding Siyu, who was sitting in Sister Hong's store with dozens of her little sisters. Expectations indeed. This should be the most anticipated moment of Pearlin's opening so far. Qin Fei's specialty. Class Master. Everyone is almost here. Master Lei is very excited. A lot of people came today, and a few peers such as Lu Yong, Li Shiji. Director Chen Kaiga is also here and is sitting behind the curtain. Good. Qin Fei had already finished his makeup and put on his clothes. The first performance, naturally, was a Peking opera. The Drunkenness of Your Concubine, again in honor of the master. Between conversations, Qin Fei stood up. A look that turns the world upside down. A fluttering sleeve, all flavor. Truly interpreted a kind of what is called beauty in the bone, not in the skin. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Uncle Gong was also sighing, and those who didn't know thought that the real noble princess had come. Master Lei, Uncle Gong. Raise the curtain. Qin Fei said loudly with a wave of his watery sleeve. Yes. Class Master. The two of them lifted the curtain, and Qin Fei's lotus steps lightly moved to the front of the stage. The moment, the show begins. Chapter 106. This noble consort's acting is too subtle. Coming. Oh my God. The goddess is so beautiful too. Noble consort. Noble consort. You. As soon as Qin Fei appeared on the scene, a few fans, in the front row, were immediately on their feet. Oh boy, it's a fairy bar. Your Highness has made a private visit. Oh, what are you waiting for? Why don't you take a picture? The last sentence was said by He Jiong. The first time he saw Qin Fei's women's clothing up close, he was astonished. Wu Xian came weakly. I can't even look him in the eye. It's too intimidating. Adam had been dumbfounded, and the actress was too beautiful. He asked instantly, Mr. He, this actress, is she famous in your summer country? An actress? Duhai was almost about to laugh. Or Sheena Road. Yeah, very famous. After a pause, Xena asked, Adam, do you think he's beautiful? Beautiful. So beautiful. Looking at Qin Fei's noble consort outfit, this iron-blooded tough guy actually had a feeling that his heart was moved. Adam is flamboyant. Ha ha ha. Duhai couldn't help himself. And at the moment, Atten is not the only one who is flamboyant. There were hundreds of fans on stage, some of whom were seeing this kind of Gui pure makeup for the first time. It was a little too much to bear right away. The style is magnificent. Natural beauty. This is too much. Even Chen Kaiga was marveling. No matter how many times he watched it, he felt shocked. Ice wheels off the sea island. Chenkuin is distinctly bright. The white moon is in the sky. Qin Fei on stage opened the song. Opera is different from singing. It's a great test of merit. And when he opens his voice, with his clear, bright Meipai singing voice, he immediately draws people in. Well sung. There was an old man exclaiming that it was the first time he had ever been here to hear a play. At first he was a little scared when he heard that it was a young man singing opera. Can a young man sing well? But that was all it took to disabuse him of his doubts after hearing one sentence. When a patriarch speaks, he knows whether there is one or not. Great singing. Stick. Since ancient times, heroes come out of youths. Even compared to Elder Lin back then, the class master isn't far behind. Uncle Gong sits down to listen to the play and sighs. Nu is like Chang'e leaving the moon palace, while one is like Chang'e going down to the 9 heavens. The drama continues. Qin Fei's aura changed and became playful. The geese in the sky. The geese fly. Aya geese aya. A sudden shift. It hit the fans right off the bat. Wow. This noble lady is too cute. Goddess is great. What a great song. Carlo, the female director, was surprised that this was the second time she had heard the play. The first time I listened to it, she almost fell asleep, thus leaving a bad impression of the theater. But the second time she heard the play, she didn't feel the same way at all. Soup. Carlo shouted twice. Gee, why no response? Twisting his head to look over, Adam was already demented. The eyes stared straight at Qin Fei. Can't help myself. Even Adam is like that. Not to mention the rest of the fans that have long since sunk in. A few grandmothers in the back row, with their mouths agape, had heard the play hundreds of times and knew the words by heart. Not bad. Not bad. This youngster sings so well. The ticket money wasn't wasted. The singing was evocative. And I loved this Gue Pure very much. The grandmothers have great reviews too. It can be said that to be able to get their comments, then it proves that there is nothing wrong. Finally, here comes the most crucial scene. Among the drunkenness of the noble concubine, there is a section called Sniffing Flowers After Drunkenness. The main thing is, the noble lady was drunk, but she had to pretend she wasn't, and then she picked the petals off one by one, no matter how well you acted up front. If this section does not perform the essence, does not perform the spirit, then the drunkenness of the concubine is a failure. Coming! The old men who had seen the drunken princess sat up straight one by one. They all knew that the point was coming. See only Qin Fei on the stage, like a real noble princess, very elegantly pinched off a large flower from her side, then slowly stood up and stood up straight. Why? It's all about hiding that you're drunk and avoiding the shakes. Clear and cold in the wide cold palace. Ah, in the wide cold palace. The voice grew bleak. She removed the petals one by one, and anyone could see how sad she was at the moment. Aggrieved, pathetic, pity. A stunningly beautiful noble consort. In this deep palace, gloomy and sobbing alone. It was acted out to perfection. Snap, snap. 2 lines of tears, dripping onto the stage. The moment, the entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed, all shocked. This noble consort's joys and sorrows. Her knitted brows and her smile were as if she was alive. A few bosses watched and actually produced a trace of heart-wrenching pain. I'll be damned. That's too strong. That's the noble consort of my heart. Aha! Great! Good luck, your majesty. Oh my god. He's a boy and he's acting better than any of the girls. I just cried. Goddess! Goddess! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Inside the pear orchard, the applause was thunderous. Outside the pear orchard, the cheers were thunderous. Chapter 107. You are the Mulan of my heart. Qin Fei and his lackeys. Chunher, picture. JPG picture. JPG picture. JPG picture. JPG picture. JPG. For images uploaded instantly. The moment, the group instantly exploded. Yang Mi, Chun-hee, you're at Pearland? How did you get the tickets? Gulanazer. I'll go. I think you've been there twice now as I recall. I didn't get to go once. Tickets are so hard to come by. Li Fowl. So beautiful. So beautiful. This is the Gue Fei of my heart. Deng Chao. I found the blind spot, your perspective, from top to bottom. Ha ha ha. You wouldn't be lying on the wall to take the picture. Right, so you didn't grab the ticket too? The crowd took a look at the pictures, although they were all taken of Qin Fei. But the perspective, it's all from the top down. Now, the crowd had noticed the problem too. Ha 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 ha. Tan Jing couldn't help but laugh as well. You're a star. Why are you acting like a paparazzo? Chun-hee's old face flushed. What do you care? I'm happy to visit my goddess. You guys are just jealous. Besides, do you guys think there's an entrance fee inside the pear orchard, but not outside? Delilah? The crowd was suspicious, not understanding what this meant. Chun-hee didn't say anything and took a picture of the outside. It was dense and full of people. Picture. JPG. Diligent. Holy crap. So many people nah. Yang Mi was also taken aback. I knew there were a lot of people going, but this was too much. It was so crowded, it was scary. Video.avi. 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 Diligent and others clicked on Drunken Princess, Peony Pavilion, White Snake, and one was several minutes long. Read all about it. The crowd screamed in regret. Had they known that they would have joined Chun-hee. Shame on you. It's more important to listen to the theater. Kyoto Old Mansion District. Yumin Chun is also a fan of the goddess, as well as a theater enthusiast. Influenced by my grandfather. Their whole family loves the theater, but it's so hard to get tickets to the goddess's pearly gates. She was very depressed. Just in time, she saw a message pop up on her computer. Goddess Pearland. Live on air. Live? Seriously. Chun Yu-min was very curious and clicked in. The next second, a video appears. The image was of a tea house-like place, and on the stage, there was a figure, babbling and singing an opera. See only. This woman is holding a long spear in her hand, and she is full of vigor and heroism. The lance pierced the air. Woman. Wow, so handsome. Chun Yu-min was instantly excited. This was a goddess, right? Goddesses in women's clothing can be so handsome? Huh? What am I talking about? Open the pop-up. Whoa, that's the Mulan of my heart. It's so cool.
呜呜，没有抢到票，真的非常抱歉啊。女神，我们欠你一张门票。
It's not a lack of money, it's purely not grabbing it. The goddess not only sings well, but also plays the gun at a first-class level. Wow, that's a cool move. Wow, it's actually Hua Mulan. No wonder it's so handsome. Chun Yu-min stared at the screen dead on. The scene was a Yu opera, and Chun Yu-min was from Henan, so very familiar with the scene. Almost grew up hearing it. Who says daughters are inferior to men? At that point, the play finished, and the broadcast saw that a foreigner actually stood up and clapped and applauded. The moment, a sense of national pride from the bone exploded. See? This is the national treasure of our summer country. See? This is our Ho Nam's Yu opera. Proud. Even the foreigners applauded. The goddess sings so well. She's like a contemporary Mulan. Goddess, I love you. Mulan. F.A. Mulan. This foreign woman is going to talk. Picture. Carlo, the female director, was so excited that she said in a loud voice, "The singing was so wonderful and beautiful. You're the Mulan of my heart. I've decided. I'll choose you as my heroine." The reason why she is so excited is because she happens to be making a movie recently. Mulan. The cast is superbly cast with Li Lian Li, Kung Li, and Hazel Dan. Only Mulan, the heroine, had her stumped. Of the actresses brought in, no one can perform that Englishness. She came to Xia this time to scout for actors. This is great, she finally found it. There's no one better for Mulan than the one on stage. Mulan. Qin Fei was stunned, not expecting that singing a piece of opera would blow up a Big Brother. But he remembered that Disney's Mulan was a bad movie, right? It has nothing to do with the actor's acting skills. It's mostly the script that sucks. However, before Qin Fei could refuse, Carlo continued again. I'm sorry. I'm the one who got too excited. I was very confident in Mulan's script, but I read your play and I suddenly changed my mind. I'm going to overthrow it and create it twice. I would like to ask for your help. Is that possible? She used you, so it was obvious that she respected Qin Fei very much. The whole room was in an uproar. Some of the uninformed, puzzled. Who is this woman? Someone answered, Carlo, a foreign director, once shortlisted for an Oscar, Palme Award, a genius director. Recently, he seems to be working on a Mulan movie, and he's even got Lilian Kai. Holy crap, Lilian kids? The crowd is not familiar with Carlo, but they are too familiar with Kung Fu superstar Lilin. You don't think so? Is Qin Fei going to shoot a movie with Lilin? This? What a shocker. That. Although Qin Fei was also excited at the moment, he was still in the singing stage and he had to take care of the other listeners. Let's talk about it in private. It's still singing. I'm sorry. I was abrupt. Carlo said in broken Chinese. That little tidbit, that's all that's left. But it was in the hearts of the people. Like dropping a concussion bomb. Blow up. It's all blown up. Chapter 108, Exporting Opera Culture to Crooked People. Hashtag the Rice Director, Carlo, invited Qin Fei to play Mulan. Hashtag. A message came out. It attracts netizens from all directions. Who? Carlo who? Someone is asking. Someone at the bottom answered. Inverse key Caro, nominated for 27th MI Screen Actors Guild Award, 25th MI Art Directors Guild Award, etc., a talented director, and has worked with many big stars, shortlisted for an Academy Award the year before last. Oscar. For all the people of the country, this award, there is no unfamiliar. This is too strong, so this is a big guy. I remember Mulan cost $300 million in post-production alone. It's a big production. Scanning the cast list. Kung Li, Li Lian Li, Hazel Dan. These are all international stars. Wow, the goddess is going to work with them on a movie? It's so awesome. It's a real cow. Hua Mulan is the heroine of our summer country. I've been listening to this story since I was a child. I hope the director can make a good movie. If this is made well, it will also be considered to promote Xia's culture to the world. Right? Excitement. Excitement. Pride. All the netizens crackling with typing. Xia, has it finally started exporting its culture to the outside world? Goddess. 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 The last pop-up was posted by Chun Yumin. At this moment, she was surprised to find that the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were exactly twice as many as before. Looked at the numbers. Wow, it has reached 8 million. Did so many people come together to watch the show? Of course not. Everyone was attracted by the news of Mulan. Good singing. Yes. Is said to be a pear orchard kid with basic skills. Unlike other stars. How come I didn't realize this star before? Way to go. I just got here. Is the show over already? On the stage, Qin Fei bowed slightly towards the crowd below. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Applause. All the grandmothers and grandfathers at this moment also stood up and saluted the young man. The singing was so good. So wonderful. Every bit of it. Awesome. Really very impressive. You opera? Peking opera? Kunku opera? Everything. This young man is a genius. Li Shiji was also marveling at the fact that even she couldn't possibly be a doorstopper. Mulan! 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 Everyone in the pear orchard shouted. The shouts that startled the people outside. As soon as Ding Xiyu heard this, she also started shouting in excitement. Mulan! Mulan! He Jiong, Wu Xian, and Li Weijia were also applauding and applauding desperately. It's really the right day. Thank you. Thank you all for your enjoyment. Every Summerland play holds a story. When Qin Fei spoke, the crowd immediately quieted down. Listen quietly. Those of us who sing theater are, quite frankly, storytellers, and we just want to tell every story well. Speaking out. It's best. For more people to hear it, and I hope that one day I can stand on foreign soil and tell our summer country's own story. This statement was made. Wow, the applause simply doesn't stop. Yes. Wow, that's a great point. This is the idol of my heart. Goddess. I love you. So ambitious at such a young age. The fans at the bottom were so excited that some even cried. A big brother in the back row, red-faced, yelled at the top of his voice to express his love for Qin Fei. See this scene. Adam was surprised until then. He thought that no one in the Summerland loved theater. But now, seeing so many young people screaming, he was deep in thought. Perhaps. Do you really want to curry favor with the summer audience? Or do you have to start with the opera? For example, add some summer theater to the movie? With that in mind, he dialed a number. Tony, can the release date be delayed? I still need to make some changes to the movie, and yes, add elements of summer theater. Yes. Specifically when I come back to talk about it. He Jiong also heard it and felt especially proud. That's what summer theater, in all its glory, should be. Who doesn't love their own stuff? Opera has been passed down for thousands of years. It's something that's in your bones. Even if you don't usually pay attention to it yourself. But when a foreigner mentions it, that national pride can't be hidden at all. Goddess. Qin Fei froze. Mr. He is calling me? You acted really great. Isn't that right? Everyone? Too? Inside and outside of the pear orchard, there was a deafening sound. Qin Fei was in a trance. Still, business was not lost on him. That. Qin Fei opened his mouth, and all four of them quieted down again. On August 15th, The Legend of the Demon Cat will be released in the cinema now, and it has me as Yang Guifei, so if you like it, you should definitely go and see it. Oh, this wave of publicity is just perfect. The fans at the bottom nodded frantically. Well, 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 definitely go. A few grandmothers were also laughing. Yang Guifei? That's great. I didn't get a kick out of it just now. They were impressed by Qin Fei's Yang Guifei. Yang Guifei. Yang Guifei. Yang Guifei. The crowd is shouting again. Even though Qin Fei had retired from the stage, the fans were still chanting. At the moment backstage. Wow! Carlo was directly dumbfounded when he saw Qin Fei, who had removed his makeup. Surprisingly, it's a guy. Even more exaggerated is Adam, looking at Qin Fei's heroic face. He's stupid. So I just had a crush on a guy? He understands. Turns out that one doesn't like females, but good-looking ones. Chapter 109 Mulan's script. The pear garden opens a branch. So there. Karo was even more excited. This was so in line with the Mulan in her mind. In her opinion, Hua Mulan, who took her father's place in the army, is a girl. The actresses, however, couldn't play that valor. The male actors, on the other hand, don't have the same kind of daughterly love that Mulan has. But in Qin Fei's case, she saw the two personalities, perfectly blended. It's wonderful. Click, click. Carlo excitedly snapped 2 pictures and then said, "Goddess." She actually called Qin Fei a goddess as well. Here's the script for Mulan for you to read. This script is bad, very bad, and I'd like you to join in and revise it. Okay. She used the title you, obviously having great respect for Qin Fei. Qin Fei hesitated. Honestly, if it was the original Mulan, he definitely didn't want to be in it, even if he got to work with Lian Li and Hazel Dan. Because the original Mulan really was a bad movie. But seeing as Carlo is so sincere, Qin Fei is still willing to star, if you can put the summer country of Mulan on the screen and even spread overseas. Let all the geezers love the story of Summerland. That would also be a great blessing. The script needs to be changed and changed drastically, and it's clear to see that you don't know much about Mulan the Summerland. Qin Fei was very direct, which was necessary. If Carlo couldn't accept it, then he wouldn't have starred in it himself. But the good thing is, you say. This 50-something female director, like an elementary school student, took out a pen and paper and listened attentively while taking notes. The scene. Straight up. The happy family. The athletes look stupid. This is an Oscar-winning director. Director Carlo. For thousands of years, Mulan is a female figure that has always been honored by our summer people. Because her father was old and her brother was young, she took her father's place in the army. In the process, Mulan has to hide her identity and kill the enemy together, which is going to be even more grueling than usual. And, just so you know, she's a woman who has done things that even men can't do. This shows her as a woman of honor. It's a chivalrous woman to sing about. After a pause, Qin Fei added, and your script, which doesn't reflect that at all, is fatal. At the same time, Mulan's growth, too, is critical, but you don't reflect that either. Several flaws in one breath. Even He Jeong was a bit scared. Oscar directors all have pride. He was afraid that Qin Fei said too bluntly. The director directly stormed out. However, this director Carlo, was unusually excited and held Qin Fei's hand tightly. Gosh, Qin, you're so right. As soon as I started reading the script, I always felt something was missing. Growth? Yes, Mulan's growth is vital. And, you say more. That, director Carlo, your hand. Ah. Sorry. Caro's cheeks burned, and after learning again that Qin Fei was a guy, she couldn't control herself a bit. See this scene. The crowd looked like they were crying and laughing. Is this Oscar-winning director in such a hurry? But it's understandable, because being said so by Qin Fei, in their minds, too, an image of the valiant and fearless Hua Mulan is being generated. Once the character who was brought to the big screen, they'll definitely be there to see it. Definitely. The script talked until 10 o'clock, and Carlo was as good as gold. Make the call on the spot. Qin Fei must be allowed to play this Mulan, and not only that, she has to pay more than Li Lian Li, because Qin Fei named the Mulan in her mind. It was 11 o'clock when we sent the crowd back. Qin Fei was hungry and casually cooked some noodles. Go to the pear orchard again. Uncle Gong, Master Lei is sitting in the tea house watching the people leave, but the 2 old men are happy, very happy. Uncle Gong, Master Lei. The class master is here? Come. Class master, sit down. The second old man pulled out a chair and respectfully invited Qin Fei to sit down. Class master. You really showed me a different Pearland today. Old man, my life is worth it. Uncle Gong smoked a dry cigarette and sighed. Master Lei also said, like dreaming back decades ago, when the theater is hot, everyone is picking up the wall to listen to the play. These 2 months have been physically tiring, but sweet in the heart. Even if I were to die now, I would have no regrets. The 2 old men were clearly happy, but the words that came out of their mouths couldn't stop being sad. Master Lei, Uncle Gong. Don't say that. It will be better in the future. Qin Fei was busy comforting. The 2 men looked at him and laughed. Yes, it will be better. With the class master here, we still want to sing to the whole country, and to more foreigners. Ha ha ha. It will. Master Lei laughed. suddenly thought of something and added, "Class master, let's open a branch library? Open 2 in Magic City and 2 in Sichuan province as well, not because of money or not, it's just that I feel that since we want the whole country to listen to the theater, we should open a few more so that more people will listen." This idea had actually occurred to Qin Fei, but it's the fear of other people singing badly that tends to bring down word of mouth. "Class master, you don't have to worry these days. A few of my old buddies who used to sing opera have also come to me, saying that they want to work together. These people, their character is fine and their voices are clear, they can be used." Master Ray laughed. "The big deal is that if something happens later, I'll be responsible." "Master Lei, that's an understatement." Qin Fei smiled. "How can I let you be in charge?" "All right then, after 2 months, let's add 2 new ones and open them in Magic City and Sichuan province. When more people listen later, we'll open them again." "Eh? Okay." Master Ray was very excited. "Leave these guys to us to train. No problem guaranteed." Uncle Gong laughed. "Master, since we've opened a new theater, we can't keep calling it the Pear Garden, can we? Look at the other comedians. They call it the Yun Pavilion. Let's call it something too. Let's book Plum Blossom Garden first. Plum Blossom Court? Is it in honor of Master Mayu? Or a tribute to Mr. Mei Lanfeng? Okay, let's call it Plum Blossom Court," Master Lei said with a smile. Chapter 110. Appreciation from the Opera Expert. 100 million popularity value reward. It's late at night. Instead, the internet is abuzz. A video that swept through all the major video sites was exactly how Qin Fei sang today. "Wow! Yang Guifei is too beautiful. Mulan, Mulan." No wonder even director Carlo is impressed. And I'm impressed as a boy. The Dream of the Red Chamber was sung marvelously. Is this a Vietnamese opera? Geez, how many kinds of opera can a goddess sing? Video. Qin Fei, by himself, sang 6 types of opera in a row, his singing style constantly shifting, and the jaws of those who listened to him were stupefied. One time, it attracted a crowd of major theater experts, who haiba vi. This young man is too powerful, so young. Yet he can sing opera so well. This is really the first time I've seen it. Summer opera is expected. Bottom comment. I'll go. Even Elder, who has opened his golden mouth. Elder, who was on the CCTV opera channel back then, and was a judge for 3 sessions, so this is too high a rating, right? Goddesses are worthy of our pride. Awesome. It wasn't long before another V spoke up. Also a titan of the Kunku world. Jean Ninglan V. Lyrical and delicate movements, the characteristics in Kunku, were interpreted by him. Sang better than me. This young man. Unlimited potential. Awesome. Continue to keep it up. I hope that one day we can see with our own eyes that the opera flourishes again. Holy. This is a big deal. The Mei Lanfeng of the Kunku world. Mr. Jean has spoken. Goodness. 2 of the biggest mountains in the opera world are making such a high appraisal of Qin Fei? 666. What can I say? Goddess Bull B. Is it that godly? The person who spoke was called Quan Jijuan, an opera fan, and he also saw that both experts were appreciating Qin Fei. Somewhat disgruntled. A young man, it's fine if you say he has unlimited potential, but you're going to say that he sings better than any of you older generations. That's a bit of a sham. How is it possible to sing opera well without a few decades of accumulation? However, when Quan Jijuan watched the online video, he was amazed. Isn't that too good? The tunes, the cadences, the diction are all perfect. He rushed off to brush up on shakeology. Brush it up. Video of Qin Fei singing opera. Brush it again. Or a video of Qin Fei singing. Each video, with over 100,000 likes, is a great clip. No wonder the 2 experts said that. How silly of me to go and doubt what the theater people say. Quan Jijuan decided to start chasing the goddess from today. Video blaze. Means. Qin Fei's popularity value also reached the mark again. Congratulations to the host. He has gained 100 million popularity values. 100 million popularity value reward. Masterclass Chinese painting. State painting this time? In the next moment, an unfamiliar memory came flooding back. The national painting given by the system is the traditional meaning of flowers and birds, landscapes and figures. Close your eyes. Thousands of years of dandies from everyone are shown like a movie. Open your eyes again. Qin Fei brought a pen and paper and waved the brush like rain. An hour later, a landscape painting with splashes of ink has been completed. Both the mood and the technique are in the upper echelon. Haha, not bad at all. Looking at the ink treasures in front of him, Qin Fei was already satisfied. Painting and calligraphy are almost the same. Both can cultivate the body. When the time comes, give this painting to Master Yu. He likes landscape paintings. Qin Fei put down his pen and went back to his room to think about the script of Mulan. Time flies, for days passed in a flash. Sichuan province, a villa area. In the last few days, Quan Jijuan was still constantly swiping Qin Fei's video. Moreover, he also found that more and more people from the theater were expressing their praises for Qin Fei. So proud. Proud. At this time, he was about to brush up on the Mulan sung by Qin Fei again. Suddenly, I saw a pop-up window. The goddess, with the crew of Legend of the Demon Cat, will soon arrive at Mango Station to record Happy Camp. The goddess has come to Sichuan province? Quan Jijuan was excited. Oh my god. Doesn't this mean that he has a chance to meet the goddess? 2 words. Quan Jijuan drove to the downstairs of Mango Station. However, the scene in front of him, made him dumbfounded. The place had been packed for a long time, and in the distance, a few fans held up banners, apparently welcoming the goddess. Holy, is it that popular? Ding Xiyu, who was in the lead, was looking at her cell phone and laughed. Sisters, the goddess is arriving in 3 minutes. Let's show Adam, Director Carlo, the goddess's card. This statement was made. The hundreds of fans were immediately energized. Yes, no problem. Soon, a black nanny car parked below the Mango stage. The first to come down was Adam, Director Carlo. The two were spirited and walked ahead. Behind them, as soon as Qin Fei stepped out of the car, the little fan at the door immediately shouted with excitement. F.A. Mulan! F.A. Mulan! F.A. Mulan! The sound was loud and clear. Woohoo! Even Director Carlo was startled and turned his head to look at Qin Fei with a derisive smile. Qin, you're still popular. Hey! Qin Fei smiled and greeted his fans. Everyone worked hard. No hard work. Dinesh, you led the shouting. Goddess, when will the Legend of the Demon Cat be released? It's been postponed. It's in theaters in a week. Got it? We'll definitely be at the movies in a week to support it. Yang Guifei. Yang Guifei. To the shouts of the fans, Qin Fei walked into the backstage. Qin, I've heard that you, the people of Xia, eat a lot of complicated things. Is that true? Carlo asked with a smile. In the past few days, Carlo and Qin Fei exchanged scripts, and the two sides had gotten acquainted. Pretty much, summer food is very plentiful. I'll take you to try it sometime. Qin Fei had just finished speaking. Carlo's expression agonized for a moment, and he said with some fear, So, is it true that the Gangdongrun is eating the Huqianese? The words fell. He Jiong, who was walking in front of him, stumbled and almost fell. Who the hell is it? How dare you cheat even a foreign friend? Look at the Oscar-winning director. Chapter 111. The New Noble Princess. An even bigger surprise. Welcome to our happy camp on Mango Channel on Saturday night. On stage, He Jiong flew to host. We are. And then, he handed the microphone to the audience on stage. Crowd, happy family. Disc World. Disc World. Disc World. After a brief opening statement, there are already fans at the bottom shouting. Wow, wow. Looks like there are a lot of fans who like Discworld. Tell me, who are you guys here to see today? He Jiong finished smilingly. Atom. Atom. Goddess. Amidst all the atonal voices, a shrill voice, particularly harsh. The crowd froze and whirled around to look. It was a girl shouting with a red face and neck, and it could be seen that she was an avid fan of Qin Fei. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. What belchable fans. Take a closer look. There were quite a few people there to see the goddess, and they all had banners up. He Jiong laughed. Okay. First let's have Adam. Director Carlo. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Applause. Adam walked out looking like a secret agent in a black leotard and sunglasses. Carlo was a close second. Wow, so handsome. This is a foreign Changlong. He doesn't use a stunt double for the movie. Climbing an airplane with his bare hands. Scary. There was a lot of talk at the bottom. After a short introduction by Adam, Director Carlo, and the crowd, Sienna laughed. Which other movie team did we invite today? I forgot. The crowd laughed. Nasan, you're skinny again. Or the female fan, screaming, Legend of the Demon Cat, Ha ha ha. And what an ardent little fan. All right, no more teasing. Let's turn the stage over to the Demon Cat Legend crew next. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Some of the female fans were excited. They could finally meet their goddess. So excited, so excited. More than 1,000 people on hand. Nearly 700 of them are fans of Qin Fei. Wait for Qin Fei to come out. The girls would then all stand up. However, during a dance number, Chun Kaiga, Qin Hao, Zhang Yuqi, and Lu Haoran all made an appearance. Delayed goddess. What's going on here? Ding Xiyu stretched her neck. Not right just now they clearly saw the goddess Next, snap. The lights of the stage dimmed. A beautiful melody came out. Wow, the new noble lady. Yes, the song is the new drunken princess. And a figure walks quietly out from backstage. National colors. Absolute splendor. Hu. Hee-jeong had frozen. Even though I've seen it several times, I still find it stunning and really beautiful. It's really pretty. Adam is also lamenting. After learning that Qin Fei was a boy again, he looked at this noble princess costume again, yet he was still beautiful. Goddess? Goddess! Goddess! Ding Xiyu screamed the loudest, and then she saw the goddess raise her hand and press down. The crowd immediately fell silent. Is this going to be a song? Quick! Quick! Take a picture, take a picture. Ding Xiyu shook Linyu, who was already dumbfounded. It was the first time she had seen the goddess so close. Yeah. Take a jitterbug, quick. Ooh-hoo. Linyu hurriedly nodded her head and took out her cell phone, only to hear the voice of the goddess in her ear. The year the snowflakes fell and the plum blossoms bloomed on the branches. Too much sorrow was left by the Huaqing pond that year. Linyu looked dumbfounded once again. Oh my god. This is too beautiful. It's even more shocking live than watching it on TV. Love and hate are just a moment away. Raise your glass to the moon and love like heaven. Love and hate. Ask when you're going to love. Qin Fei on the stage, lightly shaking the water sleeves, the beauty of which leaves people speechless and speechless. What kind of singing is this? It's amazing. It was the first time for Adam to hear it, and he thought it was amazing. And singing like that? This is his self-created school. Many people in Xia are learning from him, Wu Xian explained. Worthy of Mulan, it's awesome. Awesome. Carlo was also lamenting. One song down. Yang Guifei. Yang Guifei. Yang Guifei. Fans screamed with excitement. Even the fans who originally came to see Adam joined the queue at the moment. Yang Guifei. Hee-jeong, Li Weijia is also shouting, and He Atang is even shouting too. Haha. The scene amused the fans. It is true that the charm of a goddess is infinite, and even Adam was conquered. Please have Qin Fei say hello to everyone. Hee-jeong finished. Hello everyone. I'm Qin Fei. Qin Fei bowed slightly towards the crowd. Whoa. The applause came back and really didn't stop. All right, Guifei. Hurry up and go change into a set of clothes. The girls next to you won't dare to approach if you keep standing like this. When Hee-jeong finished, Wu Xian nodded vigorously. Yeah, it's beautiful. Yes. Qin Fei quietly retired. A few minutes later, he had just returned from changing into a man's outfit when he was pulled by Hee-jeong. Qin Fei, do you know how hot you are now? We have a VCR here to prove how hot you are right now. Here, please look at the big screen. The moment is not just the fans on stage. Even Chun Kaiga and the others standing on the stage looked towards the big screen. See only. A foreign family, 5 in all, is watching a video. This is a video of Qin Fei's participation in the I Am a Singer competition. Scene 1. Chilling. This girl is really beautiful, the blonde mom said. Only the voice from the video came through. People walk by off stage and don't see the old colors. The people on the stage sang, Heartbreak Parting Song. Wow. Amazing. Is this Summer's opera? I have to say, I'm in love with Summer's opera. It's so good, Bald Dad said. My son and daughter are also watching intently. And then, I'm showing my cards, I'm a guy. When Qin Fei took off the phoenix crown. One moment, the whole family was shocked and screamed. OMG. God, he's even a guy? OMG. No way. This is impossible. How can a boy sing that high? As of today, I'm a fan of his. Ha ha ha. Fans laughed when they saw this. They love it when foreigners react like this. The more surprised they are, the better the goddess is behaving. The video ends here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The audience applauded. So proud. Proud. Now even foreigners are conquered by the goddess. You guys think this is the end? Hee-jeong smiled mysteriously. Bigger surprises are yet to come. Chapter 112. This is really a cultural export. 10 years on Earth. Any more surprises? Tinsley murmured in anticipation. A guy in the back row with glasses, also craning his neck. Anything else fierce? On stage, Chun Kaiga, Lu Haoran, and Adam also looked at Hee-jeong. Only heard him say, "Here." Guide cut to the big screen. Swish. The big screen changed, and all at once several, a dozen, hundreds of the same videos appeared, synchronized. Hoo. My God. So many foreigners. There was an uproar at the bottom. That means this video of the goddess has been seen by many foreigners? Hundreds of families, which, at a rough count, should make thousands? Wow, it's really on fire, yeah. Dinesh Yu was thrilled. This kind of fire, not the same as fire at home. This is cultural export, spreading the summer country's opera and opera abroad. The significance is extraordinary. Chin Fei was also excited, not expecting so many foreigners to like him. You guys think this is the end? Hee-jeong smiled mysteriously. The crowd froze. Was there a surprise? Hee-jeong's voice was heard. Since the end of the first installment of I'm a Singer, we created accounts on INS on Twitter and sent all the videos abroad. And now that nearly 3 months have passed, guess how many followers we've reached? The voice fell. A fan at the bottom immediately guessed. 100,000? $200,000? Don't blame them for being conservative. Because theater is something that people in the country like because it's something that's been passed down from the old country. There is a sense of empathy and recognition. But foreigners won't necessarily like it. So everyone is guessing lower. However, no more pretending. I'm showing my cards. As soon as Hee-jeong finished speaking, immediately, a hot gold number appeared on the big screen. 10 million. That's right. The official account of I Am a Singer, after 3 months of accumulation and gestation, has gained a total of 10 million followers on Twitter and INS. Jesus, now the fans are shocked too. Surprisingly, there are 10 million people who like our summer country's opera. Friends, the first installment of Chin Fei's singing of Red Velvet has reached 100 million views abroad. Ho-jeong dropped another bombshell. The fans aren't talking. People would instead be expressionless in times of great joy and sorrow, just as they were at the moment. One stared, mouth wide open, too surprised. What's $1 billion? Hard to believe. Surprisingly, there are 100 million foreigners who have heard the goddess's operatic voice. A sense of national pride rippled through their hearts. The moment, Ding-si, you all felt that chasing after a star was too honorable. It's not just her. That's what everyone thinks. Sienna, that's shocking. It's the first time I've seen that data too. Chin Fei, you're really our little pride. That's not a little pride. That's a lot of pride. Carlo laughed. What's wrong with that? When Chin Fei finishes playing Mulan, he'll be even hotter then. Ha ha ha. The fans laughed. Yeah, well, it's just the beginning. There's a long road ahead. Chin Fei, marvelous. But you must also remember that in the future you will be representing not only yourself, but the opera of Xia. Hee-jeong patted Chin Fei's shoulder. Wu Xian, Du Dahai are almost kneeling, worship, big brother, this is the real star. I will. Chin Fei was nodding his head, excited to see so many people liking him. Hey, did you think it was over? It's not yet. Hee-jeong smiled. Chin Fei, read you another message. Hee-jeong was seen holding a tableau and reading aloud. All of your videos have exploded in the Sakura country as well. Comic-Con has already had quite a few people who have started cosplaying your outfit, especially the character of Yang Guifei, which they like very much, and familiar celebrities such as Satomi Tokamoto and Wishful Nodding, who have all cosplayed your outfit. Not only that, the author of The King of Thieves, Mr. Onoda, even wanted to draw a character based on you. The crowd was dumbfounded. That's too much, isn't it? Even Chin Fei was a bit incredulous. I'm all fired up in Sakura Land? Actually, this is also normal. A photo of a certain Bing Bing in the previous life could fire up the Sakura country and paralyze the internet. Chin Fei's disguise was so many times better looking than hers. It was normal to be so hot. Wow. So the goddess of goddesses is our goddess? Eh, that sounds weird. All in all, the goddess is amazing. Sakura Nation is on fire. Wait a minute. If Yongueifei is released in Sakura country, won't it make a killing at the box office? Chen Kaiga laughed. They started out with the intention of releasing it at the end of August in the summer. It opens in October in the Cherry Blossom State. It was meant to be publicized in Sakura Nation. You don't even need to promote it now? Qin Hao, Lu Haoran also looked at Qin Fei, envious. How long has it been since he debuted and he's already so hot? Goddess, goddess, goddess. Dinesh Yu organizes the fans in a shout-out. I'm embarrassed to be standing next to you. Xena took 2 steps back, feeling too much pressure. She had been on the scene for so long and was only on fire at home. Heejong laughed. Goddess, you're so hot now. Is there anything you want to give back to your fans? Yes, of course he did. He even prepared a song just for today. Yes. Oh? And what is that? A song. A new song. For the fans, called 10 Years on Earth. Hoo hoo. Looking forward to your show. The 1-2 punch of Heejong and Qin Fei instantly brought up the atmosphere of the scene. The moment, the stage was handed over to Qin Fei. Chapter 113. Let the people of Rice hear the opera of Xia. Coming. Oh my god. I can hear the goddess singing again. I can't believe it's a new song. So happy, so happy. Fans were excited, and it's been a really long time since we've heard a new song. Yeah. Did you turn on the recording function? It's on. Sure. Sister, see you. Don't talk. Your voice is going to be recorded. Ooh-hoo. A few small fans immediately quieted down and stared dead at Qin Fei on the stage. I really don't know what I'll sing. Could it be a theater accent? Light, who burns a candle to shine. Time sets up a maze. Light, displacing light and dark positions, flows unchecked. Look, who's standing over there? For sentences passed. The crowd lit up. It sounded good. As usual, not bad for a goddess. Li Weijia was lamenting. Some people, listening to it, he became a heavenly star. The congregation shared this sentiment. To them, Qin Fei was truly the one they had watched grow up. When I first met him, he was still very young. How long has it been? He has grown into a behemoth, with a fiery, tenacious heart toward the most forgiving penal colony, cracked and broken, all echoing hollowly. At the end of the day, I'm actually glad for the sunset. Qin Fei's voice gradually raised. The emotions are recursive. A few fans in the back row already excited. It's too good to be true. So that's what listening to the scene was like. This is amazing. I've never seen anyone like this before. Carlo. Adam was in shock as he pulled out his cell phone and was recording the screen as well. This time back home. He must show those musicians, those directors a good time. The Summerland now is not the same as it used to be. Nowadays, the young people of the Summerland, their favorite things have changed. Oh my god. Another female voice? How can he transform it so naturally? Carlo was once again shocked. That's right, Qin Fei is on the high notes again. A high-pitched, clear opera voice, like thunder, exploded in the ears of the crowd. There are the strangest peaks. I've fulfilled you and I've been crazy. The clear light of the sea and the full moon, served into a cup of light. There are the loneliest snowy mountains. Jing has heard you and I recite chapters. The bridge that the world envies is nothing but unusual. Wow, the crowd in the front row was on its feet. This opera, it's really so beautiful. It's different and more penetrating than the usual. Goosebumps, my goosebumps. Wu Xian pointed to her arm, excited. She could feel it. Qin Fei's theater accent had improved again. OMG, Tom, do you hear me? Carlo felt trippy. So shocking. What kind of singing is this? Beautiful? This is the theater accent of our summer country. Heejong finished. Carlo lapses into silence and looks over at Adam. Is this guy even recording? There are the loneliest snowy mountains. Jing has heard you and I recite chapters. The bridge that the world envies is nothing but unusual. Hear that part. Almost the entire crowd was on their feet. Gosh, can it even go higher? I had thought that the previous theater accent was the peak. I didn't realize the goddess had plucked up another pitch. Too shocking and admirable. On stage, Qin Fei was wantonly spontaneous and boldly natural, and an even more bombastic section of the opera cadence came out once again. With the leanest handwriting, It's all yellowed with memory. And I lay up again the next chapter. One song down. The crowd stared with wide eyes and open mouths, too shocked to utter a word. It's numbing. Hee Jeong almost gave a knee. This song got the King of Songs battle, and could achieve a good result as well. VJ Lee. He really surprises us all the time. As Chin Fei's voice rang out. Thank you all. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Applause from the stage.
丁思雨呼唤着小粉丝们，激动大喊
Goddess, goddess, goddess. Chun Kaiga was shouting, Lu Haoran was shouting, and Zhang Yuqi was also shouting. In short, the whole place was brought up. Hee Jeong said, Did the goddess sing well? Good? Oh. So, a week from now, will you guys be going to the movies and supporting Demon Cat Tales? Will? At that moment, Adam walked up and laughed. Goddess, I have good news for you. Do you know Taylor Swift? Moldy? I know her. Nonsense, of course I know. Moldy took how many Grammy Awards? This is a big brother, not to mention in Foreign Fire, the domestic is also very hot. Why are you talking about her all of a sudden? I'm good friends with her, and in November, I'm going to her concert. Adam laughed. I just sent her the video of you singing and she's excited to sing a few songs with you. Would you be interested? Moldy in the past 2 years. Loved by the fans of the Summer Country. She was impressed. It also wants to please Summer's fans, but doesn't know in what way. There you go. If you can bring a singer from Xia to your own concert, it's kind of a gesture of goodwill in disguise, isn't it? However, when Adam finished, the whole place exploded. Whoa, seriously? Moldy invited the goddess to a concert. Geez, that's a lot of pride. Doesn't this mean that the voice of the goddess is about to resound through the meter? Resound in the falling hills machine? Without further ado, I've already started booking my flights to call the goddess. Hojong Sheena was also shocked. So you're going to sing in the country? Goddess, will you? Adam asked. The moment, everyone's gazes were fixed on Chin Fei, waiting for his reply. Yes, of course. Chin Fei laughed. It was naturally good to get acquainted with Moldy, and it was also his goal to make Xia's voice heard by the people of Rice. At this time, Ding Siyu stood up all of a sudden in excitement. Goddess, show the Mizos the charms of the femme fatale. The whole room completely burst out laughing just as she finished. Ha 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 ha. Chin Fei also laughed. The Siua is really silly and cute. Chapter 114. A Ticket to the Legend of the Demon Cat. Time flies. 6 days later at night at 11:45. Sisters, I have arrived at the Clear Lake Theater. Meet at the East Side Cinema. Ha ha ha. I'm not dragging my feet this time. I've arrived at the Sky Sea Cinema. So many people. The fan base exploded, and these fans were the ones who grabbed the tickets. 12 o'clock. They want to see the goddess in the legend of the demon cat. Oh my god. You guys are unaware that this side of the forgotten cinema is jammed. Too many people. Lin Yu finished sending the message and looked around. Oh boy. The entire theater was already packed. Some of them were also squeezed into fire escapes. As it happened, there was a small couple beside Lin Yu. The boy said, Get me 2 tickets to Demon Cat. The ticket agent shook his head. I'm sorry, but tickets for Legend of the Demon Cat are sold out. What? That fast? The ticket agent was helpless. Could she say that the tickets for the Legend of the Demon Cat were sold out for 7 days in a row? I told you, geez. I told you to hurry up and book the tickets. Now it's your fault. His girlfriend is almost crying with anxiety. It's so hard to support the goddess. But what? Now you can't even buy a movie. What about the tickets for tomorrow? Sold out. What about the day after tomorrow? Sorry. All tickets within the next 7 days are sold out. Woo-hoo! His girlfriend sat down on the floor on the spot and burst into tears. It drew everyone's attention. Ing, don't worry. There must be more. The boys were sweating in a hurry. Excuse me. Everyone who has 2 tickets to Demon Cat. I'll buy 2 for $200. The crowd looked at him as if he were a cutie. They looked at him as if he were a cutie. You want to buy it for $200? Eat you. For $100. $1,000. The boy was dumbfounded. He had called for $1,000 apiece. Why was there still no one to sell it? This movie, is it really that hot? Corner. Yang Mi. Diligent is watching the new episode of Happy Camp. 10 Years on Earth sounds good. It's going to be on the list tonight. Yang Mi had just finished speaking when the time came to 12 o'clock and the ticket checking began. Same time, Chun Hee, Deng Chao, and the others also entered a theater. Yang Guifei, hey, I've seen the stills. That's a beautiful mess. After Chun Hee finished, Deng Chao continued, your uncle's $600 million drama. I hope it doesn't disappoint us. It's well known. Chun Hee is Chun Kaiga's nephew, so he's kind of here to support his uncle today. Wow, finally in. Finally get to see the goddess act. It's definitely not a problem. I've seen her Drunken Princess and it's superb. I heard there are quite a few stars in the movie theater. I wonder if there are any in our neighborhood. Fans were heard talking. Chiniga lowered his hat. 10 minutes later, the movie begins. One opening. Atmosphere of the Great Tang Dynasty. Antique houses. The carriages on the road, the pedestrians, instantly attracted the attention of the crowd. Worthy of being directed by Chun Kaigo, big production. And then the next. The crowd never spoke again. Finally, here comes the famous scene. In the middle of a wine pool, Yang Guifei's first reveal, being stepped on behind the skirt. The eyes went from shocked, to surprised, to angry, and were interpreted by Qin Fei in a perfect way. It was as if a noble princess of the Shang Tang dynasty was standing right in front of everyone's eyes. Knit your brows. All the flavor. If your highness were alive, there's nothing more than that, is it? Clouds think of clothes and flowers. The spring breeze is a dewy threshold. If I didn't see you at the head of Gunjak, we'll meet under the moon toward the Yao Tai. Wait until this poem gets out. The crowd let out an audible gasp. Oh my God. This poem is so beautiful too. Who wrote it? It is said that this poem was written by a goddess. Who? Here it's Yang Guifei. Whoa! Some people are marveling. This is amazing. Even if you can act, you can even write poetry? The brother, who was eating popcorn off to the side, had frozen. The popcorn fell from his mouth and he was oblivious. Beautiful. Really beautiful. It's different than looking at stills. At this moment, the noble consort was alive and feeling, and one of her eyes hooked the heart. Raise your hands and throw your feet in the air. Is there really such a beautiful person in the world? I'm convinced. Sister Honey, it's not even if the goddess is just beautiful. Her acting skills are still so good. I'm a woman's heart. Delilah exclaimed. That scene was so sensational. Hey, why didn't Honey get back to me? Turn your head. OMG. Honey has looked so dumbfounded that she spilled Coke all over her clothes. End of movie. The crowd remained immersed, unable to extricate themselves. Dinesh Yu and her buddies were stunned. Stunning. It's stunning. This movie, just the character Yang Guifei, is worth $500 million at the box office. Not to mention the other. Sisters, really? I'm speechless about this movie. Tinselwood sends a message to the group. Some fans who hadn't seen the movie yet had their hearts thumping one by one. What do you mean? No way, is the goddess acting too bad? Next, Dinesh Yu spoke again. This movie is so good. Ooh, the goddess is really beautiful to a new level. The images of the legend of the demon cat, the special effects, it makes me cry to see it. With these words, the crowd was reassured. That's right. That's our goddess.
马上就要轮到我们了。
We're in the second batch, so don't dramatize it, or it won't be fun. Goddess, goddess, so much to look forward to. The stills are so beautiful. What's more to the movie? The fan base blew up. Just then, a message on the internet that cheered everyone up. Chapter 1 $300 million at the box office on the first day. Yang Guifei's fire. Hashtag Yang Guifei. A new level of beauty. Hashtag. A headline that immediately hit the hot seat. Countless comments. Countless retweets. Diving Fish V. To be honest, at the beginning did not hold too much hope to see. Not that look down on director Qin Kaiga, but on the acting skills of Qin Fei. Really worried. A newcomer who has never acted. How to carry the $600 million investment. Resistant to the role of Yang Guifei? However, when I finished watching it, I was so impressed by Yang Guifei that I don't even remember the plot. Only the beauty of Yang Guifei. I'm sorry, am I hopeless? Lots of replies at the bottom. Holy. Diving Fish even went to see it? This is a venomous movie critic with 6 million followers. The one that all directors love and hate. Fish, like me, is addicted to beauty and can't help himself. Whoa. Is it that much of a stretch? Bye you guys, I want to go see it. Another tweeter speaks up. Partridge V. With the mindset of trying it out, I went to see the movie directed by Chun Kaigwa, and honestly, there are 3 rewards. First, Yang Guifei is really beautiful. This is already the face value of the ceiling of the inner entertainment. In the next few decades, it's probably hard for anyone to surpass it. Secondly, the plot. I'm sorry, I really didn't read the plot. I just watched Yang Guifei. Third, I'm sorry, there is no third. Yang Guifei is so beautiful. Bottom comment. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Partridge Sky with 5 million followers on Weibo. Hand tearing a certain Bing Bing. Foot stepping on a certain Mimi. The guy who threatened that he is not a face control guy has fallen into the beauty of a goddess. The goddess is invincible. The goddess is bull. I took my wife to see Yang Guifei, and I cried when I saw that she had died. And she said that I wasn't even that sad when she gave birth. Upstairs, tough guy. Seeing these comments, Chun Kaiga's eyes glistened with tears. Happy. Excitement. Excitement. The movie was his own child, and of course he, as a parent, was happy to hear his own child being praised. The moment. He's sitting in a private theater with the cast, director Carlo, Adam, watching Legend of the Demon Cat. Quite a few media outlets are shooting. The movie plays out. A reporter laughed. Director Chun. Now the internet is saying that it started out as a rush for Chun Kaiga, but ended up being sucked in by Yang Guifei. What do you think? Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. Chun Kaiga looked at Qin Fei and laughed. That's the actor acting well. Very good. Thank you director, thank you all. Qin Fei rose and bowed in thanks. The reporter said, the internet also said that people only cared about the beauty of Yang Guifei and didn't even watch the plot. What do you think? Chun Kaiga cried and laughed. That's not advocated. People still need to pay more attention to the plot and more attention to the other actors. Ha ha ha. The atmosphere was so cordial that the 2 journalists immediately prepared articles and posted them online. Tenet News. As Yang Guifei's fireworks, Chun Kaiga calls for more focus on the plot. Daily Entertainment. It is not desirable to covet the beauty of Yang Guifei. Wang Liang, as a loyal fan of the movie, also saw the message. Pissed. He laughed. Director Chun, you can't blame us for this. It's really because Yang Guifei is too beautiful. Wang Liang watched the premiere and was so excited that he couldn't sleep and was ready to brush a wave of jitterbugs. Brush it up. The image is of a group of people lined up at a movie theater, each holding a demon cat tail in their hands. Brush it again. Brothers took the private money to buy the movie ticket of Demon Cat biography. Where are the LSPs? No one can stop me from watching Legend of the Demon Cat today. Hiss. Wang Liang blinked. Is it so hot? The premiere has only just ended and there are so many people in line. Don't you guys ever sleep? Brush again. Strongly recommend that the major theaters increase the amount of scheduling, preferably 24 hours a day, all the Demon Cat biography. Otherwise simply not enough to see. Well, tonight it's all wrapped up with the Demon Cat tale. Wang Liang swore that he would swipe the last one, and if it was still Legend of the Demon Cat, he would stop. I'll brush. Brothers, look at the back of this. It seems to be Yang Mi and Dirigiba. It's so graceful. I just don't know what that stain on Yang Mi's pants leg is. Wang Liang was helpless. Well, sleep. Day 2. Kyoto Airport. Qin Fei sends Adam, director Carlo back. Over the past few days, we all ate and drank together, and we all became good friends. Chin, November. Taylor's concert. Don't forget. Adam reminded. Don't worry. I won't forget. The 2 hugged. Carlo laughed. Chin, I'll go back first. The script for Mulan probably won't be available until early next year. I'll come back to Xia at that time. Anyway, the contract has already been signed. You can't get away with it. Ha ha. Qin Fei shook hands with director Carlo and smiled. Mulan is no deserter. Ha ha. Sending the 2 away, Qin Fei was about to go back. The phone vibrated. It was Chun Kaiga who called. Hey, Mr. Qin Fei. Ayo hey. Director Chun, you're so excited. I can't get excited. I thank you. I thank you so much. Where are you? This side of the airport. Qin Fei could sense that Chun Kaiga was so excited that even his voice was floating. Your Highness, stand still. I'm coming to get you. Huh. Qin Fei thought it was strange. What's the point of picking me up? The next second, Lu Howren's voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother Qin Fei, you're on fire. Especially hot. What do you mean? Chun Kaiga sounded excited and laughed. Legend of the Demon Cat. The box office reached 300 million on the first day. Mr. Qin Fei, we did it. Chapter 116, The Poorest Crew in History. Heavenly good news. Shangri-La Hotel, 3rd floor. Cheers! 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 The crowd raised their glasses and had a great time. Qin Fei spat out. This is the poorest crew I've ever seen. And the kill dinner was even cobbled together with the celebration dinner. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yuqi, Qin Hao and Lu Haoren all laughed. Can't be helped, who let director Chen Kaigo spend all his money on production? I apologize. I admit I didn't do enough. Chun Kaiga was so happy that he punished himself with a drink. If it wasn't for Mr. Qin Fei today, where would this kind of achievement be possible? Yang Guifei is so beautiful. This is more useful than any publicity. Come on, Mr. Qin Fei. I'll drink to you. The crowd froze. No way. Chun Kaiga apologized? And put your posture so low? Qin Fei laughed. Director, I'm just kidding you. Neither one was ambiguous, though. 1 cup down. Qin Fei used tea instead of wine, and to protect his voice, Chun Kaiga drank white wine. Drink up. Another drink. Mr. Qin Fei, you are truly my great benefactor and savior. If there is no you in, nothing else to say, this cup again to you. Director Chun, you can stop drinking. It's fine, it's fine. It's been a fun day. So what's wrong with drinking a little more? Chun Kaiga finished. Qin Hao also said, Mr. Qin Fei, your Yang Guifei, is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Come on, let me toast you? The words just fell. Lu Haoren silently said, It's been recorded. Turn around and send it to Ms. Inojung. Your. Qin Hao man was dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed again. Chun Kaiga said, 300 million on the first day. This definitely belongs to that kind of Big Bang level movie. AIM predicts that this wave of box office can reach 3 billion. To really reach 3 billion, everyone's worth would skyrocket. This morning, the AIM headquarters took the initiative to call me and said that they were going to increase their scheduling, and that the major theaters had gone up by 20%. 20%. Enough to make the movie's box office and double it again. Zhang Yuqi couldn't help it either. Mr. Qin Fei, this cup is for you. Dry. Sprinkles. A glass of white wine went down and she froze. Holy, what are you guys doing? Qin Fei cried and laughed. It's not like I'm the only one holding up this movie's high box office. So don't be like this, everyone, or I won't be able to eat this meal for sure. Ha ha ha. You're too modest, Mr. Qin Fei. Lu Haoren said smilingly. All of us in the upper theater went to see the movie because of Yang Guifei. Yes, Qin Fei was really a bit flattered. To our $3 billion box office, cheers. Chun Kaiga had lost his temper a bit. A big director like him would rarely lose his temper like this, but today he lost his temper because of Qin Fei. To be honest, he also understands that without Qin Fei, I'm afraid the final box office will only be between 400–500 million. A meal is finished. When Qin Fei returned home, he received a call from Ding Xiu. Your Highness! A scalp-tingling yelp. It made Qin Fei shiver. Hiss. Xiu. Don't be like that. I'm a little scared. Ha 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 ha. On Tinsley's end, there were several giggles, presumably from fans. Good luck, Your Majesty. All hail and peace to you, Your Highness. Mother, the legend of the demon cat is super good. Qin Fei cried and laughed. These fans of his own are pretty cute. Goddess, the movie was good. But there is one thing I have to complain about. Complaints. When Qin Fei heard this, he panicked. It's not my acting, is it? The scheduling is so low. The tickets are all taken. We don't even get a second chance. Yeah, it's so hard. I saw it by myself and wanted to see it with my parents. But I couldn't even get tickets for 7 days later. So that's what this is about. Qin Fei was relieved and smiled. See you. Tell everyone that the scheduling will become more frequent starting in the next 2 days. And tell everyone to keep an eye on the changes on the official website. Really? Tinsley almost screamed out. This was great. They had a chance now. Yes. Wah wah wah. A couple of little fans wowed with happiness. This is absolutely great news. Must tell the little sisters in the group. Then, Dinesh, you opened the fan club. Geez, it's annoying. I didn't get a ticket again. And the goddess being too hot is a problem. I couldn't even get a chance if I wanted a second brush. Bah! Shut up. You still want a second brush. I haven't even gotten my first blood yet. Piss me off. Usually, they are all family members, but at times like this, they are all 6 of them. See these messages. Dinesh, you said with a smile. Families, I just got a message. The goddess said that in these few days, everyone pay more attention to the official website, and the legend of the demon cat's schedule will increase. The words fell. The fan base immediately exploded. Really? Is it only Kyoto that has increased its schedule? Or is it all over the country? Is there an increase on the Zhejiang side? It's painful here in Chuan province. It's completely impossible to grab the fans. Are the goddesses fans all over the country? Ding Siyu said, it's the whole country that will increase. Oh. Wow wow wow. Excited. At that moment, Lin Yu sent a message. Sisters, the official website has temporarily added some time slots, so check it out. Wow. That's too efficient. Punch punch punch. I'm coming. Ha ha ha. I have to see Demon Cat this time, so my bestie can fool around again. Chapter 1 Let's go. Hotba. Let's wash the dates. South of the colored clouds. Zhou Wenping is picking wild dates on the mountain. The camera of the aspiring group pointed right at him. This time, the recording of the program of Aspire 4 is in the form of live broadcasting plus recording. Doesn't it smell good to make $2? Zhou Wenping glanced at the system panel. Host Zhou Wenping. Skills. Cookery LV99. National Art LV99. National Medicine LV99. Reputation. 826,000. System Mall. Not open. Still 174,000 short of prestige. Ugh. After all this work, I can't believe we haven't gotten to 1 million yet. Zhou Wenping crossed into this world a few days ago, and when the system was just opened, it gave him 3 chances to draw. As a result, he drew out 1 state art, 1 state medicine, and 1 cooking. Though they were all master-level skills, he wanted acting, singing, and such skills more. After all, many of the classics of the original world were not available here, and were his chance to make a name for himself. It's just a shame that the face is more non-competitive. The next time you draw, you'll need to consume 1 million prestige. Reputation includes popularity, visibility, and influence. In order to save his reputation, he traveled to Hangdian's to prepare for his run and slowly build up his reputation. Coincidentally, Yang Mi's crew is also hiring. Zhou Wenping, who possesses National Art LV99, makes him outstanding in stature and superb in temperament. Plus that handsome appearance. In the sea of mass actors, Yang Mi, who is a big star and a big boss, immediately recognized Zhou Wenping. After running the drag queen, Young Mimi signed him and then he became Hot Bar's mentor. At the arrangement of her boss, Yang Mi, both she and Hotba came to Mushroom House as resident guests. Unluckily, there is a young traffic freshman named Akun, who is also sent by the company to be the resident guest. The resident guest spots, however, are only 2. Hotba's position as the female resident guest of honor is set, and now it's down to the competition between him and Akun. Compared to these, what Zhou Wenping cared most about right now was how to enhance his reputation. Just arrived at the Mushroom House today. As a newcomer with no fan base, Zhou Wenping certainly has little reputation. His initial reputation was brought about solely by the heat of Aspire 4. Gotta find a way to raise some more prestige, and hopefully for the next raffle, I'll be able to draw an art skill. And he was kinda curious about what was in that system mall. Look everyone, this is called mountain jujube seed, also called wild jujube. The nutritional value is very high. It is not only rich in trace elements, but also contains a large amount of vitamin C, which is twice as much as that of dates and 20 times as much as that of mandarin oranges, and can be utilized in the human body up to 86.3%, making it the best of all fruits. Eating more wild dates is great for people's health. With the knowledge of the top national medical masters in his head, Zhou Wenping introduced himself to the camera. When he came to the Mushroom House, Huang Base asked him to go up the mountain to collect some fine firewood. So he went up the mountain with a bamboo basket on his back. I also found a wild jujube tree and planned to pick some back for everyone to try. With the blessing of the National Art LV99, this mountain path was as easy to walk on as it was to walk on. This little brother looks so handsome. I'm kind of obsessed with him. Zhou Wenping, this is the first time I've heard of this name. After checking the information, it seems that he is a contracted actor of Yang Mi's company, just like Hot Bar. When an ordinary person walks up a mountain path, he will sway left and right. You guys see that he walks up the hill very steadily. He can't be a practiced person, right? Fart of a practitioner. Look at his white face. He's definitely an uneducated fresh meat, just here to gild the show. Alas, the entertainment industry nowadays is so messed up by these fresh meat that no truly talented artists have appeared for years. Zhou Wenping picked some wild jujubes, gathered a basket of fine firewood, and returned to the Mushroom House. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw Kuan, with the center parting, wearing backpack pants and holding a basketball, singing and dancing in front of the camera. Seeing that Zhou Wenping had returned, Kuan glanced at him without even saying hello. How dare a fledgling newcomer come here and steal the resident guest spot from me? Not only will the resident guest be mine, but even Hot Barb will be enamored with me because of my talent. As always, Yellow Base stayed busy in the kitchen. Heejong took the feed and walked towards Little H and Little O. This time, the aspiring group gave the Mushroom House a pair of peacocks, named Colorful Clouds and South. Peacocks are considered relatively rare house pets, so Hotba, who had just arrived at the Mushroom House, was immediately attracted to them. She took a glass of water and crouched by the cage, looking at the peacock inside. The delicate features and beautiful side face mesmerized countless male viewers watching the live broadcast. The male peacock in the cage also seemed to be overwhelmed by Hataru's delicate appearance and vibrated his wings twice. Then the screen opened. Not only Peacock but even Kuin playing basketball has been working harder. Boo, boo, boo. Zhou Wenping looked at the open-screen Peacock and then at Akuin. The nature of the human class is, indeed, animal. Even the method of attracting each other is the same. Reba quickly noticed Zhou Wenping coming back up the hill. Hatba was there when young Mimi signed him earlier. That handsome face, seductive body, and unique aura had made her flamboyant for a long time. After realizing that Hotbar was looking at him, Zhou Wenping smiled and said something that shocked everyone. Come on, Reba. Let's go wash dates together. Chapter 2. Chinese writing, it's so profound. A single sentence, as if a bolt from the blue, resounded in everyone's ears. The atmosphere was suddenly quiet. Pest! Thermopylae, who was drinking water, spurted out at once, and a rainbow loomed in the air. Shock and shyness were written all over her beautiful eyes, and her pretty face swished red. What? A bath? I can't imagine that this Zhou Wenping, with his thick eyebrows and usually looking so gentle, is so open? Can't such requests be made in private? In front of so many people as well as the audience of the live broadcast, how can people answer? The audience inside the live broadcast room was even more blown up. This little brother is so raw. He asked to take a shower together. From now on, I will call you Brother Ping. Please accept my younger brother's obeisance. That makes me blush to hear it. Could it be an accidental slip of the tongue? Then again, what is Ping and Hataru's relationship now? So excited to see what Hotba will answer. And if she does go to the wash, please have the show broadcast live. Kneel down and take a live shower. Kneel down and take a live shower. The rest of the pop-ups were basically requests for a live stream. Inside the villa in Yanjing, Yangmi and Lu Cc, who had just finished showering, were lying on the bed in tank tops and hot pants. When Lu Cc was not filming, she also liked to come to Yangmi's place to hang out. The two women's jade feet were backward, lightly hooked. At the moment they were staring at the live feed on their cell phones. After hearing Zhou Wenping's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Wow, Mimi, is this the male artist you just signed? So tough. Hearing Lu Cic's words, Yangmi also couldn't help but scratch her head. I feel like he's a pretty good prospect. That's why I'm giving him some resources. Signed this kid because it looked like he had a very good image and a nice demeanor. I didn't realize it was so raw. I've operated a lot of relationships to get you on the show to make a name for yourself. Who asked you to flirt with girls? You flirt? How can you ask a girl in public if she wants to take a bath together? Yangmi looked at the script in her hand. There was also the idea of scouting a role for him in, well, Gotham, the script. In hindsight, Zhou Wenping's acting career. Screw it, it's going to end with that statement. That's the way it is in show business. Say the wrong thing and you could be immortalized. Boom, boom, boom. Akuin, who had just been playing basketball with great vigor, dropped the blue ball in his hand, pointed at Zhou Wenping, and righteously chided him. Ugh, you moralist. How dare you make such disgusting demands in public? You're shameless. And you even dragged Hatarub along with you. Vile, shameless, nasty. Akuin was fuming while gritting his teeth as if he wanted to rush up and scratch Zhou Wenping. Hearing this, Zhou Wenping also came to fire. What the hell? Why did you get scolded for washing dates? But seeing Akun that soft appearance, Zhou Wenping resisted the urge to punch him. He was, after all, a top expert in the national art LV99, and this punch went down. Promise yourself that you will get on your knees and shake Kuin, begging him not to die. At the same time, he also noticed that the system panel had changed. Host Zhou Wenping. Skills. Cookery LV99. National Art LV99. National Medicine LV99. Reputation 1.05 million. System mall. Not open. In just an instant, his own reputation had surpassed 1 million. You don't seem to have done anything yourself, do you? How did the reputation suddenly skyrocket so much? I just called out to Hotba and went to wash dates together. And so on. Washing dates? A bath? Look at Hotspur, that shy expression. Zhou Wenping instantly understood what was going on. Xia's writing is really profound. So, feigning impatience, he looked to Hataru. Are you coming along or not? I. Hotba stammered a little, her mind even more muddled. How should I answer this situation? Outright rejection, or something euphemistic? 1.09 million. 1.12 million. If you come with me to the wash, I'll let you eat it later. Eat. Rubbing. Hotba didn't know what to think, but her face flushed 3 shades of red and rolled. I guess if you put a kettle on now, you can boil it. 1.15 million. 1.2 million. Looking in front of him, at the growing prestige, Zhou Wenping smiled with his mouth grinning to the back of his head. And then look at Hotba's embarrassed and flushed face. Zhou Wenping was a little bit too much for his own good. He lifted his hand, a fruit basket made of bamboo strips. These dates, do you want to eat them without washing them? Hot bar? Dates? Is that what you mean by bathing? Yeah. What else did you think it was? I certainly think to wash dates too. Hotba couldn't help but be relieved. And at the same time there was some small loss in my heart. The audience in the live room, even more rowdy. Naya, so it's washing dates? I really thought I was going to take a shower. I told you. This little brother is too bold. A little bit of a minor disappointment, to be honest. I wanted to see the lovebirds live. I told you. I didn't turn on the wrong software. Up front. Ask for the name of the software, and good people will be safe. The crowd in the mushroom house, too, breathed a sigh of relief. The show had just started recording, and the first guest hadn't even shown up yet. So if something went wrong, it would be a big problem. Yellow Base, in the kitchen, smiled and shook his head. Washing dates and taking a bath. That's fun. Huh. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and shrieked. Ouch. Chapter 3. Half of the program's effect collapses. After hearing Yellow Base's shriek, the crowd rushed around. Only Yellow Base was seen covering his left hand with a pained expression. A few drops of blood, dripping down his fingers. Hands are broken. Upon seeing this, the medical squad following the director's group hurriedly ran over with a medical kit. Mr. Huang, please take your hand away. Let's take care of the wound. Yellow Base nodded. Only the index and middle fingers of Huang Base's left hand were sliced. The wound is pretty deep. Blood kept flowing out of the wound. Ah! Hotba let out a gasp. Ugh! Yellow Base sighed. Chopped and cooked all my life. It was the first time he had ever cut his finger. If it were usual, he would never have cut his hand. The pot should be dumped on Zhou Wenping. Hotba, let's go wash dates together. That's just too thunderous and too easy to think about. Even the gossipy heart of this old fox was tickled. This distraction was not retained under the knife. It became what it is now. Cutting your finger because you were reading gossip is a shameful thing to do. Yellow Base told himself silently, to save face. This matter must never be told. Luckily, it didn't break any bones. Don't touch the water for a while. After the bandage, the doctor barked. Can't touch the water? How am I supposed to cook then? Jingle bells. Yellow Base's words just fell. Just heard the phone in the room ring. Hee-jeong hurriedly ran to answer the phone. Not a moment too soon. A sad face came out. Any guests coming? Yellow Base asked. Yeah, and it says it'll be a while. What? For a while? What can we do about this? Hee-jeong frowned and nodded. He and Yellow Base, both of them, were the yearning hosts in charge. Yellow Base is the aspiring chef if he can't cook with his injured hand. Then half the effect of the program would collapse. It's a bummer to have something like this happen before it's even official. It's better if I go into battle, this small injury, as long as I pay attention, I should be fine. No, in case it gets infected, or the wound breaks open. Alas, Huang Bei sighed. How coincidental. If it was injured on my leg or elsewhere, I would have tolerated it, but it was injured on my finger. For a chef, a finger is life, and it was injured at such a time. The chief director of the directing team, too, was in a difficult position. The taping of the show is to finalize the schedule with all the artists. The program is now officially being taped, and the artists will appear one by one according to the schedule. Plus, it's live now. It was impossible at this time to give Yellow Base any more time to recuperate. But if you let Huang Base's take on the battlefield with an injury, if it really gets infected, the consequences are not something that the director's team can afford. Just when everyone was in a difficult position, Zhou Wenping spoke slowly. Why don't I take the cook's position for a while? With a single word, he drew everyone's attention to him. Bunpei, you can cook? Hataru asked in amazement. Zhou Wenping has just signed to Yang Mi's company. In addition to his handsome appearance, charming body, and unique temperament, he made Hotba spend a long time. The rest of the aspects are not well understood. Looking at his white skin, it was easy to give the impression that he was a gentleman far from the kitchen. Not only Hotba, but the others didn't believe it either. However, the general director had a bright spot in his eye. A chef is a must for aspiring recordings. If Zhou Wenping can really cook, he can at least salvage the effect of the show. Take a step back. Even if it makes a meal that tastes poorly, as long as it has that little bit of a cooking feel to it and presents a certain picture, it's fine. As for the last part of the meal, it's perfectly fine to order takeout. Wenping, can you really cook? The chief director asked in confirmation. Well, I usually like to cook, and I'm still quite good at it, so I can give it a try. Kidding aside, brother is a strong person with cooking LV99. Any meal is at my fingertips, and any ingredient in my hands can be turned into a delicious meal. What are you going to order for the guests who are coming? Yellow Base asked. Wrapped roasted chicken tendon. This is the first time I've heard the name of this dish. Hejiong replied. I know and will do it. Zhou Wenping replied. You who? Huang Base said in amazement. I've never even heard of this dish. You've got something? Don't mess it up later. Huang Base walked towards the general director Zhang Tong. Director Zhang, how do you change the chicken claws? In a life of aspiration, money is basically nothing, and the only way to get paid for it is by working and putting in the labor. Zhang Tong pointed to the orchard in the distance. There is a patch of pineapples there, and you pick the appropriate number of pineapples for the corresponding ingredient. 10 pineapples for a pound of vegetables, 20 pineapples for a pound of meat. How much you get depends on the fruits of your labor. Yellow Base nodded. Mr. He, how many people are coming? 4. I counted. About 200 pineapples to pick. Chapter 4. Li Yuanba? You look like Li Lianying to me. What? 200? Akun was taken aback as he looked down at his fine-skinned hands. Both pineapples he struggled to hold because of the sticking. 200 pineapples would definitely waste themselves. Shall we go pick it now or wait? Hejiong asked. When those 4 guests arrive, I'd like to see who it is that wants such a cold dish. And packaged and burned. Believe it or not, I'll pack him up and burn him. Yellow Base looked like he was going to get a score to settle, and counted off in a snarky manner. It seems he has a big grudge against his finger injury. There was nowhere to take out this resentment, so they had to take it out on the upcoming guests. Akun, you split these firewood. You'll need it for cooking later. Hejiong said. Chopping wood. Kuan flinched, suddenly having the illusion that the pot came from the sky while the man was singing and dancing. Why? Himself inexplicably named. He'd just gone pineapple picking, and he had enough to grumble about, and now there was chopping wood. And it's still naming him to chop. Let him, such a talented, singing and dancing talent, do the grunt work. It's a waste. Work like chopping wood is too tiring. Can you get me a lighter one? Change. Yellow Base was speechless. Aspiring has been taped for 4 seasons now, and every time he schedules whatever job the guest is going to do. Dahua, Changchang, and Zifeng from the first 3 seasons, which is not a capricious one. Is this to be the resident guest or the crown prince? Originally, Akun didn't have a particularly good image in the hearts of Huang Bui and the others. Now that's even worse. Even a good old boy like Mr. He couldn't help but shake his head. The most depressed person is the general director Zhang Tong. It's not that Akun's high flow just happened to have a vacancy in the male resident guest position, and he was approached to fill it. But coming to the desired life means working. If you want to be a pampered freshman here, excuse me, please mellow out. Seeing the crowd's gaze, Kuan was also a bit uncomfortable. Plus, with Hotba watching, he had to show it anyhow. Maybe when Hotba sees his gallant movements when chopping wood, she'll be hooked. The live audience too buzzed. Go Kun. Daddy watches over you. Kunzumi, have a one-handed axe chop. With what axe? Straight to chopping wood with your bare hands. Isn't it just chopping firewood? Kuan, chop all that pile of firewood. After chopping the firewood, then we'll break a big stone in our chests. I think you guys are punking him. You guys in the front are black fans, right? Kuan had no choice but to go for it. It's just chopping wood. I'll show you what it means to have Li Yuanba in the world, he said as he came to the stump, took a bowl of firewood and placed it on the stake. Bending down, he stretched out his right hand and grasped the handle of the axe that rested beside the stump. Thinking very lightly and handsomely, he picked up the axe. However, he overestimated his strength and underestimated the weight of the axe. With a fierce effort, not only did he fail to pick up the axe, even a grin that almost didn't flash his back. Seeing the situation, the crowd that sweated. Li Yuanba? This is Li Lianying, isn't it? Hotba was even shaking because holding in her laughter was hard work. One couldn't hold back and accidentally laughed out loud, then hurriedly held it back. Hejong forced a smile. Kuin, you look quite tall. How come you only have this much strength? I was too careless. Now I'll show you my true strength. Having said that, Akun gripped the axe handle with both hands and clenched his teeth with a fierce effort. I made it. I lifted it. I managed to lift the axe. Look at Kuin as he holds up his axe and shakes it. The hearts of the crowd were in their throats. This isn't going to split us instead of firewood, is it? The crowd took an involuntary step back. Even the photographer who was following Akun hid inside the crowd. No way. Swords have no eyes, and axes are even less accurate. It would be a damn shame to get hit like that. Look at my heaven-opening axe. Akun bellowed, the axe in his hand chopping down towards the firewood. The correct way to split firewood should be that the axe blade is in perpendicular contact with the cross-section of the wood. This will bring out the power of the axe. Kuin, on the other hand, did not control the angle of the axe as it fell. The axe blade is off. Chopping firewood becomes smashing it. Boo! The firewood was knocked off the stump. The reaction force jolted Akun's tiger's mouth, and the axe came out of his hand. Dang! The axe hit Akun's foot in an unbiased manner. Ouch! Holy! It's a good thing it was the back of the axe that hit it, or the toe could have been chopped off. Akun cried out in pain and flew up, kicking the axe away. Holding his feet, he jumped like a cockfight. Seeing this image, Zhou Wenping came to a realization. So that's where the song Jinny Too Beautiful came from. The axe wasn't kicked too far, and as it was kicked away, the handle buckled and hit the cylindrical firewood on the stake. The firewood rolled straight down and hit Akun's other foot. Chapter 5. Chopping a wood and almost chopping yourself. Now, Akun's body completely lost its balance and slumped down towards the ground. And then an even more thrilling scene appeared. That axe, which had been kicked away by Akun, just happened to land on its back, its blade flashing coldly vertically upwards. Akun, who was slumped towards the ground, just managed to plant himself face first into the blade of the axe. But it's not as easy as breaking your face if you touch it. The crowd let out a gasp. I saw that Kuin was about to be splattered with blood. In the nick of time, Zhou Wenping rushed out of the crowd. Possessing the national art LV99, his body's agility far exceeds that of an ordinary person. The moment Akun's face was about to smash into the blade of the axe, he flew up and kicked the axe out of the ground. Dang! 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 The axe tumbled twice and fell into a nearby bush. Puff! Kuin landed on his face and fell on his ass. Other than a sore nose from the fall, not much else happened. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Tong had even more of a feeling of having been robbed of his life. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. What the hell is this? You almost split yourself chopping wood. And the heavenly axe? Almost opened my own scoop. Everyone in the circle knows that Akun is the top flow fresh meat that entertainment companies spend a lot of money to create. Gold is expensive. If this is injured, the entertainment company behind it will definitely blackmail their program team severely. Hejong hurriedly helped Akun up. Akun's face was now covered in dirt, and coupled with the fact that he had just walked through a ghost gate, he was now in a state of shock and very emotional. He pointed at Zhou Wenping and roared, "Why did you just kick the axe away instead of pulling me? Or I wouldn't have fallen on my face. Do you know how much time and money I spend every day taking care of my face? Can you afford to pay?" Zhou Wenping was baffled. So I was wrong to save you? If I had known, I would have stood by and watched. As if he had grasped the point of something, Kuin became even more hysterical. Well, you're really jealous of my talent and beauty. That's why you're trying to inflict harm on me. You're waiting for a lawyer's letter. Zhou Wenping really wanted to punch Akun and make him bedridden for half a year at the moment. Seeing this, Yellow Base and the others rushed over to pull the fight. But contempt had passed over his face. At the same time, in his heart, he gave Akun's image a big 0. No. Negative points. What the hell? Ungratefulness and enmity. That's the kind of person you're talking about, isn't it? If it wasn't for the fact that the other Zhou Wenping had just kicked the axe away, it would be a question of whether or not you could stand and talk right now. It is best to stay away from such people. Or else you'll have to apologize to him if you get dragged into it someday. The live feed blew up too. What kind of character is this? Zhou Wenping is now considered Akuin's savior. Sort of? Sort of. I've only seen ungrateful people in TV shows before, but now that I'm seeing them for the first time, I'm so pissed off. I'd like to know exactly where the mushroom house is. And nothing more. Just want to bring a hammer to commiserate with. Ping. From now on I fan you. General Director Zhang Tong made a wink at Huang Base Hejiong, signaling for a private conversation. Who do you guys think you want to keep as a resident guest? Zhang Tong asked directly. Yellow Base side. Akun has a high flow, but he can't afford to serve. We've been chopping firewood for 3 seasons without any problems. And then we almost got someone killed when it came to him. That's not true. When Akuin plopped over towards the axe blade just now, I was terrified. If it wasn't for Zhou Wenping's timely intervention, I'm afraid Akuin would have broken his face. He's so petulant. I'm afraid he'll be in trouble if anything really happens to him on the show. I just looked at the backstage of the live broadcast, and so many viewers have turned their powder to Akuin and the road to black. On the contrary, many people have quite a good impression of Zhou Wenping. Zhang Tong said. The three chatted for a few moments before gradually reaching a consensus. Let's sign Zhou Wenping as the resident guest this time. As for Kuin, let him go back to his own company and be a prince. We won't serve on our side. After a while, the agent who got the news took Kuin away, partly because of the notice from the mushroom house side. On the other hand, it was the top brass over at the company that gave the notice. What Kuin just said in front of the camera was so bad that it has already had a huge impact on his public image. In order to avoid the impacts continuing to grow, the company decided to shed the position of resident guest. As for those messages on the internet, just get the water army to bring up the tempo in a few days. After watching Akun leave, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It was as if a ticking time bomb had finally been defused. Interesting. Zhou Wenping looked at the system panel in front of him. After that fiasco just now, his popularity had surprisingly grown to 1.6 million. It's already available for raffle. The situation at hand is not quite right for a lottery. Bone thrower. The sound of a suitcase as it was pulled was soon heard from outside the door. The crowd's hearts tightened. Is it possible that Kuin has gone and returned? Everyone is now talking about Kanai. Alarmed, he hurriedly looked toward the door. Phew. Turns out the guest of honor has arrived. Only 4 figures were seen, 3 fat and 1 thin, pulling the suitcase along the flower path in front of the door, toward the mushroom house here. When they could see the face, the people in the mushroom house looked surprised. The guests for the first installment, surprisingly, are them. Chapter 6. The mushroom house is going to be renamed Yi Hong Yuan? Mr. Huang waved to a few people. Reba. Wenping. Let's go. Let's go out and pick up the guests. Zhou Wenping stepped away, just ready to go. After listening to the words of Mr. Huang, always feel that something is not right. Picking up clients? Mr. Huang, with your talent, it's a shame you don't go pimping. Pest. Pest. Both He Jiong and Hotba couldn't help themselves and directly burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Pimp? You don't say. Old Huang, what you just said is really something. Teacher, he couldn't stop laughing. Hotba was even laughing so hard that tears were streaming out of her eyes. I can't. Laughing makes my stomach hurt. Wenping, you have too much guts. You even dare to joke about Mr. Huang. Zhou Wenping dared to joke like this because he knew that Mr. Huang and Mr. He, both of them, were great variety artists who were very capable of picking up the stakes. And now that it's live, a bit of variety is ultimately good. Sure enough, Mr. Huang smiled and nodded. Pimping, that seems like a good job. You don't say. This program of ours, the work we do every day is just ushering people in and out. It seems like it's kind of fun. Turning back to the general director, Zhang Tong. Director Zhang, why don't we discuss it? From now on, our mushroom house, let's rename it Yi Hong Yuan. Zhang Tong's head was filled with black lines when he heard this. Yihu? Aspire to life, change it to aspire to Excelsior? Does this show even want to be on the air anymore? The pop-ups on the live feed blew up again. 666, Mushroom House renamed Yi Hong Yuan. It's really thanks to Mr. Huang to think of it. If the name is changed, I'll be sure to take care of business. You guys don't say. Every time they have to pick up a client and then eat, play and sleep with them, it's kind of fun. That's enough of you guys up front. Why don't you help me with a fill-in-the-blank question if you have the time to flirt? Hearing Mr. Huang's words, Hataru had laughed so hard that she couldn't straighten up. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. Zhou Wenping a positive color. Stop laughing. It's time to pick up the slack. You're our top girl here. Hatba froze for a moment and quickly responded with a laugh and a curse. Damn Wenping, your skin is itching, isn't it? Yellow Base looked at this pair of living treasures and found it quite amusing. Aspiring is, after all, a variety show, which means it should have a little more variety. The guests who came were 3 fat and 1 thin. The 3 fatter men were 3 comedians from the comedy group, Diunsha, Usain, Yu Yunpeng, and Dalin Zi. At this time of the year, Dalin hadn't lost any weight and looked chubby and round. Looks a lot like Quisteel. Usain and Yu Yunpeng are also wide-bodied people. As harmonizers, they don't have to be particularly concerned about their size, and even their chubby bodies add to the comedy of performing comedy. The one with the skinny figure was the popular actress Gulaina Za. Standing with the 3 fat dunes, Naza's body looked slimmer and shapelier. Look at the people who came out of the mushroom house to greet us. All of them were doubled over with laughter. The 4 men froze. Grandpa, what are you looking at those guys laughing at? Do a few of us look that funny? Yu Yunpeng had an amused look on his face as he told off Yuzhan. Yusain is known as the mother of the country of the Diyun Society, the mother of the world. Yu Zhanyuan glanced at the suitcase he was holding, which was filled with the white wine he had brought with him. Let's see how I'm going to clean them up at dinner tonight. One by one, all of them down, and no one is going to go back standing up. Master, it's up to you whether you can get back your honor today. As he spoke, Yellow Base and the others had already come to heel. If it was an ordinary entertainer who came, Huang Base and He Jiong would never pick up the customers. After all, the curiosity of the 2 of them is here to stay. But among those who came, Usain was too heavy and very well connected. He's working on a movie right now that has all the big names in it. Other directors have to go to a lot of trouble and pay a lot of money to invite these stars. But it's here in Yusuf. A case of beer, 2 bottles of white wine, and unlimited kebabs. Done. It's just so arbitrary. Master Yu, I didn't expect the program to invite you here. Yellow Base walks up next to Usain and offers to go up and shake his hand. Yuzha grinned, much like the grandpa next door, very affectionate. I've been raising animals at home, so I thought I'd come and live the life I want to live. On the other hand, Zhou Wenping walked next to Naza and smiled very jadedly. Hello, give me the case. Seeing Zhou Wenping's spring-like smile, Nazar's heart warmed. Mushroom House has hired such a sunny, handsome, and gentle young artist this time. Nodding lightly, he handed the box in his hand to Zhou Wenping. See the scene at Hatba. For some reason, the heart stuttered as if something was not right. 1 minute you're talking about going with someone to wash dates. The next second, it's off to help other girls carry their stuff. Men really are all big piggies. Chapter 7 The Moonlight Before the Bed. 2 pairs of shoes under the bed. My goodness, this little brother, he's a chicken thief enough to offer up pretty girls when he sees them. We 3 brown men have no one to take care of. Xiao Yu had a look on his face as he made his comments. His chubby face, with its squishy little expression, looked very comical. Zhou Wenping laughed. Pong, you know you're a brown man, and you're still thinking about someone to take care of you? Shall I have Hatba carry it for you? These are all jokes, of course, especially the comedians, the sketch artists, the harmonizers, usually like to squeeze each other. It's easy to eliminate distance by speaking in this way, and it can also lead to creative inspiration. If it's that kind of twisted character instead, it's not easy to adapt to the industry of comedy. Little Yaya rushed to be as fit as a fiddle when he heard that he was going to let Hatba carry his suitcase for him. No, if I have to let such a big beauty carry my suitcase, I'll have to go home and kneel on the remote control, the kind that changes a station plus an hour. Looking at the back of little Yu left, Zhou Wenping suddenly wanted to write a capital miserable on his body. It's so funny. It looks like Xiao Yu's family status. It's evident. If I can get Hatba to carry my suitcase for me, even if my daughter-in-law makes me kneel on a durian, I'll take it. Up front, you're just a single dog. You don't even have a girlfriend. How can you have a daughter-in-law? I'm so looking forward to what fun things will happen when the people from the Takamosha come to the mushroom house. A few people went into the mushroom house to put their things away. He Jiong noticed Dalin Zi, who had been silent. Being a good old boy, he thinks of taking care of his juniors all the time. What is your name, my non-speaking friend? Yu Ji, as a veteran, immediately understood that He Jiong was giving Dalin Zi a chance to leave the country. He purposely found an angle, tapped Dalin on the shoulder, and introduced himself to the camera. His name is Dalin Zi. He is my disciple and the young class master of our Takyun society. When I came to participate in Aspiring Life this time, his father, Mr. Guisteel, wanted me to bring him out and see the world. Nowadays, Dalin Zi is still a very shy and introverted person. The reason why he has developed such a character has to do with his father, Guisteel. Guisteel has been very strict with Dalin Zi since he was small. On the one hand, it is because of the mentality of looking out for a child. On the other hand, it was that he, Dalin Zi, was not capable enough to suppress those senior brothers in the future. After all, in the future, the Deity Cloud Society would be handed over to Dalin Zi. The dragon has 9 sons, and the sons are different. What's more, these disciples of Laogua are even more different in character. There were also a few pricks that even Laogua had a headache. It's hard to convince the public if the big linchpin is too bad, but a lot of things tend to be the opposite of what they are. Due to Laogua's too strict education style, Dalin Zi was raised to be fearful. I've been on stage a few times, but I'm too nervous to speak when I get on stage. There were appeals from the stage and countless cheers. The performance was predictable. After each performance, Dalin Zi was inevitably reprimanded. Over time, Dalin Zi became more and more autistic, and his self-confidence could be said to have dropped to the freezing point. Laogua took a look at this and saw that his son might be wasted. It's very scary that Dalin Zi is under too much psychological pressure and goes to some extremes. But being used to the role of a strict father, he can't get along gently with the child, so he finally asks Yusain to help open up a little. As the master of Dalin Zi, Yusain is very heartbroken, so he often takes Dalin Zi out for a walk, including this visit to record the show and bringing it with him. Yusain looking at the beautiful scenery of the south of the colored clouds. Hopefully, being here will allow Dalin to relax and unwind. Come on, Padawan. Say hello to all of you in the live feeds. Dalin was very shy and totally put out. Hi, big. Everyone. It was squirming as if it were a big girl. In his heart, Yu Ji couldn't help but sigh. What a lively and cheerful child he was as a child. He was badgered by his father. Zhou Wenping felt that the atmosphere was a bit depressing and hurriedly walked over to Dalin Zi's side, shaking Dalin Zi's hand with great excitement. Aya, you're the young class master of the Dune Society? Nice to meet you. Looking at the enthusiastic Zhou Wenping, Dalin was a bit baffled. A philosophical trifecta of questions popped into my head. Who is he? Do I know him? What's he up to? Yellow Base and the others were also confused. I don't know what this is about. My name is Zhou Wenping. I'm a fan of your Dune Shi, and I really like the comedy you guys tell. You also listen to the comedy of the Cloud Society? Dalin asked. Of course I like it. Especially those poems of yours. Poetry. Dalin blinked. Even Yusain and Xiao Yeye were looking forward to what Zhou Wenping would say. Zhou Wenping raised his fan and straightened his body, as if Li Bai had gotten on top of him. 2 pairs of shoes under the bed. 2 people on the bed, Yusain Guisteel. Chapter 8 Li Bai's coffin board. To be pressed. I can't. My stomach hurts from laughing. Ping is such a talent. Someone come quickly. Li Bai's coffin board is about to be overwhelmed. I never thought that Silent Night thoughts could be changed. So orange. I feel like I'm listening to a comedy routine. It's so funny. Looking at the active audience in the live room, General Director Zhang Feng was overjoyed. It seems like keeping Zhou Wenping as a resident guest was the right thing to do. This is the first time they have used a Live Plus taped format for the program. How effective is it really? To tell the truth, he, along with Huang Base and He Jiong, were quite apprehensive, though Akun's departure took some of the audience with him. But due to Zhou Wenping's frequent golden sentences, the activity of the live broadcast has increased significantly. An increase in activity indicates an increase in viewer stickiness, which is what they want. And the popularity of the outflow is now rising. As opposed to the reaction of the viewers in the live room, the crowd at the Mushroom House laughed even more uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, is this really the poetry of the Deity Cloud Society? It's so funny. I'll listen to it once and memorize it. Hataru and Naza blushed slightly as they listened to the slightly colorful poetry. And of course know that it's the kind with flirtation. Yellow Base grinned. Xiao Zhou. Can not small guts, actually flirting with Mr. Gua and Master Yu? Zhou Wenping hemmed and hawed. No. I'm just relaying the crowd's love for the Takamosha. As the object of flirtation, you signed instead of being angry, but exudes a gratified expression. For he saw the great linchpin smile. It had been a long time since he'd seen Daylin relax himself. This child is also his hand to bring up, see the tendency to get depressed, he is also anxious. Now that he saw Daylin Z laughing out loud, the relief in his heart was quite large. For Zhou Wenping there was also gratitude. Everyone giggled for a while. Yellow Base remembered a question. Who ordered the packet of roasted chicken tendons? Such an offbeat dish not to mention. The point is that for 1 pound of chicken feet you have to pick 20 pineapples. Looking at Mr. Huang's rising stance, Naza slowly raised his hand, timidly. It's me. Looking at Niza's well-behaved appearance, Huang Base, who had originally intended to ask for punishment, did not continue. Then he looked at Koyak. What did you 3 order? Xiaoye replied in a manner. We ordered the simplest home-cooked food. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes and Yangzhou fried rice. You shouldn't get told off for such a simple dish. Who knows? Yellow Base lit up after hearing this. A reprimand followed. To come to a mushroom house and order such a simple dish? Who are you looking down on? Don't you dare run away. Get to work for me. Xiaoye was stunned. Talking in such a roundabout way, this is an attempt to find a reason for us to go to work. However, the life we aspire to is not just about doing farm work and eating home-cooked food. No problem. Mr. Huang, what kind of work did you say you have? Go pick 200 pineapples. How much? 200. You kill me. Xiaoye had a look of rawness and wanted to be lazy. Kill you? Okay. That way the meat comes out at night. Mr. Huang, I was wrong. Can't I go pick pineapples? Naza seems to have found something. Mr. Huang, what happened to your hand? Yuzha also picked up the question. Yeah, when we met earlier, I noticed how your fingers were bandaged. Injured. Mr. Huang smiled awkwardly. I'm not afraid to tell you guys a joke, but I just accidentally cut myself on my finger. It's a bit of a shame, really. If you're a new cook just learning to cook, it's understandable that you'd cut into your hand. A veteran chef like Huang Base should be able to cut up a dish with his eyes closed. It's unbelievable that he could hurt a hand, and 2 of them at that. So who's going to do the cooking when you hurt your hand? Apparently, Xiao Yu's focus ran away from him. Don't worry. This time there will be Zhou cooking instead of me. Xiao! Diyun Sanfati and Naja both looked at Zhou Wenping in unison. The eyes showed distrust. Mr. Huang's good cooking skills are well known in the circle, and cooking very much a time sink. Any way you look at it, Wrinkles Wenping, the young man's experience in the kitchen, could not be compared to Yellow Base. Although a few of them didn't say anything, the eyes seemed to say again. I don't think I'm going to have a good time today. Hatba was looking forward to it in some small way, although she didn't trust Zhou Wenping's level of cooking either. But men who can cook are already a rarity. Taste and all that, not so much to ask. Bunpei, what can you cook? I was in too much of a hurry to ask just now. Hataru asked, and the others pricked up their ears. Because we all understand that it doesn't matter what we eat, the effect of the program is the most important thing. Don't get to the time when people whole bunch of want to eat, the result of Zhou Wenping can't do the same. This collapses the picture of cooking. Chapter 9 Eel with fine wine. Great enjoyment in life. I can cook any meal as long as I have the ingredients. Zhou Wenping replied bashfully. This kind of cloudiness made Huang Base and the others have a kind of confidence in him. You quite confident, huh? Now that you say so, I'm going to order. Yellow Base said and listed the menu for dinner. Master you don't seem to have ordered anything. Is there anything you want to eat? Order anything? As long as it's on Earth. Do eels have it? Eels? I didn't expect that Usain would say such a cold ingredient. Yellow Base looked at the general director with some uncertainty. Zhang Tong and a few directors, whispering for a moment. I just finished inquiring, and in the rice paddies not far away, there are indeed eels. But it needs to catch itself. Upon hearing this, Usain came to be interested. The last time he caught an eel was decades ago, when he was very young. Then he went on the path of comedy himself where he had time to catch eels. Looking at such beautiful idyllic scenery on the way to the mushroom house. Have an eel with a nice wine. One of life's great pleasures. And it reminds him of his childhood. As the saying goes, money has a price, but sentiment is priceless. Looking at Usain's excited look, Huang Base laughed. You have to carry the pineapple back after picking it. It's a physical job. Let the young people do it. Master you go catch eels. You signed with a happy nod. I'll be respectful then. You should provide the tools, right? Hoppa didn't know what to think. Her pretty features, all squeezed together. Eel? Isn't that one of those things that looks like a snake? Yeah. That stuff is delicious. It's perfect as a drink. Yikes. Hoppa couldn't help but shiver. I've seen that thing. Is it really edible? Ha ha ha. Usain laughed. Why don't you come with me and take a look? Hoppa blinked and looked over at Nazar. Girls have moments when they feel scared and have bursts of curiosity at the same time. Just like to cuddle. Plus, she and Nazar were both from the same minority group, which came with a favorability bonus. When an old countryman sees an old countryman, he has 2 tears in his eyes. Naza had never seen an eel being caught before, and it seemed a shame not to see something so rare. Come along then. After a simple arrangement, Usain took Reba and Nazar to catch eels. Hejong takes Xiao Yu and De Lin Zi and goes to carry pineapples. Huang Base and Zhou Wenping, on the other hand, started to busy themselves in the kitchen. Mainly still worried about Zhou Wenping, a person will not get it right, so leave the yellow base but tactical command. If Zhou Wenping's cooking really didn't work, then Huang Biao could still bring in an injury to save the day. It requires labor in exchange for ingredients though. However, the director's team still went ahead and gave Zhou Wenping the ingredients he needed in advance. Zhou, which dish are you going to prepare first? Wrapped barbecue chicken tendons and specialty braised pork. Both of these dishes are slow cooked and have a long prep time. Zhou Wenping said, while taking out the chicken claws, a full 2 pounds. Then he grabbed another knife and started boning the chicken claws. Originally, boning chicken claws was an extremely complicated and tedious task. On top of the chicken claws, the bones are predominantly and all small and need to be shaved clean one by one. Looking at the 2 pounds of chicken claws, Huang Base felt that if he was to be allowed to bone these chicken claws one by one, it's hard to sit still yourself. Then look at Zhou Wenping's knife skills flowing, as if not cutting vegetables, but in the completion of a work of art. With the National Art LV99 as well as the Culinary Arts LV99, the 2 top master skills. Zhou Wenping handles the ingredients with an artistic touch. That image is extremely beautiful. The audience in the live room once again came alive. Wow! It's like I'm watching a God of Cookery movie or something. So cooking, too, can have such beauty. This knife skill is remarkable. Compared to him, I, who cuts potatoes, is able to cut them into potato fries, simply sweating. Tada! It's the sound of a chopper rapidly cutting vegetables. So fast that you can see the vapors of the chopper, accompanied by the sound of voices. Parsnips turn into scallions. Ginger turns into ginger snaps. The whole piece of pancetta turned into a small square piece. Soon, all these ingredients were processed. Xiao Zhou, it's possible. This sword skill of yours, it's at least at the level of a master. The most shocked when it comes to the general director Zhang Tong. Just now, he was worried that the live broadcast of Zhou Wenping's cooking would not be very good. He's even sent someone to drive to the hotel. When the time comes, what dishes Zhou Wenping cooks, he will order from the county's restaurants and bring them back. Now watch. His fears were unwarranted. The picture of Zhou Wenping cooking is full of beauty, not to mention the audience of the live broadcast. Even he, the director of the scene, found it pleasing to the eye. I believe that someone who is so good with a knife should not be too bad at cooking. Chapter 10. 8,000 calls. The system mall is opened, soon under Zhou Wenping's skillful handling. After boneless, the chicken claws as well as the braised pork are marinated in the prepared sauce. Marinate a little longer for flavor. Zhou Wenping stood up and stretched. It's been hard work. Take a break. Yellow Base barked. At the same time, in my mind, I can't help but marvel. With so many ingredients, if he let himself handle it, he would have to use at least twice as much time as Zhou Wenping. Is it true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future? Even the chef industry is no exception. The preparations were done, and Yellow Base left the kitchen for a rare moment of activity. The first 3 seasons were recorded. The Mushroom House welcomes many guests every day, and he is the only cook. Throughout the 3 seasons of taping, he barely took more than 50 steps out of the kitchen. This hand injury was actually a blessing in disguise, and I was able to take a break. Or thanks to the blessing of Zhou Wenping. If it wasn't for his line, "Hotba, let's go wash dates together, and his hands won't hurt," Much less will this lead to the discovery of such a treasure boy as Zhou Wenping. As one of the investors of this program, Yellow Base feels happy. I have nothing to do and plan to go help He Jiong and the others carry pineapples. Just now, while handling the ingredients, He Jiong and the others had already sent them here a few times. However, transporting pineapples is hard work, and the three of them are already tired as hell, wailing and regretting having to eat them. Although Yellow Base's hand was injured, he still had no problem carrying things. At least his strength was too much stronger than the He Jiong trio. With his mind made up, Yellow Base hummed a little song and went to the pineapple field. After watching Huang Base leave, Zhou Wenping silently called up the system panel. Host Zhou Wenping. Skills: Cookery LV99, National Art LV99, National Medicine LV99. Reputation: 2.33 million. System mall: not open. After his own efforts, his reputation value had reached 2.33 million. It's ready for the raffle. Ding! Congratulations, host. You can now open the system mall. Excuse me. Do you want to spend 1 million prestige to turn on this function? Zhou Wenping's eyebrows raised. That's a lot of calling. Now you can actually open the system mall? If he only had 1 million prestige, he would have chosen the lottery instead of opening the system mall, because of the possibility of him getting useful skills if he draws. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as too much skill. An extra skill that would allow him to gain higher prestige. Now, having prestige was arbitrary, and with 2.33 million prestige it would keep him from getting tangled up. Moreover, he was curious about what was inside the system mall. Turn it on. Ding! 1 million reputation deducted. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The system mall is open. Zhou Wenping's mind moved slightly and opened the mall page. After seeing what's for sale inside, Zhou Wenping couldn't help but sigh. This mall, it's just so important. Only to see countless original world pieces on display inside. Novels, comics, sketches, comedy, songs, scripts, and more. There should be everything. It's just that for each piece you need to spend the corresponding prestige value to redeem it. The cheapest ones required 100,000 prestige values, and tens of millions of prestige values were available. With these works, his goal of dominating this world's entertainment industry would definitely be realized. The red powder matches the beauty. The sword matches the hero. Now all he needs is the ability to harness these pieces. Start the raffle. Ding! Deduct 1 million prestige value and start the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've drawn one Draw Blitz card. Immediately afterward, floating before his eyes, an explanation of the prize. Draw Blitz card. After using this card, the host can make 2 draws, valid for 24 hours. Yoo-hoo! That's a real surprise. Originally, with 1 million prestige value, you could only draw the prize once, but now you can draw it twice. Spend once, enjoy twice. It's a good deal. Use the Draw Blitz card. Ding! The draw is on. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Comic Relief LV99. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Musical Instrument LV99. Comic Relief LV99. You have become a top-notch comic relief master, skilled in all aspects of speaking, learning, and singing. Musical Instruments LV99. You have become a top-notch master of musical instruments. As long as there are instruments in the world, you can play them at your fingertips. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, a large amount of information flooded into Zhou Wenping's mind and merged into his soul. At the moment, he has just turned into a master of comedy and a master of musical instruments. Only Zhou Wenping thought, Comic Relief LV99 doesn't do much for him. This is because the more common form of performance for comedy is the counterpoint. One comic and one comic. The two sing together in a hilarious showstopper. Though monologue, which he is now skilled in, he personally prefers counterpoint. So, Musical Instrument LV99 is a skill that helps him even more. When you have enough reputation saved up, from the system mall, redeem some classic tracks. Have some fun playing on stage. Zhou Wenping turned off the system panel and looked at the few people who were laboriously transporting pineapples in the distance, planning to go and help out as well. At this point, there was a sudden scream. Yikes! Chapter 11. Either I let go today or you do. The scream was a vague plea for help. Distinguish carefully. Isn't that the voices of Hatba and Naza? Zhou Wenping's heart was flabbergasted. Could it be that he had encountered some danger? Zhou, what happened? Just now Huang Bui and the others, who were carrying bamboo baskets and transporting pineapples to the mushroom house, returned. Apparently he heard the screams too. The mind is worried that something will happen. But what can happen when you catch an eel? Teacher He, why don't you and Xiao Zhou go take a look? Huang Bei said. Judging by the reaction of the director's team, nothing major should have happened. Otherwise they would have taken the lead. And transporting pineapples is physical work in itself. Mr. He, this small body. All right, I'll leave the pineapple to you guys. So let's go. When some places plant rice, they like to raise some fish, shrimps, crabs, eels, loaches, and so on in the paddy fields. The place where Usain caught the eel is a paddy field that is very close to the mushroom house. Mr. He and Zhou Wenping walking for a while. When we arrived at the rice field, the first thing that caught our eyes were the two flamboyant, hands clasped together, Reba and Naza. Both of their pretty features were scrunched together, their expressions frozen in horror as they looked out over the rice paddies. Zhou Wenping looked along. Then, happy. Well, this Mr. Yu playful enough. Even went down to the paddy field to catch eels. I didn't think he'd actually catch one. Only in his right hand he was clutching a long, thick eel in a death grip. The eel didn't seem to be a good one either, with a very strong nature. Twisting and turning, he also bit into the back of Yuzhen Vong's hand. The stance was as if to say again, it's either me getting loose or you getting loose today. The eel looked as if it was a snake, plus the sudden bite. It was this scene that caught Hatba and Naza off guard. In the opinion of their two beauties, this eel biting a person should be similar to a snake biting a person. Worried that Mr. Yu might be in some kind of danger, he was too timid to go up and help. It was only then that he screamed in panic. Why are you guys still shooting and not going up to help? Mr. He looked at his side and chided the cameraman who was following Mr. Yu and the others. Every guest who comes to the mushroom house is a star performer. It's really bad if you get hurt. The camera looked at Mr. He with an aggrieved face. It was Mr. Yu who didn't allow help. He said he wanted to see who could consume who compared to this eel. Huh? He Zhong was stunned. What do you call that? That eel, though, does look pretty scary. Even Mr. Ho, a southerner, has never caught an eel. That's why they were afraid to jump into the paddies to help in the first place. Can I help you, Grandpa? Usain turned back to comfort He Zhong after hearing his words. It's fine, although eels can bite, it doesn't have teeth. I have thick skin, I won't be bitten through the skin, it just hurts a little. When this eel bites me, it reminds me of the first time I caught an eel when I was a kid, and I was also bitten. It's a deep memory. Recalling the past times, Yu's expression softened considerably. Then he pointed to the eel in his hand. I'm going to eat you today. Looking at Usain, who was fighting with the eel, Zhou Wenping felt a little funny. They say that the older you get, the smaller you get. When one reaches a certain age, one starts to miss the youthful days of childhood. Looks like Master Yu is no exception. Master, why don't you grab the eel and take a dip in the water? Usain with a raised eyebrow. Look at my brain. I haven't been catching eels for decades. I even forgot that. Usain while clenching. Then put it in the water. A sight of water. The eel thought Moncler Outlet UK that you had given in and loosened its bite on Yu's signing hand and was about to swim away. In the water, eels are very strong, plus they are all over, giggling and slippery. Grown men sometimes can't catch a break. Usain feeling the eel almost swimming away from his hand. With a quick raise of his hand, he threw the eel toward the shore. Unbiased, it was thrown right towards where Hatba and Naza were, watching the eel that kept rolling around and smashing towards him like a big snake. The two beauties were so scared that they forgot to even scream. In the paddy field, Yu, who stood up, also saw the scene and tensed up inside. It's really a sin if you scare someone's little girl. It just so happened that Zhou Wenping was standing right next to Hatba and stretched out his right hand as fast as his eyes could see. Caught the eel just as it was about to hit the hot bar. Then a flick of the right hand. Just put the eel next to the bamboo basket. The whole movement is like a flow of water. Very handsome. Only then did Reba react, and all of a sudden jumped into Zhou Wenping's arms, slightly choking with a sobbing voice. Scared me to death. I thought I was going to die. Zhou Wenping looked at Hataru speechlessly. My senior sister, that's an eel, a fish. I've never heard of any person who was hit by an eel and died. I've never seen any fish bite. And bite so hard. All right, Zhou Wenping soothed. I'll stew it tonight to comfort your broken hearts. Looking at Hatba, this Zhou Wenping's arms, slightly pampered expression. Naza next to him was envious. She was also scared to death. She also wanted to find someone to rely on. Just she and Zhou Wenping and not familiar with pounced on what? However, this Hoppa is bold enough to cuddle with someone even in front of the camera. Chapter 12. You watch the eels, thick and long. Wow, did you guys see that? Ping's heroic rescue pose just now was so cool. Do you know how much it strikes a girl's heart to watch eels that look like snakes flying toward her? I seem to smell sour rot. What's wrong with the sour rotting smell? If Ping saved me like that, I'd pounce on him right away and take his DNA. Up front, are you driving? You're driving, aren't you? The wheels are on my face. The live audience was in an uproar. The few people at the water field breathed a sigh of relief. So close. If it really hit Hotba in the face, it would definitely make headlines tomorrow. Senior sister, are you allowed to get up off of me? It's still live, though the soft, warm feeling of being held by Hitaru was very comforting. But Zhou Wenping is still relatively calm, in front of so many viewers in the live broadcast room. I'm afraid Hotba's reputation will be tarnished if she continues to hold it. Hotba also regained some sense and hurriedly let go of Zhou Wenping. The pretty face was slightly red. Wow. Zhou Wenping's muscles. They seemed to be loaded. Yusan had come out of the paddy field and looked at Hitaru and Naza with apologies. Girl, Moncler didn't mean it. You two didn't freak out, did you? The two young girls hurriedly shook their heads. It's okay. It's okay. It just happened so suddenly. It's better now. Yeah, it's just that this thing looks so much like a snake. That's why it's a little scary. If you threw over a carp, maybe I'd even step in and catch it. He Zhong patted Zhou Wenping. Xiao Zhou, thanks to you, when I watched the eel fly over, I also wanted to reach out and catch it. But to be honest, I haven't caught this thing before, and my heart is a little hairy. Mr. He, you're too kind. As he spoke, Yusain touched a thin thread from the bank of the paddy field, then pulling toward the shore. In no time at all, from the paddy field, a ground cage was pulled. This is a specialized tool for catching eels. After coming to the paddies and laying the cage, the rest was dry waiting. Yusain felt too bored and recalled his childhood, catching eels. Then he changed into his rain boots and went down into the paddy field to catch it with his bare hands. That's what brought up the back. What happened? After retrieving the ground cage, there were 3 huge eels in there. Pour it all into the bamboo basket you brought. The camera also gave a close-up. For eels writhing together, looked, literally, like 4 snakes due to their relatively large size. Looking at this harvest, Moncler outlet store was very satisfied. You guys look at the eels, they're growing really well. Thick and long and big. Zhou Wenping raised his eyebrows. Are you sure you're talking about eels, Moncler? If Zhou Wenping doesn't say it, no one will think nonsense. He said so. Everyone in the room immediately thought the wrong way. The 2 girls, Hotba and Naza, blushed even more. This Zhou Wenping, really? The pop-up grease fries. Ping is driving. Everyone buckle up. I can't believe that Ping is also an old driver. Old driver take me. I want to go to MT Akira. Ping, you're so bad. I love it. After some hilarity, a few people took the results and headed for the mushroom house. Soon they noticed the trio of yellow base who were in the pineapple field, sitting and resting. Picking pineapples is quite tiring. Let's go over and help, Mr. Ho suggested. He had just carried a pineapple, so he knew the job and it was really tiring. A few people certainly didn't have a problem with that. When we came to the pineapple field, we saw Huang Base, Xiao Yu and Delin Zi. They all sat on the ground like frosted eggplants. Mr. Huang, what's wrong? Phew. I didn't realize carrying pineapples was so tiring. Mr. Huang was breathing heavily. He was on the chubby side and sweated easily. A basket of pineapples has to be 50 pounds. It's nothing to simply carry. The problem is, there's the walk from here to the mushroom house. The road to the mushroom house, with its potholes, was particularly physically demanding. I made 3 trips on my back and basically couldn't do it. Xiao Yu was even lying directly on the ground. The dirt on the ground, though, is quite chunky, but he was too tired to care about that. It's too much work. I don't want to move. Why do we have to grow pineapples? Why should there be pineapples in this world? This fruit. Listening to his complaints, He Zhong laughed. Little Yu, you're silly. Even if there's no pineapple, there will be something else. In our place, there are plenty of ways to get you to work. Haha, you guys look at Xiao Yu's tired, pale face. How much is left to memorize? Yellow Base pointed to 3 baskets, already loaded with pineapples. That's all there is. After memorizing it's up to 200. Why don't you guys help with the memorization? Those words put Hee Jeong in a bit of a bind. He'd love to help, but his heart is in the right place. He followed suit at first by carrying pineapples but surrendered after 2 trips. He was really tired. It was fortunate that Akun had left, or else with that prince's physique, I'm afraid he would have cried from exhaustion long ago. Hee Jeong looked back at the people behind him. Master Yu is a man of advanced years, and Reba and Naza are little girls with no hands. Zoe, why don't you help carry 1 basket? And for the remaining 2 baskets, we'll each share a little and carry them back to the mushroom house? Zoe Wenping nodded. No, I can take all 3 baskets of pineapples by myself. Chapter 13. Giggle, 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 giggle. I'm licking the screen. Huh? The crowd thought they had heard wrong and looked at Zoe Wenping. Xiao Yu was even more bony, climbing up from the ground. Xiao Zhou, you said that you alone will be able to carry back these 3 baskets of pineapples? All at once? Zoe Wenping nodded. Yeah. Is that weird? Of course. Xiao Ye pointed at the pineapple. Brother, I've carried it for so many trips. I know how hard this is. If you can really transport these 3 baskets all at once back to the mushroom house, I'll do whatever you want me to do tonight. That's a bit of an ambiguous statement. Zoe Wenping felt a vicious chill and looked at Xiao Yu with a face full of disgust. Brother Yu, don't regret it. When he finished, he carried a basket of pineapples on his back. These pineapples were heavy, but with the added strength of the national art LV99, his body strength had long exceeded that of an ordinary person by several times. He then bent down and picked up a basket in each of his right and left hands. Go! With that, he took an easy stride towards the mushroom house. I really can't see that Xiao Zhou is actually so strong. Young people, after all. Back at the mushroom house, I look at the sky and see that it's nearing dusk. It's time to cook. That's when Yellow Base found a new problem. The firewood wasn't split. Originally, Kuan should have done this job. As a result of the whole thing, the man ended up leaving and the firewood was not split. Zoe Wenping put down the pineapple and said, I'll chop the wood. Hee Jeong shook his head repeatedly. How can this be good, letting you cook, letting you work, and finally chopping wood? The whole thing makes the few of us almost as good as eating idle food. No problem, Zoe Wenping said as he took the jacket off his body. Underneath, she wore a flattering white sleeveless tank top. The good body is visible. The muscles are well proportioned and firm, and the lines are sleek without being bulky. 6-pack abs and mermaid lines, if you will. Can't help but look powerful and more aesthetically pleasing. Ping is a model of wearing clothes to look thin and taking off clothes to have meat. Those muscles are so much better looking than the ones that frequent the gym. No wonder he can, all by himself, lift 3 baskets of pineapples. So he really does have strength. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I'm licking the screen. I don't have time to talk to you guys. In a villa on the outskirts of the capital, Lu Cece was lying on her bed, watching the live broadcast. Suddenly she shrieked in panic. Mimi, come on, come on. What's wrong? Yangmi, wearing her house slippers, walked over from the kitchen. She's warming up her dinner. The takeout came a little early and it was cold by the time I tried to eat it. So she takes it to the microwave to warm it up. Neither she nor Lu Cece could cook. When you're filming, you also get to follow the crew around and eat boxed lunches. But in my free time, I basically live on takeout orders, and when I can't, I make hot pot. Direct fire. Shabu. Whenever she ordered takeout, she used an alias and wrapped herself up tightly when she went to pick it up. Plus, this neighborhood is known for its strict management, so there's nothing wrong with living in it for so long. What's wrong? Look how excited you are, Yangmi said while looking at her cell phone screen. Unable to help himself, he gulped darkly. I can't imagine that Zoe Wenping actually has such a good figure hidden inside his clothes. Lu Cece kept nodding her head. Yeah, it's just hormonal. When he comes back to Yenjing, be sure to let me know. I'm going to pick him up. Pick him up? I'm afraid you'll eat him. Click, click, click. One by one, round firewood is turned into tiny firewood under Zoe Wenping's axe. Yellow Base and the others stood around, admiring his valor in chopping wood. For having the strength of a top national master. Each of Zoe Wenping's chopping movements is very standard and graphic. It makes him very attractive to others. Has been non-stop busy work, Zoe Wenping, but enjoy it. Because he saw that, in the system, his reputation value was constantly increasing. It's already at 860,000 prestige value. Another 100,000 or so and it's time for another raffle. Sure enough, more appearances in the mirror can increase the prestige value quickly. Soon a pile of wood was all he had to split. Take a break. Hotba came over with a bottle of water and a towel. Just now, watching Zoe Wemping chopping wood each time, her heart followed the rapid beating, especially thinking about the situation today when he jumped into Zoe Wemping's arms. Heart beats faster. Zoe Wemping took the water and took a sip, as if he had thought of something. Looking over to Daylin, who hadn't said a word. Daylin, come with me for a moment. What? The crowd had a head full of questions. Daylin's words were very few, causing his presence to be very weak. Yellow Base and the others, they had almost forgotten about Daylin Z also coming to the mushroom house. Only here are two great beauties, two showbiz teachers, a comedian and a grandpa. Why are you suddenly looking for Big Lindsay? Daylin was a bit baffled himself, but still nodded. More Zoe Wemping went. Chapter 14. Let's do a comedy routine. With trepidation, Daylin Z walked into the room with Zoe Wemping. What does he want? Is there a subterfuge for taping a show? Zoe Wemping looked outside at Usain and the others. I'm going to talk to Daylin about something, and when I'm done, I'm going to make dinner. Then closed the door. The crowd was confused. The great linchpin in the room, even more so, stuttered in his heart. You're not really going to dive me, are you? Daylin Z, are you going to do a comic strip? Zoe Wemping asked. What? Daylin Z froze. He just in the heart has been thinking Zoe Wemping in the end to do. He thought of several possibilities as well. But how to think also did not expect Zoe Wemping will ask such a sentence. Brain is a bit reactive. What do you mean by that, brother? Zoe Wemping laughed and hooked his arm around Daylin Z's shoulders. We're a variety show after all, and after dinner, there has to be after-dinner entertainment. My intention was to do comedy, but I didn't want to do stand-up. I wanted to do counterpoint, and I needed someone to work with me. Can you be my comic relief? Looking at Zoe Wemping, blazing eyes, Daylin Z sighed. I can't believe that you like comedy, brother. But for this, you're looking for the wrong person. You should go to Mr. Yu or Mr. Yu. Everyone knows that I'm the worst comic speaker in the Dune Society. Comic relief? How could he not want to? Laogwa's feelings about his desire to be a proud father to his son he knew very well. But this kind of thing can't be accomplished just by thinking about it. With all the blows from Laogwa, he no longer has the confidence to appear on stage. In the last few days, Daylin Z has begun to consider leaving the comedy industry. I'm afraid he won't be able to carry on his father's mantle. Looking at this state of Big Lindsay with Zoe Wemping guessed well. In fact, in his previous life, Daylin Z also went through this stage. The confidence thing is important, and sometimes it takes an opportunity. And more than that, it requires the ability to capitalize on opportunities.
不，刚一见面的时候，我说过我是德云社的粉丝，对你们德云社的很多演员都非常了解。
In my opinion, you are a very promising comedian. Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought about working with you. He now possesses the strength of a top comedian, not to mention working with Yu Zhang and Xiao Yu, such veterans of comedy. Even if he's like Dahlin, shy and introverted, he has information that can take him off. The reason why I wanted to pull a big linchpin and do comedy together. On the one hand, it was because of the fact that one had drawn the ability of comic relief LV99. Top comedian with such a high level of cultivation, it would be easy to get the itch to show off your skills. On the other hand, it is also trying to help Daylin Z to increase his confidence, which is considered to sell a favor to Laogwa. Laogwa also has a lot of connections in his circle. Such a man is well worth befriending. Sure. More importantly, harvest a wave of prestige value. After tomorrow's noon taping, this installment will be done and the next taping will be a week away. Therefore, Zoe Wemping to grasp the time of these 2 days, as much as possible to harvest the prestige value. I've prepared a comedy script. Wait a minute. I'll go get it for you. With that, Zoe Wemping walked quickly to the bedroom where the luggage was kept. The script for the comedy he had already picked out from the system mall. And, the first 3 times you redeem a piece from the mall, it's a 10% discount. The book he chose, which originally required 500,000 prestige, could be redeemed for 50,000 prestige value after the discount. Exchange out of the work, every sentence will be reflected in Zoe Wemping's mind. Without spending any energy, you can remember to roll at your fingertips. Also, the work can be withdrawn at any time to wherever he specifies. Withdraw to my backpack. Zhou Wenping said in his head as he walked. Ding! Cash withdrawal successful. After pulling open the backpack, I found a folder inside. When he opened it, it was the very script he had chosen. Let me show you. When he came back with the script, he handed the folder to Daylin. He didn't need to read it, the script was all in his head. The script is excellent and not available in this world. Daylin Z turned out the folder with a face full of incredulity. Brother, you still write comedy? How's that? Worship brother, right? Let's see how it goes. If there's no problem, we'll talk about this part tonight. The crowd outside the room, looking at the closed door, had their heads filled with question marks. What the hell? It's been in there so long and it's still not coming out. Zhou wouldn't be holding back any bad water, would he? Are the two of them carrying on something unseemly? Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Zhou Siswan. Won't he do anything out of the ordinary? Mr. Huang, why did you hesitate? Just when everyone was talking and speculating. From the room came the sound of Dalin's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, that's so funny. The crowd's attention was once again drawn. Chapter 15. Finished. Bent. Room. Daylin laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes. Brother, the script is really too funny. Such an excellent script. I haven't even seen it in the Takyun Society. That's true. I'm talented, in more ways than one. Zhou Wenping had no problem accepting the praise. Daylin Z was a bit hesitant. Ping, are you really going to talk comedy with me? No surprises. Daylin began to doubt himself again. It was, after all, a really good book, and he was worried that he'd spoil it by playing badly. Snap. Zhou Wenping in the big Lindsay shoulder, slammed 2 times. The force was a bit too strong, and the slap bared some of Dorenko's teeth. Haven't you always wanted to impress your father? To impress your master? Daylin nodded. It's because of thoughts like these that he's stuck in. The harder he tries, the more self-denying he gets. Wanting my father to be proud of me and afraid of disappointing them. Seeing that Daylin Z did not reply, Zhou Wenping laughed. Memorize your lines and tonight, Ping, take you to pretend and fly. Z. The door to the room opened, and Zhou Wenping and Daylin Z walked out from the room. Immediately, the eyes of the crowd gathered. Due to the script given by Zhou Wenping, it's really too interesting. Laughing, Daylin Z's face was full of red, and his cheeks were still flushed to this day. It looks like it's shy. On the contrary, Zhou Wenping hesitation immediately can harvest a wave of prestige, and the mood is great. Walks like a tiger. 2 large men mysteriously enter the room. Now, one was in high spirits and the other was shy. Add to that the fact that on the internet right now, a certain kind of ethos is in full swing. The crowd outside couldn't help but think the wrong way. Usain was even more anxious. It's over, 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 it's bent. Being an old man, he quickly walked next to Daylin Z without changing his face and inquired in a low voice. What are you guys doing in your room for so long? Big Lindsay was just about to say. Stopped by Zhou Wenping. It's a secret. I won't tell you yet. After saying that, he made a wink at Daylin Z. Daylin nodded knowingly. Master, I won't tell you yet, we'll find out in a little while. You signed and nodded. At the same time, he was relieved that he seemed to be overthinking it. How could one be thinking so unhealthy anymore? It seems that in the future, it's better to read less news about so-and-so. Besides, Zhou Wenping, a man of righteousness, should be oriented normally. The smile returned to Yu's face. Grandpa, you guys rest first. I'll go cook for you. After saying that, Zhou Wenping walked into the kitchen. Next up is the Life to Live standing program. Surround yourself with cooking. A few people took ex-mushis yogurt, fruit plate, and melon. Gathered around the kitchen, watching Zhou Wenping cook. Zhou Wenping drew out a kitchen knife and slammed his wrist. The whole chopper, with the center of his hand as a circle, spun around. Heh! Awesome! Yellow Base and the others who saw this scene were shocked. Those who dared to juggle choppers like that they had only seen on TV and in anime. At least Yellow Base wouldn't dare to play like that. The key is that people Zhou Wenping but also play so imposing. From the basin he took out an eel. Swish, swish, swish. The eel was processed in a couple of passes and then shredded. Then that sauce bubbles up. Freshly processed eel meat is so active that it can be marinated for a while to taste. Taking advantage of this effort, Zhou Wenping began to deal with the packet of roasted chicken leg tendons. He processed the banana leaves he had picked, put the marinated chicken feet tendons in them, and wrapped them up. Wrap some other stuff by the way. Then put it on the grill. Hatba had helped carefully, building a fire. Turning to it, Zhou Wenjie began to deal with the braised meat. The braised pork and chicken feet tendon are the same as the semi-finished products made by Zhou Wenping. Just drop it in the pan, adjust the heat, and wait. This time the crew prepared 3 ovens and a grill. So in between stewing braised pork, Zhou Wenping began to make eel. It's an ingredient that Moncler Jacket's outlet you has been longing for. So let's make a rattling eel. Just had some freshly picked pineapple to add to the goulash. It may seem like a lot of ingredients to deal with and a lot of dishes to cook. However, Zhou Wenping was methodical. There wasn't the slightest hint of panic. Zhang Tong, the general director behind the camera, nodded repeatedly. It seems that before, all his worries were redundant. The cooking segment of the show was so much better than the yellow bases. The onlookers, He Jiong and the others, looked at Zhou Wenping's maneuvers with appreciative eyes. Even Huang Bastian was not as good as he was with this flowing movement. As a foodie, Hatba was even looking at Zhou Wenping with fangirl eyes. It's true that men who can cook are the most handsome, good-looking, fit, and a good cook. How in the world could there be such a perfect person? As the day wore on, the rich aroma of the rice tantalized everyone's taste buds. So many people, including the director and the cameraman, were secretly gulping. This meal, it smells so good. What's the point of eating it? With much anticipation, the meal finally came out. Chapter 16. Goddess, take care of your image. Okay? Let me help you with the dishes. Smelling the dish, Thermopylae came alive at once. Run in and help serve the food. Soon several delicacies were on the table. Roasted chicken tendon in a bun, secret braised beef, pineapple goulash, and eel in rattling oil, plus a couple of crisp green vegetables and a soup. Several of the men had labored all day and were famished, to say the least. Now smelling the tantalizing aroma, each one of them had their fingers in their mouths. And regardless of any idle baggage, he began to chow down. 好刺, 好刺. Zhou Wenping blanked Hatba. Senior sister, you're an idol. The goddess of many people's hearts. Pay attention to your image. Hatba swallowed a mouthful of rice. How can you lose weight if you're not full? Yellow Base nodded in satisfaction. It's really good, especially this braised pork. It's even better than what I make. Teach me later. I'll make it for those kids in my house. You took a bite of the eel. It was something he had put in hard work and been bitten for 10 minutes to catch. Sure enough, the food you get from your own sweat is the tastiest. Wow, I look hungry. Report. Someone's poisoning. Watching Mr. Huang cook in the past was gluttonous enough. But now that I'm watching Ping cook, my mouth is watering even more. It's too much. It's too much. In the villa on the outskirts of the capital, Yang Mi and Lu Cixi looked at the food on the live screen. Suddenly, the takeout sitting on the table doesn't smell good. When this guy comes back, I'm going to punish him for cooking for me every day. On this side of the mushroom house, the crowd ate and drank. The meal is pretty much over. Is there anyone coming for some impromptu programs? Mr. He asked. After all, it's an entertainment program, not a dinner program. Yusain and Xiaoya stood up. Why don't you and I link up a comedy routine for everyone? Now the crowd came to its feet. It was simply a pleasure to hear 2 master comedians live. Eating plus comedy. It seems to have come to a tea house. The 2 of them teased and cupped in a classic comedy routine from the Dianxia. Both had everyone in the audience, as well as the viewers of the live stream, hilarious. After these 2 stepped down, Zhou Wenping glared at Delinzi. The 2 then stood up and arched their fists. While Grandmaster and Brother Yu have warmed up the field, Delinzi and I will also make a contribution and give you all a comedy. This statement was made. Yusain and Xiao Yu both froze and looked at each other. I didn't hear about this part when I came here, did I? Delinzi, since half a year ago, booed off the stage by the audience and reprimanded by Lao Gua, almost autistic. Since then, the young master of the class has never been on stage again. What's with the sudden desire to do comedy? Looked at Zhou Wenping. Yusain with a thoughtful nod. It seems that before in the room, Xiao Zhou is and Big Linzi say this matter. If Delinzi could really find self-confidence through this time of speaking comedy, it would be quite beneficial to the future of Diyun society. I just don't know, how is Zhou Wenping's comedy skills? A newcomer to comedy, a less confident young classmate. How effective can these 2 be together in comedy? Zhou, you can still do comedy? Yellow Base inquired curiously. I've learned it myself for a while, but of course, compared to the level of Master Yu and Brother Yu, it's still so far behind. Zhou Wenping said while also using the thumb of his right hand and his little thumb to compare a very small space. It made the crowd giggle. Then let me help you guys with a curtain call. He Jiong, a veteran host, held a chopstick as a microphone. Please welcome Zhou Wenping and Delinzi to perform a comic routine for you. Everyone applaud and welcome. The guests on stage, as well as the surrounding director's crew, applauded cooperatively. These guests and the director's crew, combined, numbered more than 20. In the old days, it was considered a small comedy venue. The place to eat at the Mushroom House is. Seeing so many people gathered around, Delinzi got a little nervous again. Brother, Zhou Wenping sighed silently. It's true that people who don't feel confident wherever they go. In a low voice, he said, put your heart in your stomach. There's Brother Me behind you. And there are no outsiders here. So play as much as you want. Sioux City, Takamosha. The brothers and sisters finished the day's performance, and while eating, they stopped by to turn on their cell phones to watch the live broadcast of the life they were looking forward to. After all, it's the Young Class Masters variety show debut. So let's all hold on across the screen. Originally a shy young class master, in this program live, the exit will not be too much. I didn't realize there was actually a comedy show. But, mention the comedy of the great liners. The crowd of actors in the Diunsha is actually less than favorable. This blessed young classman is a complete example of a high start and a low finish. My father is one of the most famous comic masters in China, and many of his disciples have become famous actors on stage. But in favor of this young class master, has always been anonymous. Nothing in comedy. It's really a big question as to whether such a person can hold up the Takamosha in the future. Chapter 17 Mr. Yu is my real father. Inside a high-class neighborhood in Jin City, Lao Gua is also keeping a watchful eye, as Delinzi behaves inside the yearning. For this reason he has put off all the performances today. What father doesn't love his children? It's just that he's a little too harsh in his approach and just didn't expect to almost big linchpin to be trained into autism. He's not asking for a big linchpin right now to be able to continue the comedy. He would be satisfied to be able to change back to his old self, the happy Delinzi. The Mushroom House eating place is in a thatched pavilion. Zhou Wenping and Delinzi, standing outside the pavilion, prepared to make their entrance. It's a rule of comedy. There should be an upper door, stage, and lower door. The upstage door is the passageway to enter the stage to go through. It is also a sign of state switching. If the venue for the comedy doesn't allow for it, then virtualize an up door and stage as well. So the two of them used the outside of the pavilion as the door to the upper field and headed towards the inside of the pavilion. After standing still, the two men bowed. The crowd was cooperative, ringing out applause. Unlike the others, Yusain and Xiao Yu looked worried. They were afraid that Delinzi had failed in his performance this time. Not only will it undermine your own confidence, but it will also affect the reputation of the Takamosha. The strength of the young class master was not good enough, and it was even more unlikely that the comedy spoken by the others would be any better, though such a statement is quite incorrect. But that's what others will think. Look at this in a minute and get ready to save the day. You signed uneasily arranging it. Don't worry, Moncler. I know what's in my heart. Although Xiao Yu was usually cheeky, it was rare for him to get serious at a time like this. The master is such a powerful person. How come Delinzi is just not talented? After everyone's applause, stops. Zhou Wenping and Delinzi's comedy, and it was official. Come on stage and first introduce yourself to everyone. My name is Zhou Wenping. Delin took over. My name is Delinzi, and I'm the youngest class leader of the Diyun Society. Mr. Guisteel is my father, and Mr. Yusain is my biological father. When Zhou Wenping heard this, he pretended to be surprised and hurriedly covered Delinzi's mouth. This kind of thing. Just let your own people know. Don't say anything. Ha ha ha. Right off the bat, it amused the people around with laughter. As the saying goes, there are no big or small on stage, but there are rules off stage. Lao Gua and Yusain have been working together for a long time and often joke with each other on stage. The story of Delinzi's life is also a common baggage used by Guisteel and Yusain when they perform on stage. Your son is like me, my son is like you. You give me a green hat, I'll give you a prairie. It's all about package design. It's just that it's much more interesting to be told by a great linchpin. The live feed blew up too. Ha ha ha, it's so funny. It seems like De Lindsay has known, for a long time, about his birth. This chess game of Master Yu's, the layout is very deep. The Dune Society belongs to Gwysteel and to De Lindsay, but in the end, it's still Master Yu's. As the saying goes, outsiders look at what's going on, and insiders look at what's going on. Listening to comedy is even more so. Everyone else was laughed out loud by all of De Lindsay's words. On the other hand, Yusain and Xiao Yeye, however, looked at each other and both saw incredulity in the other's eyes. Speaking comedy is a language art, and there is a lot to be said for it. Speaking is about late, fast, staccato, and frustration. When to slow down, when to go fast, when to pause, and when to shut up. It's all telling and learned. Different treatments of the same sentence can lead to different performances. The words spoken by De Lindsay just now, these language skills were handled appropriately. Not at all like the old one who was too nervous on stage to speak. Or the young class master who, when speaking, is completely inaudible as to what is being said. Seeing the smiles on everyone's faces, happy, instead of that cheering and jeering. Big Lindsay's self-confidence seemed to have risen that much. Zhou Wenping, De Lindsay, why do you think we have to bow when we go on stage? This is, of course, our rule of comedy. When we go on stage, we say that we will first bow to our breadwinners and butter and thank you for being so ungrateful as to pay money to come here and listen to comedy. There was another round of laughter from the stage. Rules? Speaking of rules, I've realized that a lot of places have rules. Especially in TV shows, there are more rules. Daylin pretended to be surprised. What rules can there be in a TV show? You don't know? I don't know. Then I'll tell you a few. Wash your ears. Daylin replied. However, De Lindsay, even the people here all perked up their ears wanting to know what the rules were in the drama. Which one of us here is not a wrist? Who hasn't been in a TV show? Especially Huang Base and He Jiong, both of whom not only acted, but also wrote and directed the movie. You could say it's a writer-director and all in one biggie. When Zhou Wenping said this, he naturally whetted everyone's appetite and aroused everyone's interest. Chapter 18 Rules in a TV Show. Tell me, what are the rules in the TV show? Daylin asked. Zhou Wenping strikes a pose. The hero says to the heroine, honey, when I come back, we'll get married. And it turns out that the guy definitely can't come back. Haha, that's true. The crowd laughed and nodded. It seems to be pretty much the same thing. A lot of TV shows, when it comes to this episode, tend to treat the plot this way in order to sensationalize it. Daylin, so tell me, are there any other rules? Too much. Zhou Wenping continued. A murderous villain who sees everyone with a knife for a second. Then he catches the protagonist with the knife up to his neck. At this point the villain suddenly turned into a chatterbox, and then began to chatter non-stop, their own advantages, their own shortcomings, what are the next plans. Like a confession, it all came out. In the end, it was countered by the protagonist, who then went home with the information. De Lindsay, that's right, as they say, villains die from talking too much. Villains don't just die from talking too much. There's still something to be said for that. How does that make sense? Have you read Journey to the West? Zhou Wenping asked. Then of course I've read it, whether it's a novel, a TV show, or a movie, and I know the plot of it backwards and forwards. What's wrong with that? Zhou Wenping, those monsters usually eat people are directly with the skin and bones of the raw nibbles. As a result, after catching the Tang monk, they suddenly became more sophisticated. Again, I think the Tang monk is dirty and the dirt in his body has not been drained, or the sun monkey is screaming too much outside and is too annoying to eat. Grinds and grinds just won't eat. Finally rescued by monkeys. Daylin nodded. That's true. If the demon captures the Tang monk and mouths him, I guess 100 Tang monks won't be able to reach the great Thunderbolt Temple. And then there's the head-killing drama. There's a rule for head-killing theater? That's to have. Dalin, you tell me about it. Zhou Wenping, let's say, a person has committed a capital offense, sentenced to death, has been given to pull to the market entrance. 3 minutes to noon has arrived, will soon be opened for beheading. At this time, a man with a fast horse shouted, leave him under the sword. And then the man couldn't die. A comment that made a few of the people around him laugh. Come to think of it, Zhou Wenping said these are really. Sometimes when you're watching a TV show, the plot develops. Like beheading. As soon as someone rushes out and yells, stay under the knife, then that person can survive no matter how big a crime he or she has committed. even if it is the crime of exterminating 9 families. Plus Zhou Wenping and Delin Zi, the rhythm of the language when speaking, mastered exceptionally well. It amused everyone in the room, who laughed their heads off. Zhou Wenping, these are the rules from the TV show. Dalin, right? Zhou Wenping, Delin Zi, it's me. Honestly, I envy you so much. Why? The young master of the Diyun Society, the 2nd generation of stars. He's young and his family is rich, the 6th generation. The crowd was happy again. 6 generations rich. 6 generations of rich ancestors. That's rich. Delin Zi, Agu, how come I didn't know my family was so rich? Is it because my dad didn't tell me? Zhou Wenping, maybe your real father is really Yu Daigong. Delin Zi pretended to be surprised. Did my dad really find out about this? Yu Sign, who is the subject of the flirtation. Very pleased to see the big linchpin from the time he took the stage to now. Delin Zi showed, and completely different from the previous state of performance. Confidence. That's right. It's all about confidence. The confidence that has been knocked out of him by Lao Gua in the past few years is slowly coming back through this show. The one who surprised him the most was Zhou Wenping. Is this really the first time you've done comedy? The sense of rhythm is taken very well. What a rare talent. Turn around and see if there is a chance. Dig to the Takyun Society. Meeting Yu Sign's pleased gaze. Delin Zi's confidence was even greater. Delin Zi. Zhou Wenping continued the show. As a rich 6th generation, do you think money is everything? Of course not. That's right, there are a lot of things that you can't buy with money. For example, can you buy affection with money? Delin shook his head. Of course not. Zhou Wenping. You take the money and walk over to your father. Dad, give me a brother. Zhou Wenping's witty tone, coupled with a somewhat expression. The people around them, once again, couldn't help themselves. What a request. Dalin, that's definitely not okay, right? This is too much for my dad. Pest. Hot Barb, who was drinking water, mercilessly sprayed water all over Xiao Yu's face. Xiao Yu looked at Hataru with an innocent face. Does this count as lying down and getting shot? However, relative to himself, the one who seemed to be lying shot was his master, the class leader of the Diyun Society, Guisteel. Chapter 19, Can Money Buy Love? Diyun, she said comedy until now, never anyone dare to make fun of Guisteel on stage. Most of what was said was Yu Sign. What's that saying? There are thousands of materials in the Diansha, and half of them are Yu's oldest and youngest. Take Lao Gua as fodder. Big Lindsay, this is a big girl in a sedan chair for the first time. It worked really, really well though. The audience in the live stream also exploded. 666. The real son is hacking his father. No. Didn't Delin Zi say that Master Yu is the real father, and that old Gua is the receiver? Another brother? Mr. Gua's stamina is so good. Help me. Die young. Someone's driving in plain sight. Look at the rowdy comments on the live stream. General Director Zhang Tong was overjoyed. This is the most active the broadcast room has been since the start of the show. The atmosphere was even better than when Yu Sign and Xiao Yeye were talking about the comedy just now. Zhou Wenping. It's affection. Then love. Do you think you can buy it with money? Dalin. Can't buy it. Zhou Wenping smiled inwardly. Looks fine to me. That expression was and looked funnier than Xiao Yu. The point is that everyone, from that look, seems to comprehend something. The sharp turn came as a surprise. All around, people are afraid to eat. At some point, a package would come out of nowhere and amuse everyone. Easy to spray. Zhou Wenping. You take the $300 and take a trip to the shampooing salon at the end of the street and you'll find it. He then spoke in an emotional voice. Walking down a familiar street, turning the corner, you see her standing, in the faint light. You fall in love with her at first sight and get together quickly. 30 seconds later, you feel like you, yourself, still have to struggle and are not cut out for a relationship. You come to your senses instantly, give her $300 for the breakup, and disappear from her sight. In fact, some people are destined to be mere passers-by, leaving shadows and fond memories in their lives. Zhou Wenping's deep and passionate reading sounded as if it were a school vocal essay. But, as long as it is a little bit of life experience, can understand what Zhou Wenping is really talking about. The people all looked at each other knowingly. This time, no one dared to laugh out loud. It was hard to hold it in, because it's a matter of image. This Zhou Wenping is really bold, actually dared to speak this kind of thing in front of the live camera. Daylin made a dawning realization. Brother Ping, isn't that what you said? Besides, prices are skyrocketing nowadays. $300 isn't enough. Besides, that kind of feeling, it's only for one night. Zhou Wenping laughed and said, Riley, you can have a monthly subscription. Ping, awesome. Voice breaking. First time I've heard someone put XX in such a refreshing way. Goddamn monthly. Can I get a VIP? Ping, why didn't you say that earlier? If I had said that earlier, I would have had something to say yesterday at the police station. There's a story upstairs. I've got a drink here, tell it. Did none of you notice that Ping said something about big liner for 30 seconds? The masters and brothers of the Deity Cloud Society all looked at each other. They were also happy to hold their breath though. But what shocked them even more was this well-traveled Dalin Zi, really the previous shy young classmaster. Shocked, they had taken out their little notebooks and silently memorized some of the baggage in this comic. You can use it the next time you're on stage. Lao Guo's house. Looking at the live broadcast, making fun of Lao Guo's son. The mother, Zhang Mei, laughed her head off. This kid, actually in front of so many viewers, hacking his own old man, really not afraid to come back to be criticized? She peeked at Lao Guo. Surprised, Lao Guo's eyes seemed to be brimming with tears. As the saying goes, the layman's eye is on the ball, and the insider's eye is on the door. All the audience listening to the comedy is a figure of fun. Let the audience happy, then the comedy is successful. The true connoisseur of comedy, on the other hand, listens to the doorway, something more specialized and deeper. Dalin's performance now is totally like a takeoff. It was only then that Lao Guo realized that Dalin Zi's basic skills were so solid. He was too hard on his own son before. In Lao Guo's eyes, Dalin Zi is full of shortcomings and has no flash. And now, he realizes that what little he had in his son was wiped out by him, the father, with his own hands. Fortunately, through this show, Dalin has begun a gradual metamorphosis. As for Dalin Zi hacking him in front of the camera, this kind of thing Lao Guo does not take to heart in the slightest. Because comedy is an art, a craft of eating. He is the simplest and most complex of arts. The entire performance relies on the two mouths of the actors, one to tease and the other to entertain the audience. As long as it makes the audience laugh, it's a successful comic. Chapter 20. Don't guess what's on a girl's mind. Boys, wait for everyone to be done laughing. Daylin went on to say, in fact, rich or not, we should all be frugal. That's right. I'm usually a very frugal person. Yes? How do you thrift? Isn't the country advocating the CD-ROM action now? Yeah. I once went to a restaurant and I said, waiter, pack a bag. And guess what happened? What? The waiter said, sir, you can't pack. Why? Ask him. If you can't, complain to them. The crowd was confused. In particular, Huang Base and He Jiong were speculating. Yes, the country is advocating something. Why do you restaurants refuse? Zhou Wenping said with an innocent look on his face. The waiter said, I'm sorry, sir. That's leftovers from someone else's meal. You can't pack it. Pest, 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 pest. Yellow Base, Hojong, Hotba, and Naza unmercifully squirted water on. Shall you use face? Xiaoya quit. It's a good thing I have a big faceplate or I wouldn't be able to catch that much water. Hotba and Naza, the two beauties, even if Mr. Huang and Mr. He, these two also come to join in the fun. Dalin Zi. So, you ran away from others to ask for food. Zhou Wenping righteously said, I'm not packing all of it. I want that plucked groundnut and kung pao chicken. My goodness. That kung pao chicken has a lot of diced chicken in it. Brother, you have to watch your image. Zhou Wenping nodded. Yes, in the future, when you eat a boxed lunch, the boxed lunch can be licked 3 times. You're being too frugal. I've got even more frugal ones. Yes. Zhou Wenping. Once, I cleaned up my house and found 2 cold pills. This can't go to waste. So, in the middle of winter, I took a cool shower, opened the window and left my clothes on. And guess what happened in the end? Dalin, what's up? Not enough medicine. Looking at Zhou Wenping, a serious look, the crowd laughed and pounded their chests. Not enough goddamn medicine. Ping. If you hold on a little longer, I don't think we'll be able to see you. I can't. I haven't stopped laughing my abs off since this comedy started. This comic is so funny. I can't believe that Ping is still a comic master. Dalin, Unlike you, my favorite thing to do is listen to songs. Zhou Wenping, yo, you still listen to songs? Dalin, that's true. Zhou Wenping, then I'll test you? How do I take the test? I'll sing a lyric and guess what the title of the song is? Okay. Then you make the question. Then listen up. Zhou Wenping cleared his throat as he spoke. The surrounding audience, including those in the live stream, pricked up their ears. All want to guess what kind of song Zhou Wenping will come out with. Zhou Wenping, looking back again, the clouds break the way back. Looking back again, the thorns are thick. Before the great liner could speak, everyone around him guessed it. Many people, including those in the pop-up, guessed as well. The names of the songs, densely packed, drifted across the screen. Dalin, that's too good a guess. Look back again. Zhou Wenping pretended to be surprised. Awesome. Here, listen to this song. You do that. Don't guess what's in a girl's mind, boy. You can't guess at all. Dalin replied easily. Don't guess what's in a girl's mind, boy. The pop-ups were still densely packed. Many netizens have posted the title of the song when they listened to the first line. Especially Hot Rod. That smugness on his face. These questions are so simple that my aunt guessed them easily. Why don't you do the hard part? Zhou Wenping, awesome. Next question. Please come out. I don't want to say that I'm gracious. I don't want to say that I'm pure. Dalin nodded. I know the answer. What song? I don't want to talk about it. Don't say it if you don't want to. Pest. Pest. Hatba and Naza, two more straight sprays. Who did not expect. Zhou Wenping will be in this place. Bury a burden. Caught off guard. The two beauties looked at Xiao Yu with apologetic faces. Listening to a comedy show, I've watered someone's face 3 times. Xiao Yu had an expression of rawness and a dead pig's face. Getting sprayed in the face by a beautiful woman doesn't seem to be a disadvantage. Ha ha ha. That's an interesting conversation. Don't say it if you don't want to. Doesn't anyone feel sorry for Xiao Yu? He's been sprayed 3 times. Heartbroken? I'm envious. Okay. I could happily jump off a building if hot Barb sprayed water on my face. Dalin, I didn't mean I didn't want to say it. I meant the title of the song. I don't want to say it. Don't say it if you don't want to. And it's okay if you can't guess. I guessed up. I don't want to talk about it. You kid? Why are you so stubborn? I've told you not to talk if you don't want to. Ah! Big Lindsay scratched his head straight in a frenzy. It made people laugh. I mean, left bookmark. I don't want to say, right bookmark, period. Chapter 21 Zombie Stole My Brain? The crowd looked at Dalin Z with heartache. Look at what it's done to the kids. Dictating punctuation in order to make sense of a sentence. Zhou Wenping waved his hand. All right, count your answer. Dalin Z, what do you mean I got it right? I got it right in the first place. Okay? Zhou Wenping, one more question? Dalin, come on. Did I promise you too much? Or did I not give enough in the first place? Dalin also froze a bit. Is it promising you too much? No. Or did I not give enough originally? Doesn't seem right either. Everyone froze when that line was sung. There was a sea of question marks flying through the room, including the live stream. Ho Zhang, Huang Bases, Hatba, and Naza. These 4 showbiz veterans are also KTV mics. They were baffled. The director's team around the room while taping the program were guessing themselves. But it just doesn't come to mind. The song seemed familiar enough to be earworms. But the title of the song was clearly on the tip of my tongue, and there was a sense that it was calling out to me, but I just couldn't get it out of my head. You can't really blame the listener. The main thing is that in this guessing song title, Zhou Wenping buried a little psychological question. Thinking stereotypes. The first couple of titles, all first lines, sing the title of the song. So everyone, it was assumed, would be the same for the next topic. As a result, this time Zhou Wenping's questions are not like that. Still, listeners habitually guessed the name of the song by the first line. Looking at He Jong and the others, scratching their ears, they just couldn't think of the name of the song. Zhou Wenping and Dalin Z both had a smug look on their faces. The audience in the live room, too, had their heads stuck in their hands. What's this song again? It's so familiar. I feel like I've heard it the last 2 days. It's right there on the tip of my tongue, and if I normally would have absolutely opened my mouth, I would have guessed it correctly. But now I can't remember for the life of me. Zhou Wenping laughed evilly. Can't guess? Can you? De Lindsay spread his hands. Can't really think of anything else. For your information, the name of the song is Overkill. Oh, all around the audience, all eyes lit up. But it's overcooked, isn't it? What a hot song. But because of the previous few questions that were laid out, all of their minds were set and their brains were just in the first two lines of the lyrics going for the title of the song. As a result, it drilled the bullseye. Live pop-ups, swiped with exclamation points all over the screen. Others begin to wonder if they, themselves, are already showing signs of Alzheimer's. Words that are clearly on my lips. I just can't think of them. I'm enchanted. Absolutely enchanted. Or there's no way I couldn't have guessed the song. I just heard this song today. Can you guys believe it? Why can't you think of anything? It must be the zombies, stealing my brain. Zoe Wenping. Saying comedy is actually quite hard. Dalin, just get used to it. When we have time, my brother will take you to a place with bombs, and we'll play Boo Boo 7. What? The crowd was again confused. They recognized every word that Zoe Wenping said. But put together, I wonder what it means? Did I hear you wrong? Why is it kind of hard to hear? De Lindsay was horrified. Brother, you scared me with that. Which scenic spot has a bomb? Zoe Wenping gently knocked De Lindsay's head. Stupid. So many scenic spots. You mean there are bombs in so many scenic spots? Yeah. Agu. How come I haven't heard of such a horrible thing? Uneducated. That bomb. In some places it's called 4 tips. In others it's called 4 bubbles. He explained this. The crowd all understood what Zoe Wenping was talking about. So it's a quad-A scenic spot. Hatba was even laughing and covering her stomach. De Lindsay. Brother. That's called a 4A level scenic spot. If you don't fight the landlord in the future, maybe one day, you will go out with 4 twos and 2 kings. Suddenly something else came to mind. And what's a Boo Boo 7? Zoe Wenping smiled evilly. How about it? Curious. Interested? If you want to go, someday Brother Ping will hide it from your father, and your own father, and secretly take you there to have fun. It doesn't matter if he doesn't say this. This said like this, and with that expression on his face, it was easy to get people to think the wrong way. The 2 girls, Hatba and Naza, seemed to think of something. The 2 pretty faces were red with shame. De Lindsay also waved his hand in a hurry. Brother, my family's teachings are very strict. That kind of a modest thing, I advise you to go less too. Zoe Wenping clapped his hands very cheerfully. I often go there. It's cool. De Lindsay hurriedly covered Zoe Wenping's mouth. Brother, it's live. Live broadcast? No problem. I'll give you guys a live stream someday, so you can see how my brother plays Boo Boo 7s. Chapter 22. It's not much use, but you can use it to pretend. A comment that floored the crowd. Of course, they also knew that Zoe Wenping could never, by any means, say something unexpected about the specification. But what exactly is this Boo Boo 7? They are really confused. Sparingly, Mr. He and Huang Ba, the 2 knowledgeable old sparrows and old foxes, were all at a loss. De Lindsay. Brother, what you said, this Boing Boing 7, can you broadcast it? Zoe Wenping. Of course. Brother, what exactly is a Boo Boo 7? Look at you, you're so uneducated. You don't even know Boo Boo 7. I'll teach you today. Zoe Wenping said as he took out a piece of white paper from his pocket. After unfolding it, you can only see 3 English letters printed on it. Barbecue. De Lindsay had a look of contempt on his face. What Boing Boing 7, don't you just say open air barbecue? And what's so cool? Look what you got. Zoe Wenping had a bad smile on his face. All I've been talking about is the open grill. What unhealthy thing did you have in mind? What I think. Also open air barbecue. Barbecue well. Reba and Naza, all with their heads bowed and red faces, sipped their water. Because they're thinking the wrong way too. And they understand very well that Zoe Wenping is deliberately in guidance. They think in a crooked way. Zoe Wenping is so bad. But I love it so much. What the is this Boo Boo 7? Goddamn Boo Boo 7. Ha ha ha. 6,666. I just searched all the inventory in my mind. So this is Boo Boo 7. I thought Ping was driving. But it turns out that people really do drive to kindergarten. That's because there's a live camera. Otherwise Ping could definitely seal the deal at, well, MT Akira. Zoe Wenping was unconvinced. You say I'm uneducated? Who is uneducated? De Lindsay also stood up. That's you. You're cultured. At least I don't read barbecue as Boo Boo 7. Then I'll ask you a few words to see if you recognize them. Ask. Zhou Wenping used his hand and made a stroke in the air. What does this read? 1. Another cross. What about this one? 2. Another cross. What about this one? 3. Zhou Wenping made an expression of incomparable shock. Gosh, you know all 3 of those numbers. De Lindsay made an impatient expression. Brother, you're running away to kindergarten, aren't you? Zhou Wenping made another stroke. What if I add another cross? That didn't just put the big linchpin on the spot. He Jiong and Huang Base, the 2 teachers sitting on the stage, were also baffled. Is this the word? I don't think so, right? It can't be pronounced for. Can it? He Jiong shook his head. I've never heard of this word, so I guess this is a package. It should be. The listeners around the room, as well as the ones on the air, are talking about it. That shouldn't be the word. De Lindsay shook his head. Brother, did you write it wrong? Don't recognize it, I tell you. Zhou Wenping took his finger and crossed it in the air 4 times. For crosses, pronounced thir. 1, 2, 3 thir. If you don't believe me, look it up. What? The crowd literally froze when he said that. When recording the show, cell phones were not allowed, so they rushed to the show and asked for them. Call up the handwriting input mode and write 4 crosses. There's really this word. It's really pronounced for. Snap. The crowd felt their faces, slightly, hurt, because we all agree that there is no thr. Where do we know that there really is? Gee whiz. I wrote that in elementary school, but I thought it was wrong back then. Yesterday my child, who is in elementary school, wrote that, and I ended up beating him up and apologizing to my son later. Are those 5 horizontal characters there too? Check it out later. It's a wonder that I've learned a word from listening to the comedy. Then the screen was full of thr. The comedy continues over here. What do 2 read again? Double. What do 2 people read? From. What does 2 grams read? Jing. What did the 2 ghosts read? Read. Now, there was the question that put the big linchpin on the spot. When I said thr just now, everyone laughed at it because it was thought that there was no such word. But now it's different, and everyone is seriously thinking about what the word is pronounced. Is it an out-of-the-way word? Mr. He took his cell phone and used handwriting input method to write over and over again. But the word just won't come out. Is it traditional Chinese? Or hasn't the word been entered yet? After all, this happens because there are many Chinese characters, and it is difficult for the input method's lexicon to be, well, fully entered. There are 3,500 commonly used Chinese characters. There are 90,000 Chinese characters that can be traced in China. There are still many of these lost kanji in the Koryo and island countries. Add up all the Chinese characters in the world, at least 160,000 characters. With so many complex characters, it's hard for an input method to take in all of them. The crowd all gave Zhou Wenping a secret thumbs up. Zhou is such a good boy, using comedy and live footage to popularize the word. Although, knowing some of the out-of-the-way words is of little practical use. But you can take it out. Pretend. Everyone pricked up their ears attentively. With inquisitive eyes on his face, he looked blearily at Zhou Wenping. Chapter 23. Luckily, he didn't do a comic strip, or we'd be in deep trouble. Looking at everyone's expressions, Zhou Wenping nodded. I can feel that the listeners and the viewers of the live broadcast are hungry for knowledge. Then I will tell everyone. Dalin, hurry up and tell everyone. I'm curious to know what that word is pronounced too. 2 ghosts written together means a ghost on the left and a ghost on the right. While listening, He Jiong took his finger and dipped it in some water. On the table put the word and gave it out. Then scrutinize it. Next to the director's crew, some of them take a stick and crouch on the ground to write. The word looks quite sensational. What exactly do you read? This instant, Zhou Wenping, just like a teacher, by the attention of all the people. Zhou Wenping cleared his throat. 2 ghosts written together. Dalin. Yes, what is the word pronounced? Listen up. Aha. This word reads, bomb. De Lindsay pushed Zhou Wenping. I'll you or the landlord. Inside a comedy show, the comic doesn't push the comic easily. This push is the equivalent, and it means that the comedy show is over. The 2 stood neatly and gave a bow. Curtain call. However, everyone was still immersed in the comic relief. They all laughed their asses off. Just now one, incredibly serious, was studying what the 2 ghosts were chanting. Mr. He also plans to give a suggestion to the companies of these input methods after the recording of the program. Enter the word in. Viewers all over the internet, too, were ready to learn the word and play it off in front of their friends. Yet 1,000 times I thought about it, but in the end I didn't think about it. This turned out to be a rap. When I said 1, 2, 3 through earlier, everyone thought through the word would be a rap. The result is a proper, rooted Chinese character. To the two ghosts here, people also think it's a word. As it turned out, it was a rap. God damn it. Two ghost thoughts bombed. Ping. Give me back my feelings. I wasn't as serious in class as I am now. I'm still trying to do everything I can to search for the word. Yeah. This word is pronounced fry. Look, two ghosts and you're still not frying? What, waiting for Junko? After listening to this comedy, I finally understand what it means to cry with joy. Me too. I've never heard of tears from laughing so hard. It turns out that when you laugh hard, you really do shed tears. Everyone in the Dune Society, while laughing, had more than a few heart palpitations. Anyone can see that this time, Delin Z was able to play so well. Totally because that Zhou Wenping guy, good point. The rhythm of Zhou Wenping's language makes Dalinzi feel comfortable, so Dalinzi also plays out the original level. Luckily, this man, fortunately, is not a full-time comic. Otherwise, the Takamosha would be in danger. On Lao Gui's side, there was relief, heartfelt relief. My son, finally, has crossed the line in his heart.
Zhou Wenping.
I'll remember this favor, Lao Gua. This side of the mushroom house. While everyone was hilarious, they all applauded. Brother, thank you. If it wasn't for this time, Zhou Wenping had pulled him hard to come to the comedy. I'm afraid that in his lifetime, he will never be on stage again. It's also because you usually have solid basic skills. Otherwise, once you're on stage, you won't know anything, and it's useless for anyone to try to help you. This is a small success, but a good start. In the future, when you're not feeling confident, think about today's performance. That's when it dawned on everyone. It turns out that Zhou Wenping performed this time in order to help Delin Z regain confidence. Indeed, today the great linchpin arrived without a word. The presence is extremely weak. Even for a time, one would forget that he existed. It comes down to introversion and lack of self-confidence. And now the great linchpin. It was possible to clearly feel that the current him, compared to the state he was in before he took the stage, was completely a different person. Self-confidence can change a person, and that's no lie. I didn't realize that Zhou Wenping was actually such a gentle person. The gazes of the crowd looking like Zhou Wenping were filled with appreciation. Niza lowered his head and sipped his water, looking surreptitiously at Zhou Wenping. It was as if he was afraid, being discovered by Zhou Wenping, that he was looking at him. What's with this deer in the headlights feeling? Obviously we just met for the first time? Love at first sight? You're kidding. Usain looked on, regaining his self-confidence. As Delin Z, I can't tell you how happy I am. Looking at Zhou Wenping's eyes became even more grateful. Hotba was the first to stand up and walk over to Zhou Wenping. Raising his pink fist, he punched Zhou Wenping in the body. Pretty face blushed. Muscles are really good. She then raised her voice as if she were inquisitive. Two ghosts think of bombing ah. Do you know that your senior sister, me, took this topic very seriously? I didn't realize that you were using it to tease us. Say, have you thought about it, how to apologize? Hotba puffed out her pink cheeks and looked as hydrated as a peach. That playful look was like pampering. Zhou Wenping seemed to think of something and smiled cockily. Do you know, Hotba, what those two words read when written together? Chapter 24, If I don't call you second senior sister, should I call you second senior brother? Hotba was stunned. Your own name written together, or words? Looking at Hotba, that innocent and pretty face, comparing to Zhou Wenping's expression of badness in his smile. He Jiong and Huang Qi looked at each other. It's over. This Zhou Wenping do not know what bad water to hold. In the face of the eyes of the hot ballet inquisitive, Zhou Wenping seriously replied, take your names, write them together, and read them as second sister. What? Hotba looked puzzled. Second sister? What kind of text pronounces three sounds? If you don't mind, you can read it as second brother, said Zhou Wenping, hurriedly slipped away. Hotba blinked before responding. Good you Zhou Wenping, how dare you call me a pig? Ha ha ha. The poor goddess, soon to be driven into female nervousness by Ping. Hotba must be crying inside. Feel sorry for the goddess for a second and then keep on powdering Ping. After a bit of banter, the crowd resumed their seats at the table. Xiao Zhou, On behalf of the Yun Society, Lao Gua and myself, I'd like to propose a toast to you. You signed a cup of wine and looked at Zhou Wenping. Dalin regained his confidence. This could really be the solution to a major heartache for the Takamosha. For both Lao Gua and Yu Jia, this is a favor. Zhou Wenping hurriedly got up. Master, you can't say that. I'm a junior, I can't afford it. I should be honoring you. With that, he picked up on being, placed it lower than the Yu sign, the wine glass, and touched it. A drink followed. Magnificent. Humility. No fretting. Talented, not bullying. This kind of character is really rare. Even the yellow base, He Jiong. Such a red and knowledgeable old man. All cast, approving glances at Zhou Wenping. That's a real treasure boy. Hotba was bullied by Zhou Wenping in all sorts of ways though. But the more he was bullied, the more fiery the eyes that looked like Zhou Wenping's, the more fiery. Good body, good personality, good looking, talented, can cook, can do comedy. And every single one of them so well done. How in the world can someone be so perfect? How could such a person not be a heartthrob? Even Naza kept stealing glances. Come, senior brother. Senior sister will toast you with water instead of wine. Naza struggled internally for a moment and stood up as well. I'll drink to you too. Zhou Wenping, a few male artists. Drinking white wine brought by Moncler outlet online. And Hotba and Naza, the two beauties, drank plain water or yogurt provided by their sponsors. Zhou Wenping smiled and raised his glass. Thanks a lot too. Hotba sounded off at the words. If you dare to call second senior sister again, believe it or not, I'll bite you. As she said that, her shell teeth lightly opened and ground those cute little tiger teeth. This little kitten-like feeling melts the heart. Yes, senior sister. Then he looked to Naza. Being looked at like this by Zhou Wenping, Naja's heart stuttered. Followed by a poof. A small blush flooded her face. Luckily, the light was dim and I couldn't see much. I've never been asked, what should I call it? Of course, Zhou Wenping knew that this was Naza, but that was in the original world, from what he saw on TV. And the world. This is the first time we've met and we don't seem to have said a word today. Come up here and get too familiar and look a little flippant yourself. So it was polite to ask about it. My name is Gully Nazar, you can just call me Nazar. Zhou Wenping clinked glasses with the two beauties. Then I shall address you both. Diligenaba Gulanaza Narachi Marza. Pest. He Jiong and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing at the name. Is it okay to take someone's name and make it into a jingle? Hotba gritted her teeth and milked her ferocity. It's the first time for people Naza to come here and you're flirting with them. Go back and I'll be sure to tell Sister Me about it. Zhou Wenping hastily raised his hands in surrender. Second senior sister, I was wrong. Naza smiled sweetly. This guy is funny. Looking at Naza's smile, for some reason, Hataru always felt, in her heart, a little uncomfortable. The feeling was fleeting and didn't bother me too much. The crowd drank and chatted. Without realizing it, the time came to just after 11 o'clock. People are slightly drunk after 3 rounds of drinking. It is also easy to go to the bathroom. He Jiong, returning from the restroom, sighed as he walked. This time the director's team also worked hard to prepare a lot of musical instruments for us, but as a result, one of them is not used. Huang Lei also shook his head with a bitter smile. It used to be Dahua, who came to tinker with these instruments, but now that he's far away across the ocean, I'm afraid they'll become ornamental. Yuji laughed. If you have 3 strings or bamboo boards here, I can give you a piece. Hotba looked like Zhou Wenping and asked casually. Bunpei, do you play an instrument? Of course I will. Hotba came down with a rush of energy. True will or false will? Which do you know? Piano or guitar? I'll do both. He Jiong persuaded. Xiao Zhou. Then come on with a paragraph. Let's hear it. Chapter 25, The Most Ordinary Day, The Most Desired Life. Zhou Wenping nodded. Then I'll go get an instrument. The musical instruments are kept in the mushroom house, in a corner of the living room. Walk to the living room. In his mind, Zhou Wenping opened the system panel. Popularity is now up to 1.2 million. He then opened the system mall and redeemed a song. Just now he had figured out which song to redeem. For the first 3 redemptions, pay only 1/10 of the prestige value. So he spent 60,000 prestige to redeem the song. Song 1 redemption. Immediately relevant information. It flooded into Zhou Wenping's mind and merged into his body. It was as if the song had been played countless times, and any notes were unmistakably imprinted in the mind. He can pick up any instrument and play the melody of the song like he's breathing. As for the singing part, he hadn't drawn out, at the moment, any skills related to singing, but his own voice, he could still do it. Not quite, though heavenly. Pentatonics is still online. He took a guitar and went back under the gazebo. In the sky outside the gazebo, the bright moon shone in the sky. The moonlight, as it were, spills over the earth. The crowd was full of expectations for Zhou Wenping. The director's team put 2 camera positions, both of which were aimed at Zhou Wenping. Because Zhou Wenping's performance is really out of everyone's expectations, the heat of the live broadcast is even higher. Ho Zhang is back to his old job as a host. Please welcome Mr. Zhou Wenping for our performance. Did I hear wrong? Ping still plays guitar? Ping is an all-around entertainer. Ping, please accept my knee. Zhou Wenping moved his chair and found a very comfortable position, looking up at the bright moon. The strings are plucked and the melody plays. The melody is melodious and very much corresponds to the night. Waking up naturally at 7:30 every morning. The wind chimes are ringing another day, the clouds are light. The smell of sun-dried clothes is reassuring. Everything is soft and serene. Every junction flower blooms in the sun. A nice love song came from the front of the little store. It doesn't take long to walk to your destination. People coming and going full of goodwill. The sound is very soft. Not that exuberant or particularly passionate. The lyrics are simple and mundane as well. That's right, just plain. There is warmth in the ordinary. A few lines of lyrics to make the noisy environment quiet. Hejiong, Huangba, Jiba, Naza Yuji, Xiao Yuyu, Delin Zi, as well as a host of members of the directing team, all listening quietly at the moment. Even the pop-ups in the broadcast room were much less. But the number of people in the live room, it kept growing. Everyone is listening. They listened while looking at each other face to face. Obviously, it's a song that none of them have heard before. But the lyrics convey the meaning of a life that everyone's heart desires. It's the most ordinary day ever. Do you miss it too? I'm not chasing you. I'm walking home. And so the years were wasted. No ties. Only the evening breeze brushed my cheeks. When the chorus comes on, it's like a small bridge over water, refreshing and enjoyable to listen to. Under the night, mushroom houses, flower gardens, farm gardens, distant mountains and water. Everything seems to fit inside the lyrics. Calm and peaceful. Before sunset, the slanting sun melts into the creek. Strolling through the twilight market harvest was very satisfying. A friend called and said he was waiting for you. There's endless conversation when we meet. The table was set in a yard full of blooming flowers. The slightly alcoholic bursts of laughter. Never thinking about where we should go tomorrow. Because the wind is too warm tonight. Zhou Wenping's vocals are choppy but mesmerizing. The scenes in the lyrics are people and things that you see everywhere in life or in the landscape. But it leaves the listener wanting more. It's the most ordinary day ever. Do you miss it too? Walk home slowly without chasing. And so the years were wasted. No ties. Only the evening breeze brushed my cheeks. It's the most perfect day ever. Do you want it too? Life can be less complicated than that. And so the years were wasted. No ties. There's only the evening breeze brushing against the cheeks of. Someday, we'll find her. As the music wound down, one knew that the song was over. But people can't get enough of it. Still immersed in the song. No one wanted to open their mouths and break the silence. All want to enjoy for a while this stillness from within. After a long time, it was only then that yellow bass spoke in silence. What a melodious song. What's the name of the song? An Ordinary Day. Great name. Goes well with the song. Thanks. The crowd looked out at the night in front of them and echoed the lyrics. Wake up naturally. See the lightness of the clouds, the mind is serene, and even realize the zen state of morning and evening. In the moonlight, listening to a little song, the wind is warm, and the passers-by are so kind. Day after day is always unusual. 3 or 5 friends, a few glasses of wine, a place of freedom, is a rare warmth on earth. Such a life is exactly what people are looking for, the most ordinary and desirable life. Chapter 26. Watch your image. You're the headliner. For some reason, listening to this song by Ping suddenly quieted my heart. Sleep until you wake up every day. Walk with your friends. Sit side by side with your favorite people, and enjoy the peace and quiet. An ordinary day? That's the day I most aspire to. This song seems to have the magic power to soothe the soul. and what was a tiresome day is now much calmer. The two girls, after 11 o'clock, had gone to bed after listening to Zhou Wenping. Sleeping late is not good for your skin. Get more beauty sleep. And Zhou Wenping a few brown men, pushing cups and chatting for a long time. It wasn't until 1 a.m., plus the drinking, that I finally couldn't stand it. Then they dispersed to rest. Two beauties to a bedroom. 6 brown men, such as Zhou Wenping, crammed into one bedroom. In the middle of the night, yellow bass, you sign, little yu, these 3 snoring, playing that is a shocking sound. It's like a drum kit for a rock band. Here and there. Zhou Wenping, He Jiong, and De Lin Zi, 3 people will be miserable. Sleepers who snore don't wake up to the sound of their own snoring. But for people who don't snore and are lighter sleepers, it's torture. The last 3 guessed, and the one who lost went to wake the 3 of them up. As it turned out, Dalin hit the jackpot. Stiffly, he shook the 3 burly men awake. These 3 had a wake-up call that was so horrible it almost tore Dalin up. With Dalin giving up his life to pay for justice. The crowd finally went to sleep. Slept until, well, 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. Zhou Wenping got up and prepared a hearty lunch for the crowd. This was the last meal of the episode. After eating, everyone had to go their separate ways. The next installment of the recording will be a week or so away. Xiao Zhou, let's add WeChat. When we have time, we must come to my horse farm. Do you hear me? Before leaving, Yu Signed kept explaining. He has already put Zhou Wenping and so on as a forgotten friend. It is well known that Yu's 3 main hobbies: smoking, drinking, and perming his hair. Other than that, the biggest hobby is making friends. As a result, he and Lao Gua, both of them, had a very wide network in the entertainment industry. Otherwise, Master Yu, when he wants to make a movie, those famous directors and investors can't handle the big-name actors. You can take it down with 1 meal. Of course, Yu Sign doesn't cross all kinds of people. Like Huang Base He Jiong, they are senior big shots in the entertainment industry, though. But Master Yu had no interest in befriending them. Pingbacks treat them with courtesy, but don't actively invite them. It is to understand these, Zhou Wenping know that this is a privilege, but also their own connections. A very perfect illustration of what it means to have many friends in the entertainment industry. Exchanged WeChat, Zhou Wenping assured that there is an opportunity, must go to the Cloud Society, listen to the comedy. Brother, I really thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have any changes now. De Lin Zi came to Zhou Wenping's side very sincere. For him to be able to regain his faith, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it is like a gift. For his knot, if he is slow to untie it, then he may, later on, gradually slide into depression or autism. I'm afraid it will be even harder then. Zhou Wenping patted De Lin Zi's shoulder, fleshy to the touch. If you lose weight in the future, you can definitely become a handsome man and charm thousands of girls. Go for it. Xiao Yaya was busy, put all the luggage in the car arranged by the crew. Master, it's all packed. You signed and nodded. Everyone, we'll leave now. Come to the Cloud Society for some comedy sometime. Nazar got in the other car, after saying goodbye to Hotba and the others and ascending to the glass. Looking out the window, Zhou Wenping's figure, the beautiful eyes under the sunglasses, showing infinite deep feelings. Despite spending a day together, only 1 word was spoken. Such a man, and I don't know if, in the future, it will be possible to produce another intersection. Looking at the faraway car, Yellow Base sighed deeply. First wave of guests, sent away. Zhou Wenping nodded. Yes, this ushering in and out is really pointing out the meaning of Jardine's Bazaar. He Zhang shouted at the director's team. Director Zhang, come, let's discuss the matter of renaming the Mushroom House. See this scene. Hoppa laughed out loud. It's funny. This mentor of his, multi-talented and witty, is fantastic. Hearing Hoppa's laughter, Zhou Wenping cast a contemptuous glance. Watch your image. You're our top dog here.
Zhou Wenping.
You're itching again, aren't you? Some more chasing and fighting ensued. Even little H and little O, and even Nicholas-colored lights joined in. For a while it was a real chicken, no duck, fly. In the sound of laughter, the yearning for life season 4, the first phase of the program recording, as well as live, came to an end. Chapter 27. Why is there a thank you for patronizing in the system lottery? Artists are busy, with announcements flying in all directions. After finishing the recording of this installment, Hotba had to rush to Hengdian to shoot a movie. Ho Zhang is going to Mango Channel to record Big Ben. Huang Base is going to Guangdong Province, where he is directing a modern urban drama, Little Happiness, which is about to be finalized. Anyway, each has their own things to do. Only Zhou Wenping, a big idler, took the airplane back to Yanjing. Parting was very hard on Hotba's heart. It will be another week before I can see Zhou Wenping. It feels like a long time. Ah, the recording is over so soon? The front, watch your language, is that the first installment is over and taping continues in a week. It's actually going to be another week before I can see little brother Zhou Wenping again. Baby's not happy. Baby's going to cry. Boing boing. The yearning recording is over though. But the news about Zhou Wenping has hit the hot seat. Mushroom House's new resident guest, Treasure Boy, Zhou Wenping. Ordinary Day is really good. What's the word for two ghosts? There are also fans, put last night's Zhou Wenping and Delinzi, said the video of comedy, as well as a video of playing and singing Ordinary Day for video recording. Sent it to Doujinshi or something like that, a video platform, getting a lot of attention. Many viewers who did not participate in the live broadcast also began to pay attention to Zhou Wenping. Unfortunately, the multi-talented little brother has yet to launch a Twitter account. On the airplane, with nothing to do, Zhou Wenping called up the system panel. Host Zhou Wenping. Skills: Cookery LV99, Chinese Martial Arts LV99, Chinese Medicine LV99, Comedy LV99, Musical Instruments LV99. Reputation: 3.09 million. System Mall activated. Oh, after seeing the reputation value, Zhou Wenping was slightly surprised. How did it go up so much? Surely coming to the Mushroom House taping was the right choice. Plus the 2 million prestige value that was consumed by him yesterday. In the past 2 days, he had already gained 5 million reputation. Reputation statistics are aggregated. Popularity, influence, visibility, etc. A single fan could potentially contribute around 5 points of reputation value to him. That would put the number of people who like him at about 1 million. Definitely an impressive statistic for Zhou Wenping, who has only been on the scene for 1 day. My strength is also gradually increasing, and the prestige value that I will obtain in the future will be more and higher. Start the raffle. Ding. 1 million prestige value deducted. The lottery begins. Looking at the data that kept jumping in front of him, Zhou Wenping meditated in his heart. Give me one. A skill that can mix with showbiz. Soon the picture was fixed. Ding. Congratulations, host. Get. Thank you for patronizing. Pest. Grass. Zhou Wenping almost cursed. What the hell is a thank you patronage? Why is there a thank you for the patronage in here? Ding. Host, don't get excited. All lottery draws have probabilities. The probability of an empty prize is only 1%. Nima. $1 million of reputation value just like that? It's not like I got this reputation value from the wind. It was thought that the winning rate of the systematic draw was 100%. I didn't realize there would actually be a 1% chance of pumping thanks for the patronage. A 99% chance of winning? Zhou Wenping instantly felt bad. It's like having a cell phone that is at 100% and being proud to say that my phone is charged. But when the battery is 99%, you think the phone is dying. Zhou Wenping is like that now. He thought that the system draw at the very least would be an 18-stream skill. I was looking down on these skills. But now I realize that the worst thing I can do is thank you for the patronage. The winning percentage is so low that there is only a 99% chance of winning. This system is too pitiful. Zhou Wenping, even if it is, jump from the plane but also no longer draw. And 2 million in prestige value. Seems like you can draw twice more, so let's see if you can draw again. Draw. Ding. 1 million prestige value deducted. The lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Acting LV99. Acting LV99. You are already a top-notch performing artist, and your exquisite acting skills can make any performance you give exquisite. Bang. Zhou Wenping tapped, excitedly, on the window of the airplane. Haha, I told you. How could I possibly be a non-celebrity? The emperor is me. This system is awesome. On the other side of the aisle, 2 seats side by side. Young mom with a loli of about 5 years old. Lori was sitting in a chair by the window, wearing her seatbelt. Her mom was looking down at her book. Lori seemed happy, looking out the window at the sea of clouds for a moment, then at the cabin. Full of curiosity. That's when she seemed to realize something. Shake mom's arm. Mommy, mommy. The young mom, closing the book, smiled at her daughter. Baby, what's wrong? Lori pointed at Zoe Wemping, who was tapping on the window of the airplane. Look, that uncle is de-planning. Chapter 28. Just tell me if you fought or not. Lori's words were like a deep water bomb that exploded next to everyone's ears. Quiet. Extremely quiet. Even the stewardess, who was pushing the cart, stopped in her tracks. Swish. Inside the cabin, everyone's eyes instantly looked towards Zoe Wemping and little Lori's side. Some even unbuckled their seatbelts and stood on their chairs to watch. All were curious as to who was so bold. 10,000 meters in the air and doing something like this is simply exemplary of my generation. The young mom was red in the face. Don't talk nonsense, little kid. What do you know? How does this kid know such things? People don't think I taught them, do they? Injustice. The young mom then, with a murderous look, looked at Zoe Wemping. Why is this man so shameless? To actually do such a thing in public. The most clueless would have to be Zoe Wemping. Swish. A plane full of people, their eyes were focused. Shasta. Zoe Wemping turned into, on this airplane, the center of attention, though he gets a great deal of attention on the Live to Live broadcast. But he had just been out for a day after all. A lot of people just think this is a handsome guy and don't think this is a star. I hit this plane. As he spoke, his right hand was on the window of the airplane, knocking twice more. When, Mommy. Look, Uncle is jerking off again. Lori shouted again. Phew. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. But then again, someone captured the scene on their cell phone and posted it online. And a particularly catchy title. Someone's at 10,000 meters, fighting. Fly. The plane. There is Wi-Fi on the airplane to connect to. Just turn on flight mode and connect to the Wi-Fi. Yanjing International Airport. Zoe Wemping walked out of the airport idly. He is a typical boy going out. You basically don't have any luggage on you. Some toiletries that were left at the mushroom house. So he traveled light, didn't bring any luggage, and came back empty-handed. Just came to the area of the taxi. A black business car that pulled up beside him. The windows are down. A woman wearing black sunglasses and a white mask appeared in front of him. Despite being so tightly wrapped, her unique aura was still on display. Zoe Wemping instantly recognized that the woman was his boss, the popular star, Yang Mi. Before he left, Yang Mi asked him about his flight, then instructed him where to wait for the car from and that someone would pick him up. What I didn't realize was that it was the boss himself who came to pick it up. Also right, although Yang Mi is the owner, her studio is in Hongdian. It was her core work area after all. Zoe Wemping had just pulled open the car door and was about to get on the car. At this point, a childish voice sounded behind him. Uncle! Zoe Wemping looked back, and Yang Mi also looked over curiously. See a young mom, leading a 5-year-old loli, walking this way. It's obvious that he's here to see Zoe Wemping. In order to avoid her star's identity being revealed, Yang Mi silently raised the car window, perked up his ears, wanting to hear. They are looking for Zoe Wemping. What is the matter? Is there a scandal? After seeing the little girl, Zoe Wemping that headache although the whole thing about his ex-plane was a misunderstanding. But along the way, the whole airplane, nothing to look to their side, eyes with a smile, let Zoe Wemping want to jump from the plane. And the culprit was this stupid little loli in front of her. Lori walked next to Zoe Wemping and tilted her head at a 45-degree angle. Uncle, no more D-planes. Okay? Pest. Zoe Wemping felt as if he had been stabbed in the heart. Is this little Lilicon a belly ripper? Yang Mi's jaw almost dropped in shock when she heard this. What the hell? What did Zoe Wemping do on the plane? Why is this little girl saying such amazing things? The young mother rushed to pick up her little girl, full of apologies. Sorry. Kids don't know any better and talk nonsense. With that, he hugged the little girl and turned into the white SUV parked next to him. The white car started slowly, windows down. The little girl waved her big hands and shouted, Uncle, goodbye. Zoe Wemping's face twitched as he waved his hand. What's this called? After the car is gone. Zoe Wemping drilled into the car with his head full of black lines. Yang Mi sneered. Mr. Zoe, 10,000 meters in the air. Making that kind of thing, what a pleasure. Hearing Yang Mi's sneer, Zoe Wemping then knew that this matter was a big misunderstanding. If he didn't explain, I'm afraid his image in Yang Mi's mind would be all ruined. Boss, it's not what you think. Which is it then? Yang Mi took off her sunglasses, her beautiful eyes streaming, staring at Zhou Wenping like she was interrogating a prisoner. Just tell me about you. Did you hit it? Facing Yang Mi's question, Zhou Wenping nodded helplessly. Fighting. But let me explain. It's not the kind of fight you think. Yang Mi was stunned. What kind of words are these? Chapter 29. What you've done is known all over the internet. Just then, Zhou Wenping's cell phone rang. It's Hotba calling. After seeing the caller ID, Yang Mi raised her eyebrows. Kind of so soon it's going to be Hotba's cell phone? That was quick. Put it on speakerphone, Yang Mi said in a voice that could not be refuted. They were all employees of her company. In case there were any ulterior motives, she, as the boss, could also be a bit mentally prepared. Zhou Wenping nodded. He also didn't know why Hotba had called. The cell phone was connected, the speakerphone was pressed, and Hotba's voice came out. Wenping, I know people need to vent when they've been single for a long time, but you can't do something like that. That's 10,000 meters in the air. Zhou Wenping was baffled. What's the situation? Did Reba know? Why would she know? It was clearly only 2 hours ago that it happened. Hotba, let me explain. No need to explain, no need to explain. I can understand, I can understand. After all, young people are young, and it's normal that they don't know how to control themselves. Hotba seems to be a very old person, educating a late bloomer who just made her debut. Yang Mi looked at Zhou Wenping with contempt. How would Hotba know? Does this kid even go around bragging about such things? Welp, what a pervert. Hotba, how did you know about this? Zhou Wenping asked suspiciously. Only Hotba's playful voice came from the other end of the line. I'm not the only one who knows about this. The whole internet knows about it. Nanny. Zhou Wenping blinked, thinking he had heard wrong. That thing you did, at 10,000 meters in the air, has become the microblogging hot search list. Number 1. Pest. Listening to Hataru's words, Yang Mi almost choked on her own saliva. Zhou Wenping even felt palpitation infarction. Hee, no more? You see what you can do with it. With that, Hotba hung up the phone. What's the situation? Why the gloating in your voice? You're that happy when something happens to me? It's true that the world is not as cool as it should be. Yang Mi hurriedly picked up her cell phone and opened Weibo. That's a big deal. An artist from your own company with a scandal of this magnitude is going to have a huge impact on the image of her studio. After opening the hot search list, only to see Zhou Wenping's name, he was hanging in the first place of the hot search list. Shocker. Zhou Wenping, the new star of entertainment, disregarding his image, D-planes at 10,000 meters. Rubbing. Yang Mi was on fire all of a sudden. Looking at Zhou Wenping's eyes, it could be said that he looked at him angrily. It was as if they were going to eat him alive. She threw her cell phone in front of Zhou Wenping. Look what you've done. I wonder, can't you hold it in that much? Yang Mi looked at Zhou Wenping's face and sighed secretly. It's a waste of such handsome beauty. Zhou Wenping hurriedly picked up his cell phone. He swore to God he really hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. This is... Boss, I told you, I was wrongly accused. Zhou Wenping breathed a sigh of relief as he spoke. Yang Mi frowned and looked at Zhou Wenping. What's with this guy? Can't a cooked duck's mouth rot? Ironclad evidence, it's all in front of you, and you're still denying it. Where have you been wronged? Take a look at what this hot search says. I've already read it. It says you're in heaven. Yang Mi said as she made a motion with her right hand, then felt it wasn't quite right and hurriedly put it down. Spit. Pervert. Zhou Wenping cried and laughed. Boss, you must have gotten bad grades when you were in school. What did you say? You can wait to be the type that, when you read a title, tends to miss words. Yang Mi was getting a little impatient. The more he looked at Zhou Wenping, the more unpleasant he became. Seeing Yang Mi with this expression, Zhou Wenping handed his cell phone to Yang Mi. Boss, read it again carefully, the title of the hot search. Yang Mi grunted coldly, her eyes glancing at her cell phone screen. That's when she realized that she had really missed a word. Shocker. Entertainment's new star. Zhou Wenping disregards his image and knocks out airplanes at 10,000 meters. Knockout. Who the hell made that headline? One word difference and Zhou Wenping becomes a pervert. As the saying goes, a miss is a mile away, and that's a good way to put it. And there's a video in the hot seat. Tap on it later. Only to see Zhou Wenping in the video, raising his right hand like knocking on a door on the window of the airplane, knocking twice. Swish. Yang Mi's face was instantly red with shame. Own just here, education Zhou Wenping half a day, it turns out to be wrong people. Now look at Zhou Wenping again. Good-looking, bright-eyed, so handsome. It really gets better and better. It's not in vain that this boss came to pick him up in person. But, for the sake of her face, she didn't want to apologize. Looking at Zhou Wenping, his expression was high and cold as he reprimanded. Forget it this time, and pay attention next time. Zhou Wenping just wanted to agree, but suddenly reacted. What do you mean, pay attention next time? I didn't do anything myself this time. He was about to retort when the phone rang again. It's Usain calling. Ha ha ha. The phone had just been connected, and before Zhou Wenping could speak, the sound of several people laughing came from the other end of the phone. Yes, just by listening to the voice, you can guess that it's Usain, Little Yu, and Big Lindsay. Master Yu. Zhou Wenping had already guessed the purpose of Yuzhan making this call. Chapter 30D. An airplane can be on the hot search. Sure enough, on the other end of the phone, Usain's voice came through. Xiao Zhou, I heard that you were on the airplane and did something very explosive? Ha ha ha. Let me ask. Xiao Zhou, would it be exciting to be that high up? This is the voice of Xiao Yu. Come on. De Lindsay, you talk to your brother Ping too. I don't know what to say. Whatever. Okay. De Lindsay's voice came through. Brother Ping, I admire you so much. An airplane and you're on the hot seat. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Wenping felt his chest, as if he was being heavily hammered, wildly hammered. Through the laughter of these three people, Zhou Wenping easily judged. These three have known the truth of the matter for a long time, but have willfully tried to understand it. Ask you. What's this? That's the detriment. Master Yu, why are you, your old man, following this kind of thing? Zhou Wenping couldn't help but chide. Yuji laughed. A few of us just got off the plane, and De Lindsay said that your name all of a sudden hit the first place on the hot search list. Curious. I took my cell phone to take a look. What? Xiao Zhou actually did such a thing at 10,000 meters. Take a closer look. Oh, missed a word. Usain is worthy of being a former comedian and expert in cupping. These lines, the comic's baggage shaking technique, are used just right. Yang Mi, who was next to her, was constantly trying to stifle her laughter as she listened. Eyes are smiling curved. That playful look. I do not know how many pure love teenagers will be charmed. But Zhou Wenping doesn't have time to appreciate it now. He is a little burnt out. This thing is so pitiful. Moncler Outlet Store this call. There is nothing much, just want to flirt with you. Don't forget. Come to my horse farm sometime. I invite you. Before the words were finished, Xiao Yu's voice interrupted Yu Ji's words. D planes. Ha ha ha. Listening to the unrestrained, undisguised maniacal laughter, Zhou Wenping snapped and turned off the phone. Goosey. Yang Mi couldn't hold it back any longer and covered her stomach with laughter. A moment of total image loss. I can't. It's killing me laughing. Zhou Wenping looked at Yang Mi with a look of disgust. What is it about your own boss's laughter that makes it so unique? Goosey? Am I going to have to pick up the phrase, singing to the heavens with a crooked neck? Now, Zhou Wenping can finally understand how Doi died unjustly back then. That's when the phone rang again. It's Yellow Base calling. Yang Mi looked like she was watching a good show and raised an eyebrow from Zhou Wenping. The meaning is clear. Hurry up and answer it. I have a good show to listen to, sis. Zhou Wenping picked up the phone helplessly. It was a call from his senior, and he had to answer it out of politeness. Xiao. The familiar beginning, the familiar words, even the desperately concealed smile carried in the voice, were identical. Mr. Wang, did you have a good airplane ride? Happy, so happy. So happy I'm ready to run headlong into the ground. Don't think on the bright side. That's the top of the hot search list. How many people can't get it even if they want it? Although Huang Base was advising Zhou Wenping as a senior, the laughter that appeared between his words had already betrayed him deeply. The muscles at the corners of Zhou Wenping's mouth twitched. Being famous in this way is not something I want. Just think about it. After flirting a few more times, Yellow Base hung up the phone. Just hung up. That's when the phone rang again. Ho Zhang called. Zhou Wenping picked up the phone with a lifeless look. Rushing before He Jiong could speak, he took the lead. Teacher, I was just banging on the airplane. Banging? I was too excited. Impulse is the devil. I blame myself for my shameful behavior. After a while, He Jiong's puzzled voice came. What are you talking about? Did I get the wrong number? What? Zhou Wenping was stunned. You're calling? Not to ask about the Twitter hit? No, I was calling for Zhang Tong. Director Zhang? Your song Ordinary Day, the director's team felt, was very similar to the theme of our program. An ordinary day is the life that everyone aspires to the most. Hee-jong paused. So, we've decided to sign this song as the theme song for our program. Is that okay with you? Zhou Wenping breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there was a call that was not to flirt with himself. Sure. How could one refuse such a good thing? Okay then, you schedule a time this week, and we plan to have the song recorded by this Saturday. Yes. Please don't worry, Mr. He. Zhou Wenping said vainly. He has the most free time now. By the way, there's one more thing I'd like to ask for advice on. Hee-jong said. Mr. He is overstated, you say? Let me interview you for the record. What struck you at that time that you were 10,000 meters in the air and did that kind of thing? Pest. What a great trick with the peaks and valleys. Sure enough. How can a host of a variety show not gossip? And the sound of conspiratorial laughter came from Hee-jong's side. Okay, no kidding, don't forget. Hee. Heartburn. Zhou Wenping felt himself mentally exhausted. He was now unable to look straight at the words, 10,000 meters in the air. Chapter 31. What you have in your heart. What you see is what you see. The good thing is, everyone you know has already contacted you. There will be no more people that matter flirting with themselves. Phew. Zhou Wenping breathed a sigh of relief. One has finally escaped. Right about this time, Yang Mi's cell phone rang. Zhou Wenping glanced at it, and it was actually Lu Cece calling. This pair of good girlfriends, but also in the entertainment industry, the important flower girl, between them to make a phone call, nothing strange. Yang Mi picked up the phone, although she didn't have it on speakerphone. But there's just so much room in a business car. And Zhou Wenping was sitting on the co-pilot. So on the phone, Lu Cece's voice came over. Mimi, good news for you. Lu Cece's gentle, yet surprising voice came from the phone. What's the good news? Did you look at the Twitter hit list? Knock. Zhou Wenping felt like he had, within himself, taken another hammer blow. You don't think so? I don't know Cecilia well. Never even met her, so why would she come to gossip about herself? Seeing Zhou Wenping's embarrassed appearance, Yang Mi's beautiful eyes brought a smile. Didn't look why? What's going on? That Zhou Wenping signed by your company did something big in the sky. So great, what's the big deal? Yang Mi asked, stifling her laughter. Look, the first place in the hot search can be written. Zhou Wenping, 10,000 meters high D-plane. Zhou Wenping now wanted to take a block of tofu and slap himself to death. Yang Mi patted his shoulder, signaling him to relax, and laughed. CC, you must not have done well academically when you were in school, right? What? There was an obvious pause on Lu Cece's side. Mimi, how do you think so jumpy when you're chatting? I'm talking to you? Zhou Wenping D airplane thing. What academic performance are you pulling for me? You should know my academic performance best. You copied me during the exams. When the results came out, we were tied for first place. Ahem. Hearing this, Yang Mi choked on her own saliva. Zhou Wenping, who was next to him, was happy to hear it. I can't imagine that my boss has such a past. Tied for dead last. It's awesome. Finally understand these two sisters, why they are guilty of the same thing. Being heard by Zhou Wenping, his own past, Yang Mi was also embarrassed. No, read the hot topic headline again. Can't beat around the bush chatting anymore, or we don't know what will Lu Cece burst out the shocking information. After all, the two of them back in the day didn't do a lot of strange things. Shocking. Entertainment's new star, Zhou Wenping, disregards his image and deplanes at a height of 10,000 meters. Lu Cece also really obeyed, took the hot search title and read it in its entirety. And it still read aloud with feeling. It's so colorful. The last sentence in particular was read word for word. No, see, you read it wrong. Try reading it again. Shocking. Entertainment's new star, Zhou Wenping, disregards his image and deplanes at 10,000 meters. Lu Cece said, That's right. Read it again. Yang Mi suddenly understood that when she went to school, her teacher hated her feelings. Shocking. Entertainment's new star, Zhou Wenping, disregards his image and deplanes at 10,000 meters. This time, I read it carefully, word by word. Enchilada. This kid is hopeless. Yang Mi shook her head helplessly. Sure enough, the kind of person you are, the kind of content you will see. No, he himself at first seemed to have misread it, too. Doesn't that mean that C and I are the same? Sure enough, they're BFFs. C, take a closer look. Is there another word between 10,000 meters in the air and the D plane? There is? Let's see. After about 3 seconds, there really is. When was there an extra word? It wasn't there when I looked at it a second ago. Knocking? Tapping an airplane at 10,000 meters? Must be an extra word. Yangmi said helplessly, CC, did you click on the hot search and look at the video in it? No. I rushed to call you after I saw the hot search. I clicked on it to see. After a while, it's still true. Knockout airplane.
Che, no fan.
I'll hang up then. Ugh. A final sigh of endless disappointment leaked out, and Zhou Wenping felt as if he was being whipped by someone else. But this time Zhou Wenping heart, not as hard as before, because he knew his boss's little secret. It's also awesome to copy the bottom paper during exams. Yangmi looked at Zhou Wenping and smiled awkwardly. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. She then blushed and said in a threatening tone. About what C said, about the test scores, if you dare to leak half a word. That threatening expression was like a kitten, milky and fierce. Zhou Wenping laughed. Don't worry, you're my boss. It's my job to maintain your honor. Yang Mi was relieved. I was also brainwashed, actually went to copy her paper. I do it myself, can at least take a second to last ah. Hearing this, Zhou Wenping in his heart silently thumbs up. Boss, your goals are really ambitious. Chapter 32. Exclusive of 4 hot searches. Drip. From behind, the sound of a car honking. Seen through the rearview mirror, behind the business car that Zhou Wenping they rode in, followed by a line of cars. It's all about picking people up at the airport. Originally, Yang Mi received Zhou Wenping should drive away. How could I have known that there would be such a mess? Cars were parked at the pickup point for ages, causing a jam behind them. If people knew that in this business car it was the famous Yang Mi who was doing the job, it would definitely still cause a riot. Yang Mi hurriedly twisted the key and started the car. Driving on the highway. Although Yanjing was notorious for its traffic jams, it wasn't always jammed. It just so happens that at this hour, it's not rush hour either. So the road was pretty smooth. By the way, before I came to pick you up, the director of operations at Weibo gave me a call. Zhou Wenping looked at Yang Mi and wondered why she was giving herself this. It's not a big deal. I just want you to sign up for Twitter. Zhou Wenping nodded. For Weibo, every additional artist that opens an account is more heat, which brings more benefits to Weibo as a result. If it was a normal artist, the director of operations of Weibo would not have called personally to ask about it. However, they judged from Zhou Wenping this time in the performance in the yearning, Zhou Wenping's future will definitely be a hot big star. Now Zhou Wenping, although not yet too famous, but definitely a super value potential stock. So he went ahead and let Zhou Wenping open an account. After all, the microblogging company do not know the Xian Lang family. Penguin is also dropping money and growing the microblogging segment. So strike first. It just so happens that you take advantage of the heat brought about by the current #1 hot search and sign up for a microblog, so you can build up your popularity even faster. Yang Mi instructed as she drove. Although it is often said that women drivers are not reliable. A woman without a license is a virtue. But Yang Mi is clearly not in that league. She is a skillful driver like a veteran driver. Zhou Wenping nodded. Indeed, popularity is one of the components of the system's prestige value. Since he's been teased with a wave this time, he's not wasting this heat. So he took out his cell phone, downloaded and registered a Twitter account. Apply for certification later. Passed quickly. It seems that the back end of the microblogging has been taken care of by the director of operations, otherwise you have to wait for 2 working days to be reviewed and approved. After the opening of microblogging, Zhou Wenping published his first microblogging dynamic. Attention, attention. 10,000 meters in the air, knocking on an airplane. Anyone who looks at it the wrong way will lose sleep tonight. Soon after, this tweet of his was placed. All about him underneath the hot search. Today, Zhou Wenping appeared in total 4 hot searches. In addition to being #1 in the heat of the moment, D-Planes got this one. The rest of it has to do with his performance in, well, looking forward. Mushroom House's new resident guest, Treasure Boy, Zhou Wenping. Ordinary Day is really good. What's the word for 2 ghosts? Many celebrities want a hit line to the point where it's hard as hell. Some need to resort to gossip, marriage, divorce. Some need to resort to exciting news, cuckolding and tearing up. More than anything else, it takes, well, agency money to hit the charts. Like Zhou Wenping did not spend a penny, exclusive of 4 hot searches, and one of them is the top of the list. Such a thing, other stars seem to be envious. And it's with those 4 hot streaks added to the mix. Zhou Wenping's microblogging after the opening of the fastest speed. Breaking the microblogging. The fastest fans break 1 million record, and the numbers keep growing. The first tweet he sent quickly garnered 10,000 retweets and 30,000 comments. Insomnia? What a vicious curse. Humph. Insomnia is insomnia. I don't care. It's the 10,000-meter high D plane. Ping is awesome voice breaking. Ha ha ha. Ping. I'm selectively blind. I just can't read that word. Come and hit me. I won't resist. Zhou Wenping's mind moved and called up his system panel. The reputation value had unexpectedly reached 2.59 million. Remove yourself from the airplane raffle and the remaining 1 million or so in prestige value. In this moment's work, he had added another 1.5 million to his reputation. He thought at first that the prestige value had reached a bottleneck. I didn't realize that this hot search for knocking on the window of the machine and the operation of opening a microblogging account would bring him so much benefit. And the popularity, it just keeps growing. It was true that appearing in front of the crowd more often would help one accumulate prestige value. Wait until the evening and see if you want to take these reputation values for the lottery or go to the system mall and exchange them for works. The car slowly pulled into an upscale neighborhood. After parking in the underground garage, Zhou Wenping and Yang Mi, the two of them, got out of the car. Take the elevator to the 11th floor. After getting out of the elevator, Zhou Wenping found that there was only one household on this floor. Yang Mi took out her keys and opened the door as she did so. This is a 1-floor, 1-family type. This belongs to the high-grade type. There are only 5 neighborhoods in the entire Yanjing that have such a type. Because of the better privacy and more freedom, many artists or businessmen like to choose this kind of place to live. Chapter 33 is this box Doraemon's? Follow Yang Mi into the room. Inside, the decor is plain but not extravagant. There is absolutely no splendor that Zhou Wenping imagined, but instead there is a very good atmosphere of life. It seems that one's boss has good taste, not bad. Only, what does she want by bringing me here? Are you planning to do something bad to me? Yes. Showbiz, isn't that all the rage? What's the hold-up? Yang Mi asked. Zhou Wenping thought about it and decided that he should still be responsible for his own innocence. Boss, you... Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yang Mi waving her hand. Don't call me boss, call me honey. Okay boss, no problem boss. Yang Mi laughed and shook her head, turning to close the door to her room behind her. Then pointing to the couch, sit down. Bang. Listening to the sound of the room door closing, Zhou Wenping's heart fluttered. Is this about to start? If I screamed my throat out, would anyone come to my rescue? Honey, what did you call me here for? Zhou Wenping asked tentatively. Looking at Zhou Wenping's expression, Yang Mi laughed. What do you think you can do? Dive you? Zhou Wenping sighed. I knew I couldn't avoid this if I wanted to be in the entertainment industry. I'll close the curtains. Looking at Zhou Wenping, who walked away from the super window, Yang Mi laughed and cursed. Get out. Aren't you going to dive me? I'm not used to not having the curtains drawn. Virtue. If you keep talking nonsense, be careful, I'll snow you. Yang Mi ranted. Seeing Yang Mi's expression, Zhou Wenping knew that what she said was true. You don't have to sell your body for glory anymore? Phew. Zhou Wenping took a long breath. The stone in your heart drops. Hey? Hearing this voice, Yang Mi was not happy. Sis is at least a leading flower girl, and the people who want to pursue her can line up to the Yalu River. The kid actually had a look of relief on his face. Is Sis so unpopular with you? Snap. Yang Mi took the key in her hand and flung it on the coffee table. From now on, this house, it's yours. Me? Zhou Wenping flinched. You're an employee of my company. I should provide you with a place to stay, and this place is where you'll stay for now. I live here. Where do you live? Zhou Wenping looked at the 2 bedrooms. What are you thinking about? Sis has several houses. Where can't we live? Oh. Zhou Wenping nodded. A sly rabbit with 3 holes. Hiss. The corners of Yang Mi's mouth jumped. This guy's not a straight man, is he? Quite possibly. Good-looking people are either scum or straight. Coo. Hearing the voice, Zhou Wenping looked at Yang Mi. You hungry? Being looked at by Zhou Wenping like this, Yang Mi's face swished red. Nonsense. If it wasn't for picking you up at the airport, sis would have eaten already. Who knew that your plane was late and you were delayed at the airport for a while? It's strange that I'm not hungry. Who's like you? 10,000 meters in the air. Before the latter half of the sentence was finished, Zhou Wenping raised his hands in surrender. He was literally, right now, unable to hear the word 10,000 meters in the air. You'll be flying for the rest of your life. Okay. Okay. Boss, sister honey, I was wrong. Let me cook and treat you, okay? With that, he pulled open the refrigerator. It's empty inside. Not only that, inside the kitchen there are actually not even pots and pans and chopsticks. There was only a bare gas stove. Gotta. The coquettish woman can't cook without rice. After hearing Zhou Wenping say that he wanted to cook, Yang Mi immediately came to the spirit. She watched yesterday's live broadcast from Aspire. The two of them, along with Lu Sisi, were inside the villa, eating takeout while watching the live broadcast. On the screen, Huang Base and the others shouted at Zhou Wenping's cooking and ate it with red oil. And the rice that Zhou Wenping cooks sells so well that it is as if you can smell the aroma even through the screen. It made the takeout in her and Lu Sisi's hands unscented. Now she was going to see if Zhou Wenping's cooking skills were really as good as they were in the live broadcast. Or is that actually a program effect on the air? More than that, of course, she was really hungry. What can you cook? What do you have on the menu? Well, Yang Mi thought for a while. Wait for me, I'll go and take a look. Check it out. Before Zhou Wenping could react, Yang Mi has run out. Looking at this, quiet as a virgin moving like a crazy rabbit boss, Zhou Wenping smiled and shook his head. I saw that there was black tea in the room, so I went and rinsed the tea set and boiled hot water. The water had barely boiled when I heard a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw Yang Mi holding a large box and walked in. After putting down the box, Yang Mi took out the contents. Here's a little more rice, a couple eggs, leftover bok choy, prawns, and meat from the last time we had hot pot. Just these ingredients, is that okay? Watch Yang Mi, like a juggler, pull out one ingredient after another from the box. I can't believe I even took out the pots and pans. Did you borrow this case from Doraemon? Zhou Wenping was a bit baffled. Sister honey, what is this? You just left less than 5 minutes ago. And where did you get such a huge pile of ingredients? Actually even cookware. Chapter 34 Goddess. Mind your image. Yang Mi extended her jade hand and pointed at the ceiling. I live right above you. Gotta. The relationship between the upper and lower levels became a relationship between the upper and lower levels. Zhou Wenping looked at Yang Mi, pondering. Thinking about what? So, you're on top of me? What? Yang Mi is confused. What does that mean? What's that supposed to mean? Yeah. I'm up here, what's up? Zhou Wenping smiled evilly. It's nothing. I'm going to make dinner. Looking at the back of Zhou Wenping, walking into the kitchen. Yang Mi froze for a moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally reacted. The fair and pretty face swished red. This asshole. How dare you joke about the boss? I should have let you be on top. Huh? It doesn't seem right either. Cursing mentally, he then took a long breath and leaned back on the couch. Standard Yenjing palsy. Slender legs swaying gently. A pair of jade feet outlining tantalizing lines. She took out her cell phone and played the game while sizing up Zhou Wenping, who was constantly busy, inside the kitchen. Listening to the kitchen, the rhythmic sound of chopping vegetables, combined with Zhou Wenping's perfect body, unique temperament, and handsome face. This is simply an image that only appears in idol dramas. It's true that the man who can cook is the most handsome. Zhou Wenping wasn't idle while he cooked. With a mental movement, he called up the system panel. The reputation value is now up to 3.6 million. So much prestige value, can't afford to waste it. Drawl. Ding. 1 million prestige value deducted. System lottery begins. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Game LV99. Game LV99, you have become a top game master and can skillfully operate any game on the market. Games? Really, what a mess of skills. He didn't hate the game itself, but he couldn't say he liked it either. This skill, for those game enthusiasts, is definitely like a treasure. But for Zhou Wenping, it is dispensable. At first, Yang Mi was still concentrating on the game. Nay, the dishes made by Zhou Wenping were too fragrant, and just by smelling the flavor, it stimulated Yang Mi's taste buds. Drool was swallowed several times. Where is the mind to play games? Sneaking up to the kitchen door, the scent made me hungrier the more I smelled it. All the 5 organs were gurgling as if in revolt. It's not done yet? Hearing the sound, Zhou Wenping turned around. Only Yang Mi had a pair of beautiful eyes, staring straight at the braised meat in the pot. Drool was running out of the corners of his mouth. That pitiful look, as if he hadn't eaten in a long time. This image, compared to the groomed, noble and generous image she usually showed in front of the camera, is simply very different. The kid, it seems, is really hungry. Zhou Wenping smiled. It'll be over in a minute. Just bear with me a little longer. Zhou Wenping's cooking skills are really something else. With the added power of cooking LV99, the cooking was proceeding in an organized manner. This side of the rice is just coming off the pot. The ingredient process starts right over there. Once the rice is steamed, the dish is ready. Rattling oil baby greens, sautéed shiitake mushrooms with greens, popped shrimp with scallions and oil, secret braised pork, and a tomato and egg soup. Young Mi walked in immediately upon seeing this. Let me help you with the dishes. For dishes, 1 soup, large white rice. Wow. After the meal was served, Yang Mi first added a piece of braised pork. As a female entertainer, she always has to watch her weight, stay in shape and maintain her image. On a normal day, she would rarely eat meat. Nay, the secret red meat of Zhou Wenping is too fragrant. Just by smelling it, Yang Mi felt herself out of control. That's right. It was the red meat that made the first move. A piece of fat and lean pancetta. Put it in your mouth and chew it gently. The unique aroma that immediately emanated out and covered her mouth. See, even when she breathed in, she could feel it, the aroma of the meat. It's so fragrant. Fueled by this piece of red meat, Yang Mi no longer cared about weight. The great work of losing weight is closed for now. How can you lose weight if you don't eat? Fragrant. Really fragrant. Compared to Zhou Wenping's cooking, those orders for takeout are simply tasteless. It's over. It's over. I can't eat anymore. I need to lose weight. No, no, no. I really can't have any more. Yang Mi reminded herself as she kept picking food into her mouth. The little mouth is propped up crooked. Seeing this scene, Zhou Wenping was somewhat in tears. Boss, you are at least the goddess in the hearts of countless people. So at least pay attention to your image. Okay? It's your fault. I hate you. Why do you cook so well? While reproaching, the chopsticks couldn't help but to clip the red meat. Phew. I don't know how long it took before Yang Mi put down her dishes. Burp. A very loud belch. Her pretty face swished red. She could think of how unimaginative she must have been when she ate earlier. Why does a big man cook so well? Zhou Wenping was happy. So it's still my fault? That's for sure. It's over. It's over. I'm going to start losing weight again tomorrow. Chapter 35. Giving away 9 heads in the opening round. Sis, you're too good. Zhou Wenping shook his head. Stand up and get ready to clear the dishes. Yang Mi saw this and hurriedly grabbed it. You go rest for a while. You cook and I do the dishes, it's only fair. Seeing Yang Mi insisting like this, Zhou Wenping also stopped saying anything. Then it's all yours. Aha, you go rest. After saying that, Yang Mi picked up the dishes and walked into the kitchen. Zhou Wenping sat on the sofa, looking left and right, the feeling of having nothing to do. So boring. That's when he noticed the cell phone sitting on the coffee table. The top of the phone shows the game screen. I was under the impression that this was a game that young Mimi had started before dinner. It was going to be a side trip. It turned out that Zhou Wenping's meals were so flavorful that they made her linger. Finally put the cell phone on the coffee table and start the binge-eating rhythm. Zhou Wenping curiously picked up his cell phone to see what game Yang Mi was playing. Seeing the game screen, he immediately knew that it was a handheld game called Honor of Kings. This is going on now, a 5v5 match. This game is divided into 2 camps, the enemy and ours, utilizing different heroes and battling against each other. The conditions for victory are also simple. The first to destroy the opponent's crystal wins. Yang Mi is also a veteran gaming enthusiast. A variety of single-player hand game have been exposed to, usually shooting, waiting for the theater gap, or relying on playing games spend boring time. It's just the technology. It's a bit of a dish. Almost an ATM for the enemy. Zhou Wenping looked at the game's record. Nice guy. 11-35. Yang Mi's side of the team was killed 35 times by the other team. And Yang Mi's choice of Kai contributes 9 headers to the opponent. No wonder later, Yang Mi went to dinner without any lingering. Turns out it really is the other side's ATM. The battle was now, unsurprisingly, lopsided. The opposite side destroyed all 9 defense towers on all 3 roads. Moreover, the remaining 4 teammates on Yang Mi's side were all killed by the other side. Is waiting for resurrection at the base. As you can imagine, the situation is so passive, and Yang Mi's contribution is credited. Not to mention being killed 9 times by other people, I ended up laying on the base and hanging out. They are also thinking of surrendering, but the mechanics of surrendering, all those online must vote and only 1 dissenting vote can occur. Inevitably, one of the remaining 4 people clicked on the refuse to surrender option for this game. This leads to every time you surrender, you automatically vote against it. And Yang Mi hangs up and fails to respond during the time it takes to vote, which is considered an abstention. Not fulfilling the conditions of surrender, they had to be ravaged by the other side in various ways. To say it was crushed is an understatement. The most disgusting thing is, it was surprising that the opponent did not attack the crystal this time, despite having all kinds of advantages. It's like cutting your flesh with a dull knife. Don't even get me started. Magic City. Esta Warriors. For them, all they have to do every day is to perform various, boring training. Even though they are professional players, training like this every day is making them squeeze a lot of negative energy. The team, at the end of a day of training, gathered for a 5-hack. Planning on finding a couple rookies and abusing them. Send out the evil fire. It stands to reason that when 5 blacks are matched, the odds are that they are still matched 5 blacks. However, there is also a small chance of being matched to a single row. Take this game, for example. They match up to 2 double rows plus a single row situation. Such a light rarely happens, but occasionally. Let them get lucky and catch it today. In fact, even if they were matched, they would have nothing to fear from the same 5 black opponents. After all, they are pros. It's so cool. The abuse is just fun. Control the line a bit. Don't end the game too quickly. Don't worry, I'm 1 head short of 20, so I'll make it up anyway. I looked at the stats, and the enemy seems to have another solo. That's the Kai who gave away 9 heads right off the bat. K. Being finished that way is tragic enough. As they spoke, the 5 had hit the doorstep. On Zhou Wenping's side, all 4 of his teammates were killed in action. Anyone looking at a situation like this would think that in another 10 seconds or so, the game would be completely over. One teammate was still stubbornly nodding his surrender. Unfortunately, one set into motion this council refused to surrender, and the other it was Zhou Wenping. As soon as he clicks surrender, then the inning is over. Surrender? How is that possible? I just drew a game LV99 skill myself, and I'm in a depressed mood, so I just happened to abuse the vegetables and let off some steam. Oddly enough, Yang Mi's crappy record and not one of his teammates cracks up? Checked. Zhou Wenping was happy. Turns out the sisters closed the chat. Count her as smart. Otherwise, the teammates would definitely be all kinds of mouths to feed, and one by one, Zhuan would be invincible. Glanced over at young Honey, who was in the kitchen, brushing over Hope. Zhou Wenping smiled faintly. Seeing as you scrub dishes and work so hard. Brother help you flip. Chapter 36, The King's Honor. Singling out 5 professional heroes. Zhou Wenping picked up his cell phone and tapped his finger. Kai moved in the frame. Gained a lot of experience and money despite giving away heads all the time. With a few random pieces of gear, he rushed out of the spring. The Asta team's professional players immediately noticed. Wow! I thought it was on, but I didn't realize it was still alive. Haha! Let him and their crystals go to the west with them. Get out of the way. Kill him. I just happen to have 20 heads. The heroes used by the Asta team are Ruben, Kai Wenji, Wang Zhaojun, Nakaruru, and Berserk Iron. The character who kills the most people is Lupin. Lupin is a character that many players love and hate. Those who can play are really good, those who can't are really crap. Various ATMs. There are even, on the internet, 18 ways to die about Lupin. But in the hands of someone who can play, Luban is a killing machine. These 19 heads are a testament to the strong. Watching Kai come out, the pro with Lupin's mouth grinned up to his ears. There's just one more head to round it out. Come on, Kaiju, offer your head. Looking at the 5 people who were like wolves and tigers, pouncing over, Zhou Wenping was very calm and collected. With game LV99, he is an absolute master of the game. What LOL Jedi CF. Any game that can be named, never mind standalone, online, or handheld. He's all like a veteran player. No. I should say he's like the developer of these games who knows every element of the game, like the back of his hand. For example, he's playing King's Honor. What skills does each hero have? How long is the skill CD time? What are the strengths and what are the weaknesses? And how to deal with different enemy formations. These are combat techniques that even professional players who have to train over and over again can only master a thing or two. Zhou Wenping had long ago grasped them all like instinct. Although the enemy's 5 heroes all rushed towards the crystal. But they didn't come in a group. Berserk Tai and Wang Zhaojun, who were coming from the upper road, and Nikelyulu, who was clearing a wave of soldiers from the middle high ground, were about to rush over as well. Kai Wenji and Lu Ban, having already cleared the soldiers on the lower road, were already standing on the high ground. See the situation. Those 4 teammates of his have lost hope. Losing Ugh. It's all Kai's fault. Coming up with a 9-head bonanza and ending up hanging up. Go out and report him later. All? Please report Kai when you get out, thanks. These chat messages were blocked due to Yang Mi. So Zhou Wenping couldn't see it. He maneuvered Kai and charged towards Lupin. At this hour, Kai's actually back? What's the use of coming back? It's still giving away heads. The opposite side is definitely 5 blacks and 5 masters at that. Report, report, report. This Kai, I will report him. While his teammates were sending messages and chatting, Zhou Wenping was already approaching, standing behind Kai Wenji's Lu Ban. Pros using Lupin are overjoyed. All Lupin, Kai, a man of honor, knows I'm 1 short of 20 heads, and has come specially to deliver a big gift package. All Lupin, you've already given away 9 heads. I'll give you 1 this time, 10 out of 10. Because of the blocked messages, Zhou Wenping could not see the messages they sent, but they can see Zhou Wenping's message. Zhou Wenping opened the speech-to-text function. All, Kai. Attention everyone. I was just playing with my eyes closed. Now I have them open. The words just fell, only to see Kai flash and instantly appear behind Ruben. The pro immediately clicked his second skill and prepared to push Kai away. At this time, under the operation of Zhou Wenping, Kai also used his second skill, and with this skill, Lupin appeared to be briefly silenced. Unable to release any skills. Since the game is in the late stages, all the equipment has been molded. And Zhou Wenping came out with all attack outfits. So it's a flash, a second skill, and 2 flat A's. Just take Lupin's head. What? Looking at the screen that turned gray, the pro player who was using Lupin froze for a moment. I thought the 20th head was within my grasp, but how could I be killed? Is this the same Kai that I killed 9 times? Did he really just play with his eyes closed? You're kidding. A teammate next to him consoled him. Don't take it personally, why don't we retreat and let them resurrect a wave? Then you kill 2 of them and get out of the way? The man who used Lupin waved his hand. Push it. Start a new game. Good then. Let's see us help you first and exterminate this Kai. Kai Wenji, who was standing next to Lu Ban, hurriedly used her second skill. Her second skill, which shoots out a ball of light, will cause a short stun once it hits the opponent. It was short, but it was enough for the other 3 teammates to come around. After all, Kai Wenji is a support and does almost no damage except for her second skill and poke. But the prerequisite for her to stun Kai is that the second skill has to hit. This is a bit difficult, after all, the opponent is Zhou Wenping. Chapter 37. Seconds to change, 2 consecutive kills. 1 kill to go. With the addition of game LV99, Zhou Wenping possesses a very powerful big picture view, anticipation, instant strategy, and other abilities that are quite important for competitive games. After he killed Lupin with a swift blow, just guessed that Kai Wenji would keep him. As Kai Wenji struck, he used his flexible positioning to dodge the second skill, took Lupin's head without wasting a single drop of blood. Then he left Kai Wenji alone. A character with no offense and his only attack skill, still on CD, wasn't worth his time. Kai dragged his great sword and charged at Nakaru, who was flying towards him. Nakaruru is an assassin and her attacks are of the explosive type. After the equipment is formed, a set of down, brittle skin directly hang, even if the skin is thick flesh tank, but also have to go half a tube of blood. And all of Zhou Wenping's outfits are attack outfits. This is, if you eat it, a set of attacks from Nakaru. Definitely hanging up. The player who used Nakaruru, the one who consoled Lupin. This Kai has the courage to go all out with output equipment. Let's see me blow him up in 1 set and avenge you. Assassins are about instant kills. Plus Nakaruru, one of his original heroes. Hanging a Kai in a pure attack suit is not the slightest problem. Soon he released a skill. A bird flew out of thin air and crashed into Kai. This is the equivalent of a marker, and when Nakaru tries to place the skill again later, the marker will explode, unleashing even more powerful damage. And it's a must-hit skill that can't be dodged by walking away, and Kai's flash has already been handed off, so there's no way to get back. Next, just use your third skill and second skill. Kai would be dead for sure. Kai's head. It's mine. The pro yelled, maneuvering Nakaru and releasing his third skill. Slam into Kai from the air, then quickly tap the second skill. Nakaru passed through Kai's body with great speed. Re-injury. It's over. The pro had a smile on his face. At that moment, the teammate beside him shouted, Nakaru, run towards me. Run for what? Didn't you kill Kai? That's when his eyes went to his cell phone, and then his smile froze. Only Kai in the picture, as if he were a statue, stood still. The whole body was wrapped in a layer of gold, and it looked like what is often referred to as a golden Buddha statue in the movies. This is Terumi Moon. Phaeton is a mage equipment in King's Glory that allows you to use an active skill after purchasing it. After the use of this skill, the character will be all over the body, wrapped in golden light, unable to perform any operation, cannot attack and cannot move. But it also goes invincible and is immune to all attacks. In other words, Nakaru's attack just now, except for the first skill, dealt some damage to Kai. And the more lethal third and second skills, as well as the first skill marker after detonation. It all fell through. It all fell through. It all fell through. Didn't do a lick of damage. And, as Nakaru finished releasing all her skills and landed on the ground, Kai's invincibility time is up. Now not only can you move normally, but you can attack. Seeing this, Kai Wenji hurriedly opened her big move and went forward to rescue her. As long as Nakaru gets within range of the move, there may be a silver lining left. But Zhou Wenping, how could he give him this opportunity? While Nakaru is an assassin, she is of course also brittle. Second skill, first skill, plus a punt. Nacho also gave an account. Earlian Jedi, the system voice in the game, rang out. Kai's first skill is to throw a pirouetting blood-sucking blade that returns to Kai's hand again after hitting an enemy. At the same time, return the appropriate amount of blood. The boomerang blade re-enters the hand after hitting Nakaru, as well as nearby enemy minions. In an instant, Kai's blood replenished. In this wave, not only did he kill Nakaru, but he also cheated a Kai Wenji's move. Now all that was left was Kai Wenji, who didn't have a big move, and Berserk Tai and Wang Zhaojun, who were charging over. Why is Kai out of Kagaya? The pro who was using Nakaru screamed hysterically. When I looked at the equipment just now, Kai was clearly all physical attack equipment. Is this like a second dress-up? The pro sucked in a cold breath. The second changeover is a great test of the operator's strength and also reaction time. After all, the battlefield is ever-changing and requires instant judgment based on different situations. And also have strong calculation skills because the price at which the equipment is bought and the price at which it is sold are not the same. It often happens to many people that the money they get from selling their gear plus the money they have is not enough to buy new gear. Brain speed, hand speed, calculation speed, any one of the links with a bad match seconds to dress to very difficult to achieve the desired effect or even failure. Apparently, the enemy Kai succeeded. Not only did he take away Nakaru's head, but even the silk blood that had been knocked out was replenished by a skill. It was equivalent to collecting the heads of Rubin and Nakaru without spending a single drop of blood. Chapter 38. Thoughts are plump, reality is bone dry. Hateful. If it wasn't for the fact that earlier, killing their Daji triggered the famous blade's passive, I wouldn't have died. Famous sword siren is a piece of equipment that can lock silk blood, which can save your life in critical moments. Triggered every 90 seconds. If the famous sword still had a passive, Zhou Wenping's Kai would have a hard time killing it in seconds. But that's just it can't be spiked. Originally, Zhou Wenping, do a good job, Na Kululu famous knife preparation. I didn't expect an easy kill. That saved himself a lot of trouble. It's okay. It's okay. Let's watch the three of us surround him and avenge you too. Kai's alignment. Once again, he avoided Kai Wenji's second skill and charged towards Mad Iron and Wang Zhaojun, who were rushing up the road, running wildly. Only Kai's walking posture suddenly changed. The whole thing floated by like a ghost. Meanwhile, surfacing in Kai's alignment, many eerie auras. This is Kai's third skill and Kai's big move. Can deal spell damage while increasing attack power by 100 points, movement speed by 50 points, and block by 60 points. His passive, on the other hand, deals superb bludgeoning damage, up to 5.26x. That's a very scary number. Without his big move on, he can easily second the two brittle skins, Ruben and Nakaruru. Kai's big move didn't deliver. The professional player using Wang Xiaojun exclaimed. No, he only handed over his flash and used his pulse and skill 1 and 2 to collect both of my heads. The man who used the Rubicon replied. Wang Xiaojun felt her scalp go numb. A sense of foreboding surged through his heart. This Kai must have come running to himself. Mad Iron, protect me. Watch me freeze him. Mad Iron hurriedly used his skills and rushed up. However, Zhou Wenping moves out of range and avoids the strikes from Mad Iron. Wang Xiaojun hurriedly released his first skill to slow down Kai, a skill that was almost certain to hit and hard to avoid. Zhou Wenping didn't intend to hide either. The move increased his movement by 50 points, and Wang Xiaojun's first skill just brought him back to his usual movement speed. Wang Xiaojun hurriedly released her second skill, trying to freeze Kai, as well as the third skill, a large range blizzard. But after the second skill's freezing circle appeared at Kai's feet, Kai avoids it easily. The next thing you know, a widespread blizzard dropped. The corners of Zhou Wenping's mouth lifted into a smile. The blizzard covered the same area as he had predicted, so he maneuvered Kai and moved along the outside of the blizzard skill range. What the hell? Even the third skill dodged it. The pro player with Wang Xiaojun panicked as he watched the approaching Kai. Mad Iron, come to my rescue. Without the need for Wang Xiaojun to remind them, Mad Iron and Kai Wenji had already rushed towards Kai. Wang Xiaojun cared about everything and hurriedly stepped back, letting Mad Iron deal with Kai and just assisting from the sidelines himself. But ideas are plentiful, reality is bone-chilling. The slowing effect that the first skill had inflicted on Kai disappeared quickly. Kai's movement speed back to normal. This is when the importance of the 50 points of movement speed added by the third skill comes into play. And what Zhou Wenping is stuck with is that point in time. Now the Mad Iron and Kai Wenji behind him couldn't catch up, while Wang Xiaojun in front of him simply couldn't run. Soon, Kai caught up with Wang Xiaojun. All three of Kai's skills, though, were on cooldown. But he still has Pooch. The 100 points of attack added by the third skill was equivalent to an additional piece of attack equipment. It was also a stroke of luck that the first attack triggered a blast. With one slash, half of Wang Xiaojun's blood evaporated. 2 slashes went down, and Wang Xiaojun also surrendered her head. 3 kills. Trifecta Jedi. The game system's beep sounded in time. The pro, exasperated, tossed his cell phone aside. Watch out. Kai's changed his gear again. Originally, Kai didn't have the money to change his other gear after changing his Phaeton. But then, since Luban, Nakaruru, and Wang Xiaojun were all characters that had killed many people without dying, so kill them for extra money. This makes Zhou Wenping's belt and bulging up. Sell Phaeton and replace it with defensive gear, ominous signs. Adds defense and blood and also slows down. Because Mad Iron, like Kai, is a warrior and a tough nut to crack. Trying to cut down Mad Iron without injury was impossible. After ignoring Kai Wenji's second skill, Kai and Berserk Iron meet. Kai's move duration is 8 seconds, and there are about 3 seconds left. With the help of his big move, Kai began to trade blood for blood. Even though Mad Iron had the help of Kai Wenji, a mobile spring, at this moment, Kai Wenji had wasted the most powerful third skill, which returned blood. At the same time, Zhou Wenping at the very beginning put out Sanction, the equipment that weakened the effect of blood return. Plus, with his first and second skills, the cooldowns were just about over. Even now, it's a 1-2 situation. But all of this was in Zhou Wenping's calculations. Every skill cooldown time of Berserk Iron and Kai Wenji, as well as the strategy against the enemy, Zhou Wenping had predicted very accurately. In the end, he used, with 80% of his blood, to stiffen off 100% of Berserker's Iron's blood. Mad Iron's head, too, was handed over. 4 consecutive Transcendentals. Chapter 39. 5 consecutive Jedi. Professionals reunited. For kills. So awesome. Zhou Wenping, who was fully concentrating and killing the enemy, suddenly heard a warbling voice from behind him. Turned back, only to see Yang Mi, looking at herself with a face of adoration. Because the distance was so close, Zhou Wenping could smell it, the flavor of Yang Mi's shampoo. It's refreshing. It smells so good. Originally, Yang Mi was brushing the dishes and glanced at Zhou Wenping, who was really holding his cell phone. So hurry up and walk out. After all, there are several, their own private photos in the phone in case they are seen. Won't it be a great shame? But when she came behind Zhou Wenping and was about to open her mouth, she realized that Zhou Wenping was operating Kai. First, he chased after Wang Zhaojun and cut. Then there was the way to, in a 1-2 punch, harden off Mad Iron. The whole thing, it's so cool. Consider yourself right out of the gate, giving away 9 heads. Without modesty, the opposite side raised itself. The same character in his own hands is simply a sick man. However, in the hands of Zhou Wenping, it was as if he had become immortal. That's nothing. Watch me give you that 5 kill, Zhou Wenping said as he opened the chat message. Previously, Yang Mi was afraid of being scolded, so she blocked all messages from the bureau. Is this Kai open? Dad. It's really Kai Dad. What Kai Daddy? It's Grandpa Kai. I'm convinced you really did start out playing with your eyes closed. Seeing all the bragging rights from his teammates, Yang Mi felt as if she was being complimented. Her face blossomed with joy and she was somewhat fluttering. From the beginning of playing this game, she had never enjoyed praise from her teammates, basically begging her to stop giving it away. The opposite side has been fattened up by her. Every time she does, it's the ATM across the street. Killing 1 and giving away 9 is the norm. And it's different now. Look at those teammates, the words of flattery. It had already occurred to Yang Mi that the person on the other end of the phone, with the color of adoration running across his face, had been the same as his current self. When ping, get me 5 kills. Yes, sir. Glancing at the mini-map in the upper left corner, the super soldiers from all 3 directions were approaching the crystal. And Kai Wenji is planning to run away. Looking at the team's panel again, Hui is about to be resurrected. Zhou Wenping opened the speech-to-text function. You guys defend the house? I'm going to crush them. The team responded immediately. Dad, go ahead. Be careful on your way. Leave the house to us. God. I'm looking for a team for the next game. As to team side, only one survivor, Kai Wenji, is left. However, she was fish on a chopping block in front of Kai. Because of her second skill, not once did she hit Kai. Run. It was all she could do now, since everyone on Yang Mi's side was too naive. Not a single tower was pushed down. The outer tower in the center is still there. Just run to the tower and you'll be able to escape. Not to be regimented. The professional player operating Kai Wenji glanced at the skill cooldown. There's still 5 seconds before the move cools down, so as long as the move is good, you can't die yourself. Looking at Kai Wenji, who was about to flee, Kai immediately chased after her. The first skill is released and directly slows down Kai Wenji, and then rushed up and beat him up. Kai lost 80% of his blood, though, in a hard fight with Berserker. But the remaining 20% of blood was no different from full blood for Kai Wenji. Because of Kai Wenji, there's not much offense. Can't even beat a super soldier, not even a super soldier. It is the existence of the king's glory, recognized, the bottom of the attack power. Kai Wenji's second skill, once again, went blank, and her normal attack hit Kai's body like a tickle. The blood bar went down like a blood crash, dropping like crazy. Kai's bloodstain, on the other hand, was rising with the dual regeneration of his first skill and sanction. 1 more second to get to the tower, and 1 more second for the build's cooldown to be complete. Just then, Kai's second skill is also better. Release the second skill and add a pummel, triggering the bludgeoning effect. 5 in a row. Reunion. Yikes! Looking at the system, 2 tips surfaced successively. Yang Mi let out a squeal of surprise. That's 5 kills. She had only given away 5 kills since she started playing the game, never taken 5 kills. Not to mention 5 kills, 2 in a row are far fewer. On the side of Asta Battle team, the 5 people looked at each other as if they were dead. What is this? The 5 of us are pros, right? It's the pros, playing Pro League Masters, a star team that also took 3rd place at Nationals. How did the other team get blown out of the water? If it's a 5v5 group battle in which you get massacred by 5 people from the other team, it's acceptable. But the immediate truth is, Team Meow, 5 of them, and still 5 full-blooded. And that's with 5 hacks on. By Kai alone to the group, it's a pie in the sky thing, and no one would probably believe it if it got out. Chapter 40. Hurting the enemy 800, losing 15,000 to yourself. Zhou Wenping, operating Kai, took a troop line and pushed it all the way up along the center. Blew up 3 towers in a row. There were only 3 pawns left when they stormed the heights. The enemy's crystal, on the other hand, was close at hand. At this point, the opponent's Lu Ban had been revived. It tangled Ruben up. He really didn't want to go out there and fight Kai one-on-one. After all, he too was too brittle. Nah, this Kai is too cheap. If you hit me, I'll fight you. If you don't, I'll hit Crystal. It was forcing Lupin to fight him hard. Just him. Just carry this wave and we'll win. It's really because we were too careless that we got 5 kills. And except for Kai, the other 4 are all losers. The only way they're going to turn this game around is if we're careful about how we respond to it. There is no way around it. Ruben had just left the Spring's attack range when Kai rushed up. Second skill plus poke to collect Lupin's head. Nacho Lulu was resurrected immediately afterward. You don't have Kagaya this time, do you? Let's see how you can dodge my attack. The eagle that was released from the first skill hit Kai's body without any surprise. However, the moment she released her 3 skills and landed on Kai, Kai's form disappeared. Flashback. It just so happens that the CD time for the flash is up. Kai turned back to release a skill slow and 3 flat A's to collect Nakaru. Killing Lupin and Nakaruru is that Kai is always in range of the crystal, although Crystal is also playing Kai. However, due to the thicker blood and the crystal's attack mechanic, it's the damage that will be progressively increased. If you leave the crystal's range of attack in the middle, the damage starts accumulating again after your enter. According to Zhou Wenping's calculations, Kai could now resist 8 consecutive attacks from the crystal. Leaving the attack range of the crystal coincides with 3 waves of local minions plus super soldiers appearing near the crystal. Opened a burst of wild slashes, collected these 3 waves of soldiers, and returned to full blood. And of the minions he had brought up, only 2 remained, a gun carriage full of blood, and a melee with blood. All of this was exactly as Zhou Wenping had calculated. This game LV99 really isn't covered. As if in his own mind, there lived a Zhuge Liang like military counselor, and he was in control of all the changes in the battlefield. And you can also give exactly the right actions based on your combat strategy. At this point, Wang Zhaojun was resurrected. She was ready to use her big move and clear her troops. The soldiers brought up on Zhou Wenping's side. There are only 2 left, as long as they are cleared. The crystal's protection mechanism then kicks in, and the crystal's defenses increase dramatically when it's not attacking minions. By then Kai won't be able to push off the tower. But would Zhou Wenping give her the chance to clear her troops? Just as his second skill finished cooling down, he rushed up towards Wang Zhaojun, who was still in the spring circle. In Glory of Kings, defense towers, crystals, and springs all have the power to attack. Ranked by strength. Defense towers have the lowest attack power, crystals are in the middle, and springs are the highest. Crisp skin is almost killed in seconds, and even a thick skin tank can only pit 2 hits. So, in order to stop Wang Zhaojun from releasing his big move to clear out the soldier line, Kai rushed into the spring. Although Wang Zhaojun was dealt with, he was hit twice by the spring and hung up. The Asta warriors, relieved, could kind of take this Kai's head. But none of them were happy about it. It took 8 heads to replace 1 Kai. It was like hurting the enemy 800 times and damaging yourself 15,000 times. Next, no more waves, reorganize the team, push the opposite side's crystal, and end the game. Yet just as they were preparing, discussing their next strategy, a scene that made their jaws drop occurred. The original had hung up on Kai. Resurrected. Is this out of resurrection armor? Another second to dress up. The corner of Zhou Wenping's mouth lifted up a smile, mending 3 paths of soldiers, plus Ruben's head, just enough to change, and there is still a surplus. That's not even the point. The point is, Kai in the time of death, Zhou Wenping deliberately selected in spring water attack range of the outside. After resurrection, evacuate the danger zone in a hurry. Yang Mi was simply stunned as she watched Zhou Wenping's divine operation. Just now, she had seen a flash of the screen, and before she could see what Zhou Wenping had ordered, Kai had already changed into his resurrection armor. Not a single head lost and 8 enemy kills. And on this side of the line, there was only 1 gun carriage left struggling to hold on. Zhou Wenping went up to attack the crystal and cut away half of the crystal's blood in a few slashes. At that moment, Berserk Iron resurrected and rushed at Kai like a madman. The corners of Zhou Wenping's mouth lifted into a smile. Seconds to dress up, sell the resurrection armor and replace it with famous sword Sujetsu. Kai turned on his tri-skill and greeted Berserk Iron. In the end, Kai just dropped the Mad Iron with a trace of blood under the protection of the famous sword. Although the gun carriage was knocked out by Mad Iron, the troop line in the middle came up. A new troop line was replenished, and Kai collected another wave, near the crystal, of the 3 super soldiers that had just refreshed. The blood level was restored by 50%. He was in no hurry to pop the crystal and end the fight. Instead, he stood in front of the crystal, waiting for the recently revived Kai Wenji. Who is this asshole looking down on? The professional player who operated Kai Wenji was enraged. Chapter 41. Dad, you're awesome. The pro took a look at his equipment, all replaced with various physical defense outfits. All 3 of his own skills were lit up. Such a meaty self, again in its own highlands. Even if he couldn't beat Kai, he was so close to the spring that he could just come back and add blood. The time and place are occupied. Surely he could resist Kai's attack and then clear the opponent's troop line. As long as the troop line was cleared, then Kai's wave of attacks would be considered over. When their teammates were all revived, the next thing they knew, it was time for them to fight back. But what they didn't know was that it was all in Zhou Wenping's calculations. The big picture and strategy that comes with the game LV99 allows him to not only think on his side of the fence. At the same time, it's possible to stand up for the other person. If I were the other person, how would I react in the face of such a situation? Took a look at Kai Wenji's outfit. It's the same as one's guess. The corners of Zhou Wenping's mouth lifted into a smile. Yangmi looked at Zhou Wenping, who revealed a bad smile. Such a slightly evil smile. Looked so handsome. His own side also quickly changed clothes. After the change, the economy on the body is also much less. Heads up, Kay's dressing up. The professional players of the Asta Battle team, each of them had a grave expression on their faces. They had realized that it wasn't a rookie that was operating Kai. Instead, it's an expert-level person who might as well be a pro. They no longer have the attitude of a sadist. Watch and analyze your opponent like you're playing a pro game. It was a pity that they had woken up too late, and now there was only Kai Wenji left, a meat shield with no offensive power. Now, hopefully, Kai Wenji can carry Kai's attack and clear the newly up troop line. That's how they'll have a chance at a Jedi comeback. What kind of outfit did Kai come out with? The player operating Kai Wenji had come to Kai's side and was completely unable to spare any energy to observe Kai's equipment. You can only rely on your teammates. Reduction shoes, shattered star hammer, sanction, shadow, ice knife, unknown. This outfit, it's totally made to deal with Kai Wenji. No wonder Kai is standing here instead of pushing the crystal. He was planning to kill Kai Wenji and get another 5 kills. Come on. Let's see if you kill me first, or if I clear the troop line first. Kai Wenji turned to the troop line and released her second skill. There's an interesting thing about this second skill. If it doesn't hit the target, then the skill is considered empty. However, if it hits the target, it bounces around between the surrounding targets. Can't hide at all. And Zhou Wenping didn't intend to hide. After all, only Kai Wenji was left, and her attack was about as effective as taking a tofu and smashing it. Although the third skill is gone, the first skill and the second skill will be able to nullify Kai Wenji. Kai's alignment is very stuck under Zhou Wenping's maneuvers. Just stand at the edge of the crystal's attack range. Get hit twice, get out of the circle, then get into the circle and reflash the damage from the crystal. With Kai's wild slashes, Kai Wenji's blood bar dropped by half. Seeing that her blood level was not good, Kai Wenji turned on her big move and tried to go back to the spring to refill her blood. However, she realized that she couldn't even walk. Kai's first skill slows down, Ice Blade slows down, Ominous Sign slows down, and Shadow War Axe has a chance to slow down. What's worse, these 4 slowdown effects, they were stackable. So, Kai Wenji found herself struggling. Coupled with the Blade of Sanctions, which reduces healing by 50%, this is a very big limitation for Kai Wenji. A moving spring. Decelerate and reduce treatment. It's almost kind of a waste of Kai Wenji. Kai chased it down while holding off the crystal's attack. Just as Kai Wenji, having used up all her blood recovery skills, walked with difficulty to the edge of the spring. Kai's blitz effect triggered. Oh, Maiden's heart broken. This is the line Kai Wenji said when she died in battle. With this line, the pro's phone screen turns gray. In this wave, Asta warriors went forward to block Kai's actions. The beeps of the game system kept ringing out. Killing. 2 strike break. 3 consecutive victories. 4 straight superlatives. 5 in a row. Another 5 kills. Since this Kai issued that sentence. Your attention. I'm going to play the game with my eyes open. Later, this Kai rode out with the troop line over 5 passes and 6 generals, a momentum like a bamboo, attacked the high ground. These are nothing and even more insulting. Kai actually got 5 kills. The last 5 kills were actually taken under the attack of your side, the crystal and the spring. National armor? No, it's a cosmic suit, right? Dad, you're great. Daddy, you're awesome. Grandpa, please accept me as your disciple. Ancestor, I want to form a couple with you. Those 4 teammates, completely forgetting how they zoo on Kai in the beginning. All of them turned into 5 licking dogs and flattered each other in every way. The game, that is, you're strong, your grandpa, humiliating, unbelievably humiliating, looked at Kai as he walked towards his side's crystal and slashed down to burst it. Game over. Chapter 42. The whole internet hunt, pineapple, along with the crystals that burst. And then there's Team Asta, the heart of the pros. I was thinking about finishing training and relaxing with some abuse. As a result, instead, they were educated by others. 5 kills. Still 5 kills. 1 man down. Asta Warriors. What's going on here? A quiet and depressing atmosphere filled the training room. Though in this game, it was because they were too wavy and dragged the game into the late stages that allowed Kai to have enough economy to go for a second costume change, to deal with all sorts of emergencies. But this just shows how strong the other side is. Just one guy fast beating the 5 of them into skepticism. We're professionals. Are the 5 of us too weak? Or is the other side too strong? After the game, the 4 teammates that Yangmi matched with posted the video of this match to the video section of the King's Forum. Shocked. Super God, 10 consecutive kills, blowing up the opposite side, immediately draws many clicks from gamers. The video is also subtitled. At the beginning, Kai sends 9 heads labeled. At this point, the gods are playing with their eyes closed. Looking at the situation, it's kinda like that. It's impossible to play with your eyes open and have a, 090 record. Next, the game screen appears to be lopsided. Blue was almost crushed by, red. And by this time Kai was standing in the spring hanging out. Poor Blue. 9 defense towers are all destroyed. The wilderness areas are all occupied. Anyone looking at the position, Blue is pretty much outplayed by Red. Red's 5 heroes with 3 lines of troops had rushed up to Blue's high ground. All the spectators thought that Blue had come back from the dead. The next scene made everyone's jaws drop. That Kai, who had hung up long ago, suddenly moved. This time, a row of red subtitles appeared. Attention! The Great Spirit is starting to open his eyes. Sure enough, Kai posted, "Attention everyone. I was playing with my eyes closed. Now I have them open." Next, only Kai rushed towards Lupin 7 with an overwhelming momentum. After killing Luban in seconds, dodge Kai Wenji's second skill and change your costume in seconds after that. Winged Moon's invincibility makes Nakaru's skills fall short. After collecting Nikelilu's head, he turned on his tri-skill again and rushed towards Mad Tai and Wang Zhaojun. Wang Zhaojun, in addition to the first skill hit, the second skill and the third skill also put empty. After getting Wang Zhaojun's head, he once again changed his costume in seconds and just dropped Mad Iron. Then chased after Kai Wenji and slashed wildly. 5 kills to go. Next, take a squad of minions down the middle and kill the high ground. Just within striking distance of Red's crystal, picking up another 5 kills. There was also a time when he jumped inside the spring and killed Wang Zhaojun. 2 5 killers. This video took everyone by surprise. Can be said that this Kai is completely on his own, powering through the red side. The comments on the video, they all exploded. What kind of divine operation is this? Seconds to change? That's the kind of hand speed I only dare to think about. Is Red too weak?
不，你们看红方的操作也是高手级别的。
It's not that Red is too weak. It's just that this guy playing Kai, he's too strong. A ride. That's a ride. The crowd of players practiced praising. More people noticing Kai's name. Pineapple and Pineapple Honey. It's a name that many people remember. If you meet this person during matchmaking, make sure you get a good solo. If in reality there was such a person who was highly skilled in martial arts, most people would definitely choose to avoid it. But the game world is different. Everyone thinks that they're not bad. Plus the game's balancing mechanics. There is no strongest character, only the strongest operation. As long as there was no problem with his own operation, he shouldn't be much worse than, say, this great god. So one by one, they're all pumping their fists. I'm looking forward to playing with this Pineapple Honey. I'm afraid Yangmi doesn't know that yet. Zhou Wenping just helped himself to a game and made himself a target. It wasn't just Team Asta. There were many players that were looking for her like they were seeking revenge. As the saying goes, those who know nothing are happiest. That's the way it is with Young Mi. Yikes, 5 kills. Or 2. Young Mi held her cell phone and danced with excitement. The cell phone screen, still framed, was the poster for the Overwatch. Screenshot. Screenshot. After the screenshot is saved, there is a delay in exiting and returning to the game lobby. Instead, with an appreciative eye, he looked at the picture. 5 kills, yeah. Himself has given away 5 kills quite a few times since he's been playing this game. 5 kills? Dream on. Dream on everything. Zhou Wenping from the kitchen came out, saw Yang Mi's unproductive expression, could not help but laugh. Just now, Yang Mi was holding her cell phone and was too absorbed in reading. Zhou Wenping had to go and not finished brushing the pots and bowls, to brush clean. Still watching? Start the next game. No! Yang Mi laughed and shook her head. Not today. Zhou Wenping became puzzled. Why? Chapter 43, The Story of the Landlady and the Male Tenant. If Yang Mi is playing, she can be next to her and make suggestions. At least it would allow her to win another round. So he's wondering why Young Mi isn't playing anymore. For good things are not to be had. I'm having fun right now. Keep playing. I might win or I might lose. If I win, I won't be as happy as I am now. If I lose, my mood right now, too, will be greatly affected. I didn't play the score, but I'm still happy. Don't want such a good mood, at least for today, to take a hit. Hearing these words, Zhou Wenping was surprised. I didn't realize that the seemingly big-headed Yang Mi would actually have such a sensual side. Since Yang Mi had already made her plans, there was no need to force herself. Something suddenly occurred to Yang Mi. By the way, I forgot to ask, do you know how to act? What's with the sudden, unexplained words? Zhou Wenping nodded. A little. I was just on an airplane today and drew the Perform LV99 skill. In his excitement, he knocked on the window of the airplane. And then there you have it, the number 1 thing on the Hot 100 today. However, Yang Mi suddenly asked herself about this. Could it be that I've got a script here that looks pretty good, and I'm going to let you audition for it? Oh, sure enough, it's just as I thought it would be. Zhou Wenping's heart is very happy. Finally have the opportunity. In-depth contact with the entertainment industry. But on the surface you have to act breezy. For this script, our company is also one of the producers, so we have the right to recommend actors. I'll just recommend you to audition for it. Yang Mi put away her cell phone. From his bag, he took out a stack of scripts and handed them over. Zhou Wenping results script. It was emblazoned with 4 large letters. Gotham. Hiss. This is a really hot TV show. Here in the parallel world, there is a deviation in the timeline, resulting in the show which has not been filmed until now. Also, there are very few fairy dramas in this world. Which role are you going to have me audition for? Zhou Wenping asked as he flipped through the script. Yang Mi waved her hand. I don't know what your theater path is like and can't recommend roles for you. You should look at the script first and audition for whichever role suits you. Zhou Wenping raised his eyebrows. That good? You can audition for anything you want. Seeing Zhou Wenping's expression, Yang Mi smiled. Don't think that any role, you can go for it. As I just said, we're one of the producers of this show, and some of us are just, recommending the actors who auditioned for this show. As for the end, whether or not it will be cast, it still depends on the director.
Zhou Wenping nodded in understanding.
When you make a TV show, it's all the rage to co-produce. After all, when a TV show is made, it's not necessarily released, and when it's released, it doesn't necessarily make money. The risk is still higher. Pull a couple of producers together and take the risk together if something goes wrong. Of course, rights are diluted. Other minor roles can be decided by the assistant director. But when it comes to the lead actors, it's up to the general director and a few of the producers to decide. People invest in movies to make money. Zhou Wenping nodded and replied, I know, I'll look at the script in detail and pick out a role. Yang Mi nodded. Take a look at it then, and if you don't understand anything, ask me. After saying that, Yang Mi took out her cell phone and continued to play the game. Instead of playing King's Honor this time, it's Chicken. She has a lot of games on her phone anyway. Instead, Zhou Wenping froze. What's the situation? Is this a no-go? Looking at Yang Mi half lying on the sofa, shaking her legs and playing with her cell phone, Zhou Wenping was speechless for a while. Is this place your home? Nope. It's just people's homes. I'm just staying here temporarily. So I'm the guest? A landlady and a male tenant? This scene, if placed in an island country, could make an action movie. What are you doing? Reading the script. Yang Mi's voice put Zhou Wenping, from ignoring messy thoughts, pulled back. He picked up the script and began to read. Yang Mi stole a glance. Zhou Wenping was very quiet when he read the script. Handsome sideways face that looks even better in the light. The long eyelashes blinked gently, seeming to tug at Yang Mi's heartstrings. So boys, too, can be so good-looking? Zhou Wenping was now completely immersed in the script and didn't notice that Yang Mi was looking at himself. The ability to act LV99 allows him to quickly absorb and understand every character that appears in the script. It seems to have additional abilities. The script Zhou Wenping only read once, remembered the plot, characters, what happened in it. Think about it. Memorizing lines seems to be a basic skill for every actor. It's a superb memory for him, who has top-notch acting skills, to help him quickly contextualize and understand the character. Only, after looking at it for a while, Zhou Wenping couldn't help but frown. The script, it seems a little off. Chapter 44. If you want to act as Bailey Tu Su. The TV series Gu Jian Chitan, Zhou Wenping had also seen it in his previous life. There are memories of many of the episodes in it, too. However, there was a big discrepancy between what was described in this script and what he remembered. Some of the plot setups are also a bit inconsistent. Actually, when you think about it, it's understandable. For the world, immortal scripts like Gotham are less likely to be produced. On the one hand, it's because the original Gotham, which was based on a Chinese single-player game of the same name, was adapted. So when it comes to script writing, it's easier to write with something to go on. This world, however, does not have the game Gotham. So much of the plot, therefore, is imagined out of thin air. When writing a script, there's just a lot that doesn't stand up to scrutiny. Zhou Wenping was eager to help them revise it. But one is now just a little bit famous newcomer. There are no words in this circle. It's hard to be taken on board with random advice. Take the audition first, then see if there's a chance to refine the script. How's it looking? After about half an hour, Yang Mi put down her cell phone and inquired. Zhou Wenping glanced at her cell phone screen. The person is already in a box. This boss has a knack for playing games. Play king and fatten each other up. Play chicken and land in a box. I've thought it over. Let's audition for time. Yang Mi raised an eyebrow. Quite ambitious. Actually thinking of challenging the male lead. There are 8 producers for this drama, and each party wants to take the male lead position. And these actors that were recommended are all noteworthy in terms of popularity and acting skills. It's too much pressure if you compete with them. I was going to have you audition for Fong Lanxing. Ransom Fong? Is he the rich boy who's full of books and is forced to embroider by his 5 sisters all day long? Welp. Zhou Wenping shook his head. What a joke. I'm trying to play a warrior, playing a scholar. It's too much of a drop. Although Fong Lanxing's previous life, he was an expert. Still does not meet Zhou Wenping's expectations. I think, even though this is my first time acting, since I'm going to do it, I'm going to take the male lead. Yang Mi blinked and resumed her scrutinizing eyes, sizing up Zhou Wenping. I didn't realize this kid, so ambitious? I don't know whether it's really powerful or simply arrogant. Then audition for time. Other than that, you can pick another role. After all, it's your first time acting and you may be eliminated, so you can pick another backup. Every opportunity to shoot a movie, you have to fight for it. Maybe which role let you fire. Confronted by Yang Mi, the words were earnestly and assiduously given.
Zhou Wenping smiled faintly.
Bailey Tu Su. I aim to win. Gotta. Kicked in the rocks. Strike that too. Who hasn't had a moment of arrogance, and when they hit a brick wall, they're honest. Well then, since you've decided, polish it up and I'll take you to the audition the day after tomorrow. After that, Yang Mi stayed in Zhou Wenping's room until 11 o'clock at night, before reluctantly leaving. The next morning, Zhou Wenping had just finished washing up. Anyway, with nothing to do, his mind moved and called up the system panel. Wow. He was taken aback when he saw the reputation value. 3.12 million. He clearly remembered that after drawing the prize last night, he still had 2.6 million prestige value left. After a night's time, the prestige value appeared to increase by more than 500,000 again. According to the system, the prestige value includes popularity, and so on. And each person, at most, can only contribute 5 points of prestige value. It had been thought that, yesterday, his reputation value had reached a bottleneck. I didn't realize it would continue to grow. Must have done something to himself to make this happen. But it's completely impossible to remember what else you've done to attract attention. He didn't expect it. The game of king that he himself had played for Yangmi yesterday had attracted the attention of many players in the game's forums. As the player is concerned, he operates Kai and takes 2 5-kill images in a row. So this attention is converted into his reputation value. Plus, his outstanding performance in Aspiring and the 10,000-meter D-plane brouhaha. The stacking of all this heat gave him, once again, a boost in his reputation value. This time around, however, the boost has dropped significantly. If we don't do something about it, I'm afraid the reputation value will end up being, well, zero growth. Money does little for him. Reputation values are the hard currency. With enough prestige value, he could extract all sorts of clan-level skills. You can also, from the system, redeem various pieces. It seems a little too early to redeem the work. It's better to perfect your skills. After all, there's no such thing as too much skill. After briefly thinking about it, Zhou Wenping intended to spend 2 million reputation values and conduct a lottery. Leave 1 million reputation value for the occasion. 2 in a row. Ding. Deduct 2 million prestige value. The lottery begins. Chapter 45. An entertainer who can't massage is not a good cook. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtain. Singing LV 99. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtain. Massage LV 99. Singing LV 99. You have become a top singer. You have a heavenly voice. Any song. You can interpret it perfectly. Massage LV 99. You have become a top-notch massage master, and your skill is so exquisite that you can remove any fatigue. Tang. After seeing the drawn skill, Zhou Wenping stood up at once. The expression was extremely agitated. Singing? I can't believe I pumped out the vocals. This skill he had been thinking about day and night. With this skill, his system store finally could come in handy. As for the second skill drawn, massage? What the hell kind of skill is that? Why don't you smoke a pedicure? For the system to draw out a variety of oddball skills, Zhou Wenping has already gotten used to it. An entertainer who can't massage is not a good cook. Was about to delve a little deeper into the 2 skills he had acquired. Just heard a knock on the door. Zhou Wenping exited the system panel, stood up and walked towards the door. Opened the door. Just a glimpse of a silhouette, standing in front of him. White tights on top and a pair of black hot pants underneath. Seductive body in all its glory. Yangmi didn't have any makeup on, but it looked as if she had more charm than she did after makeup. She is considered to be one of the few celebrities in the entertainment industry who also looks very good in a plain face. Only, what do you mean knocking on my door in the morning dressed like that? Yangmi covered her stomach with a pitiful look. I'm hungry. Huh? Feelings are here to rub it in. It's causing me half a day's reverie. And how does that look like a high and mighty boss? I see that in the ingredients you brought yesterday, there were noodles. How about making you an egg noodle? Yangmi immediately came to life and nodded her head repeatedly. Yeah. After saying that, without Zhou Wenping having to open his mouth, he walked into the room himself, leaning back toward the couch and crossing her long legs. There is no need to do anything next. Just wait for Zhou Wenping to throw food. Zhou Wenping shook his head helplessly and walked into the kitchen. Not much longer. 2 steaming bowls of egg noodles were served. Yangmi took a whiff and immediately got her appetite. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Looking at Yangmi, who ate so boldly, it was impossible to put her together with the gentle and elegant, noble and generous temperament goddess seen on TV. This Yangmi in front of herself, it couldn't be a fake. Could it? Why else would there be such a big gap? Eat slowly. No one is taking it from you. I'm curious. How did you used to fix breakfast? Yangmi swallowed the noodles in her mouth and took a sip of noodle soup. When filming, the crew will provide 3 meals a day. During free periods, you can order takeout or skip breakfast. It seems like you're still not hungry, or else you'd have to make some yourself anyways, right?
Zhou Wenping teased.
I'm a terrible cook, and although I want to learn, I don't have enough time or talent. I can't even eat the meals I make for myself. How do you rate someone as a poor cook? That is, you can't even eat your own cooking. It is evident that this child, in the past, used to deal with breakfast if he could, and if he couldn't, he simply didn't eat it. There's more in the pot. I'll get you another bowl. With that, he picked up Yangmi's bowl and headed for the kitchen. 2 bowls of noodles down. Yang Mi let out a long breath of relief, then realized what was going on and grumbled. That's a first, eating so much for breakfast. It's all your fault. I'm turning into a pig now. Look at young honey, licking her lips and blaming herself. As the saying goes, a mouthful is a mouthful, so to speak. You are too modest. Pigs don't eat as much as you do. You, humph. For the sake of your cooking, sister, I won't bother with you. Lol. Such a handsome young man. Why does he talk so straight? I'm at least your boss, the kind that pays your salary. Is it really good for you to dislike me so much? If it wasn't for your cooking, I'll take one for you, the role of the Grand Master of the house. Think about it. Zhou Wenping, the big handsome guy. The spectacle of daily thin voice speech was somewhat amusing to Janome. Next time you can really consider it, make him a eunuch. Watching Yang Mi alone out of her mind, giggling now and then, Zhou Wenping shook his head helplessly. His own boss, I'm afraid, is not a cutie, right? Looks like a silly girl with a low IQ. It's amazing that someone like that has been in the entertainment industry for so long and hasn't been sold out. What a rarity. When she finished eating, Yang Mi clutched her bowl and ran to the kitchen. You can't eat a free meal, you have to do something at least. Otherwise you will eat it, and your heart will be restless. By the way, how's your script coming along? It's okay. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Don't get too cocky. Auditions for actors. The waters are deep, but this time I've had better luck. The general director who made the final call is notoriously strict. If your acting skills fall into his eyes, then it's very possible for you to star in a role in this drama. Keeping the promise of 6 shifts of delivery. Chapter 46. When the reason is not straight, the gas should be strong. Hearing Yang Mi's suggestion, Zhou Wenping nodded. After all, his own boss, having been in this circle for so long, saw many things much more clearly than he, a newcomer, did. After another dilly-dally at lunch, the two headed to the airport in the afternoon to board a flight to Hongdian. On the airplane, after some camouflage of the two, sitting side by side, Yang Mi leaned against the window, looked over at Zhou Wenping, and snorted. Mr. Zhou, should the two of us switch places? Yang Mi deliberately made her voice, disguised as a whine. Listening to Zhou Wenping's body is crispy. Why? Zhou Wenping asked in disbelief. Although the two were disguised, it was unlikely that anyone, unless they were hardcore fans, would be able to recognize him at a glance. But there are surprises in everything. Therefore, Zhou Wenping chose to sit outside because of his appearance, which was still rather facetious to ordinary people. Could be a cover for Yang Mi. I just don't know why Yang Mi, back to want to change places with himself. Looking at Zhou Wenping before he could react, Yang Mi put her right hand, held it in a circle and moved it up and down a bit. You can be in there, working out personal problems. Pounce. Zhou Wenping felt like his little heart had suddenly been hit by an arrow. He remembered, again, the 7 big words that made him look away. D-planes at 10,000 meters. Just drew the singing skill today. The mood is great. This delight. Just forget about it. Now Yang Mi is bringing up old issues. Zhou Wenping felt blood begin to drip inside of him. Sitting in the chair, looking out the window at the sea of clouds, Zhou Wenping suddenly felt, how can it be so difficult to sit in an airplane? Looking at Zhou Wenping's embarrassed face, Yang Mi's heart was very painful. There was a great sense of, well, treachery. You've finally got a handle on your honey, right? After arriving at the airport, Yang Mi's agent, Sister Sun, has been waiting outside for a long time. Get in the car and go straight to Yokohama. Shooting a movie in Yokohama? Of course, Hangdian is the largest film and television base in the country. Although there is also one in Yenjing, the Huairou film and television base. Most of my movies are set here in Hangdian. No, what I want to say is that since I'm coming to Hangdian to try out for the movie, then why didn't you, at first, let me fly directly to Hangdian? Zhou Wenping looked at Yang Mi suspiciously. The expression was as if to say again, why did you make me fly to Yenjing? As a result, I just got off the plane the day before yesterday, and today I have to get on another plane to fly to Hangdian. That's because, of course, I didn't book, yesterday, a flight ticket from Yenjing to Hangdian. Yang Mi looked like she was taking it for granted. You didn't book Yenjing to Hangdian, but I can book south of colorful clouds to Hangdian. Facing Zhou Wenping's inquiry, Yang Mi smiled faintly. How boring it is to fly alone. Besides, you got a lot out of that flight. Number 1 on the hot search. Yang Mi said as she raised her right hand and once again made a gesture of moving up and down. Zhou Wenping was powerless to retort. In fact, Yang Mi was an awkward batch inside. Zhou Wenping is right. Why did I ask him to make a trip to Yanjing? How nice to fly directly to Yokohama. This saves a lot of trouble. But then, there are two sides to everything. If it was not for Zhou Wenping flying to Yanjing, I am afraid that Yang Mi still does not know that Zhou Wenping's cooking is so delicious. It's kind of worth it when you think about it that way. Woman's Survival Manual Number 1. Straighten up, and when you don't straighten up, get even stronger. Sister Sun, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, listened to the conversation between the two Yang Mi and snickered. She also knew about that hot search that Zhou Wenping was on. At the time, I was still admiring how this young man was so bold. How dare you, on an airplane, do such a thing? As a result, when you click on the hot search and see the video inside. From Discovery. That's a plane. That's a knockout plane. One word can mean very different things. To be honest, it was instantly quite disappointing and I was expecting to see, well, something powerful. No energy. Now Young Mi brought that one up again. Sister Sun thought it was funny and couldn't help but laugh. While talking, the car drove into Hongdian Film and TV Base, an apartment hotel nearby. Simply put, it's a room that has not only a bedroom and a bathroom, but also a simple kitchen and a refrigerator. Of course, the accommodations are pricey as well. Only big-name actors like Yang Mi are eligible to live there. Movie and TV newcomers like Zhou Wenping can only live in ordinary rooms. Yang Mi's lodging expenses will all be reimbursed by the cast and crew of Gotham. Zhou Wenping, on the other hand, is not confirmed to be in the movie yet, so the cost is at your own expense. Yang Mi generously shelled out Zhou Wenping's share of the money. It's too late now, so I won't let you cook. Let's go out to eat today, Sister Honey's treat.
Zhou Wenping nodded.
I've been looking at the kitchen in the one in your room, and it's too simple, both in terms of spices and cookware. Hey, hotels are just for show. How many people do you think live in condo hotels that are chef level? Not even people who want to cook.
Yang Mi replied.
Then why the apart hotel? Showing off your status. Chapter 47. The head honcho of the Mushroom House is here. The restaurant on the top floor of the hotel is a 3-star Michelin restaurant. Many celebrity artists, taking a small break, like to come here to relax. Due to the strict management of the hotel, it is very difficult for idle people to enter. So don't worry about paparazzi or anything. Providing a relaxing dining environment, the artists certainly enjoy coming here in their spare time. Most of the artists who dine at Michelin opt for a private room. Because this place is a gold mine for paparazzi. This is Yokohama, the largest film and television base in the country. A lot of star performers gather here. Every hotel in Hongdian, every restaurant, is guarded by paparazzi. Though the hotel is very scrutinizing when it comes in. But it's not guaranteed that it won't slip through the cracks. Being photographed by the paparazzi isn't scary. The scary thing is that they will make up stories for you based on the pictures they take. Often the whole thing comes up with, laughably, stories that make a lot of sense. Rumor mongering opens one's mouth, and dispelling rumors breaks one's legs. To save themselves the hassle, most celebrities either choose to have the hotel deliver their meals directly to their rooms. Either that or go to a restaurant with a private room. Boxes need to be reserved in advance. Before Yang Mi and Zhou Wenping departed from Yanjing, Yang Mi had already reserved the private room. She's a big name in show business and has been in Yokohama for a long time, so she's better acquainted with the owners of these restaurants. So it was easy to book a compartment. After ordering a few dishes, the two of them waited over a glass of red wine too. By the way, Hotba's coming over later too, Yang Mi said. Hotba? Come to think of it. After separating from Xiangxiang, Hotba did come to Hongdian, and it seems like there are 2 dramas being filmed over here. That's the way it is with entertainers. Every day is full of announcements. It's not uncommon for some artists to shoot 4 dramas a day, work for 20 hours straight, and even overnight for 3 days. Live every day, feet off the ground. So many celebrities who go to the Mushroom House don't want to leave. Because in this fast-paced life, mushroom houses are very rare, slow-paced living. Quiet your mind and body to relax and return to peace and nature. Soon after, led by the service staff, a curvaceous woman with a ducktail hat, dark sunglasses, and a black mask, walked in. Just by looking at the appearance, Zhou Wenping recognized it at a glance. After the waiter closes the door and leaves, Zhou Wenping laughed. Yo! The head honcho of the Mushroom House is here. Hotba immediately glazed over at the sound of that. One pulls off the mask and sunglasses. Zo Wenping, it's only been 2 days since I've seen you, and your skin is itching, isn't it? I'll bite you to death. With that, he ground his teeth against her shell, making a move to lunge and bite, though she had, in a desperate attempt to put on a well-mean face. Nija's handsome face instead makes her look even more adorable. Hoppa suddenly thought of something, badly grinning. Yeah, I'm at least the headliner. Unlike someone 10,000 meters up, Hoppa said as she raised her right hand and held it in a circle, making a motion to move it up and down. Pounce. Zo Wenping's heart, hit by another arrow. I Zo Wenping have a lifetime of fame. Preferred to knock on the window of the airplane because of the flight. As a result, the word knock was removed for me. A very normal thing becomes a very sick thing. This makes Zo Wenping deeply understand that the horror of the media. What does it mean to start a rumor and stop it? That's it. The point is, many people know the truth of the matter and willfully pretend not to know. And most of all, for the love of Janmi and Hotba, both chilling out with this one. And the gestures used when speaking are the same. Seeing Zo Wenping's embarrassed appearance, Hotba was in a great mood, as if out of breath, comfortable. Do you know how powerful senior sister is? If a tiger doesn't show its power, think I'm a sick cat. Yangmi was also happy. These two are so funny. It's a non-stop brawl on the live stream of Aspire. This just met and started bickering again. It's almost like a little couple flirting. For some reason, when the idea came up, inside Yangmi's heart, a hint of sadness swept through. Soon, the dishes that Yangmi ordered were served. The food was scrumptious. There are Australian lobster, braised chicken wings, chopped pepperfish head, seasonal fruits and vegetables, a bottle of champagne plus 3 steaks. For the 3 of them, these portions were just right. Hotba. Let me tell you something interesting. Young Mimi laughed. Hotba was immediately interested. It's true that gossip is in every woman's nature, even celebrities. Just now, when ordering, the waiter asked Zo Wenping how ripe the steak should be. Guess what Zo Wenping replied? Hotba thought for a moment. That's not a good answer? It's either going to be rare or fully cooked. Yang Mi Laoged. Yes, what a good question to answer. But people, Zo Wenping, have chosen not to go out of their way. Straight up, I want 0.1 maturity. What? Hotba froze. A 0.1 rare steak? Chapter 48. I still like spicy crawfish. Not to mention you, the waiter was confused. Never seen an order like that before. This 0.1 maturity fire really didn't get me? Will it be okay to go over the fire?
Yang mi purset her lips.
The man, Zo Wenping, told the waiter to take the cow out into the sun and chew it straight away. Ha ha ha. Hot Barb was overjoyed. That's so funny, emotionally. A 0.1 rare steak with a tan. Also, are you planning to eat a live cow? When are you going to eat it? I'll record a video for you and put it on Douyin. It's definitely hot. Hotba said as she looked at the 3 steaks on the table. It seems to be trying to tell which one is 0.1 mature. Snap. Zo Wenping copied the chopsticks, and on the hot and pretty brain, gently knocked a little. What are you looking at? Of course I'm kidding. I'm not a demon. How can I eat raw? Hotba rubbed her head. Oh, the voice revealed endless disappointment. Eat up. I'll help you peel this big lobster. Young Mimi put on disposable gloves as she spoke. That action looks very skillful, should have had it several times. Soon the lobster shells were completely peeled off. But the lobster meat, undamaged in the slightest, lay very much intact on the side of the plate. And Yang Mi, again with interest, took the peeled lobster shells. On the other side of the plate, pieced together a lobster. At first glance, this large Australian lobster looks as if it has taken off its clothes. The greatest fulfillment of peeling a large lobster like this is that the shell and the meat can be perfectly separated. Come and taste it, Yang Mi said while the piece of meat of the calf, dipped in the sauce, put into the bowl of Zo Wenping. Seeing this scene, Hataru was not too comfortable for some reason. Hurriedly picking up chopsticks, he picked up a chicken wing. This one makes good chicken wings too, so try some. Box. There was a hint of, well, otherworldly atmosphere. But Zo Wenping didn't notice at all. His attention was focused on the shrimp and chicken wings in the bowl. Being in possession of a cooking skill LV99, he was curious what the chef of this 3-star Michelin restaurant will make. Michelin is not the name of a restaurant, but a label or a status symbol. It is evaluated by the internationally renowned restaurant organization Michelin. It's like Forbes Rich. It's not that the person is called Forbes, it's that he's on the Forbes, the organization's list. Michelin gives star ratings to restaurants based on their strengths. The maximum is 3 stars. There are fewer than 1,000 of all the restaurants in the world that can be rated 3 stars. In the entire Xia Kingdom, there were only about 3. You can see how beautiful and precious this label is. Zhou Wenping first picked up the shrimp meat and put it in his mouth to chew gently. He has the culinary skills of a top chef as well as a superb sense of taste. With 10 being a perfect score, this lobster is only a 7. It was too woodsy, the meat was dry, and it didn't have that bouncy, smooth texture of shrimp at all. I don't know if the chef here didn't handle it well, or if Zhou Wenping's mouth is too tricky. Or maybe that's what this big lobster tastes like. Anyway, Zhou Wenping wasn't too happy about it. Why the frown? Not good. Yang Mi asked. It was okay. Maybe my expectations were too high. I didn't think it was as good as the spicy crawfish. This flavor is only barely sort of delicious. Hataru was happy. Haha, you're funny. Do you know how many crawfish you can buy with just a lobster pincer? You can't say that whether a cuisine is good or not, the ingredients are one aspect. On the other hand, it's the difference in cooking skills. Zhou Wenping had the appearance of a teacher, and he was teaching Hataru. For example, the simplest instant noodles, anyone can make it right. It's not just hot water for 3 minutes. Even an idiot like you can make it. But if you put it in the hands of, say, a top chef, the same packet of instant noodles can make a much higher eating flavor. Happa sneered at that. Net bragging. You can still make flowers out of noodles? Ha! Happa suddenly realized something and snapped. What do you mean, an idiot like me? Zhou Wenping pretended to be at a loss. When did I call you an idiot? The skill of acting LV99 kicks in at this moment. Whether it's a move or a micro-expression, innocence and bewilderment are revealed everywhere. Happa was a little confused. Could I have misheard? As I see it, it's not that you misheard me. It's that you've suddenly realized that you have a hidden attribute. Sister Honey, look at Zhou Wenping, he's always bullying me. It was the same way when I was in the mushroom house. Since none of them can be passed, it's time to move in for help. The Monkey King is so capable that he often goes to ask for reinforcements. She, a weak woman with no hands, could certainly ask for help. Look at the way the two of them are fighting. In Yang Mi's heart, there was actually a trace of envy. Well, you two eat now, or the food will get cold. Chapter 49, What a Narrow Escape. It's true that it's not as good as Zhou Wenping's handiwork. Happa commented as she savored the lobster. While yearning, she had at least eaten 2 meals, cooked by Zhou Wenping. That flavorful mouthful still comes to mind to this day. Although Zhou Wenping didn't make seafood type for her to eat. But du eel up it was the same eel that, for more than 10 minutes, had been at a standstill with Moncler Outlet UKU. Rattling eel in oil. That dish looks, though, a little scary. But it smelled delicious. And as a foodie, Happa had the audacity to eat a piece. Delicious. Can be given a high score of 8.5. Yo, you can still taste if it's good or not. I thought that for you, you could eat whatever you could put in your mouth. Zhou Wenping, I'm not a pig. Sorry, thought you were. You. Humph. I'm angry. And don't think I'll forgive you unless you make a big table of food. Happa pouted and feigned anger. This guy, he's so good at pissing me off. So handsome and versatile. How come you don't know how to coax girls? Cooking's no problem, but only if I, pass the audition. Audition? Yeah. Didn't Sister Honey tell you? I came here to Hengdian for the audition. Otherwise, what do you think? I flew all the way from Yanjing to Hengdian for what a messenger Honey carries around with her. Looked at Happa as she took it for granted. Zhou Wenping was speechless. God damn it, Cookie. How about I cook you a big pot of rice and carry it with you? In your mind, I signed on to your company as a cook? Seeing Zhou Wenping's face a wonderful expression, Yang Mi laughed. Happa was joking with you. I told her why when I called her to come. Zhou Wenping pretended to be angry when he heard that. I can't believe you tricked me. I won't cook for you anymore. Happa smiled and chucked over a piece of chicken wing. Good senior brother. Don't be angry. Be careful of tomorrow's audition. Play badly. Oh. How are you preparing for the audition? Do you need any guidance from sister? Zhou Wenping waved his hand. That's not necessary. I've already taken the character role of Bailey Tusu and realized it. The audition should be fine. Familiarity with the character is one thing, but there are many more reasons why an actor gets cast. Yang Mi put down her chopsticks and said slowly, auditioning for lead roles, they must all be great actors or well-connected, and competing with them is too much for a newcomer like you. It's not a matter of confidence. It's a matter of external factors on all sides. Zhou Wenping asked after some thought. Who all is in this competition? There are two top traffic kids, Chua Akuin and Lu Han. Nanny. Before Yang Mi could finish, Zhou Wenping and Hotba, at the same time, were taken aback. A kun? Still meet him? It's a real frenzy. Zhou Wenping was just at the mushroom house, squeezing him out. I didn't expect to meet it in Yokohama. And the two yes are the same character in the same movie. Wenping from the south of the colorful clouds to Hongdian, separated by thousands of miles. You both managed to meet again. It seems that you and this Akuin, your destiny is not shallow.
Zhou Wenping smiled faintly, non-committal.
I'll meet you when I meet you. Big deal to double kill a kun. As for Lu Han, another top flow, Zhou Wenping doesn't care in the slightest. And then there's Zhao Qingfeng, Huang Aming, and he was going to invite Hu, but his schedule was too full, so he declined. Yang Mi added, all of these people have very deep resources or backgrounds. For example, Huang Aming, he can be said to be, out of all the auditioned actors, the biggest competitor. It can almost be said that he's a built-in presence. Why? Why do you need so many actors and actresses to go through all the trouble of coming to auditions when it's a done deal? Zhou Wenping felt very incomprehensible. Hataru nibbled on a chicken wing and listened to the two of them chat. In her mind, In also vaguely guessed the reason. What I just said is that it's almost internalized, but it's not really set in stone yet. First of all, Huang Aming is famous in the entertainment industry, very red hot, and has his own studio. The most important thing is that he can bring money into the group. Zhou Wenping flinched. Isn't he the producer? Yang Mi shook her head. No. He thinks the drama, odds are, will flop. Because the market for immortal dramas has been bad, the ratings on TV are not good. But I think there will definitely be a market for immortal dramas.
Zhou Wenping nodded in understanding.
In this parallel world, there isn't much of a market for fairy dramas. A TV series like Immortal Sword and Sorcery, which set a precedent, simply doesn't exist in this world. Due to the lack of experience, the production of immortal drama, as if crossing a river by touching a stone, the quality of the filming somewhat poor. Capital is profit-driven. So it's understandable that Wang Aming couldn't see that Gotham. What Zhou Wenping couldn't figure out was, if he can't see Gotham, why is he competing? Chapter 50, they're just cannon fodder to run with, because he wants to promote his wife, as well as wanting another artist from the company to star as Ouyang Xiaogong. Yang Mi said, his wife?
Yang Tianbao?
Playing who? Feng Qingxue. Zhou Wenping fired off a series of questions. Good man, the family is all together. Not only do they want to take the male and female leads, but even the male number 2, they want to take it too. How much does this look down on the show? How can Tianbao play Feng Qingxue with his acting skills? That's bull. She'd better get keyed up. Hotba said suspiciously. But Sister Honey, aren't you going to play Feng Qingxue? If Huang Aming plays Bailey Tu Su, then... So this becomes, our company and Wang Aming's company, a secret battle. Competition. Zhou Wenping didn't quite understand why Yang Mi would say such a word. Hotba answered enthusiastically. Our Jiaxing company and Huang Aming's company have always had a competitive relationship, especially between Yang Tianbao and Sister Honey. There are several endorsements that clash. So this creates a secret rivalry. At first, Sister Honey was just being kind and withdrew from the competition for the 2 endorsements, sort of letting them go to Yang Tianbao, but I didn't know that this woman was too capable of doing things. Everywhere the words were hidden stating that she was able to take these endorsements because she was better than Sister Honey. This time, it was also Yang Tianbao who pestered Huang Aming to come and act in Gu Jianqita. I didn't realize that there was such a relationship. Zhou Wenping froze a little. Really, in the entertainment industry, there are a lot of hooking up. If the other producers don't agree, the likelihood of Wang Aming appearing in the movie isn't high, is it? No, the likelihood is high. Yang Mi took over. As I said earlier, he came into the group with funding. In other words, if he is cast as Bailey Tu Su, then he can become one of the producers. In addition, if he and Yang Tianbao, as well as another artist, were to star together as a package, the pay would be much cheaper. This is a great temptation for other investors. Most people, after all, are not optimistic about fairy dramas, and the reason why they invested is just with the idea that, well, eggs don't go in one basket. Therefore, Wang Aming, if he comes in, has a certain audience appeal in his own right, plus he's in the money to even out the cost of the other investors. All three of the company's people are going to act, and they can be given a favorable price for the film. Spend less, gain more. Such a cost-effective thing will of course be favored by other investors. It's just a pity, I think, that the script of The Ancient Sword and The Wonderful Tan is really good if we can find some more reliable actors. It can definitely bring up a wave of immortal drama craze. After listening to Yang Mi's words, Zhou Wenping finally understood that there were some twists and turns. Then if Huang Yiming ends up playing Bailey Tusu, then Yang Tianbao will play Feng Qingxue. What will you do then? Yang Mi took a sip of champagne. What can I do? Of course, it's not to act in this drama. As a producer is not bad, this drama can make money, waiting to collect money, cannot make money, loss will not lose too much. Sister agreed to star in it because she didn't want to waste such a good book. It's not like I'm short of good books. It's not like I'm short of this one. That said, but Zhou Wenping could clearly feel that Yang Mi had no pain in her heart. Having one's favorite book trashed by someone else should be a, well, bad thing for Yang Mi. Akun and Lu Han, why are they here to act? Hataru wondered. Them, Yang Mi snorted. Because, of course, the role of Time Tusu is a good one. What? Zhou Wenping blinked, not quite understanding. Akuin and Lu Han, the two of them acting, so superior? Yang Mi shook her head and laughed. Of course not. Bailey Tusu's setting in the script is a facepalm face with a cold expression. That's why Akuin and Lu Han's agency both felt that such a character would be too easy to handle. So, just send in the auditions. Of course, with Wang Aming around, they're just cannon fodder to run with. Zhou Wenping said he understood. It seems that tomorrow the most important opponent is Wang Aming. Don't worry, Sister Honey, at tomorrow's audition, I will definitely take the role of Bailey Tusu. Let Huang Aming and Yang Tianbao go back where you came from. Listen to Zhou Wenping. Yang Mi's insides warmed. I really didn't think that this straight man of steel would have such a gentle side. That indignant expression looks like it's going to, well, give itself away, yes. For so long in the entertainment industry, she has always given off the impression of being a strong woman. But only she understands that she wants someone to lean on too. It's just that it's a bad time to meet someone. That's why, until now, it's all alone. For the first time, someone gave her this inexplicable feeling of security. It made her want to be a little lazy and dependent. Yang Mi raised her glass. Then, Sister Honey, thank you in advance. There was a crisp clink of glasses, and young Mimi took a sip. Sister Honey is still the same, the male lead, Bailey Tusu. There's a lot of pressure to compete for this role. There's no need to die for this on your side. This is your first participation in acting, so cherish every opportunity to show your face. So, if tomorrow Bailey Tusu fails the audition, you'll have to audition for other roles for me as well. Sister Honey, as one of the producers, it's still not a problem to get you a supporting role. Chapter 51 God. Please, open your eyes and play. Hearing Yang Mi's words, Zhou Wenping's heart was grateful. He knew that Yang Mi was helping him to seize the opportunity. If it's a typical newcomer just starting out, just have a role. However, Zhou Wenping is different. Having acting skills LV99, he didn't need to polish his acting skills. It's totally possible to get to the point where you can make yourself look like whatever you're playing. And this matter, it seemed, was now no longer his alone. It has become a competition between Yang Mi's company and Wang Aming. I won't be auditioning for other roles if I can't get the role of Bailey Tusu. Sister Honey, you won't be in it either, so what's the point of me going for other roles? Maybe I'll even be squeezed by Huang Amin's company. In a word, I'll act if you act, Sister Honey, and if you don't, then I'll throw in the towel. Zhou Wenping spoke firmly. You're such a disobedient child, aren't you? Although Yang Mi reprimanded with her mouth, her heart had long been blossoming with joy. All right then, let's plan for the worst. If we can't compete for Bailey Tusu, we'll quit Gotham. Sister Honey here has other books for you to act in. First things first, when the time comes, no matter how many male numbers, you have to go and act. You haven't gotten your wings yet. Don't dream of being a male number one yet. Looking at Yang Mi with a smile in the corner of her eye, Hoder pouted her little mouth. It's not fair. It's so unfair. What? Zhou Wenping and Yang Mi are frozen. This girl suddenly no head. Said what? Do you also think that Huang Aming's company is very unorthodox and does things unfairly? Zhou Wenping asked. Hotba shook her head. No, what I'm saying is you're not being fair. Me? Zhou Wenping was confused. Where am I being unfair? Every time you talk to me, your mouth is full of guns and you keep disliking me. But when you spoke to Sister Honey just now, your attitude and words were so polite. Same people. Why is there such a big difference in treatment? Hotarpa said as he changed to straighten up. She's in really good shape and doesn't gain any weight at all, even though she usually eats a lot. I wonder where all that rice she ate. But when it comes to body image, Yang Mi's isn't too shabby either. Zhou Wenping raises his right hand and gives Hotba a light headbutt. What's all this fooling around about? We were just talking business, of course we have to be serious. So I'm immodest? You just realized? You! Hataru realized that she really couldn't speak to Zhou Wenping. This guy, sometimes he's gentle, sometimes he's straight as hell. Lol. If you're bullying me, I'll cry for you, said the actor, whose credentials as an actor for many years were on display. The eyes instantly reddened, full of aggression, as if there were about to be tears coming out of the eyes, knowing, though, that Hotba was faking it. But as a man, it was still a sinful thing to make such a beautiful woman shed tears. All right, can't I just admit my mistake? Senior sister, I was wrong. Senior brother is apologizing to you. Hotba immediately beamed with joy. The expression that was still cloudy and wanting to rain a moment ago immediately dissipated. In its place was a brilliant little face. Ha ha, senior sister. I didn't spend these years as an actress for nothing. After dinner, Hotba took a taxi to the studio because she had a night scene. Zhou Wenping and Yang Mi took the elevator directly and returned to the room. What time is the audition tomorrow? It starts at 2 in the afternoon. Nervous? Not at all. How can I be nervous when I'm the one who's going to be starring as the male lead? Go ahead and brag. You don't have to pay taxes for bragging anyway. Yang Mi laughed and disliked. Zhou Wenping laughed and replied, even if you pay taxes, you should still blow. Yang Mi took her room card and swiped open her door. Go read the script. Tomorrow is your first audition. Prepare well. Okay. After that, the two of them went to their respective houses. Yang Mi, in fact, wanted to go to Zhou Wenping's room for a while. But the thought of tomorrow's audition will be Zhou Wenping acting career, a test. So decided not to bother him tonight. Since I'm bored, let's start a game. Take out your phone, unlock it, and click on the King's Honor app. The movements are as smooth as flowing water. Once you boarded, you ordered a 5v5 match. Go with Garo, long hands, more fun to play with. After entering the game, immediately, someone sent a message. All ridiculous devout zhuge pineapple honey. Dianwei. I can't believe I got matched with a great god. Li Yuanfang. Why would I be matched with such a powerful character? Daji. It's over. It's over. This game is hopeless. Lao Chan. Guys, let's throw in 6 points. Yang Mi saw the person across the room. As soon as I saw my ID, I became negative and had no will to fight. The heart was so pleased. I'll show you what I'm capable of today. 10 minutes later. Both sides are 25 with Mimi Young's side trailing. Yang Mi's Garo record, 173. Teammates have been sending messages. God. Please, open your eyes and play. Chapter 52. I'm gonna cry. Being chased all night. Day 2. Zhou Wenping waited until noon. But on Yang Mi's side, there was no movement at all. Are you still sleeping? Can't be. It's after 11. It looked like if I waited any longer, I was gonna miss the audition. What's the point of being late and having any strength at all? It's just like the high school entrance exam. You have the strength to take the national high school entrance exam. But it was late and couldn't get into the exam room. Then there is no use in being strong. Couldn't really wait. Zhou Wenping stood outside the door and dialed Yang Mi's phone. The first time it rang, a cell phone could be faintly heard ringing in Yang Mi's room. But it didn't pick up. Sorry. Thikali Audiolitas. You don't call in is unanswered. Please dial again later. Sorry, Thikali Audiolitas. What the hell? Why don't you answer the phone? Are you in danger? Call again. Eyes are about to auto-disconnect again. That's when the cell phone picked up. Hey! Yang Mi's lazy voice came out from the phone. Hearing that it was fine, Zhou Wenping was relieved. Sis, what time is it? Why aren't you up yet? What time? Yikes! It's 11 o'clock. Then, on the phone, a sizzling sound was heard. Took a while for the door to open. Yang Mi's fluffy hair, wearing a pale yellow nightgown and pink slippers, stood in the doorway. It didn't seem to have woken up. His eyes were slightly squinted, still sleepy. Wait a moment while I wash up. When he finished, he closed the door to the room again. Zhou Wenping simply returned to his room. After a while, Yang Mi walked out. She was wearing a black top, her better figure fully emphasized. Wear it with a floral skirt underneath and a pair of canvas shoes. Sorry I'm up late. Let's go to the audition. Zhou Wenping nodded. The two of them arrived at the underground parking lot, where Sister Sun had already been waiting. Once in the car, it was straight to the set of the audition. Didn't get much rest last night? Seeing Yang Mi's state, Zhou Wenping inquired. Hey, don't mention it. I was going to, last night, play 2 games of King and go to bed. For some reason, the people who were matched yesterday were weird and asked right off the bat, "You're pineapple, 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 pineapple." Then, 5 people from the other side chased me and cut me down. And as soon as my dodgy went into the bushes, 5 pugilistic men immediately jumped out. I went back to the spring before I could see what was happening. Unwillingly, I ducked out of a few games. As a result, the fight went on until 4 in the morning. Listen to this. Zhou Wenping forced himself not to laugh. So it was a night of playing king, and still being chased by someone else all night. As to why this is so, Zhou Wenping thought about it. It probably had something to do with the fact that on that day he had taken 5 kills for her. Since neither of them had eaten, halfway down Sun went down and bought some donkey meat roast and milk tea. After eating in the car also arrived at the set. Look at the time. 13:50, luckily not late. Young Mimi went straight backstage to the other producers. Several producers will be present at the audition later. Zhou Wenping himself walked into the office-like room. There are already many people in it. Some of them wore modern clothes and some wore ancient clothes. It looks like they're all here to audition. Zhou Wenping, why are you here? Just as soon as the door opened, a very high-pitched and somewhat shrill voice could be heard coming through. Follow the sound. Turns out it's an acquaintance. Kuan. I didn't realize that after 3 days of separation, Kuan was still so delicate. I'm here for the audition, of course. You're auditioning too? Which role are you auditioning for? Passerby A or Passerby B?
Li Tu Shu. Zhou Wenping replied indifferently.
He didn't really want to talk to Kuan, because this man, he's just too feminine. In case it affects your masculinity. Welp, just thinking about it, I feel goosebumps on my body. Going up. Who? Bailey Tusu. Kuan froze. Laughter ensued. As if trained as a lady of the house, her right hand gently covered her mouth. It's like smiling without showing your teeth. Just like you, how dare you come to audition for Bailey Tusu? Didn't you read the script when you came? Bailey Tusu is, however, a masculine cultivator with a strong body. You don't match his setting at all. Rather, it's the sinister and treacherous Ling's Duan that suits you better. Why don't you give it a try? Obviously still in hate Zhou Wenping, after all, he not only robbed to the life the resident guest position. It also robbed him of the chance to get close to Hotba. After returning to the agency, he was led to reprimand for a long time. This account, of course, should be calculated to Zhou Wenping head. But auditioning for a TV show is no more than cooking and chopping wood. All that grunt work. And look who can bring traffic to, well, this movie and TV show. Who is the winner? In this regard, Kuan thought he could crush Zhou Wenping. That's why it's so, condescending. Look at Kuan as hell. Zhou Wenping resisted the urge to put him down with a punch. You're too kind, and since there's that kind of role, I think you'd be perfect for it. In fact, Zhou Wenping felt that Kuan was best suited to play the role of the undefeated East. Chapter 53. As expected, things are grouped together and people are divided. Kuan was not happy to hear that. Opened his hands to scratch Zhou Wenping. Geez, you guys, stop it. Lu Han, who was applying powder and applying makeup to herself, chided. What is it now? Don't you understand? We're just here to accompany the runners. Bailey Tusu's inner circle. It's Huang Amin. We're just here to try out the mirrors and get a long look. Besides, what's the point of earning a leading role in an immortal drama? It's still a matter of whether or not it will be released in theaters. Don't look at Lu Han's voice when he spoke. It was a bit warbling. However, Kuan is particularly obedient. Yes, brother is right. When brother goes to Goryeo next time, remember to bring me with you. I think that my theater path is especially suitable for Goryeo. Watching Kuan fawning over Lu Han, Zhou Wenping couldn't help but sigh. It's true that things come in small packages. Didn't we agree that the audition would start at 2 o'clock? It's already 3 o'clock. Why isn't Hwang Ah-ming coming? Kuan looked at the time and muttered to himself. People have already internalized Bailey Tusu, and coming here is just, well, going through the motions. Lu Han said as he exuded infinite longing. When will I, too, be able to be that big a deal? Come when you want, leave when you want, be late when you want, strike when you want. The investors, the directors, they can't do anything about me, and have to beg and provide for me. Such a feeling. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. Conference room. The chief director of Gotham, Gao Tianhua, slapped the table. Hwang Ah-ming is an hour late, so unpunctual. Even if you don't think highly of fairy dramas, you can't be so negative about them. Gao Tianhua is one of the biggest directors in the country. Received the honor of national-level drama director. The words in the TV show still carry a lot of weight. Director Gao, calm down. There might be a traffic jam on the road. Producer exhorted. What traffic jam? I think he's just trying to give us a hard time. Gao Tianhua, indignant, slapped the table again. That can't be helped. Who made the current market for immortal dramas so recessionary? The more we invest, the more we lose. Someone is willing to come in and help us share the cost. So let's just endure it. Another producer said. In their opinion, the reason why they are involved, the investment in Gotham. Totally for Gao Tianhua's sake. A couple of producers came in behind them, having heard that Hwang Ah-ming was going to be in the movie. After all, Hwang Ah-ming brings his own traffic, so if he's in the movie, he should have no problem recovering his investment costs. No more waiting. Notify the relevant people and start the audition now. The audition begins. A woman dressed as a secretary walked out with a document. Those whose names were called followed her into, behind her, the conference room. The first one, the second one, the third. All of them stepped inside in turn. Even Akun and Lu Han walked in. That leaves Zhou Wenping. See the secretary come out again. Zhou Wenping stood up. He was about to walk over when he suddenly heard a voice from the doorway. Sorry I'm late. Follow the sound. Only Hwang Ah-ming was seen wearing a suit and coming slowly. Directly skipping over Zhou Wenping, he walked straight towards that secretary. Sorry for the delay, but the auditions are starting now, right? Can I cut in? Although Hwang Ah-ming was inquiring, the tone of his voice was full of unquestioning. After all, he himself is a big-name actor. There are risks here to come to your audition for this fairy drama. It is completely giving you face. The female secretary also knew that Hwang Ah-ming was already the internal candidate of Bailey Tusu. She wouldn't dare stand in the way. The female secretary looked at Zhou Wenping with a sympathetic face. What a missed opportunity for this young man to show himself. Auditions, that is. Maybe you won't get picked by the director, but you get the chance to present yourself in front of the director. Maybe this show isn't for you. If in the future this director has other scenes to shoot, he may think of you. So every audition is an opportunity. Hwang Ah-ming's appearance obviously has deprived Zhou Wenping of this opportunity. Meeting the female secretary's eyes, Zhou Wenping nodded slightly, signaling the other party not to mind. And he knew that even if Hwang Ah-ming went to the audition, he would still have a chance to get in. After all, his boss is Yang Mi. As long as he could audition, then he was confident that he could use his acting skills to conquer everyone present. The female secretary turned to Zhou Wenping and smiled apologetically. Before she also watched, yearning for the live broadcast on the inside Zhou Wenping's very like. There is the illusion of being on the verge of a circle. Such a talented person, if he can be given enough opportunities. You can definitely make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry. Then to Hwang Ah-ming. Please follow me. After about 10 minutes, the side door to the conference room once again opened. The female secretary had a hint of celebration on her face, as if she was happy that Zhou Wenping still had a chance to audition. Hello? Please follow me. Chapter 54. The young man, gazing at his eyes, with a little cinnabar between his eyebrows. The female secretary first took Zhou Wenping and went to the fitting room. The makeup artist was already inside and on standby. Black costume, wig and headgear quickly donned. Then, another vermilion mark was dotted on the brow. Tisk, little brother. You have such a great body. This outfit is practically tailor-made for you. The makeup artist was primping and praising. Following the female secretary, Zhou Wenping walked into the conference room. Just as I pushed open the door, I saw that almost all of those actors who had auditioned earlier had stayed here. They sat side by side on the benches and a few stood. Only Huang Amin, sitting in a separate chair, emphasized the special status. And his own boss, who was sitting side by side with a few others in the judges' table. Looking at Zhou Wenping, who walked in wearing a costume, Gao Tianhua was in a bit of a trance. It was because Zhou Wenping's appearance was very similar to what Gao Tianhua had depicted in the script. Regarding the setting of Bailey Tu Su, he once wrote a line for the image of Bailey Tu Su. That young man, with sword brows and starry eyes, full of righteousness, with a bit of vermilion in his gaze, and Zhou Wenping's costume at this time. Exactly what the quote says. Carrying the burning silence sword on his back, he walked with an aura that was also very different from the other few auditioning actors. This was because of the change in temperament that National Art LV99 brought to him. Time is immortal. Zhou Wenping, who possesses a grandmaster level of national arts, is a warrior. The attributes of the two were, on some levels, extremely similar. That's why it's a little different for the senses. Unable to help but look forward to Zhou Wenping's performance. A few more points. Honestly, just now, Huang A Ming's performance was very perfunctory, completely failing to understand the role of Bailey Tu Su. It was just a glower to show Bailey Tu Su's bashfulness. Out of 100, you can only give it a 60, barely a pass. But compared to Kun and Lu Han, who only scored 30 points, Huang A Ming's performance is considered excellent. It's not about comparing goods, it's about comparing people. With Akun and Lu Han setting the stage, Huang A Ming's internalization of Bailey Tu Su was basically the nail in the coffin. Although Gao Tianhua was very reluctant, he was also helpless. However, Zhou Wenping's appearance caught his eye. Hopefully this finale will be a surprise for him. Zhou Wenping, right? I'll just call you Zhou. Sure. Have you memorized the script? Yes. First time acting? Yes. Zhou Wenping answered truthfully. Although he has the acting skills of a grandmaster, he hasn't acted in anything yet. Gao Tianhua stood up. I've come to play a scene with you. Everyone present was taken aback. The director's personal pairing? Throughout the entire audition process, only Huang A Ming had that honor. Zhou Wenping also froze. I didn't realize that the director would come down himself. Probably looking at his boss's face. Zhou Wenping really guessed right. In fact, in Gao Tianhua's heart, there are 10,000 times that he does not want to let Yang Tianbao to play the role of Feng Qingxue. The script, Gotham, is something he polished for a long time before writing it. If the right protagonist is chosen, then this drama will definitely be able to create a precedent for immortal dramas. It's just that the producers almost lopsidedly in favor of Huang A Ming, and the actors who auditioned for the movie were not competitive. Now, basically, it's possible to settle on time. Obviously, once Huang A Ming plays Bailey Tu Su, Yang Mi will definitely not play Feng Qingxue. Then the role of Feng Qingxue would fall into the hands of Yang Tianbao. The show too is ruined. There's not much energy left in myself to muck about with fairy dramas. The dream of a Summerland fairy drama is expected to be completely shattered. So, whether or not the Xiagua immortal drama can be sustained all depends on whether or not this teenager named Zhou Wenping can surpass Huang A Ming. Zhou Wenping may not know. He himself, inexplicably, carries the future of the fairy drama on his back. Gautier pulled an episode from the script. It's kind of a climactic part of the play. Bailey Tu Su is burdened with the fury, by the master Zi Tu, the unique law formation of the city of heaven, sealed in the body, so that it delayed the recurrence. However, this baleful qi was too strong and was breaking through the seal every day, eroding Bailey Tu Su's mind. If the seal was not lifted, Bailey Tu Su would, one day, become a madman. If the seal is lifted, Bailey Tu Su will gain great power, and at the same time, after 3 days, his soul will be dispersed. The episode, it was Bailey Tu Su, who came to City of Heaven in order to save Feng Qingxue. Ask the master to unseal him. The resulting piece of dialogue. Are you ready? When you're ready, then we'll begin. Well, it can start any time. Chapter 55. Technically amazing silent film set. The two stood facing each other. An aide shouted, 3, 2, 1, go. As the assistant's voice dropped, Zhou Wenping's steep, patriarchal acting skills exploded. The Gao Tianhua in front of him was the master teacher who had raised him for many years. And if you unseal yourself this time, your soul will be gone in 3 days. Once we part, we are separated by life and death, and we will never see each other again in this life and in the next. Once a teacher, always a father. The gift of parenting has not been repaid, nor will it ever be repaid. With this kind of guilt, Zhou Wenping knelt down. In the script, there is no mention of kneeling, but Zhou Wenping felt that this time the only one kneeling, in order to repay part of the guilt. This knee. Although no words were spoken, the man's aura came out. Gao Tianhua, who was close by, was even more shocked. Although Zhou Wenping still performs, Bailey Tusu paralyzed face-like expression. But through micro-expressions and eyes, Zhou Wenping's face surfaced. An extremely complex expression. Even if you know that life and death are ahead of you, you are still determined to die. Anger at Ouyang Shaokeng, who, for his own selfishness, wreaked havoc on the people. To the loss of money for failing the master's support. Also, it was to save Feng Qingxue. What's it worth to die for the sake of saving one's favorite person? In the eyes of Gao Tianhua. At this moment, Zhou Wenping had become a real Bailey Tusu. Under the influence of Zhou Wenping's acting, Gao Tianhua also brings in his own character. That's what's so great about it, patriarchal acting. It's also the reason why many people like to be paired with older actors. Gao Tianhua looked at Zhou Wenping. Alas, lifting the seal is treacherous. And with all this, have you thought it through? Zhou Wenping raised his head slightly and looked at Gao Tianhua. The perseverance conveyed in his eyes led Gao Tianhua to be somewhat alarmed. It is the determination to go forward and look death in the eye. There are lives at stake, and it's never a joke. Where the heart is, there is no fear or regret. May I seek mercy and have no more complaints. Zhou Wenping's line work is also quite impressive. The rhythm of the language is very well mastered. Pause when it's time to pause, and aggravate when it's time to aggravate. Late, fast, staccato inches. The emotions of the surrounding audience were mobilized to the extreme. Just through words, one could feel Bailey Tusu's determination to die. The set was silent and still. Through the atmosphere created by Zhou Wenping, everyone present seemed to feel the emotions that Zhou Wenping wanted to express. Perseverance, despair, and remorselessness. Everyone froze in place, convinced by Zhou Wenping's acting skills. Yang Mi, who was sitting in the judge's seat, was even more wide-eyed. Reflected in her beautiful eyes, Zhou Wenping's figure. This man is so good, not only can he act, but he also performs the aura. Not only Gao Tianhua, who was playing opposite him, but also the audience around him were brought into it. With everyone watching, Zhou Wenping stood up. The aura around his body immediately disappeared without a trace. Zhou Wenping looked at Gao Tianhua and asked with a smile, "Director, is this the end of the show?" Only then did Gao Tianhua come back to his senses. The whole expression, still with a look of intent. Acting done? Oh yes, it's done. It's an audition, after all. It's just performing a shot. It's usually just a few moves, a few glances, a few lines. But as it happens, there's only so much of it. Zhou Wenping has already conquered everyone present. Although Zhou Wenping has returned to his usual form. But in Gao Tianhua's eyes, this was the Bailey Tusu he wanted to describe. All the previous actors, when they auditioned for the movie, all of them interpreted Bailey Tusu as an expressionless ice cube face. But when Bailey Tusu was small, he was very naughty and lively little boy. As a young boy, he witnessed the murder of his entire clan. His own mother dying right next to him. The peaceful and beautiful Yuming Spirit Valley was turned into shattered ruins in a single night. Such a sad past is what made Bailey Tusu lose his smile. Actually, he's kind of the cold-faced type. Zhou Wenping illustrates this well. Is this new to acting? How it feels like he's acting as if he's been through 1,000 old theater days. Yang Mi was also surprised, looking like Zhou Wenping's eyes, more and more appreciative. When did this kid work on his acting skills? Could it be that he already possessed the strength before joining Jiaxing? How many talented treasure boys have I signed? Anyway, she had goosebumps all over her body from that confrontation earlier. That moment, it was as if she had turned into Feng Qingxue, seeing Bailey Tusu, in order to save herself, in order to duel with Ouyang Shaogong. And he decided to lift the seal. Even though he only had 3 days left to live, he still had no regrets. Seek benevolence and get it, and there is no resentment again. Su, don't. The words. Yang Mi almost blurted out as Feng Qingxue. Chapter 56. Deep in the dark, Kid, Akuan and Lu Han looked at Zhou Wenping with a look of disbelief. Is that what they call acting? Why is it that compared to Zhou Wenping's performance of Bailey Tusu, his own performance is similar to that of Dongfang Bu Defeat, who failed in self-circumcision? Doesn't acting always involve dealing with it and then just sitting back and collecting the money? What are you acting so serious for? The most depressed person is Wang Aming, deadly staring at Zhou Wenping. In addition to admiring this young man's acting skills, he felt a wave of pressure. He's a big shot who occupies, well, the right place, the right time, and the right people. Originally, he thought that such a role in a fairy drama was completely within reach for him. When his audition was over, he still thought so. He could already imagine how happy Tian Bao would be when he knew that he, himself, had snatched the female number one from Yangmi. So when the secretary said there was one more person who hadn't auditioned, Wang Aming didn't care. Think of it as giving the new guy a chance. Where did I know that the newcomer really had two things going for him? A simple shot that took everyone in the room and captivated them. Not to mention the others, even Huang Aming himself admitted that Zhou Wenping's acting skills in this segment had surpassed his own. But this is show business. It's a very complicated place. It's not just about being good-looking and acting well enough to be a leading man. There are many other factors that govern the final outcome. Therefore, even if Zhou Wenping's acting skills, so superb in the end, still comes with the ratings appeal of Huang Aming, the probability of winning is greater. Well played, very well played, great. Gao Tianhua patted Zhou Wenping's shoulder and praised him repeatedly. This young man who appeared in the finale really surprised him. Took a closer look. Zhou Wenping is not only a good actor, a single look can finish off the performance of, among others, Akuin. The body shape is also good. That costume on him looked like it had been made especially for him. Either way, it was very much in line with one's own vision of Bailey Tusu. Director Gao, how was Zhou Wenping's performance?
Yangmi asked impatiently.
Gao Tianhua was beaming with joy. But it's marvelous. Just 4 words proved that Zhou Wenping's acting skills had conquered the director who was known for his strictness. You know, there aren't many people in the entire acting circle who can be appreciated by director Gao. Huang Aming had a wonderful expression on his face when he heard this. Originally, he thought that the role was within his grasp. Now it seems that in director Gao's mind, Zhou Wenping is more in line with the image of Bailey Tusu. But that's okay. If I'm not allowed to act, let's see how I'll force my way in. I'm going to play the role of Thousand Miles Tusu. Yang Mi and his company's employees all pack up and get out. Gao Tianhua looked at Zhou Wenping with an appreciative gaze. Xiao Zoa, you and the rest for a while, we go to a meeting. Yes, you go ahead. Looking at Gao Tianhua's expression, there shouldn't be any problem with his own appearance as Bailey Tusu. Next, Gao Tianhua then took all the investors and entered the conference room together, the room inside. Even Wang Aming followed. Yang Mi purposely walked over to Zhou Wenping. Whispered, "Little fellow, deep in hiding, wait for sister's good news." This warbling voice. Listening to Zhou Wenping, his body is tingling. After Gao Tianhua and the others entered the room, Akuin, Lu Han and the actors who had just participated in the audition, led by their agents, also left. Because they're just here to go through the motions. Before I came, I knew I was cannon fodder. Since the audition was over, there was no need for them to stay here. The reason for insisting on attending the audition was to give director Gao a good impression. Maybe think of yourself when filming other scenes. Show business is all about casting a wide net to catch more fish. After people had left, the large conference room was left with Zhou Wenping alone. It's idle anyway. Zhou Wenping's mind moved. Call up the system panel. Reputation value, 1.39 million. Impression. After yesterday's drawing, there was 1.12 million left. Took so long to add 270,000. The increase has really decreased significantly. It seemed that those who could contribute prestige values had contributed about as much as they could. With all this prestige value in hand, it looked like quite a lot. But it's just enough to be able to draw a prize and redeem a generalized piece. Gotta find a way to increase your visibility to do that. After a while, Yang Mi frowned, full of unhappiness. Apparently she had just gotten mad. Above his pretty face, frost covered it. Seeing this, Zhou Wenping hurried over. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Yang Mi sighed. "I'm afraid you won't be able to star as Bailey Tusu." Zhou Wenping was stunned. "Why? Was it my bad audition?" "Can't be. That's some patriarchal acting on my part." Yang Mi shook her head. "You acted very well, and director Gao Tianhua also appreciated you. Then why can't I play time?" "Because of Wang Aming, who was in there meddling in the wrong way." Zhou Wenping was stunned. "What do you mean?" Chapter 57. Our boss Yang, his appeal is also very strong. In Huang A. Ming's company, there's an artist named Wang Junchu, who was originally cast as Ouyang Xiaokeng. Huang A. Ming threatened that if he couldn't play Bailey Tu-su, then Wang Junchu wouldn't be cast as Ouyang Xiaogong either. The opening ceremony will be held tomorrow. There is no more time to find actors. If at this time, there is a vacancy for Ouyang Xiaogong, who is the second male lead. The impact on the shooting schedule can be imagined. Yang Mi sat in her chair, angry. There are several producers who invested because of Huang A. Ming, and they're all on Huang A. Ming's side, threatening that if Huang A. Ming doesn't act, they'll withdraw their investment. This is forcing director Gao to make a choice. Hearing Yang Mi's words, Zhou Wenping looked indignant. Isn't that playing the big game? The director was forced to go to the director's court because of his curiosity. One more thing. Wang Junchu? Zhou Wenping thought about it, his own impression, there is no such figure. Isn't the guy who plays Ouyang Xiaokeng named Zhou Zhenyu? On the way back again, he also looked it up specifically from the internet. The world, too, has this actor. What, he didn't show up for the audition. Just now I was only angry. So I got into a fight with Huang A. Ming and the others, a fight. Let's go, we're not going to act, in a couple of days. Sister Honey will pick a good book for you, you're talented, you won't be buried. Yang Mi pulled Zhou Wenping away and was about to leave. Zhou Wenping gently removed his hand. Sister Honey, don't steam your buns. Take me to see. Just kidding. How can they ruin such a classic fairy drama? Just as I opened the door, I heard arguing inside. Director Gao, you have to think carefully. Huang A. Ming is a self-proclaimed ratings winner, and Yang Tianbao's popularity is also good. It's a great publicity stunt if they both star in it as husband and wife. Yeah, letting such a ready-made big name go unused, but using an unknown newcomer. No matter which way you think about it, Huang A. Ming is a complete blowout of that person called Zhou Wenping. Several producers were persuading. Although Huang A. Ming didn't say anything, it was obvious. Those producers are his sounding board. At that moment, the crowd noticed that Zhou Wenping and Yang Mi had come in. Director Gao, our family, Boss Yang, will never lose out to Mr. Huang A. Ming in terms of ratings appeal, right? As for gimmicks, if a drama is good enough, there will be a lot of people spontaneously helping to publicize it. There's no need at all to deliberately create a topic. After all, it was a public occasion, and Zhou Wenping was very careful with his wording. The honorifics Mr. and Ms. were brought in. Huang A. Ming took a look and became enraged. What are you? A newcomer who just debuted? What's your business here? Yang Mi immediately took sides. He is an employee of my company and a very powerful artist. In the audition just now, I think everyone can see for themselves that Zhou Wenping's acting skills completely crushed you. Zhou Wenping patted Yang Mi's shoulder, signaling her to calm down. There's absolutely no point in getting angry with someone like that. Huang A. Ming didn't want to keep pulling the wool over his eyes either. Director Gao, I don't want to repeat the advantages and disadvantages of my staying or not staying. I need your word now, one or the other, who do you choose? At this time, Gao Tianhua has long been huffing and puffing, but due to Huang A. Ming's curiosity, it is really too big. It is not good to make a stalemate. However, the show, Gotham, if it flops, it will be his last immortal drama. As a meticulous investor, he would definitely choose Huang A. Ming. However, he is a director, a national-level TV drama director. He didn't want to be kidnapped by capital. He wanted to make a, well, immortal drama that fit the imagination of his heart. Looking at Gao Tianhua, he had a difficult expression on his face left and right.
Zhou Wenping walked over to Gao Tianhua.
Director Gao, I've heard about the problems encountered over here. Isn't it just the lack of the role of Ouyang Xiaogong? I'll recommend you an actor who is definitely more than capable of playing this role. Gao Tianhua raised his eyebrows. The reason he hesitates is because, if Wang A. Ming leaves, Wang Junchu, who plays Ouyang Xiaogong, will also leave. It's about to start. Where can I find another suitable actor? Now Zhou Wenping's words made him interested. Which one are you talking about? Zhou Zhenyu. He once played Ouyang Mingyue in Snowflake Dragoness. He played Li Jianqing in The Legend of Sui and Tang Heroes. Zhou Wenping said so. Gao Tianhua remembered that he had once met Zhou Zhenyu at some award ceremony. This is a man who plays positive roles with all the right stuff, playing the bad guy with a touch of badassery. His image, indeed, resembled Ouyang Xiaokeng's. Ouyang Xiaokeng in the early days gave people a feeling of being like a spring breeze and a big brother next door. Toward the end, it gradually becomes one of those outrageously bad characters. Oops, why hadn't I thought of him myself? Gao Tianhua said to the female assistant. You contact Zhou Zhenyu, see if he has a slot, and come over to try out Ouyang Xiaogong. Chapter 58. Let's get Reba to do a scene. The subtext of Gao Tianhua's words was already obvious. He had already planned to choose Zhou Wenping to play Bailey Tu Su. This caused Huang Amin as well as several producers to freeze. A producer rushed to persuade. Director Gao, you have to consider clearly, no matter from which point of view, Huang Yiming is several grades better than this newcomer. Huang Amin considered it for a moment. Director Gao, if you let me play the role of Bailey Tu Su, my pay can be lowered by another tier. He didn't have to play the part. To be honest, he couldn't see the role at all. But he didn't want to give Yang Mi too much pain. After all, she and Yang Tianbao in many things were in a competitive relationship. Yang Tianbao also wants to be one of the 4 flower girls. But the quota is full. There are also several endorsements that are in conflict with each other, and many endorsers are guilty of being torn between the choices of Yang Mi and Yang Tianbao. All sorts of relationships also made Huang Yiming go out of his way, lowering his own price to take down Bailey Tu Su. Zhou Wenping smiled at his words. Director Gao, if you use me, I cannot be paid at all. Gao Tianhua was stunned. No paycheck. Yes. Several of the other producers were also stunned. Not a cent. Not a cent. That statement shook a few of the producers a bit. It is important to realize that the biggest expense of a TV series is the paychecks of the male and female leads. In some movies and TV dramas, the paychecks taken by the leading actors and actresses alone account for half of the total investment. The rest of the movie paycheck was spent in various expenses. If the male lead didn't want a paycheck, then they'd save a ton of money. The point is, Zhou Wenping's acting skills are almost there for all to see. The performance in the audition just now could be said to have rubbed Huang Amin on the ground. The nature of businessmen is to seek profit. A few of the earlier producers who stood up for Wang Aming were a bit shaken. The producers looked at Wang Aming, hoping that he would also give way. If he can do the same without a paycheck, these producers will surely continue to stand by Huang Aming. However, Huang Aming saw the look in their eyes and immediately understood what they meant. You're making me work for nothing? Just kidding. Humph, he's just talking out of his ass. It's not up to him, a newcomer, to decide if he wants to be paid or not. You'll have to ask Yang Mi if she agrees. It's not like it's a benefit performance. He's similar to Yang Mi in that he's both an actor and a boss. Since they are bosses, they are chasing fame and fortune. It's impossible not to want money. The producers, when they think about it, are right. In show business, newcomers can't help themselves. They looked to Yang Mi. Yang Mi shrugged and wore a polite smile. Of course I agree, if you don't want to be paid, then don't. Not only that, I can also get Hatba to do a free role. I don't think we found a suitable candidate for the role of Bailey Tu Su's little sister, Infinite. Infinite is a storyline that only appeared in the mid-episodes, and the filming schedule was a bit on the back burner. So for her audition, there was no rush. And Yang Mi too thought it through. Zhou Wenping is right. Not steamed buns, steamed breath. Wang Aming is so bullying when he squeezes people like this. Isn't it just a paycheck? Zhou Wenping, as a newcomer, was able to have the opportunity to serve as the male lead in a drama directed by Gao Tianhua, the director. It is something that many newcomers, even veteran actors who have been immersed in the entertainment industry for many years, can only dream of. The paycheck is less important compared to such an opportunity. Give and take, give and take. Are you afraid of not getting paid when you've accumulated enough people? Upon hearing this, Wang Aming, Yang Mi not only agrees not to be paid for the movie, but also adds a bargaining chip to get Hatba to come in for a free cameo as well. He didn't want to act for nothing just to gamble. Director Gao, producers, if you insist and use Zhou Wenping, then I'll take Wang Junchu with me. You guys are going to start the day after tomorrow, so I'll see where you're planning to go and look for Ouyang Xiaokeng's character. At this point, the female assistant approached. Director Gao, I just got off the phone with Zhou Zhenyu. He said he has a slot and can come over for an audition anytime. When Gao Tianhua heard this, he smiled with joy. Looking over at Huang Amin, he smiled slightly. In that case, then I won't keep Mr. Huang for dinner. He thought it through. On one side, there's Wang Aming and Young Tin Pe, who have a bit of fame and box office appeal, but not enough acting skills. I'm afraid it's going to make this drama, later in the series, rather lackluster in terms of ratings. And this fairy drama, for the two of them, was intended to be a part of it in order to squeeze Yang Mi. It's still one thing to be able to do your best when the time comes. On the other side, there's Yang Mi, Zhou Wenping, and Hatba. Yang Mi and Jiba, when it comes to fame, the two together are slightly higher than Mr. and Mrs. Wang Aming. The acting is even more impressive. And Zhou Wenping is even better, treasure boy. Whether it was appearance, form, or acting, it was simply made for the role of Time Tu Su. Finally, there is the vacancy of Ouyang Xiaokeng. Indeed, compared to Wang Junchu, Zhou Zhanyu seems to be more suitable. This hidden villain, so searching, who goes and who stays. The answer becomes obvious. Chapter 59. How about we make a bet? A squeak. The door to the conference room opened. A woman with long, shaggy hair walked in. She smiled and nodded at the crowd as a greeting. Then he walked towards Wang Aming. Things should be settled, right? When will the signing take place? I purposely took time off from the crew of Lone Survivor to come here. The visitor was none other than Yang Tianbao. Yesterday she and Wang Aming had analyzed today's audition, and it was a win. As long as Wang Aming plays Bailey Tusu, Yang Mi will inevitably give up the role of Feng Qingshui. There's two companies, secretly competing. This time, she purposely rushed to the set because she had inquired that Yang Mi was also here. Signing up for a role that was supposed to be played by Yang Mi, in front of Yang Mi, makes me happy just thinking about it. It wasn't that she wanted to play Feng Qingshui so badly. She just wanted to disgust Yang Mi. Without waiting for Huang Aming to answer, she looked at Yang Mi with an apologetic face.
Mimi, I'm sorry, haha.
I didn't mean to steal your role, and next time there's an opportunity like this, I'll definitely give way. Looking at Yang Tianbao's smug expression, Yang Mi and Zhou Wenping both smiled without saying anything. Sure enough, the people who don't know anything are the happiest. Huang Amin tugged at a corner of Yang Tianbao. We're not acting in Gotham this time. What? Why?
Yang Tianbao asked incredulously.
Obviously, we have occupied the right place and the right time. All the people who participated in the audition, none of them could be bigger than Huang Amin curiosity. And the producers, too, are many who are friends with Wang Aming. How can an audition be unsuccessful in such a situation? Boss Yang's side is too generous. He actually doesn't want to be paid for the movie, and he even lets Reba come to skewer a scene. People are so interested in this movie. So let's give in to the pain. Snap. Similar to what was said just as soon as he walked in the door. Yang Tianbao felt himself, as if he had been slapped. The cheeks were burning and hurting. If I had known, I would have asked for clarification before opening my mouth. I didn't realize that Yang Mi, in order to get this role, is really down, and even the card of Hot Barb has been played. No harm done. Then this play, let's give it to Mimi. Yang Tianbao revealed an embarrassed, yet not smiling, expression. Let's give it to Yang Mi. Immortal dramas are, basically, puff pieces anyway. Even if it's made, it's still one thing if it gets aired. Let's go, Yang Tianbao said. Huang Amin nodded, just getting ready to leave.
Zhou Wenping suddenly spoke.
Sister Yang, please wait. Yang Tianbao stopped and looked at Zhou Wenping in confusion. Little brother, are you calling me? She had noticed the handsome man just now as she entered. At this time, Zhou Wenping was still wearing Bailey Tu Su's costume, carrying the burning silence sword. It stood out like a sore thumb in a crowd of people in modern clothes. Plus, handsome looks, body and temperament, all too good to be true. It's even more titillating in this chivalrous outfit. Yang Tianbao's gaze, from time to time, flicked toward Zhou Wenping. Only, there are two Yangs in this room.
Yang Tianbao and Yang Mi.
Not sure if it's calling out to myself. Therefore, Yang Tianbao asked with certainty. What can I do for you, little brother? The people present were all attracted to it and were curious as to what Zhou Wenping was planning to do. Yang Mi is also very strange. If they want to go, let them go. Why shout at them? Zhou Wenping didn't know what to call Yang Tianbao. He calls Yang Mi as Sister Honey because it's familiar. But how to address Yang Tianbao was a bit of a dilemma. Elder Yang? Sister Bauer? None of it seems to fit. Finally, simply use the most common name. Sister Yang. Our Ms. Yang Mi from Jiaxing wants to make a bet with you. This time it was Yang Mi's turn to be baffled. What's wrong with me? A bet? When did I say that? You boys don't add random scenes to me, and they're of the improv variety. I'm not at all prepared for this, honey. Yang Tianbao was puzzled. Bet? She looked at Yang Mi. What's the bet? Yang Mi opened her small mouth in confusion. What's the bet? How would I know what to bet on? I'm totally laid up. Okay? This? That? Yang Mi had absolutely no idea what to say. With reproachful eyes, she looked at Zhou Wenping. You kid, hurry up and talk.
Zhao Wenping smiled.
It's nothing really. On the way here for the audition, Sister Honey said that you, Sister Yang, are a very talented artist, and that she admires you very much. But the two of you have clashed over some endorsements, which has caused, between you, some animosity. Aren't you in the middle of filming Lone Sword? It just so happens that our Ancient Sword Wonderland starts the day after tomorrow. It's estimated that the two are shooting at about the same pace, so the time of release will be about the same. So, we'll compare the ratings, and whoever's drama has low ratings will withdraw from the competition for the 3 endorsements. How? Zhou Wenping smiled and, without being rude, stated the terms of the bet. The reason for this is, on the one hand, to see that Mr. and Mrs. Wang Aming are indignant. On the other hand, then there is what Hotba said yesterday. Young Tenpao has snatched a couple of endorsements from young Mimi through tactics. So he intended to take the heat for Yang Mi. Chapter 60. Am I being punked by you? Hiss. Yang Mi sucked in a cool breath. You kid, why don't you consult me when you do something like this? The endorsements are still under negotiation between the two companies and, well, the endorsers. There are a couple of larger companies in these endorsements, so it was quite a struggle to negotiate. This kind of competition is common in the entertainment industry. After all, when you talk about endorsements, it's money. Yang Tianbao was happy to hear what Zhou Wenping said about the bet. This kid is kidding. Whoever loses quits endorsing. A couple of big endorsers and several rounds of negotiations didn't work out. It would be nice if by doing this, young Mimi could get out of the competition. She and Huang Aming looked at each other and understood each other's meaning. Don't take your kid's word for it. Your boss accommodated you on the film pay. But this is an endorsement. Do you know how much a year's endorsement fee is? Your boss Yang will definitely not agree. Huang Aming deliberately adjusted his tone. Speaking in a conspiratorial manner, he was obviously irritating Yang Mi. If Yang Mi could really say yes, that would be great news. What's Gotham? Immortal drama. A show of this type is pretty much a flop in the TV world and has to add all kinds of special effects that may not even make it back in the end. Typical laborious effort. And what is Young Ten Boom's appearance in Lone Survivor? Ancient romance drama. This is a genre that is a hot topic in the TV world. And Yang Tianbao's own ratings appeal is relatively strong among actresses. If you really want to compare ratings, Lone Survivor will surely rub Gotham on the ground. Young Mimi could certainly think of that. Just wanted to say something. Zhou Wenping patted her shoulder and whispered, Sister Honey, you have to trust our acting skills, you and Hitaru's appeal, and Director Gao's coordination. And you and I have both read the script of Ancient Sword. I'm sure that this drama will be better than Lone Sword. It's up to you if you dare to take a gamble. A few words. Yang Mi was silent. The endorsement talks, now in the tug-of-war stage, won't come to fruition anytime soon. If you can get one side to voluntarily quit, that's just like pie in the sky. The question is, immortal drama touches ancient romance. It's not a heat level at all in terms of the current market environment. But Zhou Wenping is also right. Gotham blends so many strengths that it might actually be the dark horse that kills it. This is the time to test her drive to be the boss. Dare to take a trade-off at this time. Take a gamble. A fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. Wrinkle Wenping, this asshole, didn't discuss such a big thing with me in advance. How do you make yourself think when you come out of nowhere? When you go back, you must be well-trained. Okay, I agree. Yang Mi said decisively. Listen to this. Yang Tianbao's eyes lit up. That fairy drama and ancient romance, then ratings. It's like hitting a stone with a stone. Haha. It's like pie in the sky. Well then, since you said so, Mimi, I'll just have to reluctantly say yes. Yang Tianbao put on a look of, well, helplessness. However, I'm a person with a bad memory. I'm afraid I'll forget by then. Why don't we write it down on paper? It just so happens that while Director Gao and all the producers are here, give us a witness. She thought it through. Empty words. What if you, Yang Mi, are a jerk and don't admit it? It's only when it's written down in black and white that it counts. Okay. Go print out a copy of the agreement. Huang Amin sniffed and picked up the computer in the conference room. Since I sometimes print things, here's a portable printer. Huang Amin's fingers were as quick as a fly, and he quickly drew up an agreement. After letting Yang Mi and Yang Tianbao read it, then print it out. And as a bet, the chosen endorser. It's the 3 biggest names in the 2-man competition, one of which is also a Fortune 500 company. The endorsement fee for a random business is more than the paycheck for 5 TV shows, or more. The two Youngmis signed the agreement. As witnesses, Gao Tianhua and a group of producers also wrote their names. The two were also filmed at the signing. It prevents people from using excuses such as lost the agreement when they lose. So much for that. After Gotham and Lone Survivor air, there's bound to be a winner and a loser. Holding the agreement, Yang Tianbao felt like he was floating as he walked. It didn't take the #1 female role in Gotham, though, but it was rewarded with such a great surprise. It wasn't a wasted trip. Yang Mi, you're so arrogant that you want to use a fairy drama to beat a costume romance? When the time comes, let's see how I'll teach you to behave. Huang Aming and Yang Tianbao, satisfied, drove off the set. Yang Mi's side of the audition ended and also left with Zhou Wenping, waiting to attend the kickoff party tomorrow and the day after that for the official first shot. On the way, Yang Mi looked at Zhou Wenping with some complaints. Am I going to get screwed by you? Chapter 61. Can I do whatever I want to you? Zhou Wenping bristled. What, regretting the bet? You just have so little faith in our drama. So little? Yang Mi was silent and didn't answer. How's this? In fact, she was really beating the drums in her mind constantly. It hurt when I agreed to the agreement just now, but after signing it, I regretted it. Seeing Yang Mi like this, Zhou Wenping smiled. Boss, why don't we make a bet too? Another bet? What's the bet? Zhou Wenping thought about it. If the ratings of this time, a Gothic Sword and Tan, loses to Lone Sword, even if you win, then I'll be at your disposal. On the contrary, even if I win, then you'll be at my disposal. Of course, you can only do one thing, but you can do anything, and on the losing side, no objections, let alone any complaints. Yang Mi raised an eyebrow. You're so confident in this drama? Ancient Sword? Of course, even though it's my first drama, I'm a man who is a bull, and I can tell which drama is the horse of 1,000 miles. How about it? Bet or not? Looking at Zhou Wenping this without any reason for confidence. Yang Mi also came to be interested. Fine, if Ancient Sword loses in the ratings, I'll let you do whatever you want? Yes. Then I'll let you cook for me, for 10,000 days. Huh? Isn't that going to be for you for the rest of your life? What? Scared? 10,000 days. Just 10,000 days. Who is afraid of who? Zhou Wenping raised his head, revealing a fearless look. Look at that look. Yang Mi could be happy in her heart. For some reason, she actually hoped that Gothic Sword and Tan would flop. It's not just 3 endorsements, albeit big ones. It's not like she's short of money right now. She's short of someone who can make her feel safe. At the same time, something occurred to her. Wait a minute. Did you just say that if Ancient Sword wins against Lone Sword, I'll be at your disposal? Yeah. Yang Mi immediately clasped her hands in front of her. The fair and pretty face swished red. What are you going to do to me? Zhou Wenping raised his eyebrows, a bad smile on his face. The hands kept rubbing together. Do whatever you want. Does he want? Knock knock. Knock knock. Yang Mi's heart raced. In Yang Mi's mind, some indescribable scenes emerged. The kid's physical hardware, it's not bad. Physical strength seems to be pretty good too. Gulping, all of a sudden, his mouth felt dry and his body felt a little hot and uncomfortable. Well, bet or not? Zhou Wenping asked. Bet. Why not bet? Yang Mi held her handsome chin and her white swan neck, making people want to gag. It's good for you anyway, no matter what. If I win, just say that Gotham lost in the ratings. Although he would lose 3 endorsements, he could make Zhou Wenping cook for himself for the rest of his life. Doesn't seem to have suffered. Instead, if I lose, that would mean that Gotham won in the ratings. So much for that. Not only do I get 3 endorsements, the TV show is also likely to be a big seller, with an additional income as a producer. Though I don't know what Zhou Wenping intends to do. Yang Mi secretly glanced at Zhou Wenping, her heart filled with anticipation. Any way you think about it, it's earned. Then it's a deal, Zhou Wenping said. The two signed a symbolic agreement. The way is also simple. It's from WeChat, sending each other a voice and text. The content is a bet between 2 people. After signing the contract, Yang Mi's mood, which she had begun to regret, relaxed quite a bit. Stop at the supermarket up ahead. When the car was about to drive to the hotel, Zhou Wenping found a supermarket. In the business car sat 4 people. Besides Zhou Wenping and Yang Mi, it was sister-son and the driver. You going to be shopping? Janom inquired. Yeah. Didn't I say I'd cook for you if I got the audition? And now it's time for me to make good on that promise. Yang Mi's whole body could be happy after hearing that. Must admit, Zhou Wenping's cooking is really quite delicious. A pair of sunglasses and a mask on the floor. Buy more and save it from coming out all the time. Got it. Although Zhou Wenping is an entertainer, he is not as famous. And this is Yokohama. It's not common to see a top-tier artist like Yang Mi. However, Zhou Wenping, such a little-known artist, a catch. So it can't draw much of a wave in this part of the world. After about half an hour, Zhou Wenping pushed a large shopping cart of things and came back. Bought so many? Cookware like pots and pans, the ones you have in that room I'm not used to, so I bought some, plus ingredients. The car started again and went back to the hotel. Zhou Wenping began to work in the kitchen, cooking. The condo-style hotel is just great with a living room, bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom. It's literally a small one-bedroom, one-bath house. Yang Mi lay on the couch, crossing her black silk legs. Make more. I just called Hotba and she said she doesn't have a show tonight, so she can come over and rub it in. Chapter 62. Whoever marries you will surely be happy. Young Honey and Hotba, though ostensibly, are, on the surface, boss and employee. But privately, they are very close sisters. Hangdian is so big and filming is so boring. It's good to get together and express your frustration. When Hotba arrived, she smelled the tantalizing aroma just as she entered the door. Saliva floods at once. Changing into his slippers, he headed straight for the kitchen. Wow, that smells good. Huddled with her in the kitchen was Boss Young. Hotba wrapped her arms around Yang Mi's not-so-slim waist from behind. The two were like greedy kittens, staring at the busy while Zhou Wenping at the pots and pans. This kitchen in the room is only about 3 square feet. Standing alone is hard enough. That's 3 straight up. Immediately it seemed like there was, well, a serious lack of space. Yang Mi and Hotba were almost fast, sticking to Zhou Wenping. And all Zhou Wenping had to do was turn around. The elbow just might, touching the softness of Yang Mi. This is awkward. If I do, will I be labeled a pervert? Who can stand that? 2 big sisters. Don't you all huddle in the kitchen? If it's okay, go clean up the table. Okay? Oh, good. The 2 beauties also felt that it was a little inappropriate to do nothing. Hurriedly, he went out and set the table. After a while, the meal was served. Sweet and sour lamb chops, braised beef, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, dry stir-fried green vegetables, and heat-relieving green bean soup. The 2 beauties had been drooling for a long time. Now it's even more of a no-holds-barred drive, living up to expectations. For dishes, 1 soup, large white rice, all settled down to a fine meal. There were even 2 dishes that didn't even have any dishwater left on them, and the plates that were eaten were cleaner than if they had been brushed. Burp, it's so good. Hotba burped unimaginatively. Compared to your cooking, yesterday's meal at the Michelin restaurant was really close.
Yang mi rubet her bulging beli.
You say that in the future, if anyone can marry you, how happy they must be. It's just that this weight isn't very manageable. Hee hee. Hearing this, Hataru's heart, too, began to beat a drum. I wonder what kind of girl Zhou Wenping likes. Thinking about how good he is, I'm afraid he'll be pursued by a lot of girls, right? I don't know if it will be a philanderer in the future. Senior brother, you've succeeded in this audition. And if you soar in the future, you can't go and forget senior sister. Hotba spoke with a purposeful emphasis on the last sentence. Don't worry, am I that kind of person? That being said, sister quite admires you for not wanting a paycheck. What were you thinking? Yang Mi also looked over curiously. You were so handsome when you said that. Zhou Wenping smiled. It's nothing really. I'm just not happy with Mr. and Mrs. Huang Aming. Besides, I'm a newcomer. Even if I have a paycheck, it's just 3 melons and 2 dates, so it doesn't matter if I want it or not. It's worth it to me to be able to use the go-go paycheck for a bellyful of fire from Mr. and Mrs. Wang Aming. Zhou Wenping stood up and poured a glass of lemonade for each of them. By the way, honey, there's something I wanted to ask. Sis is in a good mood right now, so ask away. Yang Mi tasted some lemonade. Have to say, any industry can be divided 3, 6, 9, 9, 9. Like this cooking, for example, some chefs give him dragon meat is not always can be cooked well. And there are cooks that make a lemonade that is very good. As she drank her water, she guessed in her mind what Zhou Wenping would say. A woman's intuition tells herself that what Zhou Wenping is going to say, I'm afraid it's not simple. After getting along these days, She realized that Zhou Wenping was amazing when he didn't speak. Sister Honey, you're the producer of Gotham. How much power do you have?
Yang Mi flinched.
What tricks is this kid going to pull again? It's not particularly big. The one with the most power is still director Gao Tianhua. I, as an investor and starring actor, just have some rights to make suggestions. Why do you ask? Zhou Wenping waved his hand. It's not really a big deal. When I read the script yesterday, I realized that there were problems with the writing in a lot of places. Some of it didn't make sense logically, and some of it was inconsistent. So I'd like to revise or rewrite a portion of what's in the script. I don't know if that's possible. Yang Mi's eyes widened. Change the script. Sure enough, this Zhou Wenping really is not surprised by his words. The first time he was asked to pick a role, he was straight up asked to play the male lead. Today it was even more so, making the decision for himself to make a bet with Yang Tianbao. Now it's even better, trying to change the script. It's not impossible, but it's not necessary. After all, this script was written by director Gao Tianhua himself, and I've read the script and didn't find too many flaws. Besides, you're completely under-curated right now, and the crew won't change the script to accommodate you alone. Zhou Wenping sighed. Yang Mi is telling the truth. The crew might go ahead and change the script for a big name, but never for a newcomer. It's not in line with their values. But I'm afraid it's going to be hard to beat Lone Survivor if we go by the script first. If I can get the full script written, can you help me, Sister Honey, and show it to director Gao? Chapter 63. The next installment of Yearning, when will it be recorded? The reason why Zhou Wenping, with all his heart, wanted to change the script is because with this current script, it's a good idea to go to the movies. The ratings are really bad. After all, this world hasn't yet had a successful immortal drama. The development of this theater is still touch and go. Zhou Wenping was pointing to the popularity of Gu Jian Qitan to help him ruthlessly harvest a wave of prestige value. If it flopped, he'd miss a big opportunity. Tell you what, if you can really write a better script than the high director, I can indeed help you hand it to him.
Yang Mi talked carefully.
The reason why Zhou Wenping intended to change the script. It should be to show off in front of director Gao, the national-level drama director. If you think of it that way, it makes sense. It is important for newly debuted artists to take advantage of every opportunity they can to show off their skills. Thinking of it that way, it seems like I'd have to support him appropriately. I have two conditions here, and if you meet them both, I'll do you this favor. First, the script you come up with must be able to pass me. If even I don't approve of it, there's absolutely no need for you to show it to director Gao. Secondly, you have to come up with it within a month at the latest, otherwise it will affect the progress of the shoot and no one will want to see it. Speaking of which, Yang Mi was rarely serious. Zhou Wenping nodded. These he also understands very well. Don't worry. I'll be sure to get the corrected script in your hands as soon as possible. After dinner, the two girls grabbed the dishes. Zhou Wenping leaned on the sofa. With a slight movement of his mind, he brought up the systems panel. Then go inside the system mall. After rummaging around for a while, I found the script for Gotham. Here's the script from the original world. Since it is an adaptation of, well, the original game's plot. With a reference point, it's much more refined to make secondary creations. The show, with the results it has achieved since its release, has shown what a great script it is. Whether it's the logic or the wordplay or the handling of character relationships. The several notches above the scripts that Gao Tianhua out of thin air gets along with. Just redeem this and give it to Yang Mi. He looked at the exchange price. 5 million prestige values. And then look at your current prestige value. 1.42 million. Still over 3 million short of being redeemed. Suddenly something occurred to him. Heart Road. System. Didn't you say that for the first 3 redemptions, you get a 10% discount? That Gotham script, it should be 500,000 prestige value, right? Ding. Back to the host, classics, not on sale. Nanny? That's not what you said at the time. Ding. It was already said at the time. Only that the host was too excited and thus didn't hear it. You're not being a jerk, are you? Ding. The final right of interpretation belongs to this system. Gotta. In the contractual provisions, the common bullying clauses that appear. That's quite a rascal. Looking at the only 1,420,000 prestige he had, it was quite a lot, but it couldn't buy what he wanted. Ding. Don't be discouraged, host. Seize the time to earn prestige value. Ding. The script for Gotham contains not only the script, but also a theme song, Heart of the Sword. It's a great deal. Hmm? Zhou Wenping raised his eyebrows. Buy a script and get a free song? If you redeem the songs individually from the system, the difference is 300,000 prestige value. The better ones cost about $301 million. Classic songs all over $1 million. And the quality of the song Heart of the Sword, which is kind of pretty good, should be around 800,000 if you redeem it alone. It does seem like a pretty good deal when you do the math like that. Then figure out for yourself how to earn another wave of prestige value. Hot bar! Zhou Wenping shouted at the kitchen. When is the next installment of our yearning recording? With the full cooperation of the Yangmi duo. Pots and pans are quickly cleaned. Just heard Zhou Wenping's words, dried his hands and walked out. Hotba pouted and chided. You guy, you call out elder sister when you're joking, but when you're serious, you call out my name. Zhou Wenping hemmed and hawed. Whoever made you younger than me just got into the company before me. You guy, let's see how I'm going to clean you up some other day. The mouth says so, but the heart is happy. Because calling out the name than calling out senior sister sounds like the relationship seems to be closer. Every week we record one installment. Not even today, about 3 days from now, the recording will start. Didn't Honey give you a schedule? Zhou Wenping shook his head and looked at Yangmi. You just had a successful audition today, and the schedule needs to be adjusted. On the cruise side, the shooting schedule also needs to be adjusted according to your schedule. By the way, you mustn't forget that you also promised the director-in-chief of Looking Forward to record the theme song. If you ask me, after the opening banquet tomorrow, you can fly to Xiang province the day after tomorrow. Chapter 64.
Yeah.
Zhou Wenping slapped his head. If Yangmi didn't say anything, he really forgot about it. He himself had just agreed the day before to go record the song. I've been so busy with so many things in the past 2 days, I almost forgot. With the opening banquet tomorrow and the official start of filming the day after, would it be bad for me to leave the set that day? Just turned it on. The hero ran away. Why does this sound so bull? Yummy shrugged. This is quite normal. The filming of a movie or TV drama is, in itself, to be adjusted according to each artist's time. How else do those actors who do 3 movies a day get back and forth? All the actors are just set. As for the first day of shooting or not, there is no problem. The scenes and shots that are due to you will not be missing as much. Look at the look on Janmi and Hotba's faces. Apparently, the two of them are used to this sort of thing. In the filming of a movie or television drama, the shooting schedule will be adjusted according to the actual situation. There are very few directors that would shoot in the order of episode 1, episode 2, and so on. There are plays that are shot on the first day that are the grand finale shots. There are scenes where, just as filming begins, the hero and heroine start rolling in bed. The funniest thing is, a play with some eunuch as the main character. The plot of the first day of filming is that the male lead becomes a powerful eunuch, Wei Zhongxian. On the last day, the final day of shooting, the scene is the main male lead, not yet purified before the wedding cave scene. That thing cuts off and actually grows back. This kind of thing has long been commonplace for those who spend a lot of time on the set. I will give a copy of your schedule form to Director Gao Tianhua tomorrow. He will arrange the shots related to you according to this form, Yangmi said. Pending for a while in Yangmi's room, the crew where Hotba was filming had already arranged a room for her, so she didn't rest here. Zhou Wenping was also embarrassed, staying in Yangmi's room for too long. Also went to his room to rest. The next day, the opening banquet began. The creators, along with the main cast, gathered, burning incense and praying, worshipped in all directions. This sort of thing is not so much a superstition as, well, a good omen. After all, every year, the country produces 800 TV series totaling 20,000 episodes. However, only about 200 of them make it to the airwaves each year. That means that 3/4 of the TV series flopped. And those 200 that make it to air are divided into 3 or 6 categories. Very few were able to get on the first tier of provincial TV. That's why it has become a custom to pray for divine blessings before the start of filming for every drama. After the opening ceremony, it's just the opening banquet. Let's have a good meal. Once filming officially begins, it's just hard work day and night. A shot may be taken dozens of times. It's very possible to shoot 20 hours or more a day, or even overnight for several days and nights. Many people who have not been exposed to the industry think of this as a tall order. Only those who have entered this place will know that the vast majority of people are miserable. So let's all relax and unwind before the hard times begin. It's necessary in the sense of the word. Yesterday, a lot of the crew, the actors, upon learning that Zhou Wenping, surprisingly, replaced Huang Yiming as the leading man of the play, all were taken aback. The unheralded newcomer who edged out the nation's top movie star? This kind of thing in show business is just, well, too heavenly. So, Gao Tianhua took yesterday's video of Zhou Wenping and Huang Yiming, the audition, in the cast and crew group and in the cast and crew group. Otherwise, I'm afraid that some people would say that Zhou Wenping relied on his connections to become the male number one. The cast and crew are one, and it's not good to be filled with too much gossip. After watching both videos, the people's minds were clear. Admire Zhou Wenping. This is a real talent that audition footage can finish exploding Huang Yiming's acting skills. If he himself were a director, he would also choose Zhou Wenping. Such an excellent person must be unlimited in the future. So, at the opening banquet, many people came over to toast with Zhou Wenping. In their opinion, Zhou Wenping is definitely a potential stock. It might be a hit at some point, so it's well worth befriending. Zhou Wenping also came to the party. For him, the opening banquet is also an opportunity to meet friends. Many friends, many roads is one of the most appropriate phrases in the entertainment industry. The circle is as big as it is, and there's just so much going on. It may be that at some point, whoever needs whoever's help. The most realistic example. It's the mixed-race heroine from the movie Wolf 2, which was a hit in a previous life. It wasn't her who was supposed to be the heroine, but another actress. The original female lead later stood up producer Wu Jing because of her paycheck. In a pinch, Wu Jing brings in a mixed-race heroine to save the day, and from there the heroine is a hit and ends up holding hands with popular actor Han Moore. Love and career. And the reason for all of this is because she and Wu Jing, who had left contact information with each other, were given the opportunity to star in the movie. Otherwise, even if the movie was hot, she wouldn't want to be in it. Chapter 65. No coming to my room in the middle of the night. Look at Zhou Wenping drinking like water. Yang Mi was still a little worried that he would make a fool of himself. As it turned out, one's fears were unwarranted. Zhou Wenping's ability to drink is surprisingly good. So much wine down, no sign of drunkenness at all. Did you drink it into someone else's stomach? What Yang Mi doesn't know is this. Zhou Wenping, who possesses the strength of a patriarchal national art, has long had a physical quality that is different from the norm. Drinking capacity is also naturally countless times higher than that of an ordinary person, countless times higher. This wine was nothing to him. Zhou, right? At that moment, a big, handsome man, with a glass of wine, approached. Looking at this person, Zhou Wenping felt somewhat familiar. Think about it. This is Zhou Zhenyu. I heard from director Gao that you recommended me to play Ouyang Shao Gong. I'll toast you to show my appreciation. Zhou Wenping raised his glass and the two of them clinked. Brother Zhou, you are too kind. I truly feel that Ouyang Shao Kung would definitely work better with you in the role. Zhou Zhenyu is already over middle age and is much older than Zhou Wenping. It's appropriate to call him Big Brother. Your last name is Zhou. My last name is Zhou. It's fate that we can meet in a theater. Here to Karma. After the opening banquet dispersed, Zhou Wenping and Yang Mi returned to the hotel. Are you okay after all that drinking? Yang Mi looked at him with concern. Never seen him drink like that, glass after glass and all white. Those volumes are not something the average person can resist. Although alcohol is a lubricant between people, but alcohol can also hurt the body. Zhou Wenping shook his head and smiled lightly. Put your mind at ease. I'm a good drinker. Another bottle of white. No problem. Listen to Zhou Wenping speak, talk fluently. There is no talk tongue. Seems to be really fine. That's reassuring. Little man, you're a good drinker. But next time, don't drink like that. Do you hear me? Zhou Wenping nodded repeatedly. Okay. Listen to you. Yang Mi smiled slightly. She also drank some wine today. Not too much since she has a movie to shoot tomorrow. At the very least, consciousness remains awake. However, all that wine had also caused a flushed gesture to appear on her face. In her slightly intoxicated state, she smiled softly. It adds a little more flirtation. Then you go to bed early, you have to go to Xiang province tomorrow. Well, you also go to bed early. Drinking so much wine will affect your filming state tomorrow. You still know how to care about your boss? Yang Mi's eyes, happy, turned into crescent moons. Of course, you are the one who pays my salary. Zhou Wenping said half-jokingly. Kiddo, if you're really conscientious, make me lunch tomorrow before you go. Yang-mi smashed her mouth as she spoke. Fine, fine, but I don't have your room card. Here, this is the secondary card. After handing the card over to Zhou Wenping, Yang-mi said slightly shyly, I'm warning you, you're only allowed to come to my room tomorrow when I'm cooking. Other times, especially in the middle of the night, no sneaking in. Otherwise, I'll be rude to you. After saying that, Yang-mi ran back to her room and closed the door with a bang. Yang-mi leaned against the door panel and kept gasping. I don't know whether it was because of the drink or something else. Yang-mi's face was red, like a ripe apple. How did he just say such bold words? Wine and guts? What if he does come in the middle of the night? Zhou Wenping, who was shut out, was in a daze. Why do you say that? What am I doing in your room in the middle of the night? Day 2. Zhou Wenping followed the agreement, more than 11 o'clock in the morning, before going to Yang-mi's room. As soon as I entered the room, I started to open up the cooking. In the organized hustle and bustle, a few dishes were already half finished, and by the time Yang-mi returned they went straight to the pot. The rice also goes into a holding state. Just one potato brisket left, on low. Idle, Zhou Wenping sitting on the sofa. Take the phone to brush will be news. Within moments, a knock was heard on the door. Surprisingly, it wasn't Yang-mi who came, but Hatba. What brings you here? Honey called and told me to come over for dinner. She said you'd be gone soon and you wouldn't be able to eat your cooking. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenping lightly rebuked. What words, brother is alive and well. You're the one who's leaving. Pissed. Hataru couldn't help but laugh when she realized that what she had just said was, indeed, ambiguous. Sorry, I misspoke, she said as she moved her shoulders. Zhou Wenping raised an eyebrow. Standing up, he walked over to Hataru and took a closer look. This guy is so bold to look at me like that. You could at least cover your gaze. After looking at it for a while, Zhou Wenping nodded his head as if he had made some kind of judgment. Get on the bed. What? Hataru's face flushed red. What did you say? Here? That's straightforward? And it's Mimi's room, would that be too exciting? No, what am I imagining? I'm going to be brave and refuse this kind of thing. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw that Zhou Wenping had already rolled up his sleeves. It looks as if it's going to be a big one. Come on, don't ink. Hurry up. I have an afternoon flight. Want to know what happens next? I'll tell you tomorrow. Chapter 66. What are you doing in my room? On the first day of shooting, Yang-mi only had morning and evening scenes. No plays in the afternoon. Just planned to come back and rest for the afternoon and go shooting in the evening. It just so happens that Zhou Wenping is going to leave for Xiang province, and this trip may take 3 days to come back. Try his cooking again before you leave. Thinking about it, the deliciousness of Zhou Wenping's meals, Yang-mi walked more vigorously. He came to the door of the room and took out his room card and was about to open the door. At that moment, a strange sound was heard coming from the door. The doors of the rooms in this hotel, though, are very well soundproofed. But it's not quite the soundproof room kind of thing. So lying on the door panel, you could still faintly hear voices inside. Just inside, there was the sound of a hot bar breaking off. Oh! Ouch! It hurts. You're gentle. Yang-mi was jolted. What was the situation? Then Zhou Wenping's voice came out. It's like that the first time, and after you get used to it, it's very comfortable. Well, you slow down a little bit first. Let me get used to it a little bit. Listen to the warbling from inside the door. Yang-mi couldn't help but stare. What's the deal with these two? Doing that in my room? No way. Thinking of this, Yang-mi's eyes couldn't help but fog up. Tears were nearly flowing. Zhou Wenping, how did you get with Hatba? And not me? She didn't know why the thought had occurred to her. But the voice, it was hard to hear all over her. Oh. Comfortable. You can use a little more force. Hatba's voice came again, rubbing. Yang-mi was immediately on fire. Immediately, he brushed open the door to the room and snatched it open. You two are too much to steal in my room. Cheating, the word isn't finished. The image in front of her froze Yang-mi in her tracks. Only Hatba was lying on her back on the bed. Zhou Wenping sat on the edge of the bed, his thumbs behind the hot bar, gently pressing. The two looked over when they saw Yang-mi come in. What are you guys doing here? Yang-mi had already vaguely guessed it, but still couldn't help it, asking about it. A massage, what else? Zhou Wenping replied as he continued to rub Hataru's shoulder. Yang-mi slapped her head, Changing her face was really like a magic trick. The expression that was so aggrieved just now that he was on the verge of tears vanished in a flash. Sure enough, it's a massage. Why did you just have that unhealthy thought? It's a sin. Yang-mi hides her inner embarrassment by changing her shoes. Why are you guys massaging in my room? Hatba, lying on her back, turned her head sideways to make it easier for her to talk. I was going to come here and wait for you to come back and have dinner with me. These days of back-to-back shoots, the whole thing made my back ache. Wrinkled Wenping said he would massage, so I let him press it for me. Not to mention, this guy's technique, it's really powerful, pressing me so comfortably. The soreness is all better. Who? Comfortable. Yang-mi sighed, curious to look like Zhou Wenping. You actually know how to massage? We'll do a little. I see the way Hatba is standing. Her muscles are already overworked and there is a risk of strain if she doesn't relax a little. While I still have some time, I'll press on her to ease the relief. After saying that, Zhou Wenping stopped his hand movements. Okay. Done pressing. Hatba stands up and moves his muscles. Really comfortable. Just now when I came here, always feel the back, as if by this big stone, very tired and sour. Now the whole shoulder are relaxed. With your massage skills, don't be an entertainer, go open a spa. You'll definitely be patronized by a large number of entertainers. Listening to Hataru talk like that, Yang-mi was also a bit moved. For people who have been filming for a long time, their bodies are more or less damaged. You press it for me too. Zhou Wenping looked down at his wristwatch. There's still enough time. Standing up, he circled around Yang-mi. Take a couple steps and see. What? First time I've heard that before a massage I was told to take 2 steps. Why don't you let me stomp my feet first, numb my legs, and then sell me a pair of crutches along the way? Mentally, he spat this out, but he still took 2 honest steps. If it's normal, walking is a, well, unusual thing. Not to mention taking 1 step, even if it's a few hundred steps, it's not a problem. But suddenly you are asked to take 2 steps. It was as if, invisibly, there was an additional layer of psychological pressure. It's awkward to walk anyway. After a few crooked steps, Yang-mi stopped very awkwardly. Is this okay?
Zhou Wenping nodded.
That's fine. Sit on the bed and take your shoes off. Take off your shoes? Although he didn't know what Zhou Wenping intended to do, he obediently took off his shoes and sat on the bed. She had been wearing off shoes, and with a light kick from her little feet, they fell off. The little feet were white, with toes like baby silkworms and red nail polish on them. Zhou Wenping leaned down. Reach out and take one of the feet in your hands. It's very soft and comfortable. Yang-mi twitched softly before relaxing. Her feet, slightly more sensitive. Chapter 67. Follow the Wind and Die, an original. Under the foot massage skills of Zhou Wenping. Yang-mi can be a screamer. Took about 15 minutes before it stopped. Well, there's nothing wrong with you. It's just that you've been up late for a long time and your internal organs are a bit damaged. I've helped you relieve a little the pressure on your internal organs through foot massage. After all, Yang-mi had been resting all this time. The body's accumulated fatigue was relieved quite a bit. It's just that the liver is a little overworked from staying up late so often, so it's not a big problem. But after some tossing and turning by Zhou Wenping, Yang-mi lay on the bed with a flushed face and kept gasping for air. Her hair was disheveled, as if she had been through an indescribable war. But all over the body it was like opening up the 2 veins of the renju, and it was unbelievably smooth. It's a feeling that can be much more powerful than those senior mechanics. Suddenly a little reluctant to let Zhou Wenping go to the life of the yearning. How nice to stay around and be a little puppy. Thinking so, but she also knew that even if she proposed it, Zhou Wenping would still refuse. After lunch, Zhou Wenping left for the airport. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the airplane that Zhou Wenping took landed in Xiang province. Zhang Tong, the general director of Xiang, personally came to the airport to pick it up. The car started and went straight to the studio. Zhang Tong half joked. After the first installment of the live broadcast, you are now considered a popular fried chicken. The hot search list has been on several, right? Hey, don't mention it. I've made 3 flights in the last few days since the first installment ended. Just get used to it, some people fly 3 times a day. As we talked, the vehicle pulled into an underground parking on. Took the elevator up to the 15th floor. The studio here is one of the top few recording studios in the country. Many famous singers choose to be here to record their songs. Just as he entered the door of the recording studio, he saw that there was a silhouette that was sitting on the sofa, pondering with a sad face. Zhou Wenping recognized that this beauty was none other than the famous female singer, Deng Ziki. Yo, Ziggy, you guys are recording here too? Zhang Tong walked over and said hello. Zhou Wenping followed suit. Deng Ziki hurriedly stood up and greeted politely. Hello, Director Zhang. This is a big director from Mango. He has a very wide network. Almost all the artists, when they see him, are polite. It might be a collaboration at some point. Soon Deng Ziki noticed Zhou Wenping behind him. Wow, what a handsome young man. This is Zhou Wenping these days, although a small fire but far from being well known. Zhang Tong smiled. Let me introduce you. His name is Zhou Wenping, and he's the resident guest of the 4th season of Aspiring Life. Xiao Zhou. This is the famous singer Deng Ziki. She doesn't need me to introduce her too much, right?
Zhou Wenping nodded repeatedly.
Of course, like a thunderbolt. Ziki? Zhang Tong asked. Are you using the studio now? Deng Ziki looked at Zhou Wenping. Another look at Zhang Tong. Obviously they're here to record as well. Not for a while, the music is a little stuck. I'll have to smooth it out a bit. Then we'll record it first, and we'll have to get the theme song out in a hurry when Aspire airs the day after tomorrow. Duncan flinched. Theme song? She knew that Zhang Tong was producing The Life to Live, and it's in celebrity circles, popular variety show. The program is simple. It's just dry work, cooking, eating, and talking. It's more cozy than any show. Many celebrities are thinking that they can go for the aspirational life. The show also solicited a theme song during the first 3 seasons. At that time, Duncan, too, had submitted entries. While the songs were good, they didn't fit with the main theme of the show. In the end, not a single theme song was adopted. A more laid-back pure music was used as the theme song. This time, suddenly you're coming to record the theme song? Moreover, listening to Zhang Tong's meaning, the song created by this handsome guy in front of him was chosen? Could it be that this handsome man, too, is accomplished in music? Deng Ziki's interest was instantly piqued. Director Zhang, can I listen on the side? For those who are very familiar with the music, a new song listened to once can be parroted to write a similar song. And it was released before the original songs. For the listener, whoever posts the song first is the original. Anyone who releases a song after is following a trend, copying and plagiarizing. It happens from time to time, and the originator can't argue with it. That is, as is often said, follow the wind and the original. So, to avoid this, singers keep very strict secrets until their new songs are released. It is very rude to stay in the studio without consent. So although Deng Ziki was curious, she had to ask for permission. Of course I can. Ziki, you're a recognized musical talent. It's a pleasure to have your advice. Director Zhang, you flatter me. Zhou. Get ready then, we're going to start recording. Zhou Wenping nodded, and from the backpack he was carrying, he took out 2 pieces of white paper with song sheets and lyrics, handed over to staff. He then went into the studio, put on his headphones and prepared to record. Chapter 68. Can I meet you for a song? Deng Ziki followed Zhang Tong and entered the monitoring room. It wasn't long before the lilting music started. After hearing the intro, Deng Ziki raised her eyebrows slightly. I have to admit, the intro was soothing, not arrogant, and had a calmness to it. Waking up naturally at 7:30 every morning. The wind chimes are ringing another day, the clouds are light. The smell of sun-dried clothes is reassuring. Everything is soft and serene. Every junction flower blooms in the sun. There's a nice love song coming from the front of the little store. It doesn't take long to walk to your destination. People come and go full of goodwill. It's the most ordinary day ever. Do you miss it too? I'm not chasing you. I'm walking home. And so the years were wasted. No worries. Only the evening breeze brushed my cheeks. The song, which was sung again by Zhou Wenping, is a piquant one. This time, however, the singing was much different than when they were in the mushroom house before, when they played and sang to themselves. The current Zhou Wenping, due to drawing the singing LV99 ability. Songs sung by a grandmaster vocalist are more immersive and engaging.
Accompanied by Zhou Wenping singing.
A picture appeared before Deng Ziki's eyes. In this frenetic society, everyone is busy at a fast pace. Busy going to work, busy leaving work, busy squeezing on the bus, busy squeezing on the subway. Finally, the day has come. The pace of people's lives slowed down. Sleeping in the morning and having breakfast together with your beloved by your side. Good friends in 3s and 3s hobnobbing. Aren't people fast-paced and busy, hoping that one day they can live at a slower pace as described in the lyrics?
In haastbij zou Wenping's patriarchal fokkels.
The song was quickly recorded. Zhou Wenping took off his headphones and walked out of the recording studio. Ziggy, what do you think of this song? As the theme song for Aspire? In the monitor room, Zhang Tong inquired. He wanted to hear what kind of advice the talented woman would give. Teng Ziki didn't hesitate to open her mouth to answer. True to form. Oh! Zhang Tong was surprised for a moment, not expecting Deng Ziki to actually give such a high rating. This song is a perfect complement to the main idea of yearning for life and trying to convey it to the public. When I listen to the song again, it appears in my mind, a yearning for a slower life. For a singer to be able to make people's hearts yearn for him through his songs, that proves the singer's strength, which is truly awesome. Director Zhang, who is this young man? How come I haven't heard of him in the entertainment industry? Someone so powerful. Deng Ziki looked at Zhou Wenping. This handsome man's singing skills and sense of tone were top-notch. I'm afraid the strength is not below the several heavenly kings. She knew or had heard of almost all the famous musicians in the entertainment industry. But like Zhou Wenping, such a figure she had never heard of. He's an artist under Yang Mi. Don't look at him as young, but he's talented. Not only can he sing, but he can also play musical instruments and comedy, and by the way, he can also cook. Cooking skills that even Yellow Base admires. So to speak, very promising treasure boy. Listen to Zhang Tong's introduction. Deng Ziki's eyes that looked like Zhou Wenping's became hot. Good-looking and talented people are just so attractive. Come on, let's go find him. As they spoke, the two of them walked out of the listening room. Director Zhang, how is it? Zhou Wenping inquired. Zhang Tong gave a thumbs up. Fantastic. This song has more feeling than the first time I heard it. Choosing this song, as the theme song of this program, is really perfect. Deng Ziki revealed a very appreciative gaze, looking up and down at Zhou Wenping. Did you write this one? Zhou Wenping nodded. The words and music are all my own. Very talented. Thanks. Can I make a song date with you? Hearing this, Zhou Wenping froze slightly. First time I've encountered someone making this request. Looking at Deng Ziki, Zhou Wenping considered in his mind for a moment. Yeah, I'll write it for you now if you don't mind. Nanny? Now? Duncan blinked, thinking he'd heard wrong. You mean, write me now? This man is so confident in himself. As a songwriter, Duncan is well aware of how difficult it is to write a song. Like right now, she was just bottled up and dying to break through because she was writing a new song. I can't really say that I wrote it now, I guess, but I used to have this melody in my head, and I took that melody, perfected it, and put lyrics to it, said Zhou Wenping, then picked up a piece of white paper and sat down next to the table. Then he closed his eyes as if in closed contemplation. Deng Ziki and Zhang Tong both held their breath for fear of disturbing Zhou Wenping's thoughts. Zhou Wenping, in fact, opened the system panel in his mind. Reputation value, 1.53 million. It took a day to increase the prestige value by 90,000, without doing anything more to expand his influence. It is possible that the reputation value will stop growing. So Zhou Wenping hoped, through a song, to befriend Deng Ziki. Chapter 69. Writing a song in 3 minutes, too demonic. After opening the system mall, Zhou Wenping quickly found his target. He now had one more chance from the system mall to redeem his work at a 10% discount. The song costs 1.2 million prestige values at full price. In song, it's already considered very high-priced. In the system mall, the quality of the songs was categorized into 3 grades. The common ones are under $300,000. The best ones are in the $300 1 million range. The classic songs, which require a prestige value, are over 1.2 million. Good to have a 10% off redemption. Only 120,000 prestige values are required. Redemption. After successful redemption, Zhou Wenping unfolded the pages of the song in his vision. The redeemed songs can not only be materialized at any time, but also in any location. It can also be opened inside the mind like a projection. Of course, only Zhou Wenping could see this image. Preparation when finished. Zhou Wenping knew that the moment to pretend had arrived. Snapping his eyes open, the eyes were shining, as if they were enlightened, and a light had come to them. Ha! I figured out how to write this song. Then he quickly copied the pencil beside him. On the white paper, swish and write. Deng Ziqi and Zhang Tong looked at each other, and both saw in the other's eyes surprise. It's incredible. For the first time, someone wrote a song so quickly. Duncan covered his mouth so that he wouldn't make a sound out of surprise. In her opinion, Zhou Wenping is now officially the time when the literary mind is like a fountain. As a songwriter, she knows it very well. Inspiration is a subtle thing, but how important it is for writing songs. Once interrupted, I'm afraid I won't be able to recall that inspiration for a short while.
So fast.
That was fast. Oh, how he is so fast. Zhang Tong was also surprised. As the chief director, he has directed not only The Life to Live, but other singing programs as well. I've also seen a lot of singers who have racked their brains and wasted their lives trying to write songs. One song written and the whole thing is so much more haggard. It was the first time he had seen someone with such talent as Zhou Wenping. Regardless of the quality of the songs and how they will end up, the speed is remarkable. If they know, Zhou Wenping is actually putting in the picture in front of them the music score and lyrics to the original copy down. Would it feel as if they had just beeped the dog with all the compliments? But it's just a trick. It's theater. Gotta have the full set. Having the acting skills of a grandmaster, he did the act with ease. As Zhang Tong and Deng Ziqi looked on, Zhou Wenping writes furiously. As he wrote, he mouthed the words, as if his brain was thinking fast. And every now and then cross out words that, well, don't fit. Adjust the order of words, change the wording of words, or modify parts of the score. It's all an act. Otherwise, it's been unchanged, well written. A classic song. It's just too demonic. It's better to be an individual, better. Snap. The final period of the lyrics after the scratch. Zhou Wenping put down his pencil. Phew, writing. Duncan looked down at his watch. Surprised. It was written in 3 minutes. You're too demonic. Gotta. It ended up with the name Demon. I should have known that I would have copied it in 30 seconds. Mostly before. It's been conceptualized in my head many times. I just never wrote it. I was just recording in the studio when I had a sudden burst of inspiration and struck while the iron was hot. That's why I wrote it so fast. If I wait until that inspiration is forgotten and I'm asked to write it, I don't think I'll be able to write it in 3 days. Zhou Wenping that picked up the written song and handed it over. Let's see how it goes. Deng Ziqi nodded and took the white paper. Read the lyrics and hum them in your mind as you go along. Hiss. Duncan sucked in a cool breath. With her years of songwriting, she was pretty sure that this song would definitely be a hit. It only took 3 minutes to write this kind of song. What a talent. This is very good. And many times more excellent than the song I was just racking my brain, trying to write. Deng Ziqi didn't mince words of appreciation. At the same time in his eyes, a hint of worry showed. This song, can I really have it? With such an excellent track, she couldn't believe that Zhou Wenping, the creator, couldn't discover it. So it's hard to believe he's willing to cut it. Zhou Wenping nodded. If you like it, go to the studio and try it. Deng Ziqi jumped up and down with excitement. Nah, that's what you said. No backing out. When he finished, he was really afraid that Zhou Wenping would back out. Rush into the studio. Deng Ziqi is also a female artist with a very good figure and looks, and a more lively personality. So watch her back as she heads for the studio, bouncing away. Zhou Wenping thought that it was quite cute and spiritual. Director Zhang, you go to the monitor room and listen. I'll go to the instrument room and score her music. The songs that are usually composed are given to the music teacher in the piano room to help play them. It takes a while for the music teacher to familiarize herself with the score before she can play the music accordingly. However, Zhou Wenping they still have to catch the evening flight to the mushroom house in the south of the colorful clouds. There isn't that much time for the music teacher to take their time and familiarize themselves with the score. That's why Zhou Wenping intends to take the fight into his own hands. Chapter 70 Invite you to my concert. In the recording studio, Deng Ziqi, who had already familiarized herself with the lyrics, looked up, behind the glass window, to the piano room, trying to signal the music teacher inside that it's okay to start. It was then that she realized that it was Zhou Wenping who was sitting inside, and he plays the piano. After a slight surprise, it was figured out. It's only surprising that someone as good a musician as this can't play the piano. Isn't it? She nodded her head from Zhou Wenping to indicate that she was ready. Zhou Wenping looked at the electronic piano, a musical instrument that could be played with a variety of tones. Very appropriate when it comes to dubbing. When Zhou Wenping was done, he nodded his head in response and then began to play. Accompanied by the music, Deng Ziqi slowly spoke. Feel the fingertips that stop at the ends of my hair. How to instantly freeze time. Remember to look into my determined eyes. There may be no tomorrow. Facing the vast sea of stars. We're tiny as dust. Floating in a sea of hopelessness. I have to admit, Duncan's voice is really good. The song is sung by her in an ethereal way. Makes you want to sway to her beat. Fate has brought us together. Beyond the chaos. But fate wants us to love each other in the midst of danger. Maybe the future is far away, light years away. I will stand guard in the unknown and wait for you. I didn't think I could go so crazy for you. Landslide doesn't have you and doesn't want to escape at all. My brain has gone crazy enough for you. Pulse heartbeat doesn't matter at all without you. Sing here. Deng Ziqi's entire body had been completely immersed in the song. It's not just because of her vocals, but also because of Zhou Wenping's piano. The music played by the masters of the patriarchal instruments is easily immersive. If you are a singer, you will follow the music and get into the song. After a singer is immersed in the song, often they are able to use their vocals and express the songs in a more dynamic way. Soon the song was sung. Duncan came to the monitor room to hear the combined effect. Zhou Wenping also came over and listened together. Listened to the recording effect played back inside. Duncan could only comment in 2 words. Perfect. Can you achieve on the first pass such awesome results? She had never met a song that could fit her so well. This is the first time she ever sang this song. In the past, when I was recording songs for unfamiliar songs, I had to come at least 3 or 4 times to memorize the lyrics completely. Go over it a few more times to get the beat of the music right when you sing it. And now, she's surprised that she sang it as well as she did on the first take. She understood in her heart that it was Zhou Wenping's playing that brought her to that state. This song is really fantastic. Zhou Wenping, no, Mr. Zhou, you're really great. To be able to write such a good song in a short period of time. Deng Ziqi was already using, starry-eyed at Zhou Wenping. Even the title became teacher. Zhou Wenping waved his hand and laughed. Sister Ziqi, don't call me that, it seems quite old. Just call me Wenping. Duncan nodded. Okay. Fumahira. How much do you charge for this song? I'll buy it. You can sign the contract and make the payment now. A song this good has to be the first to go. When you find a treasure, how can you miss it? Zhou Wenping gently shook his head. No money. This song is for Sister Ziqi from me. Charge? How much do you charge? $1 million? 5 million? The thing about artwork is that it's hard to measure value, so it's not good for pricing. Add to that the fact that he's a rookie with no reputation, and asking for too little and too much is not a good thing. Besides, money didn't do much for him, reputation value was the hard currency. Don't want money, Duncan will always remember this friendship. If money is received, this becomes a sale, and the friendship fades when the money and goods are finished. This kind of simple human feelings, Zhou Wenping will not be able to think of not understanding. Duncan was taken aback. No money? Well, how's that a good idea? Zhou Wenping shook his head and insisted that he didn't want it. It's my honor for Sister Ziqi to sing my song. If we talk about money again, I won't give it to you. Let's put it this way, there's no need to pay the money. Director Zhang has said that the song Ordinary Day, that I just recorded, will be released tomorrow on, well, all the major music platforms. When the time comes, you're on Twitter, just retweet it for me. See, Zhou Wenping really don't want it. Deng Ziqi shook his head helplessly. You kids, really? How big a deal is it to help you promote your new song? How about this then? At the end of this month, I'll be organizing a concert, and at that time you'll be the special guest. How about taking the stage and singing a song with me? Zhou Wenping raised his eyebrows. This was really an unexpected pleasure. Duncan has a large fan base. His original plan was to ask Deng Ziqi to help him retweet the microblog and promote the song. When the time comes, a good wave of prestige value can be harvested. You're a newcomer. Why should they help you? Of course there had to be some favors. I just didn't realize that there were surprises. Deng Ziqi actually invited herself to her concert. Chapter 71. Yearning for Life Phase 2. Starting recording. Zhou, congratulations. Zhang Tong patted Zhou Wenping's shoulder, his eyes showing endless admiration. This new song, if it does go on sale, is definitely worth a lot of money. I'm afraid any other musician would have sold out. I didn't expect that this young man actually had this kind of vigor, while understanding that Zhou Wenping is trying to befriend Deng Ziqi through this song. but still touched by this heartiness of his. Deng Ziki's concert. Not every singer has the opportunity to be on stage. I heard that this concert is a large-scale concert of 30,000 people, and there will be many live streaming platforms that will broadcast the concert live. For you to be able to show yourself in front of such a large audience is definitely an unparalleled opportunity. Zhou Wenping nodded. He had thought of that too. Nowadays, concerts are performed live and streamed. There must be at least close to 10 million people watching. It would be, what a prestige value. In that case, the 120,000 reputation value that he had spent to redeem the song was a huge profit. Then when the time comes, I'll go to Sister Ziki's concert and dip my toe in the water. Duncan nodded. You must come. Your talent should be shown to more people. I'll add your WeChat and ask you out then. By the way, what's the name of the song you wrote for me? Zhou Wenping took the white paper and wrote the title of the song. Light Years Away. After chatting briefly for a while again, Zhou Wenping and Zhang Tong, together, ran to the airport and headed to the mushroom house. After arriving at the mushroom house, it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. So you go rest? Wait for Mr. Huang and the others to arrive tomorrow. We'll officially start shooting. Okay, good night. The next morning, after Zhou Wenping got up, he realized that Huang Base and the others had not yet come. Just for the sake of a little H&O first. These two dogs happily circled around Zhou Wenping as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Nicholas colored lights, as always, looks like a philosopher. Standing on the beams under the gazebo, he looked out into the distance as if in deep thought. After seeing the colored lights, Zhou Wenping, who owns Cooking LV99, immediately comes to mind about 108 ways to make duck. Colored lights, if you know it, in Zhou Wenping's imagination, has become a delicious meal. I'm afraid I'd be so frightened, so endocrinologically disturbed, that I wouldn't be in the mood for contemplation. Then he went back to look at it, the cow that the sponsors had given away. The cow's name is Susu. The first time I heard the name, Zhou Wenping thought it was the name of some fox demon in Tushan. A cow, if it goes to Tushan to become a red thread fairy, it is estimated that it will be squeezed to the last drop of its value by the green-haired ventriloquist fox demon. Sponsored cows are just different, eating grass that has been specially flown in. There's also music during the week, and the song selection is actually destiny. It seems that this cow, too, knows what she's worth. Finally, he went to look at the two peacocks. As always, Kaiyun begs for a mate, and as always, Jinan ignores it. It is said that the near water is the first to get the moon, but for the colorful clouds to come to the moon, such a good condition, it seems to be of little use. Around 10 o'clock, Yellow Base returned to the mushroom house. They are all resident guests here and their luggage is kept in the mushroom house. So empty-handed, stride for stride, it's back. At this time Zhou Wenping has already made a good ice lemonade. Hurry up and bring a cup over to Mr. Huang. Yo, Zhou, when did you get here? It came last night. So early. Hey, it's not like I'm like you. I have so many announcements to catch up on every day. I don't have anything to do, so I'll come over early. Yellow Base shook his left hand. The first issue because of the Zhou Wenping line. Hotba, why don't we go wash dates? Led is cutting vegetables, old fox. Gossip heart burst. This distraction, the knife did not pay attention. Cut to yourself. The index and middle fingers of the left hand now have the gauze, replaced with band-aids. My hands are scabbed over and I don't have much trouble cooking. Let me do the cooking for this installment. Zhou Wenping nodded. Originally, the Yellow Base, the position in the mushroom house, was the cook. It seems to water down his label if he's not allowed to be a chef. It's not good to make such a racket. Of course there's no problem. I had hoped that I would be able to try Mr. Huang's cooking, and today I can finally get my wish. As Zhou Wenping spoke, invisibly he held up Huang Base again. It brought a smile to Yellow Base's face. Don't be modest, you kid. Your craftsmanship is not below mine. So help me with the ingredients when the time comes. When I used to record Aspire, the other guests were really not up to snuff with their handiwork. It's rare to have a helper like Zhou Wenping, who is a good cook and can lighten the burden so much. Speaking, Ho Zhang has also arrived. It wasn't long before Hotspur arrived. Zhou Wenping tied his voice and shouted, Yo! Here comes the head girl of our Yihong courtyard. This speech amused the director's team, He Jiong and Huang Qi, to no end. Zhou Wenping did not say. Everyone almost forgot about this. Zhou Wenping, you owe it to yourself. Be careful, I'll go to Sister Honey and tell on you. Watching the resident guests all arrive, Zhang Tong got up. Then we're ready to roll. The live room has long been crouched with many viewers. The black screen snapped on, and the broadcast began. Be the first to pop up a pop-up. Sons, what did you get on this test? Number 1? First. 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 The one at the top. Don't go after school. I'll give you a red buff. Finally, I can see Brother Ping again. I miss seeing him after so many days. Hotba is as beautiful as ever. Mr. He is still so thin. I really envy people who don't gain weight how they eat. The injury on Mr. Huang's hand. Is it ready? The mushroom house people, sipping lemonade and chatting under the gazebo. The breeze brings a gust of fragrance from the flowers planted all around. Refreshing. This feeling, very pleasant. Jingle bells. The phone rings in the mushroom house. A guest is coming. Wenping. Let's both go answer the phone. Hotba pulled Zhou Wenping and walked inside the mushroom house. Press the speakerphone. Hello? Hello? Is this the mushroom house? A very gentle woman's voice came out. The voice was warbling and felicitous. Listening to Zhou Wenping's bones are almost crispy. Across the street must be beautiful. It's a man's intuition. Yes, may I take your order? Yes, I'd like to order it. Barking chicken. Chapter 72. Is the beggar's master coming? Barking chicken? Zhou Wenping and Hotba looked at each other. That's a cold enough order. It's a match for the Buddha jumping wall. Zhou, have you guessed who the other party is? Watching Zhou Wenping and Hotba walk out, He Jiong, who was sitting under the gazebo drinking water, asked aloud. In the mushroom house, the best part of answering the phone to order food is guessing who, on the other end of the line, it is. Didn't hear it? It was a girl with a soft voice. Originally Zhou Wenping, and the contact of the stars artists is not much, alone from the voice to guess, quite difficult. What's the order? Yellow Base asked. Barking chicken. Huang Base and He Jiong both froze. What the hell? Barking chicken. Zhou Wenping replied again. He Jiong was happy. Is this the Beggars Association coming? Female. Could it be the Beggars Gang leader, Huang Rong? Yellow Base, however, was in a bit of a bind. Barking chicken. I've never done this before. I don't know how to cook everything. I've heard the name of this dish before and I know roughly how to make it, but I'm afraid it doesn't taste very good. Yellow Base scratched his head helplessly. It's so messed up that it's hard to get your hands to be able to do the dishes. Ended up ordering the same hard food. Called chicken. Look, practice is very simple, but then a lot of details have to pay attention to. A little inattention make the chicken will be particularly difficult to eat. Zhou, would you? He really didn't have much confidence in this dish. Zhou Wenping nodded. He was a person with patriarchal cooking skills and possessed countless recipes in his head. Just give him the ingredients and he can get you a full banquet. I can do this, but Ms. Huang, aren't you cooking today? Yellow Base smiled and shook his head. Let you do this called chicken, I can do the rest of the dishes. If the one ordering is a brown guy like Huang Bo, I won't be afraid even if I make it hard to eat. As you said, the other person is a girl with a soft voice, so it's better to make a good impression. It's also a chance for you to show that you might get the heart of a girl. Hotba, who had just sat down next to her, heard this and a hint of jealousy surfaced in her heart. So Wenping is so good, in the future there will be a lot of girls around. So much pressure to compete. Jingle bells. Another phone rings. The phone at the mushroom house is a very traditional landline. The incoming ringtone, too, is singular. All seasons are jingle bells. Quite a bit more than that, but instead I think it's kinda catchy. I'll get it. Yellow Base stood up. It was mainly the first screaming chicken that had put him in a difficult position, and he looked to see if he could subdue the opposite side with his Mr. Huang's prestige. At the very least, get the other person to stop ordering tricky dish names. My old fox's left hand. It's still in band status, you guys have to take care of it. Hey, is this the mushroom house? I'd like to order. A more menacing male voice came from inside. Yellow Base raised his eyebrows slightly. You who? This guy's pretty cross. Hello, this is Yellow Base. As soon as this name was reported, sure enough, the opposite side immediately wimped out. 1 second he's a Huhan-san, the next side he's a little birdie. Hara, so it's Mr. Huang. I thought it was those two little dolls. Yellow Base bristled. I'm glad the people across the street know what they're doing. What would you like to order? While talking, Huang Base was in his head. guessing who was on the other side based on the voice of the man on the phone. This voice is still more recognizable. In his mind, he already had a few alternative characters. I'd like to order a gyro and plucked apple. Yellow Base nodded. Already guessed who was on the other side. For crying out loud. Golden Bell. The voice also took on a deliberate rap. The opposite party immediately smiled back. Iron cloth shirt. Gotta. That's a good guess. Sha-yi, it's really you, kid. How dare you play horizontal for me? Let's see how I'll torment you later. Don't. Sha-yi immediately conceded. Teacher Huang, we are all civilized people. Let me do less work. That's no good, you come to the mushroom house to work. How many of you are coming? 2, me and Hooker. A husband and wife team. Okay. Come on. Hanging up the phone and walking out of the mushroom house, Yellow Base took the initiative to speak. It's Sha-yi with Huku. This kid. Still on the phone. Playing cross for me. See how I'll fix him later. The live audience was happy. Wow, Sha-yi is coming. This episode is interesting then. Ha ha ha. As soon as I hear Sha-yi's name, I think of the chicken strips in Golden Bell and Iron Cloth shirt. Wait a minute. Aren't any of you curious as to who the person who ordered the scallop chicken is? Of course I'm looking forward to it. And by the sound of it, it's definitely a big girl. Yaya? Cece? Tian Ai? Huang Base walked towards Zhang Tong's side. Director Zhang, let's discuss. 1 chicken, 2 pounds of pâté, 2 pounds of beef, and some green vegetables. How can we exchange them? Zhang Tong pointed to the field beyond the mushrooms. See that patch of banana trees? Suddenly, an ominous premonition appeared in Huang Base's heart. You're not going to make us, go pick bananas, are you? Zhang Tong compared 2 fingers. 20 bundles. Bundle. Yellow Base froze. This quantifier on first listen is awesome. Can you see from here? The blue bag hanging from the banana tree? Zhang Tong said. Yellow Base looked away again. Indeed. On top of that, the mushroom house is so far from the banana tree. It's all visible. How big that bundle has to be. However, there was no pressure on the Yellow Bases themselves. He was a cook and the guests did all the physical work. He Jiong and the others came over to inquire. What is required to give? Moving bananas. 20 bundles. When He Jiong heard this, his jaw dropped in shock. Yellow Base patted him on the shoulder. It's okay, when Shai gets here, let him do the physical work. But Hoppa, how can I agree? 20 bundles of bananas. It's gonna kill me. She's such a small family. I'm afraid a bundle would be enough. So, she looked at Zhang Tong pitifully. Flattening his lips, he pouted. Director Zhang, you can't go too far. I'm sure I can't move something that heavy. How about another one? Boing boing. That saucy look with the big watery eyes. It really is a sight for sore eyes. Zhang Tong, a big man, was also a bit overwhelmed. It is said that a woman who can be pampered has the best life. It's true. This pouting, as if it would be somehow unkind not to back down again. Well, there is actually another way. Hataru's eyes lit up, a glint in her beautiful eyes. Sure enough, no man can resist 3 wines. There are times when a woman just has to play to her strengths. Thank you, Director Zhang. Zhang Tong pointed to his side. See this coconut tree? Chapter 73. I used to beat the crap out of the Chicken Stripes Man crew. Coconut trees? Hoppa looked down the line. In the yard of the mushroom house there does stand a tall coconut tree. The height is almost 20 meters. On it hangs a single football-sized green coconut. A plant so conspicuous that it can be seen at a glance from a great distance. Reba had noticed the coconut tree long ago. Just thought it was a decorative item planted on the patio. Could it be used for something else? If you can pick a coconut from the top, then you won't have to do any physical labor today. What? Hotba crossed her arms and pouted. What do you call this condition? Look how tall the coconut tree is. How can I pick it if I can't reach it with a stick? Do we have to climb a tree? Zhang Tong shrugged his shoulders. That's not something I have to think about. Zhou Wenping looked up, high above the coconuts. The corners of his mouth angled up into a smile. The offer was too easy, wasn't it? Just as Hotba and the others were still torn between picking coconuts or carrying bananas, just heard the sound of a suitcase being pulled. Is there anyone? Looking at the distance, the figure coming along the flower path. Huang Bei said to Zhou Wenping. Zhou, go to the kitchen and bring the kitchen knife? What? A chopper. Remember to take the biggest one, and go give our guests a kick in the pants. Zhou Wenping looked at the figure in the distance and also recognized who that was. Sha Yi of the golden bell and iron cloth shirt. Grin. Got it. Turning, he walked into the kitchen and pulled out the large knife for chopping bones. The knife is almost as big as your face. After handing it over to the yellow base, he himself picked up the axe for chopping wood and slung it over his shoulder. Jiong then took out 4 pairs of sunglasses. Another and Hotba each picked up a thin stick. The 4 of them put on their sunglasses, grabbed all kinds of guys, and breezed out the door. That stance looks more imposing than a kook. Ha ha ha, that's a cool aura. You guys, look at the way Ping resisted the axe, like a practiced fighter. Ping actually just came up with a kind of dominance. Allow me to feel sorry for Brother Sha Yik for 2 seconds. 1 second, 2 seconds. Well, start watching the show. 666. Upstairs is too realistic to say 2 seconds and not give a second more. Mr. and Mrs. Shai, pulling their suitcases, walked along the flower path towards the mushroom house. As he walked, Shai bragged. You know, Huku, when I was in Chicken Strip, I was on the verge of abusing the yellow bases out of the sky. Now I reckon, when he sees me, he shivers on both legs. Look at your husband with the spirit to point the way. Hooker didn't hesitate to dismantle it. Are you thinking that I didn't read that issue of Chicken Strips? By his own wife, he didn't feel embarrassed at all to tear down Shai. He laughed. The footage you're watching, it's not real. At that time, I finished off the men's club all by myself. Then they felt so humiliated that they begged me and re-recorded it. Hooker smiled without saying a word. It was as if the expression said again, make it up, keep making it up. I'll see what kind of tricks you can make up. You don't believe me, do you? Hooker nodded. If you don't believe me, watch. I'll yell, and everyone in the mushroom house will have to come out to greet me. Hooker continued to smile and not say anything. I'll just be quiet and watch you play hard to get. Netflix is happy. Brother Sha Yi, stop pretending and run. Yellow Base is carrying a large sword and has 5 seconds to reach the battlefield. My condolences to all. Brother Shai was a decent man in life. At a distance of about 10 meters from the mushroom house, there was still about 10 meters to go. Shai pointed to the closed door, loud and clear. Mushroom house people, come out and get your guests. Z. The door opened. Zhou Wenping's 4 men, with sunglasses and weapons, walked out. Huang Base and Jiong, one with a machete and the other with a thin stick, walked in the center like big brothers. Zhou Wenping and Hotba, armed with axes and sticks, walked on either side. Meanwhile, the Bluetooth speaker in Zhou Wenping's pocket. The soundtrack to Goonies is playing. Now, the 4 men had a completely different aura. Sha Yi, who saw the scene, was startled. Sage, what's going on? Such a big show to greet me? Hueko was happy. Honey, are they here to greet you? Sha Yi is a little less confident. Should I? Zhou Wenping 4 people, all the way sparks with lightning walked to the side of Sha Yi. The corner of Yellow Base's mouth turned away, like a bad guy. He's a teacher who teaches acting. Playing the bad guy is quite a feat. You're the one who ordered the gyro, huh? Sha Yi's mouth twitched. Before he could answer, Yellow Base chortled. Take it down for me. Swish, swish, swish. 2 sticks, a cleaver, and an axe. All of them are on Sha Yi's neck. Sure. Choppers use the back of the knife. The axe is used with an axe handle. They're filming a variety show, not a roadblock. Nonetheless, Huku, who was next to him, was startled. On his own husband's neck, there were suddenly so many more weapons. It's quite oozy to look at. It was of course Shai who was most afraid, though he knew that it was the mushroom house people messing with him. Still, it's not nice to have a kitchen knife at your neck. The slightest hint of coldness from the back of the blade made Sha Yi's liver tremble a little. Huang, Mr. Huang, you have to look carefully. Don't hold the chopper in the opposite direction. Yellow Base glanced at the cleaver in his hand. Make sure you are using the back of the knife. Grin. It's okay. Hold it backwards. The ingredients in tonight's Back to the Pot are yours. Inside the phone? Weren't you quite cross? Sha Yi hastened to speak. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll be polite next time. Zhou Wenping looked viciously at Sha Yi. The whole aura of the man, augmented by the clan's acting skills, is that of a bad guy. It gives off some menacing vibes. Zhou Wenping said in a cold voice. If you want us to forgive you, you'll have to show some sincerity. The voice was sinister and ice cold, and the cold sweat came out of Sha Yi's ears. It was as if he was now literally being kidnapped. Huang Base and He Jiong also froze and looked at each other. Both saw incredulity in each other's eyes. Zou's acting is so good. Before he left the house just now, he was still a gentle, bookish, creamy boy. How come when you go out you turn into an overbearing punk? This hilarious variety bridge is also performed by him with a unique aura. It's really something. What do you want from me? Sandy Yik also matches the scene very well, showing a pleading expression. We don't have enough firewood. I chop. We have no one to wash our dishes. I'll wash it. And bananas nobody resisted. I resist. After saying that, Shai flinched. Banana? Anti? What banana? How can you even use anti? Zhou Wenping withdrew the axe that was on Shai's neck. Toward the yellow base standing at attention, he saluted. It's like in the army when a subordinate meets a superior. Reporting to Mr. Huang. Mission accomplished. All the work today. Brother Shai has resisted alone. Chapter 74. What's false or not? Don't talk nonsense. Yellow base returned the salute. Mission accomplished. They had discussed it in the mushroom house before they came out. Shai is a person who is particularly lazy, so we have to find a way for him to carry all the work, all by himself, today. Then came the next scene. Shai was confused. I'm not being set up. The mushroom house crowd retrieved their weapons. Yellow base patted Shai's shoulder and grinned. Look at you, you're a strong body, you'll have no problem doing some physical work. Shai waved his hand back and forth. No, I'm too weak for physical labor. Yellow base blushed. What's false or not? Huku is here. Don't talk nonsense. Huku, who was next to him, heard this. I don't know what came to mind, but the man's face turned red. Yellow base and Huku nodded their heads in greeting. This level of politeness is completely different from the treatment of Shai. After all, he and Shai were better acquainted and had no problem joking around together. And Shai has a great sense of variety and can pick up and play with any stunt. Although this is Shai's wife, but the yellow base is not familiar, it is not appropriate to joke. Hojong is a different story. The old sparrow of the cave lake, the stone lion of the mango channel, the leading host of Happy Camp. He's seen almost every entertainer in his decades of hosting. Plus he's particularly good at making friends, so many stars are familiar. After a few polite words with Huko, he led them towards the mushroom house. Come under the gazebo, pour lemonade and chat over a drink. Mr. Huang, did you just say carry bananas? When I buy bananas, I carry them. How come I have to use the word carry here? Yellow base asked with a smile. The bananas you can lift are counted by the handle. Do you know what the bananas you pick from the tree are counted by? Shai shook his head. Not too sure about that. It's not like I grow bananas. Yellow base. Buy the bundle? Bundle? That's a big word. How big is a bundle? Yellow base pointed into the distance. See the banana tree, with one blue bag hanging from it? Shay looked down the road, nodded. Yellow base continued. That bag is a bundle. What? Shai and Huku were taken aback. That surprised expression didn't disappoint Yellow base and the others. You'll need a total of 20 bundles of bananas to get the called chicken, back to the pot, and plucked apples that you're going to eat in exchange. Shai blinked, standing up with a wimpy look on his face. Mr. Huang, I suddenly feel that it doesn't matter if I eat the return pork or not. Huko nodded in agreement. Yeah. And isn't it a bit too expensive to trade 20 bundles of bananas for such a simple dish as plucked apples? Also, what the heck is a screaming chicken? We didn't order that dish. Shai. Yeah, the scallop chicken isn't ours. Is there someone else coming? Is it some boy band? Or that kind of big group of 20 people? Zhou Wenping was happy. This Shai's skill of stealing and slipping is really first class. The other wave of guests hadn't arrived yet, so I was looking forward to 20 people coming straight away. Brother Shai, if so many people could really come, wouldn't that exhaust Mr. Huang and Zhou Wenping to death? Papa laughed. Zhou Wenping waved his hand. That won't happen, really, if so many people come, to simple. Straight to a pot of stew, and at mealtime, a bowl of vegetables and a bun for each person, squatting on the floor. What Zhou Wenping said is so graphic. Yellow base and the others laughed. Zhou, that's a good idea. A big pot of rice, another 50 people. I can make it for you. It was only then that Shai realized Zhou Wenping. It was completely different from the ferociousness that he had felt when he had taken the axe and put it on his neck a moment ago. Now Zhou Wenping, just like a lively and cheerful sunny boy. Totally different. Who is this kid? Huang Base hurriedly complimented as soon as he heard it. You're not even sure about him, huh? It seems you're too misinformed. His name is Zhou Wenping, you can call him Xiao Zhou, an artist under Yang Mi's banner. His performance in the last installment of Aspire was outstanding. Don't look at him, he's not the kind of vase that can't do anything. People can play the piano, sing, do comedy, and they can cook. The cooking skills are not below mine. Oh? After hearing Huang Base's compliments, Sha Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. With what he knows, there are not many people in the entertainment industry who can get this kind of compliment from Huang Base. It seems that this teenager is really powerful. It's more than that. Hatba listened to Huang Base, praising Zhou Wenping so much. He was overjoyed himself and was happier than if someone else had complimented him. She didn't know why she thought that. However, listening to the yellow base did not finish the merits of Zhou Wenping and added a sentence. Zhou Wenping's acting skills are also very good, and he just became the male lead in a drama 2 days ago, and still it was directed by director Gao Tianhua. Huang Base and He Jiong also froze. According to their understanding, Zhou Wenping had just entered the entertainment industry. Being at the starting line of his career, he took on a #1 male role so soon. And it's still Gautier's. Huang Base and He Jiong, all of them were in the entertainment industry and had been immersed in it for a long time. It was impossible that he hadn't heard of Gao Tianhua's great name. National-level TV drama director. Almost every drama can be on the platform of CCTV. The selections are all and their rigor. To be able to be selected by such a director to act in the male lead, one must rely on strength. Sha Yi and Hu Ku looked at each other as well. Both of them had once been brushed off by Gao Tianhua during an audition, so they knew how harsh Gao Tianhua was when it came to choosing actors. Zhou, this kind of good thing, why didn't you say so in advance? Yellow Base said with a slight reproach. He really likes this Zhou Wenping kid. It's like an old father who is happy to see him succeed himself. Hey, what's the point of such a thing? It just started 2 days ago, and my part hasn't started at all. Huang Base, no matter what, this is a very high starting point, you have to grasp it. If you do well in this play, there's a chance you'll soar. Just then, the sound of another suitcase being pulled on the flower path outside the mushroom house. The place was open and quiet, so the sound was clearly heard. Watching a glimpse of a silhouette walking in the distance, Yellow Base grinned. Yo, looks like the guy who ordered the scalloped chicken is here. Sandy yicked towards the flower path. Stand on tiptoe and look out. He was curious as to what kind of god would order such a dish as called chicken. But being so far away, I could only make out the beautiful woman, with her shapely figure and flirty walk, but couldn't see what it looked like. Yellow Base fumbled with the kitchen knife that lay at his side. Let's go. Cop out and take over. Chapter 75 Fairy Sister, Lu Tianxian arrives at the mushroom house. Seeing this, Sha Yi also came to be interested. Just now it was all about others robbing me. Now I'm going to follow suit and rob others. Kuko, come on. Let's follow suit and have some fun. With that, they both ran into the kitchen and grabbed the spatulas and spoons inside. Minions, move out. See, the door to the room opened. A group of 6 people, armed with weapons and with background music playing, went out with great vigor. Originally, a few people intended to flirt with the newly arrived guest as well. But wait until you see the face on the other side. Everyone was taken aback. That's a real beauty. Fairy sister Lu Tianxian. The pop-ups exploded. Holy, it's actually Lu Tianxian. She's really too immortal as Wang Yuyan in Dragon 8. I didn't expect to see Lu Tianxian in a mushroom house. This is my dream girl. Get up in front. Lu Tianxian is mine. Lu Tianxian, who was originally walking along the flower path, leisurely was enjoying very comfortably the unique scenery. Who knows? In the mushroom house, 6 menacing men will jump out. She was so scared that she almost ran away. The 6 people, Zhou Wenping, were also taken aback when they saw Lu Tianxian. Everyone loves beauty. Seeing such a beautiful woman, who could bear to go over and threaten? Hurry up and drop the weapon in your hand. He Jiong and Lu Tianxian had also met several times and were considered to be quite familiar. Hurry up and ease the awkwardness. Yiffy, are you shocked? Lu Tianxian breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. This is our mushroom house. A special welcome. Xiao Zhou, quickly help Fairy Sister with her luggage. Zhou Wenping answered and hurried over. I have to admit, Lu Tianxian looks really pretty, that temperament, that body, simply impeccable. The key is that the speech is warbling and gentle, and it's soothing to the ear, based on what he learned. In this world, there is no such TV series as Immortal Sword and Sorcery. The reason why Lu Tianxian is known as the Divine Sister, it's because she appeared in Master Jin's 8 Parts of the Dragon, where she played Wang Yuan, because Duan Yu often called Wang Yuyan the fairy sister. So this name, brought into reality, became Lu Tianxian's unique nickname. As for Lu Tianxian, he looked at Zhou Wenping, who was walking towards him. The eyes couldn't help but light up. This handsome guy is pretty classy. All people love beauty. Boys like beautiful women, girls like handsome men. I had thought that the mushroom house was full of greasy middle-aged men like Mr. Huang, or an androgynous pseudo-maiden like a Kun. I didn't realize that there was another big handsome guy with, well, such an aura. It looks like this trip to the mushroom house won't be too boring. Zhou Wenping walked over to Lu Tianxian. Give me the suitcase. Thanks. The two were handing over their suitcases. Hands touched unintentionally. I must admit, Lu Tianxian's hands are so soft. Pulled the suitcase and went back to the mushroom house. Hotba took Lu Tianxian and Hukou, went to the girls' side and put their things away. After coming out, Yellow Base inquired. Yiffy, did you order the screaming chicken? It's really hard to believe. A beautiful woman like Lu Tianxian would order such a dish. Lu Tianxian nodded. Yeah, I was filming Tianlong Bodies is after the crew provided me with the barking chicken. But it was a prop made of plastic. The book describes the callow chicken as very tasty, but I've never had a chance to try it. No, I heard that Mr. Huang, you are very good at cooking, so I thought about eating it once, if it's really as good as what's written in the book. Yellow Base waved his hands in a row when he heard that. Awkwardly, he smiled. This time you're really lifting me up. To be honest, the dish of screaming chicken, I've heard of it, but I really haven't done it yet, and I don't dare to give you a guarantee on the taste. Hearing this, Lu Tianxian was a little disappointed. Seeing this expression, Yellow Base was a bit intolerant. Don't be disappointed. Even though I can't do it, someone else can. Who? Yellow Base pointed at Zhou Wenping. That's the young man who just helped you pull your suitcase. Him. Looking at this handsome man of his own age, he couldn't help but be skeptical. Because Zhou Wenping looks too white. That skin was smooth and creamy, and looked better than it had in a long time. A guy like that can cook? A gentleman is also far from the kitchen. This sentence describes a handsome man like Zhou Wenping, right? Looking at Lu Tianxian's face of distrust. Huang Base laughed. Xiaozhou's cooking skills are very powerful. Definitely not below me. I believe he can take the called chicken and make it very delicious. Lu Tianxian nodded. But the heart still doesn't believe it. It's okay. Big deal, eat something else. I've heard that everyone who comes to the mushroom house has to work. So give me a job. He Zhong looked at Lu Tianxian, with her thin arms and legs. That skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it could come out with a pinch. It was too much to bear, but he opened his mouth anyway. Today's task is simple. Carry 20 bundles of bananas. Lu Tianxian was unsurprisingly wide-eyed, then lowered his eyebrows and thought for a moment. Yeah, I've never, ever done farm work before. It's just the right time to experience the hard work of the farmer's uncle. Zhou Wenping raised an eyebrow. This reaction from Lu Tianxian was unexpected. He also thought that Lu Tianxian, this kind of raised-in-a-cage canary, will pout about not being able to do heavy lifting. Look at the way she's rolling up her sleeves. The truth is as if she's ready for a big fight. Probably because of curiosity. After all, I've never done farm work in my life, and it's nice to have this opportunity to experience it. Then, Mr. Huang, you and Wenping can cook. I'll lead them and go to work first. So, He Zhong took Hotba, Mr. and Mrs. Shai, and Lu Tianxian, and went to the banana plantation together. And Zhou Wenping and Huang Base began to get their hands on the ingredients. Half an hour later, Zhou Wenping marinated the whole chicken, covered it with plastic wrap and put it in the refrigerator, and then helped the Yellow Base dealt with some need-to-see-the water ingredients. The rest of those Yellow Base can handle. Standing up, he looked in the direction of the banana plantation. So half an hour and only 4 bundles were brought back. He Zhong and Shai worked in teams of 2 and got 3 bundles. And Hotba and Lu Tianxian, 2 beautiful women, took half a day's effort to get a bundle. The further back you go, the more tired you'll get. According to their work speed, I'm afraid that they may not be able to finish in 3 hours. Mr. Huang, I'll help carry the bananas. Yellow Base looked at the ingredients that had been pretty much processed. Nod. Go for it. If we can do it in an hour, we might be able to catch a very interesting event. Zhou Wenping raised his eyebrows slightly. What event? How come I don't know? Yellow Base intentionally sold out. After the job, you'll see. Chapter 76. A woman who can be pampered has a good life. Just as Zhou Wenping wanted to continue to pursue the question, Reba and Lu Tianxian, carrying, one after the other, a bundle of bananas walked in. After putting down the banana, I was already a little out of breath. How does it feel? Zhou Wenping handed each of them a glass of lemonade. Hataru took it and gently munched on it a few times. This is so hard. Not only do you have to carry it, but crucially, you have to walk such a long way. Lu Tianxian didn't answer, while sipping the lemonade delicately. Is it because you're too tired? How it felt, this lemonade was so much better than what she usually drank, so much better. Never had this, a life of doing hard labor. First time trying it and it's not bad. Zhou Wenping looked at the yard, the 5 bundles of bananas placed there. Think again about the activity that Yellow Base is talking about. Come on. I'll carry bananas with you. Hapa took one listen. The eyes suddenly brightened. Really, that's great. She took Lu Tianxian's hand. Ife, you know, Zhou Wenping's strength can be big. With him we can definitely quickly finish the task of moving bananas. She and Lu Tianxian, both actresses. The circle is that big and it's a top tier of actors, so a few more chats and they become friends. Lu Tianxian had gained a measure of Zhou Wenping, despite looking handsome and in good shape, but thinner. Totally a typical cream puff. I'm afraid that rubbing the skin would require an emergency room visit to the hospital. I'm afraid 2 or 3 bundles of bananas would be enough to tire you out. Zhou Wenping noticed, though, that Lu Tianxian was sizing himself up. But he can't look back into the past. A girl looking at a boy is called ogling, and a boy looking at a girl is called perverting. Yes, the world is so unfair. Let's go, Mr. Huang said. After carrying the bananas early, there's a fun program waiting for us. When Hotba heard this, her playful nature showed and she rushed to the kitchen. Mr. Huang, what's the program? Yellow Base smiled. I'll keep it a secret for a while and tell you when you're done with it. If you're too slow carrying bananas, this show might be over, so you guys have to go for it. It looks like Yellow Base isn't going to talk. Then there's only work to be done quickly. In the mushroom house it is that labor is the most glorious, and you are not entitled to enjoy it until you have done the work. Hurry up and go. Hapa prodded Zhou Wenping. Lu Tianxian was also interested in the program that would appear next. Didn't she come to the mushroom house taping to relax and have fun? How can you miss out on a fun program when you have one? Hold on. I'll get something ready. After saying that, Zhou Wenping walked quickly into the mushroom house. Changed clothes first. He was wearing casual clothes, not very suitable for farm work. Change into a short-sleeved black t-shirt. Then went back to the tool room and got a bamboo basket and 2 pieces of rope. Let's go. Looking out at Zhou Wenping, Hotba was looking straight. Lu Tianxian was even more surprised. I can't imagine that this handsome guy has deep pockets. Looked well skinny in his jacket. After changing into this black, slightly tight outfit, the muscles instantly came out. This is, as the internet often says, dress thin and take off your clothes, right? Hot Barb isn't the first time I've seen it, but every time I do, it's still as drool-worthy as ever. Yes, she had secretly gulped twice. Zhou Wenping ignored the 2 beauties and walked towards the banana plantation. The 2 Hoppas followed behind. Zhou Wenping's stature as he sizes up. Lu Tianxian couldn't help but sigh. This man's muscle lines, so good-looking, better looking than those who spend all day soaking in the gym. The guys at the gym all look too muscular and not at all aesthetically pleasing. Not so with Zhou Wenping's. The muscles were very well proportioned, not bulky but powerful. By following closely behind Zhou Wenping, Lu Tianxian felt, like never before, a sense of security. It was a feeling that had never been felt before when in contact with other people. Come to the banana grove. Hejiong and Sha Yi had sat paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air. Hyuko didn't carry the bananas. Her task was to take the bundles of bananas and saw them off the trees with a saw. Relatively easy, but a physical job. Seeing Zhou Wenping carrying a bamboo basket, he came over. It was as if he saw help. Honestly, 2 guys plus 3 girls doing this job is really exhausting. Although most of the time, men and women work together. It's also a matter of what kind of work you have to do. Zhou, it's good that you're here. See these 3 bundles of bananas on the ground? Carry them back to the mushroom house yourself. We'll take a break. Shai half joked. In his opinion, Zhou Wenping has been helping Huang Base cook, and he does the lightest work. That's not good. We have to make this young man suffer, too. Sure, I'll take all 3 bundles. You guys, from the tree, saw some more down, and I'll come over and get them later, Zhou Wenping said as he put down the bamboo basket behind him. Then take the string and tie the ends of the bundle of bananas. After tying one bundle, he went to tie another. Looking at Zhou Wenping's fussiness, Shai thought that he was making a show of it. Run over there in a hurry. Come, brother, help you tie it. What, are you going to take all 3 bundles together? Or what? Shai was happy in his heart. Kid, is it look? Hatba and Lu Tianxian, 2 women are here, so they plan to show off. I can understand, but people should do what they can. Look at Mr. He and I. We've made 3 bundles, and now we're too tired to walk. If you get 3 bundles by yourself, believe it or not, you won't be able to walk 3 steps out? Zhou Wenping smiled without saying anything. Pick up and put the bundle of bananas into the bamboo basket. Look at this, it's going to be for real. Shai had a funny look on his face, waiting for a joke. He walked over to He Zhong. Mr. He, I'll make a bet with you. What's the bet? If Xiao Zhou can carry these 3 bundles of bananas back to the mushroom house, I'll take care of all the chores today. Chopping wood, burning fires, and washing dishes. He Zhong laughed. Originally, you wrapped up those jobs, promised when the knife was on your neck. That was forced, not willingly, and it can't count. He Zhong nodded. Well, if Xiao Zhou cannot carry back all the work, Hotbar all package. Hotba, who was sitting next to her, was confused in her little face. What's going on? What do I care? It's true that people sit on the ground and pots come from the sky. She stood up and pouted at Zhou Wenping. Senior brother, senior sister's little body can't carry that much work, so you have to cheer up. Zhou Wenping laughed. Say something nice or I won't be able to carry it. Reba rushed over and grabbed Zhou Wenping's arm, shaking and pouting at the same time. Good senior brother, please, boing boing. If you don't help me, senior sister will be very sad. Boing boing. Those big flickering eyes made Zhou Wenping feel compassionate, as if refusing would be a heavenly thing to do. It's true that a woman who can pamper herself has the best life. Mr. Shah, Zhou Wenping shouted. This period's chores are all yours. Chapter 77, The Water Splashing Festival of the Dai New Year. Zhou Wenping said while carrying the bamboo basket on his shoulder. Then the 2 bundles of bananas on either side of his body, tied with rope, were picked up. 3 bundles of bananas, just as easily he picked them up. Zhou Wenping estimated it. A bundle of bananas, maybe 30 pounds. 3 bundles are almost 100 pounds or so. For Zhou Wenping, who has a super strong physique, that weight is nothing. See this scene. Shai, Huku, and Lu Tianxian were so shocked that their mouths were open. Ho Zhang and Hotba, though, have been through it. The first installment of the back pineapple baptism was somewhat prepared in mind. But still, I couldn't help but be surprised. We're still 12 bundles short, so you guys go ahead and saw it down from the tree. I'll be right back. Having said that, Zhou Wenping took 3 bundles of bananas with him, as if he were walking on the ground, and walked robustly. Look at the way he walks, as if those bananas weigh nothing. 30 pounds of bananas is not heavy. 2 people lifting, the equivalent of 15 pounds each. Looking at these imitations alone, it's pretty lightweight. The problem is that it's almost 500 meters from the banana plantation to the mushroom house. And the roads are potholed and not very walkable. This one is a bit more physically taxing in terms of stamina. Looking at Zhou Wenping's distant back, Hotba laughed and patted Shai on the shoulder. Mr. Shah, I'm counting on you to do the chores for this issue. Seeing your husband suffer. Huku had a look on his face as he watched the show. I'll let you get away with it, huh? Shai smiled awkwardly. Xiao Zhou, this young man is good. 1 person does the work of 6. They deliver a bundle of bananas and it takes 2 men to carry it there. But it's a job for 6 people. Looking at Zhou Wenping's distant figure, Lu Tianxian's gaze could not help but turn hot. Having lifted bananas twice, she knows the hard work of this from experience. However, Zhou Wenping, 1 person to carry 3 bundles are like walking on the ground. That's the kind of person you'd expect to find in a man of his caliber. Isn't it? Perhaps he's different from the fresh meat I remember? The camera also follows Zhou Wenping back. Zhou Wenping in the camera, The rhythm of walking has not changed at all. These 100 pounds of bananas are nothing to him. The pop-ups were buzzing. That's awesome. One man doing the work of 6. Look at Ping's muscular lines. How did that work out? It's very powerful. I feel like I must feel very secure with Ping together. I declare, from now on, this is my husband. Get lost, what your husband. Come to the rooftop duel. Gimme, gimme, gimme. I'm licking the screen. I don't have time to talk to you guys. Looking at Zhou Wenping, a person carrying 3 bundles of bananas back, Yellow Base also ate a surprise. As seen before, He Jiong and Sha Yi, 2 people lifting a bundle of bananas, were already exhausted. As you can see, this is not an easy job. Didn't realize. Zhou Wenping, alone, transported 3 bundles. Zhou, are you tired? Want to take a break? Zhou Wenping took the banana on his body and put it in the designated place. As he untied the rope, he answered, not tired. 12 more bundles and I'm done. When he spoke in a neutral tone, not sounding tired at all. With the full cooperation of He Jiong's 5 men, 3 bundles were just sawed down. Zhou Wenping, on the other hand, had already taken the bamboo basket and rope and returned. Look at the way he doesn't blush or gasp. In his mind, Shai gave a thumbs up. This kid, it's awesome. But he's typical, heartfelt, and unconvincing. The mouth doesn't admit defeat. Zhou, I'm telling you, it's also brother to middle age. If I were 10 years younger, I could carry 5 bundles by myself. Zhou Wenping pointed to the cows in the distance, acting pathetic. Teacher Sha, in our mushroom house, there's only 1 cow left in Susu. Please let it go. What? The crowd was first baffled for a moment. Why all of a sudden did it involve cows? Then reacted. So this is about Sha Yi, don't brag. Ha ha ha. He Jiong and the others laughed heartily. The viewers of the live stream were also happy. 666. My Ping has struck gold again. Su stated, I'm so scared. Why is the sky so dark? Because Susu is flying in the sky. Why is Susu flying in the sky? Because Mr. Sand blows on the ground. Zhou Wenping shipped another trip. When I came back, I filled 3 more bundles. But He Jiong and the others, they couldn't look away. Human physical strength, in their opinion, is limited after all. Look at the horizontal banana on the ground. He Jiong. Let's also help transport 2 bundles back and rest the remaining 4 bundles before getting them. When Zhou Wenping came back with the empty bamboo basket, Shai and the others nodded in agreement. It is indeed a bit too much to let Zhou Wenping do it all the time. Soon, 5 bundles of bananas were once again returned. Looking at the bananas on the ground, Zhou Wenping thought about it. Why don't we tell you what? Let the 3 girls take a break, and we 3 boys will make another run to bring back the remaining 4 bundles. Xiao Zhou, are you physically capable? You've already transported 9 bundles. Shai asked with concern. He knows how hard it is to carry 30 pounds of bananas for 500 meters. What's more, Zhou Wenping alone takes 100 pounds. All those behaviors that were joked about before were because of the taping of the show and the need for variety. This is variety after all. Zhou Wenping moves his muscles. With my stamina, I should be able to make another trip. Xiao Zhou, true line or false line? You don't want to be tough? He Jiong asked. Don't worry, Mr. Ho. I'm not a cutie. He Jiong thought about it. Well then, Mr. Sha, shall we make another run? Shay nodded. Anyway, 1 more bundle to lift and we'll be done with the physical labor for this issue. The rest is, well, relaxing and enjoyable. Right? Hatba, Yiffy. Zhou Wenping said. You guys go find some dirt. Earth? Why the dirt? Looking at the duo in disbelief. Zhou Wenping smiled at Lu Tianxian. Don't you want to eat the called chicken? It needs to be wrapped in dirt on the outside. Remember, the soil has to be dry or it won't mix well with the mud. After the explanation, they set off again towards the banana plantation. When he came back, Zhou Wenping, by the way, picked 2 banana leaves. The last 4 bundles of bananas were finally delivered. He Jiong and Sha Yi had long been exhausted and paralyzed on the chairs under the gazebo. Mr. He, look, my hands are shaking. Who isn't? I'm telling you, this is the most exhausting job I've done since I recorded my yearning. Look at other people's. Xiao Zhou. 1 person got 12 bundles. This physical strength, really great. Yes, Zhou is such a good boy. Yellow Base came out of the kitchen. So fast, I thought, you guys couldn't get it done in a while? Since we're done with it, Mr. He. Take them and go to the water splashing festival. Chapter 78. The Water Festival Carnival, Uncontrollable Nosebleeds. Water Festival? Upon hearing the name, the crowd came to be interested. Hatba swept away her earlier fatigue. Mr. Huang, the program you're talking about, is the Water Splashing Festival? I've only learned about it in textbooks before, but I never thought I'd be able to experience it for myself. Yellow Base. In the yard of this mushroom house, our directing team has also prepared a lot of props for the Water Splashing Festival. So go and look for them. Treasure hunting? Upon hearing this, all three beauties came to their senses. They do lighter work in carrying bananas, so the physical exertion isn't that great. Watching three beautiful women, excited to go on a treasure hunt. Zhou Wenping shook his head helplessly. It seems that girls, no matter how old they are, whether they are stars or not, are quite playful. While they go on their treasure hunt, I'll simmer up the screechy chicken. Cooking this early? Yellow Base asked. Called chicken is a bit of slow work, so if I start making it now, I don't think I'll have it until dinner. Zhou Wenping said as he wrapped the marinated chicken in a banana leaf. Mix the mud again. Wrap the banana leaves and place them in a hearth and sprinkle them with dry soil. Have enough charcoal on top. Just done. Hatba's excited voice was heard. We found it. Only the three Hatbas, holding several large squirt guns, ran up to them. After seeing the water gun, He Jiong and Sha Yi immediately came to the spirit. Everyone is a child at heart. Guys, let's go. He Jiong bellowed and was about to set off. At this time, Yellow Base suddenly shouted. Ladies, you want to go change first? A word to the wise. Reba, Lu Tianxian, and Hu Ku then reacted. You are wearing such a thin body, if you are drenched in water after. Not. Thank you, Mr. Huang. We'll go change now. Hataru and the others were in a hurry, running towards the bedroom. Swish, swish, swish. Huang Base instantly felt that countless sharp eyes with a murderous aura were looking towards him. The gaze, like a mane, was so uncomfortable. No need to guess. It must have been all the men in the room who resented the Yellow Bases and shouldn't have warned those beautiful women. It would have been a long day of labor for everyone, waiting for this scene at the water festival. The fullness of it. Yellow Base smiled brightly and hurriedly ducked back into the kitchen. Wait for the three girls and change your clothes. Zhou Wenping, He Jiong, Sha Yi, Reba, Lu Tianxian, Hu Ku. A group of 6 men, with huge water guns, set off in force. Yellow Base didn't follow along because he had to handle the food. Today happens to be the new year in the Dai calendar. It is also often referred to as the Water Festival. On this day, people send blessings to each other by splashing water. The place where the mushroom house is located happens to have more Dai people. Thus, the Water Festival has become a very grand festival in this part of the world. In a square, countless people had gathered, all with water guns, water basins, scoops, and anything else that could splash water. Splashing water on each other. It's June, and the weather in the south of the colorful clouds is relatively hot. A basin of water cooled my body. Very comfortable. After Zhou Wenping and others arrived at the square, starry-eyed, they immediately became the center of attention for everyone present, sending their blessings. Countless waves of water were thrown at them. Zhou Wenping and others did not show any weakness, picking up water guns to fight back. The square was like a fountain, with a constant stream of water rushing up to the sky. That's a sea of enthusiasm. To Zhou Wenping's surprise, Lu Tianxian, the girl who usually seemed, well, gentle, taking a water gun and fighting back at the crowd with no weakness at all. She was enjoying it so much that her eyes were smiling in the shape of a crescent moon. Only, beauty, you've changed your clothes though. But these clothes, after getting wet, tightly clung to the body. What had been a looser, more casual garment became a body-hugging corset. That marvelous body was in full view. That's a lot of wet seduction. Then look at Hotspur and Hugo, both of which are pretty much the same. If you wear anything thinner, you'll definitely get naked. These three beauties, oblivious to their current situation, totally immersed in the joy of the water festival. The surrounding cameraman, seeing this scene, immediately came to life. The internet popped up and completely exploded. I can't. I'm going to get a nosebleed. Gosh. I was a little sleepy and now I'm in great spirits. That cameraman. Give me the camera. Focus on the three beauties. You guys talk. I'm going to the restroom. Zhou Wenping. Accept my blessing. Hatba picked up the water gun and nourished water directly at this Zhou Wenping. Looking at Zhou Wenping's soupy appearance, Hapa was so smug, as if avenging some hatred. What a relief. Zhou Wenping is looking to counterpunch. Right about this time, a sprinkler shines to the tune of Dreamland. Such a behemoth with a tank in the back, filled with water. The water tanks are mounted with shuttered and customized squirt guns. Zhou Wenping, who saw this scene, a wicked grin on his face. Hapa, wait for me. Next, in Hotba's puzzled gaze, Zhou Wenping ran to the sprinkler. There's a rule about this water wheel. Whoever is the first to climb onto the water tank and grab the high-pressure water gun. Whoever is qualified uses the sprinklers to bless the congregation. How can this kind of thing be difficult for Zhou Wenping, who possesses the national art LV99? Running next to the water wheel. In 3 or 2 tries, he climbed on top of the water tank. Grabbed the high-pressure squirt gun on top. Seeing this scene, Hotba was blinded. She looked at the high-pressure squirt gun on the water tank. And look, again, at the plastic squirt gun in your hand. Compare them with each other. They're anti-aircraft guns. Not really. People just send you their blessings with a water gun. I can't believe you're gonna take, like, anti-aircraft guns on me. See the wonderful look on Hotba's face. Zhou Wenping was happy in his heart. Small sample. Let's show you who's good. Twisting his head, he looked at the staff member standing beside him. He was one of the people in charge of the water truck, as well as the person who got the right to use the high-pressure water gun, how to use it. This high-pressure water gun, it won't hurt anyone, will it? As far as he knows, there are high-pressure water guns that have a recoil that 2 adults can't even grip. The water that is sprayed out is even more deadly. Playfulness is playfulness. It's not good to hurt people. This point of calm Zhou Wenping still have. The staff replied, don't worry, this high-pressure water gun, which is special for the water splashing festival, sprays out a shower type of water that is not lethal. It's the same type as those high-pressure water guns that are used to create rain scenes when making movies. After you understand that, Zhou Wenping shouted, gentlemen, receive my blessing. The voice he shouted with his dantian was like a flood bell, resounding in everyone's head. Everyone in the square looked to the water wheel here. For a while, Zhou Wenping became the center of everyone's attention. 3, 2, 1. Happy Water Festival. With a voice, high-pressure water cannons sprayed water that poured out into the plaza like a big rainstorm. Minorities are all capable of singing and dancing. The square is filled with people, singing and dancing at this baptism. Enter the climax of the Water Festival revelry. Chapter 79. The way you guys play so wild? The Water Festival, in a burst of revelry, came to a close. The 6 of them, drenched as if they were drenched, made their way back to the house. Ha. Today is the most fun I've ever had. Lu Tianxian was happily dancing as she walked. She was raised to be a canary. Everyone around her spoiled her, while her tutors, at the same time, told her to be graceful and dignified. In fact, she did exactly what was asked of her. But human beings are not grass and trees. They will have a lot of emotions and a lot of nature. The usual Lu Tianxian made her demeanor, for the sake of her image, elegant and generous. But in her heart, she also wished to indulge as she was doing now. She finally got what she wanted for today's water festival. The smile on her face when she got what she wanted was even more beautiful. Plus, drenched hair, tied in curls, gently attached to her forehead. Add a little more flavor. Watching Zhou Wenping is pleasing to the eye. Sister Goddess, it's true to her name.
Zhou Wenping.
Have you seen enough? The inner alarms immediately went off at the sight of this scene at Thermopylae. Only after hearing the voice did Lu Tianxian realize that Zhou Wenping was looking at himself. The fair and pretty face could not help but blush slightly. Zhou Wenping grinned. I can't really blame myself for this. I only blame Lu Tianxian for being really charming. Having practiced dance, she was very able to have a nice body shape with slender legs and a slim figure. Everyone loves beauty. Zhou Wenping is not a eunuch. Cannot help but look at 2 more eyes, very normal. Realize, though, that this is live, so still watch your image. He coughed lightly. Actually, I'm looking at Lu Tianxian, mainly because I'm thinking about one more thing. What is it? Hataru wondered if it wasn't because of the beauty that she was looking at Lu Tianxian. Zhou Wenping laughed. It's fortunate that you're the resident guest of the Mushroom House. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your position as the head of the Mushroom House. Ha. He Jiong laughed happily. Lu Tianxian blinked. Some don't quite understand. Head honcho? What headliner? Zhou Wenping laughed. During the first phase, Mr. Huang thought of changing the mushroom house into a Yihong Yuan. Because of the daily ushering in and out, it's very much like a clubhouse. At that time, Mr. Huang will be the tortoise, Mr. He will be the pimp, and I will be the handyman. Jiba, well, she'll be our head honcho. Psst. Hear this. Lu Tianxian couldn't help but laugh. This smile was as refreshing as the spring breeze in March. Let's give this headliner to Hotba. I won't fight for it. Sha Yi came to life. It's good to change the name to Yihong Yuan. Now we won't need to advertise and many people will come. Zhou Wenping smiled slightly. It seems like Mr. Sha usually doesn't go to the clubhouse much. That's when. Sha Yi's words were just in mid-sentence when he suddenly realized that Huku was around. Hurry up and break sharply. The desire to win is instantaneous. The brain begins to octocore. That's when, of course it's impossible. How could I possibly go to a place like that? When he finished speaking, he looked fiercely at Zhou Wenping. You kid, actually digging a hole for me. And Huku, who was beside him, changed his face instantly. Looks like we'll have to buy a durian and have a heart-to-heart talk with him after the taping. Back to the mushroom house. Yellow Base seized the wet crowd, hurriedly serving the ginger soup that had just been boiled, giving each of them a bowl.
Care word.
Have some ginger soup to keep the cold away. Careful you don't catch a cold. Go take a hot bath and change into dry clothes. The people said thank you and each held a bowl of ginger soup, drinking it slowly. Bathing this kind of thing Zhou Wenping surely to let a few girls and they go to wash first. Your own body is strong and you're fine without washing. At this point, Zhou Wenping saw that the bamboo basket placed under the eaves. That basket looks familiar. Could it be? Zhou Wenping walked over and opened the top cover. Sure enough, inside was placed the wild mountain dates he had picked during the first period. I wanted to wash it for everyone at the time. Thanks to a Kun's gag. Make a bunch of things mean busy work and forget about it. Wild dates are better able to be stored. Not to mention it's only been in for a week and looks pretty fresh. Suddenly something occurred to him. Twisting his head, he laughed. Hotba. Let's both go wash the dates. Pest, pest, pest. Hearing such thunderous words, the few people who were drinking the ginger soup, all in unison, sprayed the ginger soup in their mouths. Out. In a split second, several rainbows seemed to appear in the yard of the mushroom house. What the hell? Zhou Wenping is going to take a bath with Hotba? Did we hear right? Yellow Base, Hejiong, and Hataru, the three quickly noticed. The bamboo basket next to Zhou Wenping. Plus, the wilting smile on Zhou Wenping's face. What happened in the first issue of Link? Yellow Base looked down at his injured left hand. It was immediately clear what was going on. How can you pass up such a great opportunity to create a variety effect? Huang Base said with a serious expression. Hotba, you and Zhou go wash together. Ho Zhang also said. Yeah, washing together helps each other. Hear these words. Sha Yi and the others stared wide-eyed. Do the mushroom house people play the road so wild? It's a live broadcast. How many people are watching? That's a lot of nerve. The most important thing is that Huang Bui and He Jiong actually agreed. Lu Tianxian, in his mind, floated some indescribable images. The fair and pretty face could not help but blush. Reba pretended to be shy. It was too easy for her with her years of acting career. Okay then. What? Sha Yi and the others were completely dumbfounded. Hotba actually said yes. The netizens in the live room got even higher. What's going on now? Is Ping actually going to take a shower with Hataru? Together? I must have misheard you. This must not be true. Ha ha ha, the first few of you didn't watch the first installment, did you? After the first installment airs tomorrow, you'll know the stunt. Mr. Huang and the others actually cooperated. They really all have a huge bad conscience. Look at the looks on the faces of a few of the guests. I bet they're already thinking the wrong way. In the eyes of Lu Tianxian and the others who were surprised, Hotba walks towards Zhou Wenping. She then turned to look at Lu Tianxian. Yifei, the three of us. Let's go wash together. Nanny? Lu Tianxian was confused. Brain buzzing. Why do you think of me for something like this? It is said that we share the same blessings and difficulties. Is it a blessing or a hardship for three people to go to the shower together? Lu Tianxian secretly glanced at Zhou Wenping. Although in every way it is quite compatible with their own choice of spouse. But this is a show. So many staff members on site, and so many viewers in the live room. Lu Tianxian's face was getting redder and redder, as if it was a ripe apple. Seeing Lu Tianxian's reaction, the crowd in the mushroom house were very satisfied. Isn't that what guests are for? Ataru winked at Zhou Wenping. It's like saying, how about this drama I added? Zhou Wenping nodded slightly. Very good. Mr. Shah, you can go wash together too. It's faster to wash with more people. Chapter 80. I can't eat more. I need to lose weight. It's so fragrant. Shai's eyes widened. A slight gulp. Xiao Zhou, you're still good. This kind of thing can still think of Ms. Shah. Ahem. Next to him, who coughed lightly twice. Sha Yi's sweaty hairs stood on end. Immediately and righteously refused. Mr. Shah's health isn't too good and can't withstand the tossing and turning, so he won't be joining you. Despite the best efforts to hide it, there was still immense disappointment inside. At the same time also very envious, Xiaozhou, these young people play can be really wild. Zhou Wenping shook his head and sighed. Then there's nothing to do, I won't take you. He then winked at Hotba. Hotba would understand. Bouncing over to Lu Tianxian, he crossed one of her arms. Sister Ife, let's go. The three of us will go and wash the dates together, cleanly. Lu Tianxian was still in a state of blindfoldedness and didn't come out at all. Seeing Hotba pulling herself together, she headed toward Zhou Wenping. She was extremely mixed up inside and more shy at the same time. I don't. Was about to say I don't really want to go. At this point, she saw the bamboo basket in Zhou Wenping's hand. There are countless dates in the bamboo basket. Almost instantly understood. A shriek. When you say bath, is this it? Zhou Wenping and Hotba, pretending to take it for granted. In unison, yeah, or what do you think? After hearing this, Lu Tianxian covered her cheeks with both hands. The coaxing cheeks rolled. What a shame. I of course, thought I was going to wash dates too. To hide his embarrassment, Lu Tianxian deliberately used pataphonic sounds. And Sha Yi, after seeing the wild mountain dates in Zhou Wenping's hand, as well as He Jiong and the others, stifling their laughter. It was instantly clear what was going on. With a trembling hand, he pointed at the people in the mushroom house. Deliberate rebuke. You guys, you've gone too far. How can you deceive our pure hearts? Yellow Base was happy. When did we cheat? All we've been talking about is washing dates. What did you hear? Sha Yi was momentarily speechless. Definitely can't answer to hearing it as a bath. What about all the people watching the broadcast? It's bad for your image. I thought it was washing dates too. Then bounced and ran to Zhou Wenping. Xiao Zhou. The four of us will wash the dates. Zhou Wenping tossed his head. Don't, you clearly refused just now. I'm going to wash with two beautiful women. As for Mr. Shah, you can help split the firewood. You'll need it for cooking later. By the time the group had showered and changed clothes, it was already dusk. Huang Base had already prepared the meal and brought it up in order. Zhou Wenping walked over to the stove, skimmed the callow chicken out of it. A huge ball of clay. Is this the screaming chicken? Lu Tianxian curiously walked over. She was standing close to Zhou Wenping's flavor. Since I just took a shower. Zhou Wenping could smell it. The aroma of Lu Tianxian's shampoo. Refreshing and very charming. Lu Tianxian gently ruffled her hair and looked at the clay donut. Zhou Wenping collected his mind. Wrapped up in this is the screaming chicken you've been longing for, said Zhou Wenping, gently exerting force. The mud ball on the ground a bump. Cracks appeared instantly in the coat made of clay. The aroma, immediately from the crack, overflowed. That smells good. Lu Tianxian, who had been busy all day, was exactly hungry at the moment. At the smell of this, the mouth watered. Zhou Wenping smiled without saying anything. A slight amount of pressure will clear all the clods, leaving only the inside, embracing the callow chicken wrapped in banana leaves. Put it on a plate and bring it to the table. Wow! Here comes the hard food. Reba served a bowl of rice and put it in front of Lu Tianxian. Lu Tianxian hurriedly refused. Thank you, but I'm on a diet right now and have to control what I eat. With that, she took an empty bowl and served herself a small half bowl of rice. Seeing this scene was something that everyone here was used to. The entertainment industry is full of fiends who control their diets in order to stay in shape. In some cases, there is even an exact number of grains of rice per meal. One more grain of rice and you can be brokered and trained to be a grandson. Since others are trying to lose weight, naturally they won't say anything more. Zhou Wenping untied. the lemongrass wrapped around the outside of the banana leaf. The callow chicken immediately revealed itself, facing the aromatic callow chicken. Originally intended to lose weight and control her diet, Lu Tianxian. I thought to myself, I'll just have a piece to taste the flavor and give someone else a face. Pick up a piece and put it in your mouth. Aha! Is this the chicken that's calling the shots? It's so good. It turns out that the Beggars Club back then ate such delicious food. A piece of chicken went down and looked at the small bowl of rice. Looking at Lu Tianxian, slightly gagging, wanting to eat but wanting to lose weight. Zhou Wenping was happy. It's fine, eat. As the saying goes, one bite won't make you fat. It won't be a problem to have a meal once in a while. Smell the screaming chicken. Lu Tianxian, who was determined to lose weight, was a little shaken inside. I'll have another small piece then. Eat it and stop eating it. So chuck up another piece. It's so fragrant. Then, with her eyes extremely torn again, she looked over at the callow chicken. How do you rate someone as a good cook? He cooks a meal that even diet freaks can't resist. Looking at Lu Tianxian, wanting to eat but afraid of gaining weight. Zhou Wenping persuaded again. It's not like you eat every day, you've been on a diet for so long. It's okay to treat yourself once in a while. Besides, how can you lose weight if you don't eat a full stomach? Originally, Lu Tianxian's resolve was shaky. Zhou Wenping was so persuasive. Lu Tianxian finally made her decision. I'm afraid that once you miss out on such delicious food, you won't be able to eat it again. Just this one meal, indulgence. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to continue my weight loss journey to the end. After thinking about this, Lu Tianxian was no longer in control. This called chicken is made really appetizing. Piece after piece of meat, she annihilated. Not only that, the small half of the bowl of rice was also eaten. Subsequently, it became a little more for myself. Seeing this scene, Yellow Base and the others smiled without saying anything. Zhou's cooking is amazing, so quickly crushed Lu Tianxian's determination to lose weight. Sure enough, no one can escape the law of true fragrance. Half an hour later, there was a scream from the gazebo where the mushroom house was dining. Geez, I can't believe I ate a bowl and a half of rice. Hiccup. And ate half a chicken. Burp. I'm going crazy. Hiccup. Lu Tianxian under the gazebo. While kicking himself, he burped, touching the slightly bulging belly. Lu Tianxian's mood was extremely complicated. It's all your fault. She pouted and looked like Zhou Wenping. Why do you make the food so good? Zhou Wenping smiled and scratched his head. I don't know what to say to that. Lu Tianxian looked outside the gazebo. Although it was a dark night, the moonlight was as gorgeous as it was, and you could still see the scenery outside. She said to Zhou Wenping, "It's all your responsibility. Tomorrow morning, you're going to come with me and go for a run." 10 shifts delivered. 5 guaranteed shifts tomorrow. Chapter 81. This husband of mine is hopeless. The day's taping was sort of over after 10 p.m. Hapa was lying in the girl's bedroom, playing with her cell phone. Though when recording the show, cell phones are not allowed. But now, basically, it's about to rest. It's a little freer. I was flipping through my phone when I suddenly realized something. Hurry up and get up and head towards the house. Gazebo. The crowd was looking up at the thinking sky and chatting. Lu Tianxian decided to sleep later to let the food in her stomach digest as she had eaten too much for dinner today. Although his mouth was blaming Zhou Wenping. But inside, it's kind of fun. The meal was the most fun she'd had in a while. It used to be that when you ate, you needed to be precise about how many calories. Foods that are over calories will never be touched. Controlling your diet to go to dinner is actually very difficult behavior. Appetites just rise and have to be hardened down. Who did you learn to cook from? Lu Tianxian asked Zhou Wenping, who was beside him. Also, the wind's blowing down. Lu Tianxian's green silk ruffled and was even more beautiful against the moonlight. Zhou Wenping smiled slightly. I had nothing to research on my own. I hadn't gotten into the scene at that point, so I learned a little bit of everything. Nighttime tends to be calming to the, mind. Can open the heart. Lu Tianxian smiled sweetly. There aren't many people like you who are good-looking and can cook. Zhou Wenping laughed. Because I'm poor. If I don't learn something, I'll starve to death. Lu Tianxian blinked. Poor? Yeah, you won't believe me when I tell you that I couldn't uncover a pot for 3 days before I was signed by my boss, Mimi Young. That's not an exaggerated statement. It's true. Because at that time, Zhou Wenping had just crossed over. There is no money in the body. Pockets are cleaner than your face. Handed out flyers in the sun for a few days, made some of the money and took the Yokohama. Luckily, Yongmi recognized the hero in her eyes and signed him up as a featured actor. With his excellent performance, Yongmi decided to give him a try. He then came here to Mushroom House to compete with Akon Sutra for the position of resident guest. He's kind of starting from nothing. You're short of money now? Lu Tianxian asked. Zhou Wenping shrugged. Short of money to say the least, just a little short-handed, to be honest. No way. Although signed to Young Honey's banner, all they got was action money. Signed up at Mushroom House, but this hasn't been paid yet. Including the song that was recorded, the funds were not available. It's not that Mango is delinquent, it's just that this requires a process. However, the wine is not afraid of the deep alley, after a while, after the payment of various rewards. Zhou Wenping then instantly became petty. He Jiong laughed. There's no hurry in any of this. The future of you, after all, has an unlimited future. Sha Yi. Yes, as long as it's gold, it will definitely shine. Trust in Mr. Sha's vision, you must be gold. At this point, Hoppa grabbed her cell phone and ran out of the house. When Ping, why are you on the Weibo hot search again? At these words, the people under the gazebo froze. Zhou Wenping was also a bit puzzled. I didn't do anything. Why am I on the hot seat again? Lu Tianxian asked suspiciously. What do you mean again? Have you been on the hot seat many times? Hoppa's eyes dripped. You even don't know? A few days ago, Zhou Wenping was still #1 in the hot search. Lu Tianxian was taken aback. Yeah? I've been too busy filming the last few days to check my cell phone. What did he do? Tang. Zhou Wenping's scalp suddenly tingled with a sense of foreboding. Hoppa smiled wickedly. Extending his right hand, he held it in a circle and shook it gently twice. He's in an airplane, a 10,000-meter D-plane. Pest, pest, pest. He Jiong, Sha Yi, and Hu Ku, who were drinking water, heard this. Immediately sprayed. It was like 3 fountains. Fight, fight. Lu Tianxian's face instantly turned red. She looked at Zhou Wenping with a shy face. I can't believe you have, like, a hobby? It's true that people can't look at each other. Knock. Zhou Wenping felt worthy of the heart and was hit by an arrow. The person who shot the arrow was none other than Dilly Hotspur. Sha Yi stood up, walked over to Zhou Wenping and gave a thumbs up. Xiao Zhou, when I saw you for the first time, I knew that you, kid, would definitely have a future. Zhou Wenping's mouth twitched. So much time had passed that this had slipped his mind. I didn't expect to be pulled out and publicly executed. Mr. Sha, you guys have misunderstood. Ifei, listen to me and I'll explain it to you. Sha Yi patted Zhou Wenping. It's okay, no need to explain, brother, understand, men. There is pressure to release is a very normal thing. You just did what many men want to do, but don't have the courage to do. Zhou Wenping sighed helplessly. Mr. Sha, what were you thinking? I was using my hand, knocking on the window of the airplane. If you don't believe me, go look at that hot search. There's a video in there to prove it. Sha Yi glared. Knockout. He Jiong also stood up. I'll testify for Zhou. I've seen that hot search. It is indeed knocking on the window of the machine. The person who posted the video purposely made it a title party to get attention. I almost couldn't react when Hoppa snapped just now.
Mister provas Italia.
The others, of course, believed that it was a misunderstanding. In fact, thinking on my toes, no one would do such a thing at, well, that high up. Lu Tianxian secretly sighed in relief. His own favorable impression of Zhou Wenping was nearly shattered. Shay looked at Hotba reproachfully. Don't talk nonsense when you're a little girl with nothing to say. Hotarub's big, bright eyes flickered as she looked at Sha Yi. Mr. Sha, I'm right, it's just banging on the airplane. What did you think it was? Shay raised his right hand, mimicking what Hotba just did. Form your hands into a circle and wiggle them from side to side. So what do you mean by that? That's a knockout gesture. Is this a knockout? How is this not a knockout? Hotba said, walking over to one of the pillars of the gazebo. Raising his right hand, he held it in a circle and rocked it from side to side, gently tapping the post. It made a thumping sound. She blinked her big, innocent eyes. Is there a problem? Sha Yi was speechless, not knowing how to react. Hu Ku, on the side, covered his forehead. This husband of mine is hopeless. Zhou Wenping laughed evilly while looking at Sha Yi with an inquisitive expression. Mr. Sha, What did you say earlier about what many men want to do on an airplane, but are afraid to do? Sha-yi was at a loss for words, not knowing how to answer. The expressions can be wonderful. Chapter 82 Two Wicked, Wicked, Wicked Kids. Ha ha ha. You guys, look at Mr. Sha's expression. It's like he ate a fly. Huka's expression is even better. I'm afraid Mr. Sha will go back and not kneel on a durian. I'd forgotten about that, if Hatba hadn't mentioned it. Have you guys noticed? Ever since she met Ping, Goddess Hatba has gradually turned dirty. That's right. I used to love Hatba. And even more so since I found out the goddess turned dirty. Sha-yi immediately realized that, just like that stunt of washing dates, he had been tricked again, pointing at Zhou Wenping and Hatba. Clothes and their indignant expressions. Bad people, two wilting brats, watching Sha-yi being bullied and wanting to cry. Lu Tianxian found it very interesting. It had been a long time since she had been this happy. What's he on the hot seat for this time? He Jiong and the others also looked over curiously. Hatba held her cell phone. I just read a headline. I haven't read the specifics yet. Zhou Wenping's Ordinary Day is officially released. Huh, Wenping, you posted a song? When was that? How come I didn't know? Lu Tianxian was even more surprised. Zhou Wenping, you can still sing? She thought that Zhou Wenping only knew how to cook. Zhou Wenping nodded. A little bit. You should know about Hatba. I went to Xiang province yesterday to record the song and director Zhang said to release it today. Because tomorrow night, Aspiring Life is going to be aired, to build up the momentum in advance. At this point, Yellow Base finished his shower and walked over wearing a loose shirt. What's all the talk about again? So lively. He Jiong replied. Xiao Zhou released a new song today. It's our theme song. It's now on the Weibo hot search. As soon as I heard this, Yellow Base came to be interested. Yo, yeah? Put it on. Hatba nodded. Connect your Bluetooth speaker. Find the song in Penguin Music and click the play button. Mellow music that came out. Then came Zhou Wenping singing softly. Waking up naturally at 7:30 every morning. The wind chimes are ringing another day, the clouds are light. The smell of sun-dried clothes is reassuring. Everything is soft and serene. Every junction flower blooms in the sun. A nice love song came from the front of the little store. It doesn't take long to walk to your destination. People coming and going full of goodwill. The song is calm, without much rise and fall, yet it manages to snap the heart. Although Yellow Base and others in the first installment had already heard it once. But at that time, Zhou Wenping hadn't gained the ability to sing LV99. The songs that came out were only able to be said to be listenable and not harsh on the ears. But the song now seems to be many times better than before. The voice was more lilting, more plaintive. The song is even more compelling. Lu Tianxian, Sha-yi, and Huku are all hearing this song for the first time. Being captivated by the mood that the song conveys, gives it away. Lu Tianxian leaned back on the rattan chair, lightly closing her eyes and quietly listening. Just like the lyrics describe, let the evening breeze caress your cheeks. It's a song that doesn't have the passionate highs of those songs. Instead, there is a stillness. It is as if it has a magic power that allows one to be able to have a state of mind that is like stopping water. What a great song. The song is over. The yard was quiet again for a long time. It was only then that Lu Tianxian slowly opened his mouth, breaking the calm. I just heard Hatba say that the song is called Ordinary Day? Zhou Wenping nodded. Just recorded it yesterday. It's very catchy. I'll download it later. Sha-yi was also impressed. Honestly, the first time I've heard this kind of song, it seems to have a purifying effect on the soul. Huang Base, Xiao Zhou, doing well, posting a song, actually on the hot search. Zhou Wenping also frowned a little. Actually, I'm also a bit strange about this. I'm not famous. How did I get on the hot search? Hotbar looked over the hot search. The rankings aren't very high right now. There are 50 in the Hot 100, and you're in 49th place, second to last. Why is it on the hot seat? Let's see. It seems like yes, the news of the new song was released by the official microblogging site of Xiangxiang. Then, Deng Ziki retweeted it. Zhou Wenping flinched. What a talented woman, just not helping herself to publicize, but actually managed to get herself on the hot search. When you think about it, it's partly luck to be on the hot seat. Hot search records the top news stories that happened today, ranked according to the number of clicks by netizens. Today, nothing special happened. Plus, Zhou Wenping before 10,000 meters high D aircraft is hot, bring the heat, as well as Duncan's retweets which brought the heat, thus making his name appear on the hot list. Hoppa flipped through her cell phone for a moment. Only Duncan retweeted it.
Zhou Wenping.
Reba suddenly yelled, startling Zhou Wenping. What for? You scared me. All that was visible was Hataru's aggravated pout. Am I still your senior sister? You actually treat me as an outsider. Zhou Wenping was confused. Me? No. So why didn't you tell me about the new song you posted and not let me repost it for you? Hi. So that's what it says. What's there to be angry about? Zhou Wenping shrugged. I was thinking of asking you to forward it for me today, but I got busy and forgot. Now, can I trouble senior sister, you old man, to help me publicize it as well? It was then that Hotba's eyebrows relaxed. That's more like it. Since you've sincerely requested it, then senior sister, with great mercy, will help you, said Hotba, who also started retweeting. My senior at Zhou Wenping new song debut, Ordinary Day, is super catchy. Don't miss it if you walk by. Lu Tianxian laughed. Then I'll help forward it as well. It's such a great song. More people should hear it. Hooker. Good song indeed. I'll do a favor. Dijiong, Huangba, Sha Yi all said a moment, then help forward. Heh. The development of this matter was out of Zhou Wenping's expectation. It would have been a great gain to have Teng Ziki help with publicity. I didn't realize that this time, 6 first-tier stars appeared, all helping to promote him. The prestige value he could get from this would be even higher, I think. A rare scene of harmony appeared in the pop-up screen of the live broadcast. This song is so good. It has more flavor than the first time I heard it. A very calming song. Perfect for an evening, quiet listening with headphones. I can't believe I didn't know that Ping released a new song today. I must be a home fan. Let's go. Help Ping to hit the music charts. Chapter 83, The Mnemonic of Tai Chi Chuan. A watermelon cut in half. A few more people chatted for a while before going back to bed. As he was leaving, Lu Tianxian reminded Zhou Wenping, don't forget to go for a run with me tomorrow morning, as a way to make up for what you did to me today with your food. A bowl and a half of rice. That's my 3 days' worth. The aggrieved expression, made by Lu Tianxian, a great beauty, had even more of a feeling of pity when I saw her, as if Zhou Wenping had done something to apologize to her. If we don't go and make amends, we will simply be outraged by the people and the gods. Zhou Wenping nodded. Well, you don't want to sleep in and not be able to get up. Lu Tianxian smiled sweetly, like a spring breeze in March. Don't worry, I'm always up early. Lying on their beds, Yellow Base and the others were already in dreamland. Zhou Wenping's mind moved slightly and opened the system panel. Reputation value, 3.32 million. That's an increase of 1.5 million in just one day. The people who had been following Zhou Wenping since the first installment were no longer able to provide him with new prestige values. Only newly added fans can provide him with that. These prestige values were gained today, on the one hand, by the start of the recording of the second installment. On the other hand, the new song debuted with Duncan's help in promoting it. Tomorrow night, the first installment of Aspiring Life will be aired in prime time on Mango TV. Plus, Lu Tianxian and the other 6 stars also promised to help promote their new songs. It seems that tomorrow will be a day of rapid increase in prestige, in terms of value. Fruitfulness is much in and out of the public eye, very good for prestige value increase. No wonder those fresh meat are so obviously uneducated and chestless. To be talented without talent, to have a body without a body. One is as soft as a girl, yet it is known by many. It's because of the agency behind them and the non-stop hype. Keep them in the public eye frequently, and then hire some mercenaries self-publishing media and keep bringing up the tempo. There will then be some unknown passerby fans that convert into fans. As for what they like about these fresh meat, I guess these fans can't tell. It's just people talking. In looking at the prestige value, there's still 1.7 million left to redeem for the script of Gotham. Day 2. When Zhou Wenping woke up, the people in the mushroom house were still in deep sleep. He quietly dressed the bedroom. Seeing that Lu Tianxian hadn't come out yet, he was too embarrassed to call the door. Just sat in the doorway for a bit to warm up. His body had been transformed by the national art LV99 and possessed very perfect muscle lines. Long arms and legs are especially imposing when they are in motion. Zhou Wenping chose Taijiquan to warm up. The extreme standard of that movement is not only ornamental but also powerful. It was as if there was a certain solemnity between the flowing movements. The program team knows that today Zhou Wenping and Lu Tianxian are going to run. So a follow-up photographer was sent. This photographer was up early to avoid missing the shot. Just in time to shoot, Zhou Wenping is doing Tai Chi. There were night owls in the live room who hadn't slept all night. There were also netizens who woke up early to watch the live stream. Seeing this scene, messages have been left. Wow! Ping can actually do Tai Chi. Good standard. I've been doing Tai Chi for 8 years, and I don't even have a sense of power like Ping's. That's right. I was just about to go out and do some boxing. Tai Chi is one of the typical, easy to learn, hard to master kung fu. A watermelon cut in half for you, you don't want it? Then I take it back. Upstairs actually put the catchphrase of Tai Chi into words. Not much longer. The door to the girl's bedroom opened. Lu Tianxian, who had changed into her gym clothes, tiptoed out. I just saw Zhou Wenping, who was playing Tai Chi. Immediately, I was captivated by the movement of the line. Stand aside and watch quietly. A few moments later, Zhou Wenping smoothed it out in front of his body and collected his momentum. And exhaled deeply. A set of Tai Chi is even finished. At that moment, Lu Tianxian walked over with a towel. Hearing footsteps, Zhou Wenping turned around. After seeing Lu Tianxian, he was slightly stunned. Only to see Lu Tianxian, wearing a white sports t-shirt on top, the better body, a glimpse. A pair of black gym shorts underneath and black flat canvas shoes on his feet. Her long, white legs, alternating from side to side as she walked, looked very tantalizing. A bouquet of ponytails on his head added a bit of refinement to the heel. Both said, "Those who can manage a ponytail are truly beautiful." It seems that Lu Tianxian is this type of beauty. If anything, the dress she wore yesterday was a fairy-esque goddess. Now it's a, well, heroic female warrior, female athlete. Seeing that Zhou Wenping had been staring at himself, Lu Tianxian could not help but blush slightly. "Why are you staring at people with something on my face?" "Yes." Zhou Wenping nodded seriously. Lu Tianxian was slightly surprised. "Could it be traces of drooling in my sleep? I just washed my face in Ming. It's over. I'm afraid that my image in Zhou Wenping's mind is all ruined." "Yes, what?" Lu Tianxian was a little worried. "Looking like Zhou Wenping." Zhou Wenping bristled. "There's my admiring gaze." Lu Tianxian was stunned, and only then did she react to the fact that she had been tricked. "Humph!" The pouting hummed, and smoothly put the towel in his hand, smashing it into Zhou Wenping's face. "The aroma is soothing and refreshing. I don't know that the towel itself has a scent. Or is it because it was scratched by Lu Tianxian? You're a person who bullies a lot. You definitely won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Go for a run." After saying that, Lu Tianxian took the lead and ran out of the mushroom house. Zhou Wenping followed closely. The photographer grabbed the camera and followed suit. Times are different, technology has advanced. Cameras are also very different. When I used to go out, I needed to resist a very bulky machine, and it was exhausting to run. And now, video cameras come in all kinds of portable ones. This cameraman was holding a camera, half the size of a cell phone, with a stand mounted underneath. Charge it once and it will last for ages. It is with this kind of equipment the photographer can easily follow Zhou Wenping them. Lu Tianxian and Zhou Wenping ran along the countryside path, one after the other. Zhou Wenping was at the back, surveying Lu Tianxian's back. Chapter 84. East Side Sunrise, West Side Rain. They say that gracefulness is a lotus flower in every step. Previously, he only knew these words, but now Zhou Wenping has a deep understanding of these words. It's true that a beautiful woman can make you glow. If you don't believe me, look around you, little fat photographer. Just now, when he himself was playing Tai Chi, this little brother was still yawning, looking sleepy and not awake. Since Lu Tianxian came out, immediately energized and drowsy. It's been a constant trot along the way with the follow-through. The flesh of the body, quivering and quivering, was quite meaty. Just kidding, yesterday, in order to grab today, follow the photographer position of Lu Tianxian's morning run. The backstage crew, they were on the verge of a fight. Follow Lu Tianxian in this case. Isn't it just a morning jog with the divine sister? Together? At a time like this, not to mention being tired, there was no problem with running another 100,000 miles. Lu Tianxian gently turned around and looked like Zhou Wenping. "Why are you so far away from me? Afraid I'll eat you?" Zhou Wenping laughed. Eat me? Wow, that's scary, that's scary. As he spoke, he accelerated and ran side by side with Lu Tianxian. The air is so good here, the morning air, as fresh as it should be. It's not like the city, where it's all car exhaust, no matter what time of day it is. Lu Tianxian scanned his surroundings as he ran. Zhou Wenping took a deep breath. Yeah, I've thought about it all. When I'm old, I'll find like this mountainous and beautiful place to seclude myself. Hearing this, Lu Tianxian giggled. After you get old? Haha. How old are you to start fantasizing about your later years? Hey, gotta plan ahead a little. Jogging is the most calorie-burning exercise. Half an hour later, Lu Tianxian gasped and walked side by side with Zhou Wenping on the countryside path. Having just finished exercising, Lu Tianxian's body, dripping with fragrant sweat, accompanied by a gasp, and up and down in front of his body. After making Zhou Wenping look at it, he silently swallowed his saliva. It's been a long time since I've run this long. Usually I have time to exercise a little bit for filming, but when I don't, I have to give it up. It's true that a little exercise is most comfortable. Hey, how come you're not sweating? At this time, Lu Tianxian noticed that Zhou Wenping's face was not red and he was not panting, and there was not a single drop of sweat on his forehead. On the contrary, the chubby little photographer who was running with him, this way down, sweating profusely, the clothes on his body were soaked with sweat, just like water washing. I'm okay. A half-hour jog doesn't burn much for me. Thinking back to yesterday, Zhou Wenping was alone. Just carrying 12 bundles of bananas, Lu Tianxian could understand. The man's physical strength, it's just too much. The two of them chatted as they walked back. Suddenly, a drop of water that dripped on Lu Tianxian's forehead. Is it raining? Zhou Wenping also raised his head and looked towards the sky. Only a large dark cloud was visible, hovering overhead, and the sun, which rises in the morning, is on the other side of the dark clouds, shedding its rays on the earth. Sun shower. In the height of the summer season, the weather south of the colorful clouds is such that if you see a block of clouds, there is a chance of rain. And there are times when the sun rises in the east and rains in the west. One way to go. Maybe the left side of the road is sunny. On the right side of the road, it's just pouring rain. Nature is just so amazing. Seeing the rain coming down denser and denser. Bean-sized raindrops sprinkled the earth as if they didn't want money. Zhou Wenping and Lu Tianxian looked at each other. Run! With that, Zhou Wenping took Lu Tianxian's hand. A quick run down the trail. Fatty, who was following the camera, hurriedly turned it off and put it in his pocket. It's a valuable item. If it gets wet, all the data inside will be destroyed. Seeing that the rain is getting heavier and heavier. Crackle. Surprisingly, there was hail. One by one, glass balls, yes, hockey pucks, pinged the ground. It also smashed on Zhou Wenping and others. Ah! The three screamed as they ran. Zhou Wenping pointed ahead. There's a house somewhere. Let's go there first to get out of the rain. In the morning run, Lu Tianxian had run out of energy. Plus, I ran too fast just now. Not controlling the force, his feet slipped and his body lost balance. Luckily, Zhou Wenping grabbed her, or else she would definitely have fallen and hurt herself. But the blow also caused her to break her foot. The sudden pain that came to her caused her eyebrows to furrow slightly. Seeing this, Zhou Wenping bent down and picked up Lu Tianxian, as both of their clothes, which were already wet, clung to their bodies. This hug is pretty much zero contact. The warmth came through, but the hail kept pelting in, and neither of the two had the heart to care about the warmth of the present. Zhou Wenping takes 3 steps forward. In seconds it ran into and under the shed of the building in front of it. The structure of the houses here are rather unique, all built of bamboo. Being rural, the area used for construction is very large. Usually, there is a house in front and a yard in the back, and in front of the house, a bamboo hut will be built. Zhou Wenping hugged Lu Tianxian and ran under the bamboo shed. 2 elderly men, sitting under a bamboo hut, are weaving crafts with bamboo strips. Uncle, can we shelter here from the rain? Zhou Wenping inquired politely. The 2 older people were very kind, and there's knew that Zhou Wenping and the others were from the mushroom house. Then he nodded. Phew. Zhou Wenping took a long breath. The weather, what a rush. The whole process from dropping the first raindrops to pouring rain only took about a minute. It doesn't give any preparation at all. So, can you put me down now? Hearing the warbling from his arms, Zhou Wenping hurriedly put Lu Tianxian down. Thinking of being in Zhou Wenping's arms and feeling the warmth, Lu Tianxian's face suddenly turned red. At this point, Zhou Wenping discovered something that almost made him spurt a nosebleed. Lu Tianxian wore a white t-shirt on his upper body when he ran in the morning. After being drenched by the heavy rain, the clothes clung to the skin and became permeable. The temptation to get wet, who can stand that? Noticing Zhou Wenping's strange gaze, Lu Tianxian obediently looked down. Just the pair of half-covered bunnies in front of him. Immediately blushing, he clasped his hands in front of him. Zhou Wenping saw a blanket on the clothesline under the bamboo shed, hurriedly pulling it off and draping it over Lu Tianxian. Block it. Thanks. It was at this time that the little fat photographer ran in, not seeing Lu Tianxian, the scene of loss of temper. Zhou Wenping felt that his nose was suddenly itchy, so much so that water flowed out of his nose. Wipe it with your hand. Yikes. Nosebleed. Chapter 85. A rain that traps me here. Zhou Wenping, are you alright? Why is your nose bleeding? Fatty, who saw the scene, rushed to care. Zhou Wenping hastily waved his hands and shook his head. It's fine, it's fine. It's just a little on fire. Zhou Wenping picked up a handful of pucks from the ground outside the bamboo hut. Apply the hailstones to your forehead. Soon the nosebleeds knew what they were doing. Zhou Wenping's heart palpitated. So out of character. The first time I saw it, it was really three-dimensional. Lu Tianxian also looked over. The reason for his nosebleeds? Surely, HM. Thinking about this, Lu Tianxian's face turned even redder. Crackle. Falling rainstorms and hail. One after another, they smashed down on the top of the bamboo-built shed. Play a fetching, wonderful piece of music. The rainstorm went into a fog, obscuring the view and making it difficult to see in the distance. That's a downpour, isn't it? It's the first time I've ever had one. Looking at the ground, the hail that kept jumping. Hail is also the first time I've encountered it. It hurts so much when it hits my head. It's like having my brain popped. Zhou Wenping raised an eyebrow and asked with interest. What? The divine feminine has had her brains popped too. The nosebleed is now stopped and wiped clean. Zhou Wenping returned to that white and clean little handsome boy state. Talks freely. Seeing Zhou Wenping, Lu Tianxian thought of the scene just now where he was holding himself and running in the rain. It's kind of romantic now that I think about it. Yeah, but that was a long time ago when I was in school, when my classmates played games with each other and the loser had to be bounced. I haven't been bounced since I grew up. Lu Tianxian walked towards the edge of the bamboo hut and stretched out her slender hand, trying to catch a few smashing hailstones. Just after taking 2 steps, a pain immediately came from the ankle of his right foot. Lu Tianxian's brows knitted. That just occurred to me. Due to the running in the rain earlier, I accidentally broke my foot, walking with a limp. See these? Zhou Wenping moved over a cane chair. Sit down and let me see how your foot is hurting. Help you push and massage it. And you know how to push? I've learned a little, and I should still have no problem treating a broken foot. Lu Tianxian walked over to the rattan chair and sat down. Zhou Wenping half-squatted on the ground and lifted Lu Tianxian's right foot. Gently for her. Take off her shoes and socks. She has small, shapely feet. Soft and cozy in your hand. Zhou Wenping was all a bit apoplectic. Eyes went to the injured ankle, gently moving Lu Tianxian's foot joints. Having National Medicine LV99, he had already reached the level of a grandmaster for the look and feel within National Medicine. Soon he judged the extent of Lu Tianxian's injuries. Luckily, it's just a minor sprain. I'll give you a massage and it shouldn't hurt anymore, said Zhou Wenping at the joints of the feet, gently moving, and constantly with the thumb, pressing the surrounding nerve veins, in order to achieve the effect of activating blood circulation and removing blood stasis. There is mild pain throughout the treatment. Lu Tianxian murmured softly, not daring to scream out. This is so degrading. After all, there were photographers around and 2 old people. There. A few moments had to. Zhou Wenping stopped his hand movements and stood up. Lu Tianxian let out a deep sigh of relief. Can be considered over. If Zhou Wenping pressed for a little while longer, I'm afraid she really would not be able to help it and scream out. Lu Tianxian gently moved the originally injured right foot. The right foot, which was too painful to move a moment ago, was now free to move. It doesn't hurt anymore. It really doesn't. Zhou Wenping, you're really good. You even know this trick. She's broken her foot before and it takes days to recover. Never have I recovered so quickly as now. Zhou Wenping smiled. Mostly, you're less injured, so a simple massage will melt the bruises away. Now, although it doesn't hurt and you can move freely, but it's still important to rest today. Lu Tianxian nodded. I know, thank you. Her face was still flushed. After all, it was her first time being touched by a boy's foot. The feeling is subtle, very shy yet happy. Zhou Wenping looked at the heavy rain that fell from the sky, murmured, How much longer is this going to rain? Fatty nodded back. The way it's going down, we don't have to record anything today. After all the guests have left at noon, this installment of the program is considered to be recorded. Good thing too, it's pretty relaxing. Listening to Pong, Lu Tianxian's heart thumped. There was a sudden tightening inside. Hard feelings welled up. Looked at the watch on his wrist. 8:05. 4 hours to go and the taping of the show is over? Splitting up soon? How does time go by so fast? Looking at Zhou Wenping, who was watching the rain, Lu Tianxian was suddenly a bit unable to part with this boy. Zhou Wenping did not notice, in the slightest, the unwanted glance behind him. He stretched out his right hand and let the falling rain and hail smash into his palm. The coolness coming from his palm was pleasant. Looking at the rainy scene, he suddenly remembered a song. Then he hummed, A rain that trapped me here. Your cold expression will break my heart. June rain. It's just relentless you. With dots and dashes of pain that hit me in the heart. Oh, I don't believe it, you didn't do it on purpose. But why did you leave me? Abandoned to the elements. Zhou Wenping then hummed and stopped. The singing soon attracted Lu Tianxian's attention. She quieted her mind and listened carefully. Noticing that Zhou Wenping was not singing, he inquired, New song, right? What's the name? June Rain. That's a poetic name. Why don't you keep singing? Because I haven't finished writing it yet. I wrote these in the front. Zhou Wenping laughed. Lu Tianxian sighed in slight disappointment. For some reason, the song took her over as soon as she opened her mouth. So much so that to this day she could hold the first few sentences in her head. June rain. Looking out of the bamboo hut, the torrential rain that seemed to connect heaven and earth. This song, it fits the current situation well. When it's finished, can you sing it for me? Zhou Wenping flinched. Nod. Of course it's no problem. I'll be the first to sing it to you when the song is finished. When Lu Tianxian heard this, her heart felt as if she had drunk honey. Sweetness. She stood up and walked over to Zhou Wenping. Extend the little thumb of your right hand. Pull the hook. Chapter 86. This hour is better than a lifetime. Looking at Lu Tianxian, lively and spirited, Zhou Wenping smiled. Holding out his fingers, the two hooked together. Hook, line and sinker for 100 years. It's okay, isn't it? Lu Tianxian nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Looking at the heavy rain still falling. The torrential rain is still there, but the hail is gone. Zhou Wenping fell into deep thought. Eventually it was time to speak. If I write a script in the future, can I hire you for a movie? Lu Tianxian was flabbergasted. Script? Do you still write scripts? Why does this guy feel like he knows everything? Cooking, songwriting, singing, comedy, massage. Here comes another screenwriter. So versatile? A little. What's the intended plot? Fairy drama. Have you thought of a title for the play? Think about it. Called what? Immortal Sword and Sorcery. The storm tapered off. It's a sun shower, out of the sun it rains. There was only a small patch of dark clouds that were raining down. Such a dark cloud, though it comes in a hurry, lasts for a short time. About half an hour or so later, the rainfall started to get lighter. Eventually all that was left was a sporadic drizzle that slowly drifted down. At this time Zhou Wenping found not far from the bamboo hut, growing a tea tree. The trunk of the tree is as thick as an arm's length and 5 or 6 meters tall. Tea tree growth is relatively slow, usually only about 1 meter in height, about to Zhou Wenping's waist position. It is impossible to grow a tea tree as tall as the one in front of you without a few hundred years. Uncle, what kind of tree is that? The eldest stood up. Looked down the road. That's an ancient pu'er tea tree. 1,500 years old. Huh? Zhou Wenping was taken aback. He had guessed it would only take a few hundred years, but he hadn't realized it would take so long. 1,500 years. Doing the math, it probably grew here during the Northern Wei dynasty. Can we pick some tea? Wanted to give it to my friends as a gift. The eldest nodded. Only if you don't destroy the branches and only pick the tea leaves, no problem. Hearing the eldest promise, Zhou Wenping was very happy. Thank you, uncle. I looked up at the rainfall that was gradually stopping. Then he looked at Lu Tianxian. Let's go. Let's go pick some tea leaves. Lu Tianxian also came to be interested. Tea picking was something she had only heard of, not yet experienced it herself. Standing next to an ancient tea tree, looking up at this, spanning 1,500 years of history. 1,500 years ago, that time, many of those countries that are there now have not yet come into existence, and their lands are still barren. This ancient tree then has stood here. 1,500 years of wind, spring and rain have not destroyed it, but made it stronger. Tea plucked from such an old tea tree must be so delicious that you can taste the history. Taking the bamboo basket borrowed from his eldest uncle, Zhou Wenping and Lu Tianxian gently picked with awe. It didn't take long to pick a bamboo basket full of them. So many tea leaves for the ancient tea tree is completely the amount of 9 cows and 1 hare. A few days after this storm, new tea will be issued. Because the clothes on Lu Tianxian's body were still wet, she continued to drape herself in that blanket. Zhou Wenping and his eldest uncle assured him that he would send the bed sheet and bamboo basket back later. After bidding farewell to the eldest uncle, he colored the path and continued to the mushroom house. Although it had rained heavily just now, due to that, the roads here were paved with stones. Plus it's in the highlands of the mountains where water runs low. As a result, there was only some standing water on the ground and no silt. Already able to see the mushroom house, Lu Tianxian thought back to today's morning run. It really impressed her. Just got up and saw Zhou Wenping playing Tai Chi. On the way back there was a sun shower, and it's still storming, and there was hail, and she broke her foot. He was also carried by Zhou Wenping and ran, was seen in a shy place, and had his little feet touched. Heard a great song called June Rain. She also promised that she would be willing to audition and do a favor if the TV series called Immortal Sword and Chivalry could start filming. At the same time, a lot of tea leaves were picked from an ancient tea tree with a lifespan of 1,500 years. Morning. What she had experienced in that hour was more exciting than what she had so far experienced put together. I'm afraid I'll be remembering, for a long time to come, what happened this morning. Looking at the mushroom house close by, a touch of sadness surfaced in Lu Tianxian's heart. Happy times, why are they always so short? In 2 hours, she would be leaving the mushroom house. So sad to see it go. Zhou, Yifei, you're back? Huang Base, who had just finished brushing his teeth, after seeing Zhou Wenping and the others, smiled and said hello. The mushroom house is all about slow living. The standard of work and rest here is sleep until you wake up every day. It's okay to sleep until 12 noon, as long as you can. So it's almost 9 o'clock. It took a long time for the mushroom house to wake up. Looking at Zhou Wenping and Lu Tianxian, that fell like a chicken dressed in soup. Yellow Base was happy. What, the torrential downpour just now got you guys wet? Lu Tianxian had a bitter smile on his face. More than that, there's hail. It hurts when the ping hits you. As he spoke, he silently reached up and stroked his forehead. She was greeted by hail solidly several times. Luckily, the hail was small, only the size of a regular glass ball. If it had been hail the size of eggs, she'd probably have a full head of hair by now. Zhou Wenping sighed. Alas, the water festival was just yesterday. And today, by God, come and join in the fun. Yellow Base had a gloating look on his face. It means that you're going to be lucky this year. And maybe your star will shine through. You guys get in the shower before you catch a cold later. Zhou Wenping nodded. Yiffy, go ahead and wash it. He was stronger and didn't give it away despite. But Lu Tianxian was different. The girls were delicate and, with their clothes soaked through, it's really possible to catch a cold. Lu Tianxian wasn't pretentious either. I'll go ahead and wash it then. Chapter 87 Aspire to the second installment, The Killing. Waiting for Lu Tianxian after going to take a shower, Huang Base noticed that in Zhou Wenping's hand, the bamboo basket he was carrying, plucked tea. Zhou Wenping nodded. This is pu'er tea, which we plucked from an ancient tea tree that has a lifespan of 1,500 years. Yellow Base raised his eyebrows furiously when he heard that. He was also stunned by the longevity of this ancient tea tree. 1,500 years is amazing. Zhou Wenping agrees with this statement. He and Lu Tianxian, when picking the tea, did so with a reverent heart. I'll fry up these teas later for a companion gift. We picked so much. I guess there's enough for each person. At that moment Hatba yawned and came out of the house. Her fluffy hair, her mesmerized eyes, obviously just woke up. Morning. After seeing the hot bar, Zhou Wenping's mockery skills instantly point full. Ha ha ha, Hatba. You actually drooled in your sleep. Hatba was stunned. Suddenly he remembered that he, having just changed his clothes, hadn't washed up yet. Hearing outside the sound of Zhou Wenping talking, he walked out to see. At that moment, He Jiong came out from inside the house, carrying a cup of water. Reba tattled to Ho Jiong. Mr. He. Then look at Zhou Wenping, bullying early in the morning. When He Jiong heard this, he deliberately set his face up. Zhou, this is something I have to properly say a few words about you. How can you bully Hatba early in the morning? Hatba hastened to concur. That's just it. The man is so bad. Ben thought Ho Jiong was speaking for himself. Unbeknownst to him, He Jiong turned the conversation around. If you want to bully, you have to wait until noon anyhow. Zhou Wenping was also happy to hear this. In the end, it's an old sparrow from Cave Lake. Just now, I really thought that Mr. He would be angry. How could I have known that it would take a turn for the worse in this place? Fine, fine. I'll listen to Mr. He. There's still 3 hours until noon, so I'll bully you then. Haha. Heartache Goddess Hatba for 3 seconds. I didn't realize that Mr. Ho would also gang up on Hatba. In fact, compared to these, I'm more concerned about how Lu Tianxian and the others handled it after the rainstorm and hailstorm. Yeah, I was curious too. But unfortunately the footage stopped after the rainstorm. I also want to see what a 1,500-year-old tea tree looks like. Zhang Tong, the general director, was also inquiring about the cameraman who was following the movie. It was really impossible to film. It was raining so hard that the camera was already in the water. Our machine is waterproof, but we can't soak it in water. If you turn it on again, what's already filmed inside will be scrapped. Zhang Tong shook his head helplessly. It's really too bad. Luckily, the machine was turned off. Otherwise, the picture was taken of Zhou Wenping holding Lu Tianxian and running in the rain. There's also the image of wet clothes turning transparent, as well as the image of Zhou Wenping massaging Lu Tianxian's ankle. The internet would have blown up if all of this had been filmed. And the director's crew, who are looking forward to it, will definitely take that, produce it and cut it into the main movie. Because when you do a show, you want the heat, you want the buzz. It doesn't matter if it's good heat or bad heat, as long as it's hot. As for what kind of impact it would have on Zhou Wenping and Lu Tianxian, that's out of their league. The entertainment industry can be so realistic at times. The word benefit is placed in the middle. Lu Tianxian took a hot shower and changed into a decent casual dress. Zhou Wenping also went to wash and change clothes, then set up the pots and pans and start frying the tea. The making of tea requires a great level of craftsmanship. From tea selection to frying. It's all very telling. The tea leaves you choose should be the kind with 1 leaf and 1 core. Frying time. The control of the fire, the force and frequency all have high requirements. There is a huge difference in the flavor of the tea that is fried by different people. That's why there are so many tea masters. And Zhou Wenping's cooking skill LV99, as well as the national medicine LV99 contained the method of frying tea leaves. For the making of tea belongs not only to the culinary arts, but also to the medicinal herbs. As a master chef, master national physician, it's still hard for him to do this kind of thing. Nothing much happened to the crowd in the morning. A few people then formed a circle to watch Zhou Wenping frying tea. The 4 things that happen most often in mushrooms: work, talk, eat, and gather around the stove. Frying tea leaves, I've gotten that before, and it's barely a success, but the flavor is a little underwhelming. Being a chef's yellow base. For many things related to cooking, he has tried. Most are successful, but there are very few failures. Tea can be astringent if it's not fried properly. That's why those tea masters, the teas they make, are sought after by many high-end people. As Zhou Wenping flipped, the tea leaves gradually begin to wrap into rolls. Like a green sprite, inside the stove it keeps bouncing around. The aroma of tea fills the mushroom house. It makes you smell good. Although I've only been in contact for a day, I realized that this kid, Xiao Zhou, is really good. This heart, this face, this talent, there's really no excuse. Xia Yi had been completely convinced by Zhou Wenping. Rave about him. It's been fried for a long time. The tea is finally done. Zhou Wenping divided the tea into 7 parts. Hejiong, Huangqi, Riba, Lu Tianxian, Sha Yi and Huku 1 copy each. The extra copy was given to the general director, Zhang Tong. Take the tea in your hand. Zhang Tong looked at Zhou Wenping with great appreciation. Young, understated, understands human accidents. This kid, he can make things happen. Lunch was also simple. Yellow base made an overstuffed rice noodle. Served with lots of marinara. They say eat well in the morning, eat well in the afternoon, and eat less in the evening. But here in the mushroom house, the most substantial meal is usually dinner. The next day's noon meal was considered a break-up. Basically, after this meal, the taping of this episode is over. So, keep everything simple. Just make sure that everyone doesn't get on the road and go hungry. There is a yellow base craft warranty. The overcooked rice noodles were flavorful and very tasty. After everyone has finished lunch, the time for parting was at hand. Chapter 88. Can I have a hug? In accordance with established practice. The crowd at the mushroom house, the hosts, so they're going to have to send the guests away after first. To be able to leave. In front of the sponsor's car. Zhou Wenping helped put Sha Yi their traveling gifts, put them in the car. Sha Yi and Zhou Wenping hug it out and pat him on the back. Come on, brother, watch you. Thank you, Mr. Sha Yi. Then shook Huko's hand again.
Goodbye, Emer.2.
Zhou, bye.
It was Lu Tianxian's turn. Lu Tianxian slightly opened her arms. Can I have a hug? Sure. The two embraced each other, and Lu Tianxian's body was soft. She has practiced dancing for years and has a beautiful form. This embrace, almost the entire body, into the arms of Zhou Wenping. Zhou Wenping seemed to be hugging a ball of cotton. Soft. It's very comfortable. I'll wait for your script. Lu Tianxian spat out an orchid and spoke softly. Good. The hug was brief. After just a few moments of posting, they separated. This made Lu Tianxian's heart frustrated. But she quickly responded. Still live. Zhou Wenping was afraid of a misunderstanding, so he gave a courtesy hug. Bye. Bye. Sent off 3 guests. The second installment of the 4th season of Aspiring Life. It's also coming to a close. There was a wail on the air. So soon. The recording of the 2nd installment is over? I don't want it. I want to see Ping again and Hotba. Today the 1st installment of Aspire will be aired on Mango, so don't forget to tune in. See you in the future, and we'll see you in the next installment. General Director Zhang Tong. To the live camera holding a batter's box. Aspiring Life, Season 4, Phase 2. Recording ends successfully. Live viewers, we'll see you next time. With the beat of the board, there was a snap. The live feed closed with it. The 4 of the mushroom house separate again. Huang Base and Hejiong went to their respective places of work. Zhou Wenping and Hotba, as both were filming in Hengdian. So make the same flight. 2 disguises later. Smoothly boarded the plane. Mr. Zhou, would you like to sit by the window? Hataru asked with a smirk. Look at her underdone, saucy look. Zhou Wenping gently on her head. Popped it. You little girl, trying to undermine me again. Ouch. Hotba covered her forehead and pretended to be in pain. It hurts. Rub it for me. Come on, Les, hurry up and sit still for me. There are so many passengers on the airplane. Are you afraid that people won't recognize you? You're a big star. Stars go out. Even if they managed to get on the plane, they were afraid to remove their disguises so easily. I'm afraid it would cause quite a commotion if it were to come out. The plane flew alone at 10,000 meters. It's like airtight prison in the sky. If you encounter extreme fans, it has the potential to pose, well, a huge risk. So, to be on the safe side, celebrities don't take it easy, removing their disguises to get on an airplane. Hotba held a cup of coffee and looked out the window at the sea of clouds. Watching the sea of clouds from an airplane is a great treat. Zhou Wenping, on the other hand, put on an eye mask and pretended to be sleeping. In fact, he had already pulled up the systems panel in his mind, long ago. Reputation value, 6.92 million. Zhou Wenping was taken aback. This is not a small increase. The biggest reason is still the song Ordinary Day that I posted myself. With Lu Tianxian, Deng Ziki and other first-tier big names forwarding their support. Zhou Wenping's name was substantially exposed in front of people. That's the effect of advertising. Those people, although they had never seen or even heard of Zhou Wenping's name. However, these did not prevent them from listening to this song, which even Lu Tianxian and the others all helped to shout. Following that, it was captivated by Zhou Wenping's vocals. Offered his prestige value. That's where the stars have the power to call the shots. It is also the reason why many companies get celebrity endorsements. He now had enough prestige value to exchange for the script Gotham. To make fairy drama in this world. Playing a nice turnaround, then excellent script is essential. The one script written by Gautier seems a little too thin. There are some parts of the plot that don't stand up to scrutiny. According to that script, the immortal drama that was made, even if it could be released, the audience effect that it caused would not be enough. System. Redeem the script of Gotham for me. In his mind, Zhou Wenping said silently. Ding. Deducting 5 million prestige value. Starting the work exchange. Ding. The exchange was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the script for Gu Jian Qi Tan and the accompanying theme song, Heart of the Sword. Buzz. A stream of information that appeared in his mind. That's all the info on Gotham and Kenshin. Gotham's script, every character's name, line, action. He was all in an instant rotten. It was as if the script was etched in his bones. No need to temperature the script to get every character pinpointed. What surprised him the most was this. The scripts provided by the system are, surprisingly, 3 books. Regular scripts, director's scripts, playwright scripts. These are the 3 types of scripts that make a big difference to a TV series. A common script is a common actor's script. A line script. It's every actor in their hands. And the hardest and most important is the director's script and the playwright's script. A director's script is also called a split screenplay. The writing is, for each shot, which angle to take. Whether to use close-ups, distant views, or close-ups. This is every shot that operates according to the director's script. Then take the finished shots and combine them. It becomes a complete drama. Theater scripts, which are for the set, how each scene is set up, which props are used, and how they are placed. Each character, what kind of costume, long hair, short hair, heavy makeup, light makeup. All of this has to be written in the play script. As the saying goes, before the troops move, the food comes first. The same is true for filming. Get a director's script and a playwright's script before calling for actors to audition. This way the process of shooting is organized. There will be no hand-wringing. I don't know which angle to take the next shot from. Characters are dressed in costumes that don't fit the characters. 3 scripts like that is what a show really needs. Looking at the floating, translucent script. The corners of Zhou Wenping's mouth lifted into a smile. Chapter 89 Boss. You are a goddess? Pay attention to your image. After returning to Hengdian, Zhou Wenping separated from Reba. There are still scenes in the evening that Hotba has to shoot. Even though I just got off the plane, the work was back-to-back. One ring to rule them all. The company will line up her daily routine based on all her announcements. From the very first day of the new year, you already know what you're going to be doing each and every day for the rest of the entire year. That's the intense, high-paced work of an entertainer. Relatively speaking, as a newcomer, Zhou Wenping is a bit more spare. Without so much as an announcement, there are only 2 things to do now. Participated in the recording of Aspire, as well as filming Gotham. Back at the hotel, Yangmi immediately dragged him back to his room. In the kitchen, there were many ingredients piled up. You, of all people, have raised my mouth, and I am now very much out of the habit of eating the crew's food. What's that saying? Food is tasteless and chewy. Quickly, make me some gourmet food. Zhou Wenping shook his head helplessly. Boss, you're the goddess of countless people's hearts. Can you pay attention to your image? This boss of his own, when he was in front of people, was a high and cold goddess. In private, a glutton for punishment, even a little clingy. I also wonder which personality is her true side. Soon, a gourmet meal was ready. Yangmi looked as if she hadn't eaten in a long time. Wind up those meals through and through. Touching her slightly bulging belly, Yangmi had a satisfied look on her face. Cool. After Zhou Wenping brushed the dishes, he made it to the sofa next to Yangmi. Aspiring to record happy? Yangmi winks at Zhou Wenping. This was the first boy who had stayed so long in the place where she lived. And it's a big handsome guy. It's not bad, it's fun. Zhou Wenping answered truthfully. Yangmi shook her little feet and gave an account. That's good. Now that you're back, you need to start winding down, and starting tomorrow your scenes will be shot. In the future you may, gradually, have to adapt to the fast-paced life of an entertainer. I, for example, fly 3 cities a day some days. Get off the plane, go straight to work, get busy, go to the airport right after, get to the next city, get busy, go to the next. To save time, eat and sleep, all on the airplane. For example, Hapa, who got off the plane with you, you could have gone back to the hotel to rest, but she has a scene to shoot tonight, so today she got off the plane and rushed straight to the set to wait for the scene to be filmed. This will probably be the norm for some of your jobs from now on. Yang Mi said these words in a serious tone. It was a precautionary shot for Zhou Wenping. In order to be distinguished in front of people, it is necessary to suffer after them. This is a great lesson to be given as a boss and as a senior. I'll keep that in mind, honey. Then rest early. Tomorrow you're going to officially start filming. Seeing Zhou Wenping, there was no intention of getting up. Yang Mi asked, "Why, is there something else?" Zhou Wenping nodded. "Honey, remember what you promised me before." Yang Mi was stunned for a moment, looking down and thinking. A shake of the head followed. "I don't remember much. What is it?" "You said that if I could get the script for Gotham written, you would be willing to help me and hand it to director Gao Tianhua to take a look at." Speaking of which, Yang Mi just remembered. One does promise. It was just an off-the-cuff remark. Did this guy take it seriously? "You wrote it out?" Yang Mi asked in disbelief. Zhou Wenping nodded. From a handbag on the side of the couch, he pulled out the script for Gotham. This was what he had withdrawn into his backpack before coming to Yang Mi's room. Looking at Zhou Wenping's hands, a thick pile of scripts.
Yang Mi froze.
Is this dude for real? Yay, for screenwriting, that's something that not many people can do. Take a look at it first, and if you think it's suitable, can you submit it to Director Gao for me? Yang Mi nodded. Take the script. I'll have to see how you write before I can decide if I want to help you. If you write it and can't even conquer me, then don't show it to Director Gao. Zhou Wenping nodded. That does make sense. Then look at it. I'll make some tea. He also kept a little bit of the tea he fried today. After brewing it, he poured a cup for Yang Mi. Yang Mi started out and read the script while drinking water. By the time I got to the back, I had completely forgotten about drinking water. The entire person was completely silent in the world of the ancient sword, until the eyes were reddened from watching it from behind. Tick. Tears spilled out of his eyes, crossed his cheeks, and dripped onto the back of his hand. Yang Mi then woke up. She reddened her eyes and looked at Zhou Wenping. Lift the seal, and Susu will be spiritually dead in 3 days. If the seal is not lifted, he will become a murderous monster. Isn't this pushing him to the brink of extinction? Is he really hopeless? Su, it's so kind. Looks like Yang Mi, this is getting into the act. Totally substituting Haruki, the character. Zhou Wenping poured her a cup of pu'er tea. Drink some water and calm down. Yang Mi took it. Take a long breath. The writing is good. The characters in this are more three-dimensional and full of emotion. Better than the one director Gao Tianhua wrote. She looked at Zhou Wenping and sized him up. What kind of heavenly talent is this guy? I can't believe I can even write a script. And it's so well written. What kind of treasure boy did he sign himself? After we get to the set tomorrow, I'll help you hand over the script to Director Gao. The next morning, Zhou Wenping then followed Yang Mi and rode together in a commercial vehicle to the set where the movie was being filmed. After traveling to this world, first exposure to real shooting, Zhou Wenping was extremely excited. The last time I filmed or as a special guest star for Young Mimi, only a few scenes, and then I was handsomely martyred in the line of duty. The line at the time was only 3 words. Oh, and finally it's time to hang it up. Ah, then his scene was killed. Now, he finally started filming as a male lead. Lines, action scenes, emotional scenes, everything. This made Zhou Wenping, who possessed acting skills LV99, in a panjing mood. It can be painful to show off your acting skills. Chapter 90, Watching Meteor Shower Together. After arriving at the set, Yang Mi first took Zhou Wenping and went to the dressing room to put on makeup. Subsequently, one was dressed as Bailey Tusu and the other was dressed as Feng Qingxue. Walked out of the fitting room. Then, before going to the surveillance room, there are several monitors placed here, and the images captured by the cameras are transmitted to the monitors here. The 2 men walked towards Gao Tianhua, who was sitting on a chair. Director Gao. Director Gao. Finished recording on the yearning side? Gao Tianhua asked amiably. He had a good impression of this young man, Zhou Wenping. Zhou Wenping replied very politely. Yes, The second installment was recorded yesterday. It's almost time for your scene. Don't be nervous when you're filming. I know. Thank you, Director Gao. Go to the Ho Theater and, by the way, communicate with those actors. It can promote tacit understanding during filming. Got it. Having said that, Zhou Wenping then left the surveillance room. Walking towards the already set-up scene, there were already several actors waiting there. And the surveillance room. Yang Mi was in no hurry to leave. Gao Tianhua asked suspiciously, Mimi, what can I do for you? Director Gao, do you think our script still needs to be changed? Gao Tianhua raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat unintelligible. What? Is Mimi unhappy with your role? In any way? It's not uncommon for actors to ask for script changes during filming. If it was an ordinary director, when faced with a big name like Yang Mi, I'm afraid he would have already begged for mercy or even knelt down. However, Gao Tianhua was different. He's a national-level drama director with that kind of status here. There will never be a change to the script because of an actor. Yang Mi hurriedly waved her hand. No, I'm very happy with Feng Qingxue. It's just that I've decided that there's something that we can, perhaps, take further with this script. What do you mean? Gao Tianhua was a bit confused, unable to understand what Yang Mi was trying to say. From her backpack at all times, Yang Mi took out the script and placed it on the table. This is Gotham. The script after the changes, you take the time to read it. Let's see if there's, something we can adopt. After saying that, Yang Mi left the surveillance room. Gao Tianhua looked at the script and froze a bit. What's the situation? Change the script already? And looking at Yang Mi, he didn't force him to change as a big shot. Sure. He also doesn't change the script easily because of pressure from others. Especially Gotham, which he polished for a long time. He was about to look through it when a field agent approached him. Director Gao, the props are almost set up. Ready to start shooting. Gao Tianhua withdrew his gaze. Looking to the monitor in front of him, he mulled it over for a moment and pointed to a corner of the screen. At this spot, set up another machine. Okay, I'll get it. With that, the groundskeeper ran out. Gao Tianhua set the script aside. Soon the next scene was about to start shooting. He needed to concentrate in order to do so. Zhou Wenping, on his side, walked over to a few people who were eyeing the theater. A tall, handsome man, dressed in purple Taoist clothes, smiled and walked over. This must be my senior brother. Zhou Wenping was stunned. Then came the reaction. This man is called Senwitan. In the play, the character plays the eldest brother of Bailey Tusu. Hello, first time meeting. I can't imagine that my senior brother is so fresh meat. Sham Wai Ting's Hong Kong people. His Mandarin is not very standard and his bite is a bit unclear. But there's still nothing wrong with listening carefully. I'm flattered. This is my first time acting. So if there are any shortcomings, please forgive me. At this point, a very sweet female voice was heard, ringing in his ears. Your brother Tusu, aren't you? Silverbell voice, sweet. It made Zhou Wenping's blood sugar instantly soar. Follow the sound. Just a little girl in an apricot-colored dress. The features are exquisite and delicate. The body is very slim. An ancient costume adds a lot of aura. Bright eyes blinked gently as if they could speak. Are you, by any chance, playing Xiangling? The woman nodded. Yes, my name is Zhang Shuang. You don't recognize me? Zhou Wenping didn't know much about the stars of this world. However, after hearing the name, he immediately knew who the beautiful woman was. Zhang Shuang. Actresses who have recently come out of nowhere. Starred in a few better-known modern urban dramas. Let's watch Meteor Shower. Watching Meteor Shower again. Let's watch Meteor Shower again. Watching Meteor Shower together. Together. It's cloudy today. She impressed people with her role as Chu Yu Nettle in it. Zhou Wenping greeted politely. Hello. My name is Zhou Wenping. Please teach me more. Zhang Shuang smiled sweetly. I know you. I watched yesterday's broadcast of Aspire. You're so funny. The comedy you and Dalan told, it was hilarious. What's the word for two ghosts writing together? Zhang Shuang said happily. On the sidelines, Senrin was intrigued. Curious, he came over. Two ghosts written together? Is there such a word? Zhang Shuang came to be interested. You don't know? Shamwit was at a loss. It's supposed to be an out-of-the-way word. Isn't it? Nope. Zhang Shuang shook his head. Thin lips flicked out. You remember. Two ghosts written together. Read the bomb. What? Senrin was confused. after a few seconds, from reacting. Ha ha ha, you're talking about the landlord. So if, for ghosts isn't it, too fried? In a fit of laughter, Youngmi walked over. What are we talking about? Laughing so hard? Zhou Wenping gently shrugged his shoulders. Nothing, just met a friend. So casual conversation. Youngmi nodded. Then in Zhou Wenping's ear he said softly, the stuff, I've already given it to Director Gao. As for whether he uses it or not, I can't make the call. I understand. Youngmi didn't continue on this topic. She glanced at the setup. Have you memorized all the lines of the play you're going to shoot today? Don't fall off the wagon later. Zhou Wenping patted his chest. Don't worry. I've known the lines by heart for a long time, so I won't embarrass Honey. Chapter 91. Superb acting. Shocked on set. All department staff, please take your positions. The next shot will be rolling soon. Actors, take your places as well. A megaphone on the side. Came the voice of the field agent. The scene, a cliff. Yang Mi, Sun Wei Ting, Zhang Shuang, and a few crowd members stood on the inside of the cliff. Zhou Wenping stood alone on the outside of the cliff. It's kind of like a classic moment in Gotham. In Bailey Tusu's division, the city of Heavenly City. As the villain, Ling Xuan, planted evidence and said that Bailey Tusu had killed a disciple of the sect. Bailey Tusu had difficulty in sophistry and left City of Heaven. This behavior is a violation of the door rules. And so, the eldest senior brother, Ling Duan, turns down the mountain to catch Bailey Tusu. On the way back, we passed by Taizhu Guan. Due to the time of his arrival, Jim Yong City received a request for help from Iron Pillar Guan. Then he asked Ling Yu to stop by and see if he could give any help. Thus, Bailey Tusu and Feng Qingxue were imprisoned in the prison of Iron Pillar Guan. Coincides with the full moon. The baleful aura within Bailey Tusu's body could not be restrained and spread out. The crowd escaped from the prison. Ling's Duan, who came after him, wanted to put him to death. During the fight, the candle was lit, awakening the wolf demon that had been suppressed for 1,000 years in the water of the Iron Pillar View, the moon-eating Shen Emperor. Ling Shoshi went into the water to get rid of the demon. Serious injuries. In the end, Bailey Tusu, in order to save Ling Yu, went into the water alone. The strength skyrocketed as he activated the Fury Chi in his body. In the end, the Moon-Eater Shen Emperor was cut down by his sword. However, before he died, the moon-devouring Shen Emperor took his demonic Dan and ferried it to Bailey Tusu. This caused the baleful chi within Bailey Tusu's body to become even more violent and rampant, and uncontrollable. Bailey Tusu, too, lost his mind as a result. Become a bloodthirsty maniac. Next, the scene to be filmed. It was the clip of Bailey Tusu holding burning silence in his hand, trying to kill Feng Qingxue and the others, all of them. Zhou Wenping knew the lines of this scene by heart. All departments stand by. 3, 2, 1, action. As the field agent's voice dropped, Zhou Wenping was instantly in the zone. An aura that enveloped the entire shooting set. Killing aura from his body burst out. His eyes, like a wild beast, appeared to be raging and wanton. Everyone present, their hearts stuttered. It was as if what stood before them at that moment was a monster that had lost its mind. The two girls, Yang Mi and Zhang Shuang, had long been stunned with fear. Although Sun Whiting wasn't that exaggerated, his face became extremely ugly. This man is horrible. In just an instant, it went from a gentle, polite college student to a bloodthirsty, maniacal figure. Being stared at by him like this, the crowd felt that they were being stared at by a wild beast. At any moment, you're in danger of losing your life. In front of the monitor, Gao Tianhua was very satisfied with the performance of the crowd. Originally, this scene was meant to be a crowd, and then showed expressions of fear. Thought I was going to have to say the scene a couple times to get the feel of it. Unexpectedly, Zhou Wenping's a look all the people into the theater. Even through the screen, Gao Tianhua couldn't help but shiver. This acting. Extinct. At this moment, Zhou Wenping has lost his mind and the function of language. In his eyes, all life before him should be slaughtered. Everything that is should be destroyed. A low growl emanated from Zhou Wenping's throat. At this time, Bailey Tusu had already lost the function of speech and would only want to roar like a wild beast. Puff. Hear that voice. Xiangling, played by Zhang Shuang, sat on her knees out of fear and looked ahead in horror. Zhou Wenping gripped the sword in his hand and made a gesture to directly split the few people in front of him. Under Zhou Wenping's aura and superb acting skills, Young Mi was also brought into character. She was now that Feng Qingxue who was deeply in love with Bailey Tusu. Right now, the one you love has fallen into a state of madness. She was very afraid of getting close to Bailey Tusu. She even tried to run away, but she was even more afraid of what she would do when everyone was gone, leaving Suzu alone. Susu is such a kind person. Leaving him behind, Feng Qingxue couldn't do it. Gao Tianhua, who was staring at the monitor, nodded repeatedly. Now Young Mi is in the movie too. That expression showed Feng Qingxue's tangled heart to the fullest. Gao Tianhua was even a bit worried, fearing that the frenzied Bailey Tusu would harm Feng Qingxue. Seeing that Zhou Wenping, who was full of murderous spirit, pressed forward step by step, Yang Mi put her heart on the line and rushed forward, jumped into Zhou Wenping's arms. The moment, she was the one who made the final decision. Feng Qingxue decided to try and use the Nuwa divine power in his body to save Bailey Tusu, who had entered the demon. As for, if he couldn't save Bailey Tusu, would it lead to Bailey Tusu being the first to kill himself? That would be out of his league. After jumping into Zhou Wenping's arms, Yang Mi let out a yell. Su, wake up! Wake up! The voice was hysterical. It was as if he was exerting his entire body in the hope of sending his voice into Bailey Tusu's ears. However, Bailey Tusu was too deep into the devil. There was no way to hear Feng Qingxue's call. Still struggling. Susu, don't look like this. I'm Haruyuki. Yang Mi shouted while holding Zhou Wenping tighter. According to the script, she was currently radiating Nuwa clan's spiritual energy to dissolve Bailey Tusu's baleful aura. The scene caught the attention of the theatergoers who were watching the play from the side. As field service, no one understands better than they do that the acting is all fake. That's why, in movies and TV dramas, there are often scenes of parting in life and death. They've seen a lot. Not in the least bit vicarious. But the scene before us was different. It was as if they had been brought into that drama by some kind of aura. As Zhou Wenping roared in pain, Yang Mi cried out hysterically. Their hearts were lifted. They were afraid that Bailey Tusu would fail to wake up and would hurt himself, his beloved. Yang Mi kept calling out. Keep shouting until your voice is hoarse and your tears fill your eyes. Zhou Wenping's struggles were getting smaller and smaller. Tears across Yang Mi's cheeks. Drops on the fierce sword-burning silence. Time's wolf's tooth pendant on. According to the script depiction, there will be a divine light at this time, falling from the sky. The demonic nature of Bailey Tusu was suppressed as it enveloped him, thus fainting. Feng Qingxue also fainted because she had used too much spiritual energy. Zhou Wenping and Yang Mi, as if they had lost the strength to support them, fall to the ground. The set was silent. Everyone, still caught up in the shock from earlier, took a while before a voice shouted up, "Cut!" Chapter 92. One man's acting to get everyone into the picture. With that, the murderous aura that had enveloped the area around the set suddenly disappeared without a trace, like a long whale sucking in water. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What's the situation? Isn't this guy a rookie? Why did you perform an aura in your first acting role? This kind of aura can only be played by those veteran actors who have been through many battles. It's easy to take the emotions of the supporting cast, mobilize them, and get into character. Many classic movie and television bridges are created after the actor's acting skills explode and the performance of the aura. That's why many people like to be paired with older actors. Xiangling. No. Zhang Shuang remained paralyzed on the ground. The moment Zhou Wenping looked at her just now, it was as if she had seen a hideous beast. The beast, it seemed, was about to pounce and tear her apart. Terrified, she went weak in the knees. With a flutter, he sat on the ground and looked at Zhou Wenping and shivered. Even though, by now, the card has been called. But she still had weak legs and couldn't stand up. Senwiden was also surprised. He had just gone weak in the legs when he met Zhou Wenping's eyes. Just not so soft that you can't stand up. Gao Tianhua, who was behind the monitor, was even more surprised. I can't actually help but clap my hands. Wonderful. Wonderful. It's just too wonderful. Originally, he had thought that he would need to NG several times for this scene. Explain it to the actors several times to get them to perform the effect they want. Unexpectedly, inside the aura created by Zhou Wenping, every one of them was flawless. According to his conception, after Bailey Tusu became demonic, his entire being was the existence of a bloodthirsty maniac. After obtaining the wolf demon's inner elixir, his cultivation increased greatly. You can kill with one sword everyone present. People who are powerful in their own right become demons who only know how to kill. It's definitely a very scary thing. Xiangling is a fox demon, naturally perceptive. So, in the face of this unopposed might, she'll be weak in the knees with fear, even sat on the floor in fear. And Ling Viet, he was the first senior brother of the immortal cultivation sect, City of Heaven. The strongest person in the City of Heavenly Lawrence is named Ziyin, and is honored as the Sword Execution Elder. The Sword Execution Elder only had two personal disciples. It's Ling Yu and Bailey Tusu. At the time when Bailey Tusu was brought to the City of Heaven by the Sword Executing Elders, he was only about 7 years old at the time. The Sword Executing Elders were busy with the affairs of the sect. Thus, Bailey Tusu was practically brought up by Ling Yu. This brotherhood is deep. Not blood brothers, but far better. Seeing his senior brother go off the deep end, the baleful aura surrounding him was frightening. Although he was an immortal cultivator, he would still be afraid. But not to fall down, much less turn and run. Sen Wetten's expression at this point was so frightened that he lost his color. As well as, knowing that this was an act, he couldn't help the shaking of his legs, and thus the nagging look that surfaced. All of them portrayed the state that Gao Tianhua wished to show to the fullest. What surprised Gao Tianhua the most was of course Zhou Wenping. He portrayed the wild and raging feeling when Bailey Tusu became a demon very well. The aura was like that of a madman. Through the monitor, Gao Tianhua felt his liver tremble. And Yang Mi, as Feng Qingxue, jumps into Zhou Wenping's arms against all odds. A heartbreaking cry. Gao Tianhua's heart, too, was tightened together. Then, when he saw that Bailey Tusu's baleful aura was suppressed and the two of them fainted, it was only then that he breathed a sigh of relief. This acting, extinct. On the set, Zhou Wenping was still lying on the ground, and Yang Mi was on top of him. The two remained in the same position they were in when they fainted. Zhou Wenping opened his eyes and gently touched Yang Mi. "Wake up, call the card already. You're not really going to pass out, are you?" Yang Mi this in gently opened her eyes, raising his eyes to Zhou Wenping. "Su, you're okay?" A bafflement ensued. Then shyly hurrying, he climbed up from Zhou Wenping's arms. "She's so into it? Still haven't gotten out of the role of Feng Qingxue yet." Zhou Wenping bounced off the ground as well with a carp. This is an extremely handsome move. The surrounding field service, with many girls, couldn't help but scream. Zhang Shuang's eyes, as he watched, were a little hot. There are faces, talent and acting skills. What a wonderful boy. Gao Tianhua, excitedly, walked out from the set. "Director Gao, how was the acting just now?" Gao Tianhua nodded. "It's great. I was prepared for a dozen or so NGs for the shots just now, but I didn't expect one to pass. Next, you take a break." He ran out specifically to encourage Zhou Wenping. It's a real treasure. Not many people can perform the aura. The next few shots are without him. So he walked out onto the field and sat down. Without Zhou Wenping, the few shots under the knot took several NGs to get through. Sitting in the surveillance room, Gao Tianhua, still not too happy with these shots, but can't pick too many faults. Just have to make do for now. Everyone take a break. Long shoots are physically taxing on the director as well. Rest period. Gao Tianhua noticed the script for Gotham sitting on the table. This was put here by Yang Mi. The current Gao Tianhua was a bit disturbed. There are several more shots to come, if each one is too much NG. I guess I'll have to shoot until midnight today. Although this is the norm for filming. Being a director and having gotten used to this life. But, what person doesn't want to leave work early? I'm distracted now anyway. So I might as well read something. Might be able to open up the mind a bit. Gao Tianhua, holding the script, reclined on a recliner. I wonder what parts did this girl, Yang Mi, change? Waiting for the theater area. Yang Mi spun around for Zhou Wenping, very curious to look around. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Zhou Wenping was made uncomfortable by the look. "What's the situation?" Yang Mi patted him on the front. "Nice workout, nice firm body." In the previous scene, Yang Mi jumped into Zhou Wenping's arms and hissed, although it was in the theater at the time. But thinking about it later, she realized that she was in Zhou Wenping's arms, lying there for a long time. Recall carefully. Those muscles were so strong. I'd seen them before but hadn't touched them. This contact actually made her a little shy and curious. To this day, when she closed her eyes, she could still recall what she had just felt when they embraced. 9 shifts today to make up for the chapter's ode. Chapter 93. Pointing at the clouds and asking for the heavenly Tao, the zither sound's blood spattered. At this time, Sun Whiting and Zhang Shuang also walked by. When Ping, I really admire your acting skills. With that aura just now, I honestly wanted to run away. Sun Wetin's face was full of admiration. This was the first time he had experienced what it was like to be brought into the scene by someone else's aura. Zhang Shuang still looked at Zhou Wenping with a somewhat timid look in his eyes. Zhou Wenping was afraid that he would never know how much of a psychological shadow he had just brought to Zhang Shuang by falling into a frenzy of acting. Of course, Zhang Shuang knew it was acting, but the whole thing, it hadn't quite gotten over the shock. It led to 2 scenes in the back that wasted a lot of effort to get into the swing of things. Can you not be so scary next time you act? Zhang Shuang looked at Zhou Wenping with a palpitating heart. Zhou Wenping smiled broadly. It's no problem, I read the script, and this is the only time Bailey Tusu is more scary, and this kind of scene comes later. Looking at Zhang Shuang, the little sister next door like expression. Zhou Wenping smiled slightly. But this expression, however, caused Yang Mi to have a hint of alarm. Mentally hot couldn't stop spitting. This little ninny. Afraid of what? But also to harass Zhou Wenping? Don't you have a show next? Why don't you go get ready? Of course, these mental activities she would not easily say. After all, in the entertainment industry you have to be careful what you say. A random action or word can be amplified and interpreted. While Zhou Wenping and the others were chatting with each other. In the surveillance room, Gao Tianhua muttered. In his mouth, he was chewing a sentence over and over again. Then in his eyes, the light of the essence flourished. Read aloud. Why do you drift away? Why do you have fewer reunions? Why do you part for a long time? Why do you not have peace of mind? Pointing to the clouds and asking the way to heaven. The zither sound's blood spattered. The whole thing then shot up. Yes, this script change is great. This line in particular is fantastic writing. He's been obsessing about how to make Prince Chongqing, Ouyang Xiaogong, and Bailey Tusu, the 3 characters, more 3-dimensional. In this script, with that one line, it's a connection between the 3 right through. His setup, as in this script, is pretty much the same setup. Prince Chongqing, Ouyang Xiaogong, and Bailey Tusu, these 3 people in a sense were one person, the immortal of Taiku, Prince Chongqing, after violating the heavenly laws, relegated to mortal status. However, on the way to the lower world, reincarnation, it was captured by a tribe named Dragon Abyss, utilizing the blood coat formation. The Dragon Abyssal clan believes in the chi of the demon clan. The blood-coated formations used against the gods of heaven are demonic formations that specialize in capturing deities. There was a great sword maker in the Dragon Abyss clan who wanted to forge 7 ferocious swords to fight against the heavenly court. So he tore half of it from the soul of Prince Chongqing hard. The pain when the soul is torn apart is 1,000,000 times greater than when the flesh is torn apart. As a result, that half of the soul screamed and resented, and the fury arose. This half a wisp of soul was injected into the ferocious sword that was being forged and became the sword spirit. Thus, the murderous sword Burning Silence was born in the world, and the remaining half of the soul escapes when the sword maker isn't looking. The soul is incomplete, so he has to use the art of soul crossing to snatch the body of a living person. It's the novels often referred to as taking over. Over the course of thousands of years, he had changed countless bodies by taking over his body, eventually becoming the current Ouyang Xiaogong. Taking over the soul for so long had caused Prince Chongqing to have very little spiritual energy left, and his memories of the past had also become tattered. Ouyang Xiaogong is Prince Chongqing's last takeover to live forever. Only by finding the other half of the soul and putting it together as a complete soul would he not die.
Umeng Lingu.
By order of Nuwa, the sword of Burning Silence has been guarded for generations. At this time, Bailey Tusu was still called Han Yunshi. Ouyang Xiaogong came to grab it. During the fight, the Burning Silence sword broke. Inside the sword, half of Prince Chongqing's soul came out, and half of Han Yunshi's soul was shaken apart by Ouyang Xiaogong. Thus, the patriarch of the Wuming Spirit Valley, before he died, injected half a wisp of Prince Chongqing's soul into Han Yunshi's body. Thus, Bailey Tusu, who possessed the other half of Prince Chongqing's soul, was born. A dozen years later, Bailey Tusu goes down the mountain and meets Ouyang Xiaogong. This is how the story of Gotham unfolds. But it is by virtue of having such a background Gao Tianhua didn't want to portray Ouyang Shaokeng as a mere villain, murderous maniac. Rather, I want to make it a sad boss. He doesn't want to be the bad guy, but there are all kinds of things that force him towards the end of all things. And look at this line from the script. Why do you drift away? Why do you have fewer reunions? Why do you part for a long time? Why do you not have peace of mind? Pointing to the clouds and asking the way to heaven. The zither sounds blood spattered. It seems is an explanation for Ouyang Shaokeng. Not only that, much of the script has been optimized from scenes and bridges he originally side-wrote. Makes the whole story even more compelling. The fairy atmosphere is even more intense. It's a step up from the original play. With this curiosity, he went through the other two scripts. He was surprised to find that the two scripts, one was a director's script and the other was a scene manager's script. I can't believe you even got these two scripts. Shooting a movie or TV drama is like marching to war. As the saying goes, before the three armies move, the food comes first. The filming cycle of a TV series is usually in the range of 1 month to 3 months. In order to be able to complete the shoot within the projected shoot cycle, before filming officially began, all the people behind the scenes met for 3 days. The purpose of the meeting is to collide the director's script and the scene script. This process is also known as planning a shoot. It can be as short as 3 months or as long as several years. For example, the new edition of it took more than 5 years from the start of preparation to the official start of shooting. That's 5 years of working on directing scripts and fielding scripts. How to shoot? How? From which angle? What are the actors? What are the scenes? What kind of looks? What kind of props? What kind of light? Too much. That was why, after seeing these two scripts, Gao Tianhua was very surprised. At that moment, it flipped through the director's script. Chapter 94. Acting is so good, it's a waste not to fool people. Gao Tianhua put down the director's script. A deep sigh. This director's script is very well written. In many places, it was just as he thought it would be. It's just that there's some camera language that's more effective than what he wrote. Though admittedly the script, it's better than my own writing. Feels a bit like a slap in the face. If it was any other director, it might have been a straight pass. But Gao Tianhua is different. And this is the root of his ability to sit firmly in the chair of national-level TV drama director. He is able to admit his mistakes and recognize the excellence of others. Wouldn't do that pretentious, cynical thing. He stood up and looked out the window. The props team still working on the new set. Several actors, such as Zhou Wenping, were chatting in the marquee area. So he picked up his cell phone. Yang Mi's phone rang. Glanced at the caller information. I can't believe it's Gao Tianhua calling? Yang Mi frowned slightly and looked towards the surveillance room. Spotting Gao Tianhua, he was waving at him, signaling for her to come over. Wenping, you guys talk first. I have something to do. After saying that, he walked quickly towards the surveillance room. Come to the surveillance room. Director Gao, what do you want to see me about? But, after seeing Gao Tianhua holding the script in his hand, she probably understood in her mind. Gao Tianhua put down the script. This script change is very good, and I'm going to adopt in this script the changes. I'm curious. How did you come up with the idea to alter the script like that? Sure enough, though Yang Mi had long been prepared for it. But hearing Gao Tianhua say this, the mind is still very surprised. I can't imagine that the script written by Zhou Wenping can actually really be seen by Gao Tianhua. Now every actor's hand holding the script can be director Gao Tianhua personally written. Letting Gao Tianhua adopt Zhou Wenping's script is tantamount to admitting that his own script is inadequate. This kind of behavior that is not afraid of hitting the face in the entire circle of directors, I am afraid that only Gao Tianhua can do it. Think about it. In her heart, Yang Mi gave a silent thumbs up. Such a character, vulnerable party in ancient times then, is absolutely a mainstay of the officials. Director Gao, actually, this script, I didn't write it. Gao Tianhua was slightly stunned. Didn't you put it in my place? Yang Mi answered truthfully. I was asked by someone else to show you this script. Gao Tianhua was puzzled. Who wrote that? With a script like this, could it have been written by some veteran screenwriter? Yang Mi pointed out the window. Zhou Wenping who is having a drink. It was written by Zhou Wenping. What? Gao Tianhua was taken aback. Look out the window. Shao. Yes. At first he said he wanted to your script, change it a bit. I thought he was just talking off the top of his head. But I didn't realize that he actually wrote it. Yesterday, he took this script and handed it over to me. Listening to Yang Mi's answer, Gao Tianhua was very shocked. Get him over here, I want to ask. Yang Mi nodded. Just then, Zhou Wenping looked over toward the window. Yang Mi waved her hand, signaling him to come over. Seeing the smile on Yang Mi's face, which could not be suppressed, Zhou Wenping could probably guess because of what made him go over. His heart was very glad. The moment of pretending is coming again. Zhou, Yang Mi said that you wrote this script? After Zhou Wenping came to the surveillance room, Gautier skipped hush-hush pre-build-up part. Asked bluntly, Zhou Wenping nodded. Yes. Why are you thinking of changing the script? For the more distant future of fairy drama. Gao Tianhua was baffled and a little confused. Zhou Wenping coughed lightly, got up a fan. Immortal dramas have always been unpopular. But you, Director Gao, keep insisting on it again. So it's safe to say that you're the one who likes immortal dramas. Like you, I am an obsessive fan of fairy dramas. This is a genre of drama that is rather cold, but I love it. In order to be able to make immortal dramas up, you filmed several of them. But the audience's reactions were all bad. I've heard that this time, after you finish filming Gu Jian Chi Tan, if the results aren't satisfactory, you'll stop filming immortal dramas. Just thinking about it makes my heart very sad. Zhou Wenping said while covering the part of his heart with a very sad expression. It looks like it hurts like hell. Having the acting skills of a grandmaster, he's a bit sorry for himself if he doesn't use them to fool people. Listening to what Zhou Wenping said, Gao Tianhua was very emotional. In the Summerland, there are stories of gods and goddesses and stories of chivalry. Gao Tianhua had been thinking about whether it was possible to combine the two, make a fairy world with a fairy atmosphere. Thus, the genre of fairy drama was born. But this genre, as opposed to courtroom dramas, urban dramas, ethical dramas, it seems weak and struggles to engage the audience, resulting in 9 puffs out of 10 immortals. Time and time again everyone, Gao Tianhua also on this play, lost confidence, thinking that there may not really be a market for this type of theater. But for the sake of his former dream, he was willing to gamble on it one last time. It was in this context that the script for Gotham was born. Zhou Wenping's words made Gao Tianhua almost silent. After a while, it was only then that Zhou Wenping continued to speak. As a fan of fairy drama, I don't want this genre to disappear. I want this genre to flourish. So, when Sister Honey gave me the script for Gotham, I picked the lamp and read it over a dozen times. When saying these words, Zhou Wenping deliberately aggravated his tone. The purpose is to tell Gao Tianhua that I've studied your script painstakingly. This was an invisible way of holding up Gao Tianhua. However, through my careful reading, I realized that the script is a good one, but in some parts of the description, it's a bit weak. So I took the plunge and made changes to the original script. Also wrote a director's script and a screenwriter's script, based on what I, myself, had previously learned and my inner imagination. Listening to Zhou Wenping gushing put his own purpose of changing the script. The time to describe it in colorful detail. Gao Tianhua was very moved. I didn't realize there were people who liked the genre. Xiao Zhou, the script is well changed. Immortal dramas. They just need talents like you. Chapter 95, you might get blackballed. Gao Tianhua's eyes were slightly moist, obviously moved by Zhou Wenping's words. Zhou Wenping has been thinking about this for a long time. Suddenly come up with one yourself the perfect script. And it also contains the director's script and the set script. Something like that is pretty sure to be grilled a bit. So he had long been in his mind working out the wording. After a bit of fooling around, Gao Tianhua believed it. Zhou, this script of yours? I'll sign it. Gao Tianhua was only moved by Zhou Wenping's words, but never the kind of person who, on impulse, makes rash decisions. He'd figured it out a long time ago. If you follow this script to the letter, it will make the final product outstanding by quite a bit. If you follow the director's script and the field script for scheduling, the shoot will go well and you will even see the time of the shoot. That's a lot of money saved. The script, in the end, was purchased by Gao Tianhua for $1 million. Honestly, given the quality of Gotham as a script, that's not a high price. But it's good enough by the standards of a first-rate screenwriter. Zhou Wenping, the reason why he was willing to spend 5 million prestige value to exchange such a good script. It was a decision made after much deliberation. The first purpose was, of course, to be able to make Gotham a hit and allow himself to harvest a large amount of prestige value. Only a good script with good camera language could have achieved this. The second purpose is for the longer term. This script achieved good results, then the ones in his system mall, those classic plays, could be presented one by one. It was the reputation value that would come to him in a steady stream. In the meantime, the guest lounge on I Am the Singer. Li Jian, a famous musician, was lying on the sofa, flipping through his cell phone. It's almost time for the finale, and the show has come out with a new rule. Each contestant in the finals will be able to invite an artist to help sing. He was worried about not knowing who to invite. Eventually, he broadcast a number. "Hey, Ken, why did you remember to call me?" On the other end of the phone, Xiao Yu's highly recognizable voice came out. "Little Yu, I want to ask you for a favor." "Yo, brother. Don't be polite. Tell me what's up." Little Yu's rare bravado. Because he knew that Li Jian was not short of money, so he would not borrow money. Any favor is negotiable as long as you don't borrow money. The two of them had known each other for a long time, and Li Jian would often go to Diyun to listen to comedy. Li Jian told Xiao Yu about the finals. "Brother, are you crazy?" Xiaoye was surprised. "You actually invited me to a singing competition. I'm a pentatonic myself, that matter aside, just my status as a comedian, plus my looks. Do you believe it or not? As soon as I take the stage and open my mouth, the audience below can all go crazy with laughter. You don't want your first name?" He's just telling the truth, and still a very self-aware truth. As one of the pillars of the Diansha, he is relying on his style to stand firm on the stage. He's got a look that goes deep. Even a very serious look to a song can look funny. The rankings don't matter. Will you do me this favor? He didn't go and invite other singers because he didn't want to. The entertainment industry is so fickle these days. There aren't many people who are truly talented. A decade or so ago, the singing world could be described as a time of gods and goddesses. And now, a swarm of demons? Singing becomes, well, soaring sopranos, shrills, and dolphin sounds. Use these extreme vocals to catch the eye. Instead of inviting some floozy, all of them should have invited Xiao Yeye, a person outside the singing world. It's his indictment of sorts of the state of the songwriting world. But Xiao Yu won't do it. "Brother, I can't afford to lose this person, just my image, this singing, after the stage. Do you believe it or not? You can be hacked out by someone tomorrow." His concerns are well-founded. Diansha can now be said to be the representative group of comedy. Hated by their peers, a lot of comedians with their little books are waiting to find out the black stuff of the Diansha. So Xiao Yeye, too, is worried about discrediting the Diyun society. "Really not coming?" Li Jian asked. "Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but if I really go, I'll definitely embarrass you." Xiao Yu suddenly thought of something and turned his words around. "Eh, how did I forget about him? Brother Jian, I'll recommend someone to you that will definitely satisfy you." Li Jian inquired. "Who is it?"
Zhao Wenping.
"Who?" Xiaoye was helpless. "Brother, I know you don't like it too much, the current showbiz culture. But when you're not doing anything, you also care about showbiz matters. Zhou Wenping, my buddy, the resident guest of the Yearning Life, multi-talented, that voice, that singing, then the current fresh meat, much better. He'll definitely be able to wish you luck if you get him to help you sing." Listen to Xiao Yu's comment. Li Jian said that he could find out and see first. After all, he was very uninterested in what was going on in the entertainment industry right now. That Zhou Wenping is not really like Xiao Yu described as excellent, he is not clear. There was a brief chat and then the phone hung up. Knock knock. At this time, there came a knock on the door. "Come in." Shin Chunshin opened the door and walked in. She is a hostess on Mango TV and Mango TV is interested in trying to promote her. That's why he was assigned to host the program. "Jian, there's one more singer. He's done performing. It's almost curtain time. Get ready." "Good." Seeing Shin Chunshin preparing to leave, Li Jian suddenly called out to her. "Morn, do you know Zhou Wenping?" After hearing the name, Shin Chunshin's eyes lit up. "Of course I know, he's a budding singer. Not only is he handsome, he's also multi-talented. He can sing, play the piano, do comedy and cook." Can you do comedy?" It's no wonder he knows Xiao Yu. "What did you think of the song he sang?" "Very nice." Shin Chunshin replied without hesitation. 2 days ago, our Mango Channel's Mushroom House theme song was sung by him. Chapter 96 Invitation from I'm the Singer. Li Jian was thoughtful and a little disbelieving. After all, with entertainment companies running the show, many listeners are led by the nose. The song Genie Too Beautiful is able to make countless fans cry in pain. Do they really like it? Not necessarily. Most of it is because of, well, the kind of thing that entertainment companies create. You don't like the fresh meat, you're behind the curve vibe. And had to get myself to like those little fresh meat. It's all about hype, watering holes, and bandwagoning. And it's been years since I've seen anyone with real talent. Is it really that great? Shin Chen Chen looked like she was looking at an alien. His name is all over the internet these days. You don't know? She and Li Jian are also friends. It's okay to joke around and undermine once in a while. Looking at Jian Li's blank face, Shin Chanshin took out her own cell phone and opened the music player. Plug in the headphones. Leave Ordinary Day open. Here. Just listen to see his new song and you'll see what the man is made of. Li Jian took the cell phone. Put the earbuds in your ears and click the play button. The music played. After hearing Zhou Wenping sing the first line, he raised his eyebrows slightly. That vocal line, it's good. It's very soft and comfortable. Li Jian closed his eyes and continued to listen. The song is free of pomp and circumstance and full of real peace. Special can be in hitting the spot. Every lyric. Ken Li can all be in front of his eyes and show a picture. Quiet, beautiful, and heartfelt. Compare that to the songs that are soaring in pitch. The song, Ordinary Day, is virtually treble-less. It's kind of like smooth the whole way through, yet more able to impress. Li Jian was completely captivated by the song and listened to it 7 or 8 times in a row. Almost learned the song. Only then did he reluctantly put down his headphones. An uncontrollable sigh of relief. What a potential singer. Shin Chen Chun was very happy to hear this. Right, I'm a fan of his. Not just a face fan, but a talent fan too. Li Jian nodded. When he had heard earlier that this was a newcomer who had just debuted, Li Jian was not convinced that this person was strong. But now, he had to admit it. This is a very talented man indeed. Chanshin, what do you think? How about I invite Zhou Wenping to come to the finals? Tang. Shin Chanshin stood up in a flash, a face full of excitement, unable to hide his happiness. Really? If he can come, the probability of you being able to win the championship in this finals will definitely increase greatly. That scene, it must be very exciting. This side of the set, Yangmi and Zhou Wenping walked out of the surveillance room with smiles on their faces. You kid is good. You actually really conquered Director Gao with your talent. Yangmi looked at Zhou Wenping happily. This kid can do anything. I really don't know how much more he's hiding. Zhou Wenping was happier. The fact that the script for Gotham has been accepted is half the battle won. Next, as long as it doesn't go wrong and takes a wave of prestige value, it should be solid. Ha ha ha, average.